The virtual character I personally raised wants to marry me. Chapter 1 to Chapter 35. Suge, you can go on stage now. The assistant pushed the door into the dressing room and said to the young man lying on the sofa. A pair of long legs wrapped in jeans were draped over the armrest of the two-seater sofa. The young man's slender upper body was slightly bent, and there was a pillow under his body. Hearing the movement, Susili pulled down the magazine covering his face, revealing a lazy and slightly pale handsome face. He raised his eyelashes slightly and looked at the assistant lazily. A pair of beautiful, pitch-black starry eyes, with the drowsiness of having just woken up, exuded a breathtaking beauty. The assistant's heart suddenly jumped, but she smiled and coaxed, Suge, the fans are waiting. Listen, they are shouting your name outside. Susili. 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 The fans' shouts resounded through the venue and came in through the open door. Susili nodded lightly, sat up slowly, closed the open magazine, and gently put it on the coffee table. The strands of hair in front of his forehead fell, and he raised his hand to push them back. Just such a casual action made the assistant stare blankly. Let's go. A lazy and slightly hoarse voice sounded. He stood up and walked out of the dressing room unhurriedly. Oh. The assistant hurried to follow. Thinking of something, she came back and grabbed the long black windbreaker hanging on the back of the chair, and trotted to Susili to put it on. The venue was dark, and only the glittering support sticks in the hands of the fans converged into a bright sea of stars. As the elevator rose, Susili slowly appeared in the center of the stage. The spotlights suddenly lit up, and the light beams converged on him, making him the most dazzling existence tonight. Accompanied by the high-pitched electronic sound, cheers and shouts rushed into the sky, and in an instant, the whole venue was ignited. Suge, tonight's performance was very successful. The assistant in the passenger seat, looking at the photos and comments on social media, turned around and said cheerfully. Susili slowly buckled his seatbelt and glanced sideways at the fans who were still waving their support signs and sending him off enthusiastically. His slightly pale handsome face, under the blurred light, revealed a bit of melancholy and gentleness. After a long time, Susili retracted his gaze and restrained his expression. Drive, he said calmly. Okay. The assistant asked the driver to drive faster. Then, he lowered his head and continued to reply to the message. Susili glanced at him, leaned back in his chair lazily, and took out his phone to play a game. Ding-dong. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang and a message popped up. Second brother, have you arrived? Second brother, give me a call when you arrive. Susili pursed his lips and casually replied, okay, before switching back to the game interface. After returning to the villa in the suburbs, Susili took a comfortable bath. When he came out of the bathroom, there was a knock on the door. He went to open the door. Third young master, your milk. The servant stood at the door and said respectfully. Okay, thank you. Susili wiped his hair with a towel in one hand and picked up the glass of milk with the other. He kicked the door closed with the tip of his foot. After returning to the sofa and drinking a few mouthfuls of milk, he sent a video call request to his second brother. Beep, beep, Susili was holding the glass of milk. When he lowered his head, he inadvertently glanced at the scattered documents on the coffee table. His originally slow movements suddenly sped up. He quickly picked up a document and threw it on the floor. After he threw a pillow to cover it, the big screen on the wall lit up. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared on the screen. His facial features vaguely resembled Susili's. Susili. Once the video call was successfully connected, the man was about to flip out. However, when he saw Susili's face, he could not help but pause. Wipe the milk off your face, he said in disdain. Susili glanced at the documents on the floor. After confirming that he would not be discovered, he leaned back on the sofa and wiped the milk on his lips with his thumb. The white milk foam was scraped off. He stuck out his tongue and gently licked it off. His casual movements made him look like a lazy cat. Su Yuhing looked at him and finally could not help but sigh. Can't you use a towel or a handkerchief? What do you think you're doing? Susili blinked. Okay. He responded smoothly and grabbed the towel draped over his shoulder. As he wiped his fingers, he asked, Second brother, why are you looking for me? Su Yuheng took a deep breath. He calmed down and gathered his courage again. He picked up the document in his hand and began to read it carefully. 3 villas, 10 sports cars, 5% of the Su Group's shares, and 1 billion in liquid funds. The man reflected on the big screen read the data one by one. Finally, he raised his glasses. The eyes behind the glasses were as sharp as a knife. Su Silly, you better give me a reasonable explanation. The young man picked up the milk on the table, took a sip, and said indifferently, it's just an interesting investment. Investment? What kind of investment requires so much money? Su Yuheng stared at him. Don't you already know? Su Silly said. Second brother would never fight an unprepared battle. Before he came to find him, he must have investigated it thoroughly. Su Yuheng could not help but sigh. Holographic technology is a bottomless pit. It will take at least 20 years to see results. Why throw all your assets into it? Not all my assets. I still have some left. That's about it. Seeing that his second brother's eyes were about to spit fire, Su Silly shrugged. Second brother, you know that I've always liked to play games. He continued to drink the milk and his tone became lighter. I'm very optimistic about this project. Holographic games will definitely become a trend in the future. Also, he suddenly smiled. The project developer has promised me that they will design an NPC in the game based on me. I will become an emperor in the game. I will rule the country and be the king. Su Yuheng looked at him with a speechless expression. Probably because his eyes were too direct, Su Silly coughed softly and finally calmed down. These are all my personal assets. I'm still young. I can earn more if I lose them. He said, as long as you help me keep it a secret and don't tell my brother or mom, I promise that nothing will happen. Oh, you're still scared. Second brother Su raised his glasses and said, there's a ball next week. If you go for me, I'll help you keep it a secret. Another blind date? Su Silly frowned. Second brother, I'm a public figure. Are you going or not? Yes. Okay, I'll send you the invitation later. Su Yuheng nodded in satisfaction and gave a few more words of advice before ending the call with a bang. The big screen dimmed. Su Silly slowly leaned back on the sofa. The moonlight shone through the window and poured on his handsome face, making his face look even paler. He lowered his eyebrows and thought about something absent-mindedly. Moonlight climbed onto the pillow that had fallen on the floor and saw the title of the document under the pillow. The words medical record were vaguely written. After a long time, Su Silly gathered his thoughts. He scratched his half-dry hair and found his phone. He fell back on the sofa and continued to immerse himself in the game. After winning a round, a system notification popped up on his phone. Accumulated 1,000 victories in the battlefield. First place in the battlefield rankings. Congratulations for obtaining the title of Grand Marshal. You can go to the achievement store and spend jade stones to exchange for the identity reward. Su Silly was stunned. He couldn't remember how long he had been doing this mission. He didn't expect to complete it. He looked at the notification again. After dismissing the team, he clicked on the achievement store. In the battlefield column, he saw the Grand Marshal uniform lit up. Grand Marshal uniform, description, unique identity equipment. Exchange restrictions, accumulated 1,000 victories in the battlefield. First place in the battlefield rankings. Obtain the title of Grand Marshal. Exchange requirements, jade stones *1000. Su Silly clicked on the exchange button. Exchange successful. Jade stones *1000 deducted. A notification popped up on the phone screen. At the same time, a card of jade quality jumped out. In the flashing golden light, he could see that on the card was a set of gorgeous white military uniform with golden lines. The words Grand Marshal uniform were written below the card. As he succeeded in the exchange, the game began to broadcast to the whole server. The system notification column in the lower left corner also began to refresh. The world news had exploded, and his private messages began to beep non-stop. Su Silly didn't pay attention to it. He carefully put the card into his backpack, then clicked on the map and selected a commonly used location. Entering the mansion of the Duke of Dark Knight, after the phone screen dimmed, it quickly lit up again. An exquisite, luxurious, and dignified ancient castle slowly appeared on the screen. It was night in the game, and the castle was brightly lit. The Duke of Dark Knight, Xing, has just returned from the battlefield. He is taking a bath and changing clothes. Susili raised his eyebrows slightly. His slender fingers tapped on the screen and entered the castle's bath. Unfortunately, when the screen turned from dark to light, his Duke of Dark Knight was already neatly dressed. Other than his slightly wet hair, no other traces could be seen. The moonlight shone down from the sky, reflecting a bright moon on the sparkling water of the pool. Beside the bathtub stood a tall and slender man. The man had light blonde short hair, but he was wearing a pure black Duke of Dark Knight suit. His gray-blue eyes were supposed to be gentle, but they gave off a cold and dignified feeling. Under Susili's gaze, he slowly reached out his hand and grabbed a scepter inlaid with a red gem. He played with it in his hand. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, the man looked sharply at Susili. Susili smacked his lips. Although he knew that this was the game's eye-tracking system, every time he looked into Xing's eyes, he felt as if he was looking at a real life. After looking at each other for a few seconds, the man's expression suddenly changed. He lowered his head and bowed respectfully to the void. Lord God. The deep and slightly hoarse voice was dignified and full of masculine charm. Susili half opened his eyes and looked at the European-style open-air bath behind the man. He didn't know why, but he suddenly remembered the strategy post that he had read when he was bored today. The post said that there seemed to be a special plot in the bath scene. Lord God, what can I do for you to come to my humble abode in the middle of the night? The man's voice was a little hoarse and showed a hint of tiredness. It was as if he had just returned from a battle. Susili came back to his senses and sat up. He pressed the voice button with his fingertips and said softly, I'm here to see you. A dialogue box appeared at the bottom of the game. You say to Xing, I'm here to see you. This was the game's built-in intelligent voice system. The NPC would respond to the player's words in real time. It was a special feature of the game. In the game screen, the handsome and cold blonde man gently pursed his lips. His expression was even more serious than before. However, Susili knew him very well. His eyes moved and fell on the man's ears that were covered by wet hair. Sure enough, he saw that the originally jade-white color was gradually fading into a light pink color. Susili clicked his tongue lightly. The game's planning was really good. After a long time, the blonde man bowed again and bowed. It's my honor. The silvery white moonlight fell on his body, coating him with a layer of soft light. His light golden hair was blown by the wind, shining brightly. Every detail of his body revealed an intoxicating sense of beauty. Susili leaned on the sofa's armrest and leisurely rested his chin on his hand. He lazily admired the beauty of the 2D man. After a while, he pressed the voice button and slowly said, I brought you a gift. Try it on. Then, he opened his backpack and selected the marshal's uniform card. After thinking for a while, he paused and changed the scene of the bath to a garden. Then, he clicked on the equip card. The card turned into a golden dot and disappeared. In the special effect of fluttering white feathers, the man standing under the rose pergola changed his attire in the blink of an eye. His originally gloomy and cold bangs were all combed up, and the man's handsome and extraordinary facial features were completely revealed by his combed-back hair. His slender and lean figure was wrapped in a white military uniform embroidered with golden threads. His long legs were straight, and he wore long leather boots that reached his knees. The moment he finished changing his attire, the man in the military uniform pulled out the sword at his waist, and the cape behind him fluttered in the wind. In the midst of the fluttering sound, his momentum was like a rainbow. It had to be said that this posture of changing his attire was really childish. However, when it was displayed by Xing, it was unexpectedly harmonious. However, it was obvious that he didn't like it. The man pursed his thin lips tightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The redness in his ears spread to the roots of his ears. However, Susili liked it very much. He didn't spend so much time in vain. This unique character attire was really good. Every detail was ruthlessly stepped on his aesthetic standards. He fell on the sofa again and used the game screenshot tool to take a few photos as mementos. Then, he opened the character panel. At the very front was naturally Xianxia's 5-star character card, and behind it was a whole row of 2-star and 3-star character cards. Each character card was very beautiful, had different attributes, and had completely different backgrounds and personalities. This mobile game was called God's Game. Strictly speaking, this was a female-oriented mobile game. The protagonist of the story was a princess. Because of the unexpected death of her brother, she was forced to become the first successor to the throne. Originally, the princess was just a carefree noble girl. Every day, she only cared about what dress she wore and which ball she attended. Naturally, she knew nothing about managing the country. Therefore, the ministers were not willing to support her. They were more optimistic about her uncle. However, as a player of God, she clearly knew that it was her uncle who caused the death of the eldest prince. Seeing that she was so weak and pitiful, God decided to help her choose 4 capable ministers to help her become the king and manage the country well. Therefore, the gameplay of this game was created. Cards were drawn, powerful characters were cultivated, and the princess was helped to overcome difficulties and become the next king. Once this game was released, it quickly captured a large number of female-oriented players due to its beautiful graphics, outstanding interactive system, and excellent love line. It became the most popular game of the year. Susili was not interested in the love line. He completely regarded this as a leveling up game. Among them, Xianxia was undoubtedly the most favored one. Susili clicked on Xianxia's character card, and his attributes panel suddenly popped up. Looking at the majestic Grand Marshal on the panel, he couldn't help but recall the scene when he first met Xianxia. At that time, he was still a poor little slave. He was filthy and naked in a cage. He was skinny and was being beaten by his slave master. This was the scene when the cards were drawn. There was a card for every character, and each of them had a different life story. Now, Xianxia had not only grown into a blonde beauty, but his strength had also reached the maximum 5-star level. All of his attributes were at the maximum. As for his skills, he clicked on the skill tree. Every branch on the skill tree had been unlocked, and all of them had reached the highest level. Just looking at this skill tree gave him a sense of achievement. However, now that he had the title of Grand Marshal, he seemed to be able to graduate. It was not easy to spend almost a year. Susili frowned slightly. An inexplicable sense of emptiness appeared in his heart. He closed the panel of Xianxia and swiped through the other cards. In fact, it was not impossible to cultivate another character. After all, the other character cards were also quite good. However, when he thought of those tedious leveling up tasks, he gave up on this idea. This game was good and everything, but it was a little tiring. Susili closed the character panel. In the game screen, the man in the white military uniform was still standing quietly under the pergola, as if he was waiting for his instructions. Susili turned the camera and admired the new appearance of the set. Suddenly, he paused. Looking at Xianxia's handsome face, without any warning, an idea crept into his mind. He tilted his head and waited for the idea to take shape. After that, he pondered over the idea again and again. Then, he realized that it was quite interesting. Susili looked at Xianxia again and finally decided to put his idea into practice. Hence, he switched to the game interface and opened up his contact list. He pressed a number. Beep, beep, the phone rang twice and was immediately picked up. "Doctor, it's me," said Susili. "Have you heard of the mobile game God's Game? I have an idea, and I want to ask you if it's feasible." He spoke softly, and the voice on the phone sounded a little muffled in the night. "Alright, thank you for your trouble." After hanging up the phone, Susili switched back to the game again. The game interface was still frozen at the moment he exited the game. The man in the white military uniform was standing under the moon, his cape fluttering in the wind. He looked handsome and relaxed. Susili pressed the voice button. He didn't care if the character in the game could understand or not. He continued to speak. "Xianxia, if you see me, what will you do?" The intelligent voice system translated his words into words. Susili didn't expect Xianxia to answer. However, what he didn't expect was that the man standing under the moonlight suddenly put his sword back into its scabbard with a clang. Then, he knelt on one knee and pressed his right hand to his heart. Cixing looked up at Su Silly with a sincere and solemn expression. If Lord God appears in front of me, please allow me to kneel at your feet and kiss the tip of your shoes. I offer you my undying loyalty. Su Silly looked at his burning eyes and smiled slightly. Very good, this is the feeling. A week later. In a research lab. Su Silly removed the last sensor on his body. Behind him, his assistant had already taken out a shirt and draped it over his shoulders, covering his slender and beautiful back. The young man reached through the sleeves and slowly buttoned his shirt under the regretful gaze of the lab researcher beside him. That's it? He looked at a white-haired old man. The old man was wearing a white lab coat and a pair of reading glasses. He was holding an electronic board in his hand and was recording something on it. He nodded when he heard the question. Yes, all the data of your body has been recorded. He operated the electronic board and a virtual character was projected on the big screen. It was Su Silly's mannequin. Of course, his lower body was wearing pants and only his upper body was naked. Even so, it was enough to make people unable to take their eyes off him. The doctor looked at Su Silly's data model. The actual game may be different from reality. I will try my best to optimize your image and strive to make it perfect. However, the setting of the story is not my job. If you have any ideas, you can discuss it with the game developers. As long as it's your request, we will try our best to fulfill it. Su Silly nodded and then heard the doctor say, your suggestion a few days ago was good. Linking the two games can bring a lot of benefits. As for connecting your data in Game of Gods, as long as you have the authorization of the game company, it can be done in terms of technology. Su Silly's eyes lit up and his lips curved slightly. Yes, authorization is not a problem. Thank you, doctor. Seeing the smile on his face, the doctor was slightly relieved. It's nothing. After all, without your support, this project would have been stopped due to lack of funding. If there is anything else you need, feel free to mention it. Su Silly pursed his lips. He pondered for a moment and said seriously, although I know it's difficult, I hope to see results in 2 years. The doctor could not help but smile bitterly. I can't guarantee that. I can only say that I will try my best. Well, then do your best and leave the rest to fate. Su Silly raised his head and looked at himself on the big screen. He was in a daze. Buzz, buzz, at this moment, the phone in his pocket rang. It was his second brother, Su Yuhing. Yes, the flight is at 3 in the afternoon. It will arrive at night. Su Silly picked up the phone and waved at the professor. He then walked out of the research institute with his assistant. Don't worry, I'll definitely screw up your blind date. On the way to the airport, Su Silly hung up the phone and opened Game of Gods again. While the game was loading, he raised his head and looked at the sky. The weather was very good today. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. Planes could be seen flying across the sky, leaving behind a faint white line. Su Silly's thoughts drifted away. In the end, he opened his phone and called his agent. Sister Yun, I want to hold a concert. The time is set for 2 months from now. You can arrange it. After the concert, I will officially retire from the industry. Nothing, I'm just a little tired. Alright, sorry to trouble you. At 2:50 p.m., Su Silly boarded the plane and prepared to return to Beijing to attend the blind date ball on behalf of his second brother. Everything was in order. But he never expected that fate would play tricks on people. The departure that was supposed to be 2 years later was actually brought forward so early. When the plane fell from the sky into the deep sea, Su Silly only had time to reach for his phone. Amid the screaming and whistling background, he sent a final message. Thankfully, even though the plane was in flight mode, there was Wi-Fi on the plane and he could still go online. Ding dong, in the empty office, the phone on the table suddenly rang, and an unread message appeared on the screen. Second brother, don't be sad. There were no punctuation marks and it was not immediately read. But perhaps the fact that it was successfully delivered meant that it had completed its mission. Su Silly did not die in pain. The moment the plane fell into the sea, he was knocked unconscious by a heavy object. When he regained consciousness, he found that he had no body. He had turned into a speck of light floating in the night sky. It should be the night sky, right? The surroundings were dark, but he could see stars in the distance. They decorated the dark blue sky, dazzling and enchanting. Was this the world after death? Susili looked at the night sky in confusion. Did people really turn into stars in the sky after death? In fact, when he received the case report and found out that he only had 2 years to live, he digested it for a long time. He was the young master of the Su family. He was a superstar with tens of millions of fans at a young age. He was only 23 years old and his life had just begun. Anger, pain, unwillingness, after these emotions, he finally accepted his fate and began to plan for his death. Perhaps if he actively received treatment, he could live for a few more years. But when he thought of his hair falling out and his ugly appearance after chemotherapy, Susili was disheartened. He did not want to die without dignity. After accidentally coming into contact with the holographic game project, he had an idea. He took out almost all of his assets and helped to pull strings so that the project could continue. It would be best if he could play the holographic game before he died. But if not, at least, he could leave something for his family to remember. He did not expect that everything was planned so well. He did not die of a disease, but of a plane crash. And he got on the plane because of his second brother. He only hoped that it would not leave too much of a psychological shadow on his second brother. After all, he was going to die anyway. It was just that the time was a little earlier. Susili quietly floated in the air. Thinking back on his short life, it seemed that it was exciting enough. It was just that he did not get to see the holographic game and play it. He still felt a little regretful. While he was thinking, he suddenly saw an icon slowly appear in front of him. Under the icon were the words Starry Sky Forum. Susili blinked. No, he did not have eyes now. He stared at the icon. As his mind moved, the icon jumped, and then a white screen appeared in front of him. Can I still go online after I die? Susili felt that it was a bit surreal, but his attention could not help but fall on the screen. Star Age Official Forum. Susili was taken aback by the words at the top. Star Age was the name of the holographic game he invested in. He continued to read. The unspeakable story of the presidents of the 2 major guilds, Freedom Summit and Blue Flame. Collect the Star Core. Some costs 10 years in the starry sky, a record of my unbreakable bond with this game and the friends I made during those years. Ah, Mr. Xixing and Mu Xingzhou are real. Let me kowtow. A newbie who just bought a virtual cabin. I hope to find a master to guide me. I only have time to play at night. The posts on the homepage were very varied and very active. New posts were refreshed almost every second. Susili spent half a day browsing through all the posts. He was surprised to find that this was really the Star Age Game Forum. And, the game had been open for 10 years, 10 years after his plane crash, Star Age was successfully released. Once it was released, it caused a huge earthquake in the gaming industry. Because of the high price of the gaming console and the controversy of the charging model, the number of players was limited at the beginning. But because of the excellent quality and 99% realism, Star Age became a phenomenal and popular game. Even more so, because of the linkage with God's game, all the important NPCs in the early stages of Star Age basically used the image and name of the former. God's Game, as a mobile game that had been released for almost 10 years, was still popular. After the 2D characters were turned into real people, the linkage effect was amazing. This provided endless popularity for the development of Star Age in the early stages. 10 years after its release, almost everyone on the Blue Planet knew about this game. The number of people online at the same time had exceeded 200 million. And with the popularity of the gaming console, this number was still increasing explosively. In one fell swoop, the chairman of the Su Group, Su Fengqing, was pushed to the position of the richest man in the world. In front of the holographic screen, Susili was in a daze. He didn't expect this game to really become popular. Seeing that his brother, Su Fengqing, had become the richest man in the world, he couldn't help but think, now, Dad, Mom, and brother won't want to beat me up, right? His heart felt inexplicably empty. Su Silly continued to flip through the forum posts. The more he read, the more envious he became. If only he was still alive, soon, he had a thought. If this was really the gaming forum 10 years later, and Xing's 2D characters were successfully implanted, then his game character, he remembered that it was called Snow Roland. Following his thoughts, he entered the keyword Snow Roland into the search bar on the holographic screen. In less than a second, all the related posts popped up. The most eye-catching one was the first Red Essence post. The young man brought us this golden age, but he didn't leave behind a single bit of hope. The time of the post was about half a year after the game was launched. The title of the post clearly didn't have any related words, but it was the first post to be found. Su Silly had a faint bad feeling in his heart. In the end, he still opened the post. Snow Roland, the 15th emperor of the Roland Empire, died 1 month after his ascension to the throne at the age of 18. The cause of death is unknown. Everyone should have heard of the Roland Empire's previous emperor who had been on the throne for the shortest time. But what I want to say is, if you see his face, you will realize, he looks exactly like the superstar Su Silly who died in a plane crash 10 years ago. The original poster accidentally discovered this while doing a special mission. Because he was a fan of Su Ge, even though he had been gone for almost 10 years, he still listened to his songs from time to time. That was my youth. So when he first saw the portrait, his first reaction was that the game designer was also a fan of Su Ge. His second reaction was anger. If you want to commemorate Su Ge, then you better do it well. Creating a game character like this and giving him such a tragic fate, it's simply despicable, it's too vicious, so he angrily went to complain. Because the original poster knew the internal staff, he knew some unknown behind-the-scenes stories. This game character was indeed designed to commemorate Su Ge, and Su Ge personally authorized it when he was alive. And he also learned a piece of cold knowledge. The reason why the Game Star Age could be successfully released was because Su Ge had invested all of his assets in this project. And later on, with the continuous supply of funds and talents from the Su Group, the game could be released at least 10 years earlier. But unfortunately, during the first closed beta, the game developers found that Sino Roland, who was created using Brother Su as the basis, had already died a month before the start of the internal testing. The Emperor was replaced by his younger brother, who was only 10 years old. As we all know, in the holographic Game Star Age, when an NPC dies, they are really dead and can't be revived. And I finally believe the *T that the game GM always says, once the game starts, the whole process is handed over to the AI, they can't forcibly interfere with the game process. I heard that when the Su family heard the news, they almost killed the game designer. Damn, I also want to kill the stupid game designer. Everyone who has played can foresee the brilliant future of this game, but Su Ge, who brought us this golden age, can't accompany us to witness all of this. There was still a long way to go, but Su Silly didn't continue to read. He was very unhappy now. He also wanted to scold, stupid game designer, didn't they say that his game character was very strong? Why did he die so early? But no one could answer him. He could even imagine how his parents and brothers would feel when they received the news. Su Silly couldn't help but lie flat. He looked at the stars in the night sky in a daze, not knowing what to do now and what will happen in the future. Will he stay in the sky as a star? Or will he be reincarnated? Gradually, he felt that his body, or rather his soul, began to fall, no longer under his control. What happened? After the extreme darkness, he suddenly felt that his soul was no longer light, as if it was being sucked in by something. He seemed to have a body again. Then, there was a pain in his chest, as if he was hit by something heavy. The pain spread from his chest to his limbs. Su Silly frowned and slowly opened his eyes. A magnificent palace appeared in front of him. The chandelier on the dome flickered under the moonlight, and below him was a luxurious and beautiful golden chair inlaid with countless gems. But he didn't have the time to carefully examine this unfamiliar environment. All of his attention was attracted by the person in front of him. It was a blond man wearing a white military uniform. Whether it was the attire or the extraordinary appearance, it gave Su Silly a very familiar feeling. There was a name that was on the verge of appearing in his mind. Then, the man raised his foot and stepped on his thoughts. He saw a pair of knee-high black boots ruthlessly stomp on his chest. The man looked down at him condescendingly. His gray-blue eyes were cold and silent, without a trace of emotion, as if he was looking at a dead object. The suffocation and pain made Susili understand that the scene in front of him was not a hallucination. His frown deepened, but his heart was at a loss. Then, without giving him any time to think or ask questions, the man's mouth suddenly curved into a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. A trace of scarlet flashed in his grey-blue eyes. He raised his hand and pointed the laser gun at Susili's forehead. With the cold muzzle against his forehead, Susili's pupils constricted. Although he didn't understand what happened, he definitely didn't want to die again. He stared at the man in front of him. He didn't have time to figure out why he looked so familiar. Countless escape strategies flashed through his mind. But at this moment, a light screen appeared in front of him. This time, it wasn't the Starry Sky forum, but Chant Talent activated. Chant, category, sound talent effect, special skills can be activated by chanting specific songs. Mastered skills are as follows: frowny face capture, description, unique skill, ignores level difference. Release condition, silence, focus. Chanting spell is as follows. In just 1 second, Susili received all the information on the light screen. Even though he was still at a loss in his heart, at such a critical juncture, he could only try everything he could. Seeing that he was in a daze, the blond man tilted his head slightly. A trace of mockery flashed through his grey-blue eyes. His thin lips opened slightly and said softly, "Go to hell, new emperor." Wait. An unfamiliar language blurted out. Susili didn't have time to think. He endured the pain in his chest and stared at the man in front of him who gave him a familiar feeling. In a flash, he suddenly understood something. Xing. He opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. The blond man's hand paused, and the muzzle of the gun that was pressed against his forehead moved away slightly. "Do you have any last words?" he said coldly. It's really him. Susili was shocked. The handsome blond man in front of him was really his paper man. The cold muzzle touched his forehead again. Susili suddenly woke up. He looked at Xing and narrowed his eyes slightly. Now wasn't the time to think. He lowered his voice and forced himself to calm down. "I do have something to say." The blond man looked down at him. There was no warmth in his grey-blue eyes, but he gave him time to continue. Silence, focus, condition met. Chanting skill available, capture. Susili took a deep breath. He confirmed the chanting spell on the panel again. He endured the discomfort and said softly, "I'm willing to have a single person, never to part even in old age." Xing frowned as he looked at the silver-haired youth on the throne. Then he heard the young man say, "Xing, I want you." Her gentle and clear voice was like a lover whispering in his ear. Xing's brows furrowed into a deep frown. He unconsciously increased the force of his foot on the boy's chest. Feeling offended, he didn't want to waste any more time. He pulled the trigger, and the gun barrel began to accumulate energy. In just a breath's time, the insolent young emperor's head would explode, and he would die in front of him. However, just as the laser gun emitted a fierce light, Xing felt an extreme sense of danger. His combat instincts caused him to tilt his wrist. Pfff, the laser hit the jewel on the golden chair. With a soft sound, dust flew everywhere. Thump, 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 Susili stared at Xing. His heart was beating fast because he had survived a disaster. A line of text appeared in front of him. Skill, capture, has been successfully activated. Target captured. Xing vigilantly took a few steps back to create a safe distance. He naturally retracted his foot from the boy's chest. However, the sense of danger followed him like a shadow. It was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, something strange happened. A golden rope of light appeared under his feet, and with lightning speed, it moved up his legs and tied him up tightly in the blink of an eye. Clack, the laser gun in Xing's hand fell to the ground. His hands were tied behind his back. At this moment, the rope of light lit up with a golden light again. A strong pressure acted on his body. Xing was forced to kneel on one knee. His face showed an expression of resistance, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Kacha, kacha, the floor tile that was pressed down by his knee cracked, and finally caved in because it couldn't bear the weight any longer. The sound of the floor tiles breaking was particularly clear in the spacious palace. It was even a little frightening. Xing clenched his teeth. However, he quickly changed his strategy and slowly relaxed his strength. Obviously, his response was correct. As he relaxed, the light from the rope of light gradually weakened. It converged into the rope and flowed along the rope of light around his body. Xing slowly exhaled. He lowered his eyebrows and looked at the rope that bound him tightly. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. This was a mysterious spell that he couldn't unravel. He couldn't help but raise his eyes and look at the young emperor on the throne. His eyes were cold. He had underestimated the House of Roland. He didn't expect that this ignorant and incompetent emperor had hidden such a powerful trump card. On the golden chair, Xu sat up while clutching his chest. He coughed violently a few times. Just now, he almost lost his life. He glared angrily at Xing, and then noticed that on top of Xing's head, a thick and long HP bar was suspended above the man's head. It was eye-catching, abrupt, and a little comical. Xu was speechless. So, did he really transmigrate into the game? As soon as this thought appeared, another person's memory suddenly appeared in his mind. For a moment, Xu felt like his head was going to explode. He clenched his teeth and grasped the key points in the flow of information that was about to burst his brain. The flow of information was still washing his mind. The bits and pieces of memories from the past 18 years converged into a huge torrent that continuously attacked his brain nerves. I can't. In a hurry, Xu closed his eyes and chose to empty his mind. His headache was relieved. Xu let out a sigh of relief. He only opened his eyes when the pain reduced to a tolerable level. He glanced at the silver hair that fell on his chest and couldn't help but become absent-minded. Snow Roland. He received his memory. This young man with long silver hair was forced to become the new emperor of the Roland Empire after the old emperor passed away due to illness. Today was the first full month of his ascension to the throne. He couldn't sleep at night, so he secretly hid from the guards and came to the hall wearing a robe. He didn't expect to meet Xing, the Dark Duke and Grand Marshal of the Roland Empire. Not only did he have a high position and power, but he also had a large number of troops. He was the one who the old emperor entrusted him to. Xu looked at the luxurious palace in the night, then looked at the man who was half-kneeling a few steps away and couldn't move because of the rope of light. He pursed his lips. He really transmigrated into the game and became Snow Roland, the new emperor of the Roland Empire. So, the case was solved, right? Sino Roland, this NPC that was created based on him and was supposed to continue living in his place. Before it was successfully created, it had been, Xing was killed. Xu felt an indescribable complexity in his heart. There was a strange feeling that he had personally ruined his original plan. However, Xu felt a dull pain in his chest, as well as a sense of weakness after using the chanting skill, and he put his hand on the armrest of the throne. It was cold, hard, and frighteningly real. Was this world really just made of data? Why did everything seem so real? If it wasn't a world of data, then, what was with the HP bar above Xing's head? When he looked at Xing, something unexpected happened. The man who was half-kneeling on the ground suddenly raised his head. His grayish-blue eyes turned dark gold in an instant, and mysterious runes lit up on his face. His veins bulged because of the force he exerted, looking ferocious. At the same time, a strong and invisible wind pressure cut through the air and swept towards Xu. Before Xu could react, the attack was already in front of him. His pupils suddenly shrank, but he didn't feel any pain. The strong wind pressure was suddenly repelled at an even faster speed when it was about to touch him. Xing was stunned. His hands were tied, and he was kneeling on one knee, so he couldn't dodge at all. He could only grit his teeth and bear the attack. 525478. A bloody critical hit value appeared above his head, and his HP bar was instantly reduced by half. Drip, Xing groaned as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the floor tiles, splashing a few bright red flowers. Capture's derivative skill, recoil, successfully activated. Recoil, description: the captured target will not be able to attack you. When the captured target attacks you, you will receive double the damage of the attack, and your critical hit rate will be doubled. Xu stared at the screen in the void for a long time. He had narrowly escaped death once again, so he couldn't calm down for a while. After a while, he looked at the man who was half-kneeling on the ground. His military cap had fallen to the ground, his head was hanging low, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he looked miserable, his pair of grey-blue eyes stared straight at Su Silly. That fierce gaze reminded Su Silly of the first time he saw him. A little slave with no clothes to cover his body was locked in a dirty and messy cage, and he was even more miserable than he was now. At that time, he followed the storyline options and rescued the child from the slave master's hands. However, when the slave master stepped forward to unlock the child's shackles, the child took advantage of the gap and pounced on him. He bit off the slave master's neck. This storyline was too bloody, and Xianxia was born as a slave, so his early attributes were too poor. Very few players would train him as a main card. However, Su Silly took a fancy to him at first glance. Facts proved that his judgment was correct. In the middle and later stages, Xianxia became his most powerful card. Because he liked him so much, he even let the professor import his game data into Star Age. You want to kill me? The silver-haired boy who sat on the throne looked down at Xianxia with a pair of beautiful violet eyes. Under the reflection of the moonlight, his violet eyes flashed with a cold glimmer. Why? Su Silly did not understand why Xianxia wanted to kill him. Whether it was Snow Roland's memory or the setting of the game itself, Xianxia should be loyal and devoted to him, the Emperor. What went wrong? Xianxia did not answer him. His serious injuries made him unable to maintain his half-kneeling position. Although he tried his best to support himself, he still fell to the ground. Xianxia lay on the ground and secretly mobilized the energy in his body to heal his injuries. He had used a killer move, but he did not expect that it would work on him. He squinted his eyes and looked at the silver-haired boy on the throne. The boy was also looking at him with a cold expression. He was a completely different person from his usual cowardly and easy to bully. Xianxia gently tugged at the corner of his mouth. I misjudged him. I really misjudged him. The current situation was very disadvantageous to him, but there was no fear on his face. The boy on the throne slowly stood up with a rustling sound. His bare feet stepped lightly on the floor tiles. His snow-white feet and the pure black tiles intertwined to form a strong visual conflict. Step by step, he was like an elegant cat, silently coming in front of his prey. He lowered his eyebrows and looked down condescendingly. Su Silly squinted his violet eyes. He was clearly such a powerful person just now, but now the situation was reversed. It was his turn to crawl under his feet. However, he was not happy at all. Beep, 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 a crisp electronic sound suddenly sounded in the hall. It was very abrupt. Su Silly frowned. He thought it was the game system, but after looking carefully, he found that the sound came from his wrist. It was something like a wristwatch. It was made of silver metal and had a very technological style. Memories related to the wristwatch appeared. This was not a wristwatch, but a communication device from the Star Alliance. Star Alliance, Su Silly raised his eyebrows. Listening to the persistent beeping sound from the communication device, Su Silly finally followed his memory and pressed the button to connect. A light blue screen was emitted from the communication device and suspended above his wrist. A minifigure appeared on the light screen. Red eyes, fine and dense green scales, as well as an oval head and a pointed mouth. It was actually a lizard man. Su Silly was stunned for a moment. Memories appeared. This lizard man was called Anyudan. He was the leader of the Bavad Empire. He came from the planet closest to the Roland Empire's Esh star. Shwe, good evening. Before Su Silly could sort out those memories, the lizard man on the screen had already spoken. With the instant translation from the communication device, he easily understood his words. It seems that you can't sleep as I expected. Su Silly stared at Anyudan. When he sorted out the reason why this leader came, his eyes were suddenly filled with hostility. Obviously, the lizard man leader did not interpret his gaze. He continued, the spaceship has been arranged and will arrive at Esh Star tomorrow. After you and your trusted aides leave on the spaceship, the Bavad Empire's army will completely take over Esh Star. Su Silly pursed his lips. That's right, Snow Roland and the Bavad Empire made a deal. He would hand over Esh Star with both hands, and Anyudan would provide him with a green card to go to the Flandis Star Federation. There, he would no longer be the emperor, but he would enjoy a stable and prosperous life. Star was the territory of the Roland Empire, but it was remote and the environment was harsh. After the natural disaster 100 years ago, the level of civilization had plummeted. In addition, 99% of the entire planet's territory had been occupied by interstellar beasts. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to develop. Therefore, 1 month after Snow Roland ascended the throne, he resolutely decided to abandon his subjects and escape. Susili's eyelashes slightly drooped, but he inadvertently met a pair of cold and mocking eyes. After looking at Xixing for 2 seconds, Susili raised his eyes and looked at the ugly lizard man leader. "You don't have to come," the silver-haired young man said coldly, causing the 2 people present to be stunned. "Snow, do you know what you are saying?" Anudin suppressed his anger and said softly. "I know very well." Susili's face was gloomy. "I will not hand over the authority of Star to you." Although he didn't quite understand his current situation, and whether he really transmigrated into the game and became an NPC, but, this planet, this empire, he spent billions of gold and silver to buy it, he hasn't even warmed up his seat yet, and you want him to give it up? Dream on, you can have everything in your dreams. Anudin's lizard face didn't show any expression. He said in a deep voice, "Roland, you better think carefully. 1 month later, the Star Alliance will pay the Star Alliance fee. If Star doesn't pay, we will no longer be under the protection of the Star Alliance. At that time, the Bavat Empire will no longer have to abide by the rules of the Alliance. I will lead 1,000,000 interstellar fleets." The light screen suddenly disappeared, and the ugly lizard man finally disappeared in front of him. Susili turned off the communication device and let out a sigh of relief. That was too noisy, also, it was so ugly that it hurt his eyes. He lowered his head and met Xixing's gaze. He was lying on his side on the ground, wearing a snow-white military uniform. The buttons on his collar had burst open, and his hands were tied behind his back with a golden light rope. His light golden short hair was slightly messy, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. A pair of gray-blue eyes flashed with a complicated light. He didn't look like he was ready to fight. Instead, he vaguely had a sense of beauty after being tortured. Susili clicked his tongue, but he didn't let his guard down. In just a short while, Xixing's HP bar had already recovered by 1/4. He glanced at the golden light rope that tied him up. According to the explanation of capture, when the light rope merged with Xixing's body, he would completely become his puppet. As long as the effect of the skill was there, he couldn't hurt him. Susili's purple eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his wrist and tapped on the communication device. "You want to kill me because of this?" His face was cold, and his youthful voice seemed to be wrapped in frost. Xixing restrained his expression. He looked back at the silver-haired boy indifferently. Even though he was in prison, he didn't panic at all. It was as if he was sure that the boy couldn't hurt him. Susili was angry. He had almost lost his life twice tonight, and the culprit was actually like this. He angrily raised his foot and stomped on Xixing's chest, just like how he had just stepped on him. He forced Xixing to lie completely on the ground. However, the blond man didn't show the painful expression he was expecting. Instead, he looked relaxed, as if he was just cooperating with him and falling to the ground. His lips were pursed into a straight line, and there seemed to be 2 small flames burning in the depths of his purple eyes, burning with smoke. Susili suddenly raised his foot and ruthlessly stomped on Xixing's neck. That ruthless strength made it seem as if he wanted to let him experience what pain was. However, attack ineffective, a big miss appeared above Xixing's head. He couldn't even break through Xixing's defense? Susili was stunned by his own combat strength. At this time, the boy who was tied to the ground gently tugged at the corners of his mouth, and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. In Susili's eyes, it was full of ridicule. Susili stared at him coldly. The 2 of them, one standing and one lying down, faced each other for a long time, neither giving in. Xixing looked at the angry little emperor and frowned slightly. Just as he was slightly distracted, a snow-white foot suddenly enlarged in front of him. The soft and slightly cold soles of the young man's feet ruthlessly stepped on his face. The smell of dust and blood rushed into his nostrils. Susili stepped on the right side of the boy's face and pressed down hard, pressing his other cheek to the ground. He even used his front foot to retaliate. Liar. He cursed under his breath. Su Silly felt that he had been deceived. What submitting to him? What pledging loyalty to him? Everything was a lie. He stepped on Xing's face viciously to vent his dissatisfaction and anger. As for whether Xing would want to kill him after breaking free, he did not care. After all, he had almost been killed twice just now. Thinking of something, Su Silly's gaze fell on the laser gun on the floor. Just as he was about to bend over and pick it up, he heard a series of hurried footsteps outside the hall, followed by a loud bang. Several tall figures broke through the door and entered. Pata, pata, the chandelier in the hall suddenly lit up, and the bright light dazzled Su Silly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the people who rushed in. It was a group of soldiers wearing armor and holding long swords. They were solemn and dignified. The one at the front was a young man in a blue military uniform. He had black hair and black eyes. His handsome facial features gave him a sense of familiarity. Oh, I remember now. Su Silly blinked. Wasn't this the captain of the guards, Li Jiu? In Game of Gods, Li Jiu was one of the most popular characters. He was childhood sweethearts with the female lead. He had saved her many times when she was in danger. He was a typical gentle and loyal dog. Su Silly also had this card, but he didn't put much effort into cultivating it. He was only 2.5 stars, and his strength was much weaker than Xing's. He looked at Li Jiu and frowned slightly. So, other than Xing, the other characters in Game of Gods are also linked to Star Age. In the real world, he had died before he could discuss the game with the gaming team. Other than some incomplete information he had obtained from the Future Forum, he knew nothing about the game's mechanics. A sense of crisis crept into his heart. The unknown could easily bring uneasiness and fear. Perhaps he had to digest Snow Roland's memories first. Your Majesty, while Su Silly was deep in thought, the nervous guard captain couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the scene in the hall. Even the soldiers behind him stopped. From their point of view, they saw a silver-haired young man wearing a loose nightgown in the middle of the magnificent hall. His bare feet were bare as he raised his right foot and stomped on the side of the man's face with anger. As for the man lying on the ground, his hands and feet were bound by a rope of light. Although his appearance could not be seen, the white military uniform with golden threads, Li Jiu's pupils shrank. He had already guessed the man's identity. Raising his head slightly, he met the silver-haired youth's ice-cold gaze. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead and slid down his cheeks. This subordinate deserves to die for disturbing your Majesty's mood. Li Jiu lowered his head and said fearfully, this subordinate will take his leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around as fast as he could and ordered his soldiers to retreat. The soldiers looked at each other. They were also dumbfounded. Now that they heard the guard captain's words, they were even more dumbfounded. But soon, they obeyed the order and retreated out of the hall like a tide. Li Jiu also didn't dare to stay for long. He followed behind them and ran away. I didn't see anything. This has nothing to do with me. Li Ziqing was not too worried about His Majesty's punishment. This young emperor had just ascended the throne and had not yet established his authority. Li Ziqing and his subordinates respected the new emperor, but there was not much reverence. What really frightened him was the man in military uniform lying on the ground and letting the emperor step on his face. If he wasn't wrong, that should be the honorable Duke of the Empire, the Grand Marshal who was known for his ruthlessness and cruelty. He was also the guardian of the Roland Empire, Xing, the real person in charge of the Roland Empire. This was too shocking. In the middle of the night, the Grand Marshal and the new emperor were doing this kind of thing in the hall. Li Jiu felt that he was finished. He couldn't believe that he had seen the affair between His Majesty and the Grand Marshal. Moreover, he had seen such an exciting scene. Not only him, but also his subordinates would not be able to escape punishment. Li Jiu was worried, but Su Silly was speechless. What was going on? Did he disturb his mood? Was there something wrong with this guard captain's brain? Seeing the emperor being attacked, shouldn't he immediately protect him? Although he had already dealt with it himself, wasn't it too much to just turn around and run away? With his interference, Su Silly's anger eased a lot. Stop right there. He looked at the man in military uniform who was about to disappear from the door and said. Li Jiu retreated with a worried expression. But when he was about to run out of the hall, he heard the young man's cold voice faintly behind him. The cold tone didn't have the slightest bit of the usual kindness and timidity. His Majesty was also angry. Li Ziyu felt bitter. He wanted to pretend that he didn't hear it, but when he took a step forward, he heard the young man's voice again. Li Ziyu, come here. The young man's tone was flat and emotionless, but Li Ziyu's back stiffened. He didn't dare to act rashly. When he saw the soldiers turn around and look at him, Li Ziyu sighed and waved his hand to signal them to leave. He turned around and walked back with a look of unflinching fear of death. He still didn't dare to get too close. He stopped about 5 to 6 meters away. At this moment, he finally saw the situation in the hall clearly, the cracked floor tiles, the broken gemstone of the throne, and, blood. Li Ziyu's heart skipped a beat. His expression became serious and bewildered. Something was wrong with this situation? Seeing that the guard captain had tactfully walked back, Su Sili didn't bother with him anymore. He lowered his head and looked at the man on the ground. His face was very hot. The warmth slowly spread through his body, heating up his slightly cold soles. It seemed that this guy's skin was pretty good. Su Sili pursed his lips and slowly withdrew his feet. Xixing's eyes were closed, as if he had fainted. There were faint patterns of light flowing on his handsome face. Su Sili clicked his tongue lightly. He wondered if this guy was faking it. Li Ziyu, who was standing at the side, trembled with fear. This was because he saw the blood at the corner of Xixing's mouth. The blood on the ground was actually Xixing's. This powerful and dignified marshal was actually injured, and even tied to the ground. Li Ziyu lowered his head. He didn't dare to look directly at the young emperor in front of him. His heart was like a raging storm, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. This seemingly weak and easy-to-bully emperor wasn't what everyone imagined him to be. He had witnessed this scene. What should he do now? Would he be silenced? Su Sili didn't know what Li Ziyu was thinking. He sized up Xixing a few times, then continued to bend down and pick up the laser gun on the ground. He played with it in his hands. As soon as he touched the gun, related memories surfaced in his mind. There weren't many guns in the resource-poor AI Shui Star, especially this one. As a Duke and Marshal's gun, its configuration was top-notch. Anyway, Snow Roland had been eyeing this laser gun for a long time. Radiant 4000, description, 10th generation laser gun, produced in the Flanda Interstellar Federation, standard equipment quality, silver effect, each hit will cause 2500 to 3000 points of physical damage, 500-1000 points of light damage, and additional 5% critical hit damage. Durability, 90 energy, 86% owner. Xixing Su Sili wasn't surprised by the sudden appearance of the laser gun's attribute panel. He was just a little curious. Had he become an NPC in the game? All NPCs could check the attributes of their equipment and see other people's HP. Was he the only one who was special? Su Sili roughly looked at the laser gun's values. Compared to Xixing's 1 million HP, the 4000 damage was a joke, but, with a thought, Su Sili's personal interface popped up. Snow Roland, Identity, NPC Camp Leader Camp, Roland Empire Age, 18 level, LV2 level up distance, 0/300 HP, 2480/3000 mana, 0/600 attributes, Constitution, 3, Intelligence, 12, Strength, 3, Spirit, 12, Agility, 2, Defense, 2, Elemental Affinity. Su Sili glanced at it and the meaning of each attribute appeared in his mind. Constitution represented HP, Intelligence represented MP, Strength represented physical damage, Spirit represented elemental damage, and Agility represented speed and dodging. As for Defense, it was damage reduction. For example, when he stepped on Xixing, it was judged as a miss because Xixing's defense was too high, so his damage was reduced. There was also a conversion formula between the attributes and the values. This wasn't explained, so he had to figure it out slowly. After understanding, Su Sili glanced at the attribute panel again. It had to be said that it was rubbish. Other than intelligence and spirit, the rest of the points were pitifully low. 3 Constitution meant 3000 HP, which couldn't even block one shot from Xixing. Moreover, he wasn't at full HP, so he guessed that Xixing had stepped on him and lost a lot of HP. Thinking about this, Su Sili couldn't help but recall the thrill just now. He had almost been shot in the head. The more Su Silly thought about it, the more scared he became. Xing was too strong. He had taken more than 500 HP with one step. If he had done it a few more times, he would have been dead. Not to mention the skill at the end, which could kill 500,000 HP with one stare. Anyone who stared would die. Su Silly's gaze fell on Xing again, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Although he had spent a lot of effort and money to nurture him, and had also spent more than 300 days and nights with him, it would be a lie to say that he didn't have feelings for him. However, he couldn't hurt him, and he couldn't threaten his life. A boss-level player like Xing was too dangerous for him. If he couldn't control him, he would be killed by him sooner or later. Maybe he should turn the tables and think of a way to kill him first. Su Silly remembered reading on the Future Forum that when NPCs in Star Age died, they were truly dead. They wouldn't respawn or appear again. In this world, he only had one life. He had finally regained a healthy body and was resurrected. How could he be willing to die so easily? Even if he had to live in a virtual game world, he was willing. Yes, he wanted to live, he didn't want to die. Although he considered himself a law-abiding citizen, this was a dangerous world. Facing someone who threatened his life, Su Silly wouldn't be merciful. His silver hair was gently blown by the night wind, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. The purple-eyed youth looked down at the man on the ground. His expression was cold, and his eyes flickered. As expected, he should just kill him. Your Majesty, Li Jiu looked at him from the side and finally couldn't help but speak. Su Silly glanced at him and pointed his gun at Xing, who was on the ground. He did not care if the gun would go off accidentally. Take him. Just as he was about to say lock him in prison, he thought about it. The light rope on Xing's body was created by his skill. He didn't know if it would disappear if he was far away from him. If the skill disappeared and this freakishly strong guy escaped, he would be in big trouble. Thus, Su Silly changed his words. Take him to my bedroom. He had to study how to deal with this guy. Even if he couldn't kill him because of his high HP, he had to find a way to restrain him. In order to restrain him, there was a high probability that he would have to rely on his capture skill. Li Jiu didn't know much. At this moment, he looked at him, then at the unconscious Xing. His expression was complicated, and it was obvious that he had a bad feeling. After Su Silly finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer. The night was as cold as water. His bare feet felt cold as ice as they stepped on the tiles. His feet, which had just warmed up, turned cold again. He followed the memory he received and walked in the direction of the bedroom. After taking 2 steps, he didn't hear anything. He couldn't help but look back. Captain? Li Jiu hurriedly composed himself and responded. He bent down and carried the man on the ground. The man's eyes were tightly shut. He had probably lost consciousness. Su Silly continued to walk forward. Looking at the scenery around him, feeling the slightly cold night wind, the somewhat glaring lights, and the faint pain in his chest, he couldn't treat this place as a virtual world. Perhaps to the current him, this place was real. When he returned to the bedroom, the guards at the door saw him and looked at each other in shock. They obviously didn't notice when Snow Roland left. This alertness made Su Silly speechless. If an assassin were to appear, would these NPCs really be able to protect him? He ignored their expressions and walked straight into the bedroom. The Emperor's bedroom was luxurious and imposing. The decoration was filled with a classical European style. However, there were traces of futuristic technology in some details, just like the communication device on his hand. The old and the new were intertwined, contradictory and unified. The reason for this was because of the history of the Roland Empire. The Roland Empire was located on Esh Star. It had once nurtured a very powerful advanced magic civilization. The people could use elemental power to create all kinds of incredible things and skills. And such people were called on Esh Star, elementalists. They were mysterious and powerful. They were widely supported and respected. After spreading the brilliance of elemental magic across the entire planet, the elementalists set their sights on other planets. The elementalists stepped into the stars and wandered between planets. They began thousands of years of exploration and research on the universe. After unremitting efforts, Esh Star, which was the origin of the elementalists, passed the examination and officially became a member of the Star Alliance. It was recognized by other member states. After joining the Star Alliance, Star's development speed increased again. There was a vague trend of unification. Unfortunately, before the unification, AI Shuexing was the first to face a calamity. About 10 years after joining the Star Alliance, a natural disaster struck. Countless countries were destroyed in that disaster. In the end, only the most powerful Roland Empire survived. Star's civilization level plummeted. Although it was not to the extent of returning to a primitive society, it was undoubtedly far behind other rapidly developing civilizations. After the natural disaster, Star was occupied by countless interstellar beasts. It became the most impoverished and dangerous territory in the Star Alliance. Fortunately, under the efforts of countless elementalists, Star was not expelled by the Star Alliance. Instead, it received assistance from the Alliance. This allowed the badly damaged Roland Empire to prolong its feeble existence and become the owner of this planet. However, the Roland Empire did not rise again. After 100 years of hardship, the elementalists who were born in Star either died of old age or joined other interstellar forces. Today, Star had completely declined. Now, it was facing the covetous eyes of its old neighbor, the Bavad Empire. If it could not pay the Star Alliance's fee and receive no protection, it would not be far from the destruction of its civilization. Susili looked around the room. He endured the pain between his eyebrows and recalled the memories he received. This was Snow Roland's understanding of this world. It was also helping him to quickly understand the current situation. Behind him, Li Jiu hesitated for a moment. Then, he carried the person and carefully followed him into the Emperor's bedroom. Hearing the movement, Susili calmed himself down. While soothing his headache, he said faintly, "Put him down. You can go." He was used to giving orders, so he didn't have any stage fright when he assumed the identity of the little emperor. Moreover, he spent a lot of money to buy Star. Without him and the Su family, this game might not have been released. He was fully deserving of being the master of Star. He did not fear the throne at all. "Yes, Your Majesty," Li Jiu respectfully responded. He walked to the side and gently placed Xixing on the chair by the window. He also adjusted his position so that he could sit more comfortably. No matter the specific situation, Xixing was the guardian of the Roland Empire. Without him, the imperial city would have been breached by interstellar beasts 3 years ago. As long as it was within his capabilities, Li Ziqing was willing to do more for him. Susili curled his lips. He did not care about him. He took the Radium 4000 and sat on the edge of the bed. He was also a shooting enthusiast. When he had nothing to do, he would go to the shooting range to play. Touching the laser gun was like a child who got a new toy. As for the owner being Xixing, that did not matter. Now that even Xixing was his captive, what about his things? When he thought of Xixing, he looked towards the window. Seeing that the guard was still standing there, Susili frowned and chased him out again. This guy was too unreliable. He was an eyesore here. Li Jiu did not dare to stay for long. He respectfully left the emperor's bedroom. When he reached the corridor, he glared at the guards at the door. He told them to be more vigilant and not to make any more mistakes. Then, he returned to the main hall and prepared to look at the scene again. In the empty bedroom, only Susili and the tied-up Xixing were left. Susili sat on the edge of the bed. He relaxed slightly and let out a sigh of relief. From the plane crash to turning into a star, from falling into the starry sky to becoming the emperor of the game world, and then to encountering a crisis and narrowly escaping death. Everything happened too quickly. Now that he thought about it, it felt like a dream. However, Susili clearly knew that this was all real and not just his imagination. There were still a lot of problems waiting for him to solve. Just as he was about to check on Xixing's condition, he glanced at his feet hanging by the bed. He could vaguely see the dirt on the soles of his feet. He could not help but show a trace of disdain. He raised his left hand and called for a maid through the communication device. After a while, the head maid, Janice, followed his instructions and walked in with 2 maids. The unconscious Xixing was hidden in the shadows, so they did not notice him. Instead, they looked straight ahead at Susili and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty." Janice had red hair and red eyes. In Snow Roland's memory, she was a strict and well-behaved woman. She had been by his side since he was young and was like a mother to him. At this moment, she took the hot water from the maid's hands and squatted by Sue Silly's feet to wash his feet. Sue Silly curled up his feet and sat cross-legged on the bed. "There's no need. Put the things down and you can leave." Janice obediently got up, but before she left, she hesitated and stopped. Her red eyes looked at Sue Silly with a trace of sadness and despair. The other two maids looked at her in confusion. "Mary, Jenna, you can go back to your rooms first," Janice said softly to them. After they left, she closed the door and knelt in front of Sue Silly. Sue Silly looked at her in confusion. "Your Majesty." The woman knelt on the ground and said sorrowfully, "I'm afraid that Janice will not be able to leave with you. I won't be able to take care of you in the future. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself." Following her words, Sue Silly also remembered. Snow Roland had originally planned to leave tomorrow. Anton allowed him to bring his trusted aides, and Janice was one of the people he wanted to bring with him. Sue Silly sighed. After seeing Snow Roland's memories, he could actually understand his thoughts. Snow Roland was the same as him, ranked third. He had an older brother and an older sister before him. However, when the galactic beasts invaded 3 years ago, both of them died in the disaster. Therefore, after the old emperor passed away from illness, he was forced to take over the throne. Although Snow Roland was a prince, he was not favored and even lived a poor life. The old emperor was muddle-headed and tyrannical. Not only did he not dote on him or teach him anything, but he also squandered his money and emptied the national treasury before he died. As a galactic empire, they could not even take out 10 million universe credits as alliance fee. As a result, they were facing the invasion of the galactic beasts in a month's time. It was normal for Snow Roland to want to quit. And now, this mess was thrown on Sue Silly's head. What could Sue Silly do? Give up the planet? That's impossible. Let's not talk about what would happen to AI Xianxia as a novice village after the game's servers opened and a group of undying players welcomed. Let's talk about himself. After the game's servers opened, his brothers would probably come looking for him, right? And his parents, they would come too, right? According to the information he saw in the future forum, Snow Roland died more than a month before the first closed beta of Star Age, which should be tonight. In other words, more than a month later, when the first closed beta started, there would be people from the real world coming to find him. And it would most likely be the Sue family. Sue Silly's heart was beating wildly. That's right, he could still see his parents and brothers again. He could still reunite with them in the game. This time, he must live well, and live well. He could not let them be sad and disappointed like what he saw in the future forum. Therefore, AI Xianxia could not be lost, only here, only as the Emperor, Snow Roland, could they quickly find him. The silver-haired young man's light purple eyes were shining with hope and expectation. He looked at the head maid in front of him and smiled brightly. Xianxia woke up from his coma. When he opened his eyes, this was the scene he saw. The large bedroom was very quiet. Only 1 or 2 of the chandeliers were turned on. Moonlight poured in through the open window, covering everything with a thin veil. The silver-haired young man with a bright smile also became hazy under the moonlight. Frowning slightly, Xianxia moved his gaze away and quietly scanned the surroundings. This is the little emperor's bedroom. Why is he here? The memory before he fainted appeared in his mind. It was a tender white foot, enlarged in front of him, and finally crushed his face. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, anger and coldness flashing in his eyes. "Janice, I changed my mind." At this time, the young man's clear voice sounded again. Xianxia looked over. The little emperor had already stopped smiling, looked down at the woman in front of him, and spoke slowly. That careless appearance of hers was more unpredictable than her usual weak and timid self. Xianxia's heart jumped, and he slightly raised his eyebrows. The head maid lying on the ground was already in despair, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but raise her head and look at him in confusion. Janice said, "Your Majesty, you mean, I'm not going to leave?" The young man slightly curved his lips, his voice was still lazy, but there was a sense of strength. "I'll stay and solve all the problems." Janice was stunned at first, but after a while, she suddenly burst into tears of joy. Your Majesty, you're really willing to stay? She was a bit surprised, but soon she became worried. But isn't this too dangerous? And didn't you promise the leader of the Bavad Empire? It's okay, don't worry about him. I've already rejected him. Tomorrow, Su Silly touched his chin. Their starship shouldn't be coming, right? AI Shuashing couldn't just come and go as he pleased. Because of the natural disaster 100 years ago, countless countries were destroyed, and the Roland Empire also suffered heavy losses. After 100 years of wind and frost, there were only 5 main cities left. The remaining 99% of the territory was occupied by interstellar beasts, becoming the habitat of various exotic beasts. To the people of the Roland Empire, interstellar beasts were an alien race and a disaster, but at the same time, they were also a protective barrier. It was impossible for an enemy from another planet to attack the remaining cities of the Roland Empire by bypassing the interstellar beasts. Perhaps before they could even find the place, the overlords of the sky would let the invaders have a taste of despair. Su Silly felt that the Bavad Empire probably didn't want to attack by force. They probably planned to let go of their military power and force Snow Roland to hand over their authority. This way, they would be able to enter the Roland Empire through the safe passage set up by the Star Alliance. Without wasting a single soldier, they would be able to easily annex the Roland Empire and become the master of Escher Star. Therefore, even if he rejected Arnold, the Bavad Empire would not attack him in the short term. Of course, if the Roland Empire really lost the protection of the Star Alliance a month later, the safe passage would very likely be controlled by the Bavad Empire. At that time, it would be hard to say what would happen. Your Majesty, in front of Su Silly, Janice was still kneeling on the ground. She looked up at the youth with a complicated expression. There was both joy and worry for the future. She was also clear about the situation of the Roland Empire, so she could understand His Majesty's desire to leave. However, it was difficult to leave one's homeland. At the last moment, Janice still chose to stay. As for His Majesty, she really hoped that he could be free. This old country was too heavy for him, who was only 18 years old. He didn't enjoy the treatment of many princes, so how could he be forced to bear such a heavy responsibility? However, Janice didn't expect that when she was about to say goodbye to him, the youth would say such words to her. He said that he wouldn't leave. He would stay and solve all the problems. Janice couldn't describe her feelings. She only felt that the prince she had watched grow up seemed to be different somewhere. Perhaps he was still young, but he didn't run away anymore. Instead, he chose to bravely stay and bear the burden. Janice's thoughts turned. Suddenly, she raised her hand and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Her eyes became extremely firm. Your Majesty, no matter what you plan to do next, I will always stand by your side. Even if I die, Janice will follow Your Majesty without hesitation. Ding. Janice's favorability has increased to follow you until death. Roland Empire Faction Loyal Fan +1. Faction system activated. Favorability system activated. Su Silly looked at the screen that suddenly popped up in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Faction system? Favorability system. After playing games for so many years, of course he knew what these two were. But weren't these for the players? Even NPCs had them. He tried to think about the faction system, and a new screen appeared in front of him. Su Silly glanced over it. There were so many words, he couldn't read it all in a short time, so he wasn't in a hurry to study it. Instead, he looked at Janice, who was still kneeling on the ground. The label of a die-hard fan appeared above her head, which made him feel a little strange. Because there was a parenthesis behind the label, which said, Mom Fan. Su Silly, forget it, so be it. He was currently lacking people. At least he confirmed that Janice could be trusted. This was an unexpected gain. But this label was so annoying. With a thought from Su Silly, the die-hard fan tag suddenly disappeared. He blinked his eyes and tried again, only to find that the tag had reappeared. Good lord, it was completely controlled by brainwaves. There was no manual operation. This was hidden and convenient. Not bad, not bad. Looking at Janice again, Su Silly felt a bit complicated. He gathered his thoughts and said to her, very good. Janice, thank you for your support. I hope you won't disappoint me in the future. Then, he sent her away. After watching Janice leave and close the door, Susili put down his legs and gently rolled up his trousers, revealing a pair of lotus root-like calves. His ivory-white skin was as smooth as jade. There were no flaws at all. The shape of his legs was very similar to his original legs. His hands and feet were also familiar, but, too white, he stuck his head out and looked at his reflection in the water basin. The silver-haired, purple-eyed teenager, other than the color of his hair and eyes, was 90% similar to his original appearance. It was just that he was much younger. 18 years old. He didn't expect to become younger after death. Susili shrugged and stepped his slightly cold feet into the hot water basin. When the soles of his feet touched the surface of the water, the scalding temperature jumped from the bottom to the top of his head. He couldn't help but shiver. Then, he slowly soaked his feet completely into the water. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed comfortably. This feels so good. Susili only felt that his whole body was wrapped in warmth, and all the coldness was dispelled. His entire body became sluggish, and his thoughts became much slower. What should I do now? Oh, right, the faction system. He fell back on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. He silently chanted the faction system and a light blue screen appeared in front of him. Snow Roland, Identity, NPC Faction. Leader Faction, Roland Empire, Star Alliance Territory, AI Xuexing. The three words AI Xuexing were protruding. It seemed that there was more content after clicking on it. Susili's gaze fell on AI Xuexing. Following his thoughts, a detailed introduction popped up. AI Xuexing, Faction, Roland Empire Territory, about 1 billion square kilometers. Land development rate, less than 0.02% population, 90 million plus cities, 5, Imperial City, Orchid City, Starcatcher City, Glass Ocean City, Duskfrost City. The 5 cities in brackets were no different from Snow Roland's memories. Susili touched his chin and looked at the city introduction. Other than the Imperial City, which was level 2, the other 4 main cities were level 1. Each city had a panel introduction that updated the various values in real time. Susili focused on the land area. The combined area of these 5 main cities was more than 200,000 square kilometers. It was about the size of 2 Fulan provinces, but the population was much higher. Looking at these values, he barely had the feeling of controlling a planet and dominating a country. Just thinking about it made his scalp numb. As for the low level of the main cities, Susili wasn't surprised. These 5 main cities were obviously 5 novice villages. Since they were novice villages, the level and specifications couldn't be too high. There would probably be city leveling up later. Thinking of this, Susili continued to read. Military strength, 1 million plus military combat strength, 2 stars personal reputation, respected popular support, 52%, if it is lower than 50%, it may cause a revolt, diehard fans, 2 seeing the popular support of 52%, Susili couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly looked at the explanation of the revolt. Revolt, when the popular support is lower than a certain value, there is a chance that the camp's people will take drastic measures to overthrow the camp leader's rule. The lower the popular support, the more likely it is for a revolt to occur and the more drastic the measures taken. Oh, so it's a revolt? Could it be that Xixing's rebellion was a type of mass uprising? But the popular support isn't lower than 50%, Susili pursed his lips. His happy and relaxed mood suddenly dissipated by a lot. He originally thought that after earning 10 million universe credits and paying the alliance fee, he would be able to reunite with his family during the first closed beta. He didn't expect there to be a revolt. Susili suddenly felt like his life was in danger. Snow Roland is too unpopular, right? The popular support is so low. Diehard fans. There's another one besides Janice? The number behind the diehard fans was also raised. He should be able to see the specific information. Sure enough, as he moved his mind, a new interface appeared again. This was an interface with a picture. At the top were the words diehard fans, and below were 2 avatars with names written below. At the very front was a short-haired child with black hair and purple eyes. Janice was behind him. Jean Roland. Looking at the avatars and names, Susili's memory surfaced. This was Snow Roland's half-brother. He was only 10 years old this year. He was also the child who was pushed to the throne after Snow Roland's death. Su Silly frowned slightly. He felt a little surprised. This was because in Snow Roland's memory, he didn't have a good relationship with this little brother of his. This little brother of Jean was actually Snow's diehard fan? Did the system make a mistake? Su Silly opened Jean's details. Jean Roland, identity, brother of the new Emperor Camp, Roland Empire age, 10 years old level, LV5 HP, 7000/7000 mana, 600 attributes, Constitution, 7, Intelligence, 12, Strength, 7, Spirit, 12, Dexterity, 9, Defense, 5, Elemental Affinity. Dark Su Silly blinked and read from the beginning again. In the end, he was sure that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. This was too much. As the elder brother, he was 8 years older than Jean, and he was only level 2. But this little guy was already level 5. He looked at his own attributes again: Constitution, 3, Intelligence, 12, Strength, 2, Spirit, 12, Dexterity, 6, Defense, 2. Okay, except for Intelligence and Spirit, he was crushed by this little brother of his. But this also showed that Snow Roland's initial Intelligence and Spirit were very high. Even though there was a 3-level gap, he was still on par with his little brother. Su Silly was a little speechless. After thinking about it, he didn't think too much about it. After all, this was his little brother. It didn't matter if he was stronger. In the past, he was the youngest in the family, and everyone treated him like a child. Now that he had a little brother, Su Silly was quite happy. Of course, he still had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Whether it was for face or survival, strength was the most important thing. After that, Su Silly looked at Janice's information again. To his surprise, this head maid was already level 15. Compared to him and Jean Roland, her stats were a little frightening. Janice, identity, head maid camp, Roland Empire age, 41 years old level, LV 15 HP, 40,000/40,000 mana, 650 attributes, Constitution, 40, Intelligence, 13, Strength, 28, Spirit, 12, Dexterity, 20, Defense, 30, Elemental Affinity, Water Profession. Warrior Su Silly blinked and related memories came to his mind. It was mentioned before that a snow star was the origin of elementalists. Elementalists were also divided into 2 types. One type was a martial artist who tempered their body with elements to increase their physical strength. They were also known as physical elementalists. The other type was a mage who released skills by controlling elements. They were also known as mental elementalists. They had different talents. They were divided into the 5 common talents of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the 5 rare talents of wind, thunder, light, dark, and sound. Due to the natural disaster 100 years ago, the elements in a snow star were thin. Only those with extraordinary talents could become truly powerful elementalists. Elementalists were mostly recruited by the army to resist the invasion of interstellar beasts. The existence of an elementalist was sometimes comparable to an army. Su Silly thought about the memories he got and roughly understood that this was the profession system of the game. His elemental affinity was sound, and his talent was chant. It should be related to sound. He didn't know how to train. As an NPC, could he level up by killing monsters like players? If he could, that would be his advantage. Looking at the night sky, Su Silly suppressed the urge to go out and try. It was too late now. He should wait until tomorrow. At this moment, Su Silly looked at Janice's interface again. He couldn't help but grin. He didn't expect that Janice, who looked weak and delicate, was actually a water elementalist who walked the path of martial arts. He was a little surprised. At least with her by his side, his safety was guaranteed during this period of time. Of course, if he were to encounter a freak like Xing, he would still be in danger. Tonight, it was pure luck that allowed him to activate the capture skill. But what about next time? Although capture was a powerful skill, it used up all of his mana in one hit. Su Silly furrowed his brows in distress and sat up with his arms on the mattress. After soaking for a while, the water in the basin was still warm. It seemed that the basin had a thermostatic function. But if he continued to soak, his skin would probably wrinkle. He retracted his legs. There was a towel beside him, but he didn't use it. He just straightened his legs in the air and twisted his toes while thinking about what he needed to do next. First, he needed to improve his strength and protect his life. Next, he needed to pay the alliance fee of 10 million universe credits. Lastly, he needed to increase the public support rate. The public support rate was not urgent. After all, it couldn't be done in a short period of time. Even if there was a rebellion, he should be able to suppress it in a short period of time. In terms of strength, he would try to level up by killing monsters tomorrow. If he couldn't, he would find an elementalist to teach him. In fact, he could find Janice. She would definitely be willing to teach him. But Janice was a water elementalist who specialized in martial arts. His talent was obviously of the spirit type, which was relatively rare. He didn't know if she could teach him. And the most troublesome part was still the 10 million universe credits. Esh Star had its own currency system called Esh credits. Because the Roland Empire was too weak, Esh credits had no value in the universe. Even the Star Alliance didn't accept them. So he could only rely on himself to earn universe credits to make up for this hole. If it was the real world, Susili wouldn't be worried about money. It was only 10 million. Not to mention the Su family, he could earn it back with a few concerts. But this was the Star Age. He was unfamiliar with this place. Even in Snow Roland's memory, there was very little information about other planets, let alone ways to earn money. It was so difficult, Susili was a little worried. He thought about things. His legs unconsciously swayed. As he swayed, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Susili looked up sharply and suddenly met a pair of gray-blue eyes. He saw that the man sitting by the window had woken up without him knowing. His hands and feet were still tied. The moonlight shone in through the open window. The curtains were blown by the wind. Half of the man's face was hidden in the shadows. The pair of cold and ruthless gray-blue eyes looked even more demonic. Susili's heart was beating wildly. This was because he was scared. After he calmed down, a wave of anger mixed with depression and grievance surged into his heart. F***CK, you're so F***King fierce, I've been so good to you and you want to kill me? Now you're silently scaring me. Xixing stared at the young man in the distance. He was sitting on the bed. His pair of white legs were restlessly swaying. His wet feet were slightly glowing under the moonlight. He slightly narrowed his eyes. At this time, the little emperor finally noticed him. His face was pale at first. Suddenly, he angrily stared at him. Then, he jumped off the bed and rushed over in a threatening manner. He raised his right foot and kicked at him. Susili was very unhappy. He felt that he had to get back at him. This guy fainted just now. Now he had to do it again. However, an accident happened. Just as his foot was about to step on Xixing's handsome face, a large palm was raised and firmly held him. That palm was hot and thick. The calluses on the palm were somewhat rough. Just like that, it wrapped around his foot. His foot firmly stepped on the other party's large palm. Then, the man who was supposed to be bound held his foot and slowly stood up. The tall figure shrouded him. It was full of oppression. Susili was stunned. Damn, what's this situation? The night wind whistled and the curtains fluttered in the wind. The clouds in the sky were completely blown away, revealing a silvery white moon. The tranquil light illuminated the bedroom brightly. Under the moonlight, the man hidden in the shadows completely revealed his handsome face. His facial features were perfect and extraordinarily handsome. Unfortunately, there was a faint gray footprint on the side of his face that ruined this beauty. At this moment, the man was holding the youth's foot and looking at him with his blue-gray eyes. He did not say a word, but it made people feel even more terrified. Susili came back to his senses and was inexplicably surprised. Damn, how can this guy move? At this moment, he realized that the light rope on Xixing's body had disappeared. Did his skill lose its effect? Or what? Why didn't he say anything when it failed? Susili was shocked, but he forced himself to remain calm. There was even coldness in his light purple eyes as he confronted Xixing without showing any signs of weakness. After all, he could continue to sing even when he forgot the lyrics. Now that there was no audience, what was there to be afraid of? However, no matter how much he pretended, there was no way to eliminate the awkwardness in front of him. At this moment, he was still lifting one leg. His foot was tightly held by Xing, and it looked like he had stopped mid-kick. If he did not have a good sense of balance, he would have fallen down. "Let go!" he shouted coldly with a fierce expression. However, he kept his voice very low, because he didn't want another guard to rush in and see this awkward scene that would make people scratch their toes. That would be a social death. If he was seen, he would not be the emperor anymore. However, Xing raised his eyebrows slightly. Not only did he not let go, he even took a step forward. "Damn," Susili cursed under his breath and was forced to lift his leg again. Along with this difficult movement, there was a tearing pain in the ligaments on his inner thigh. "I can't take it anymore," he had no choice. He did not care whether his posture was elegant or not and started to jump back with one leg. On one hand, he wanted to relieve the pain, and on the other hand, he wanted to break free from Xing's grip. In the end, when he jumped back, the man's hand that was holding his foot suddenly pushed him forward. Susili felt a huge force coming towards him. He instantly lost control of his body and kept retreating under the influence of inertia. The young man subconsciously waved his arms in an attempt to find balance, but he didn't manage to stabilize his body until his leg bumped into the edge of the bed. Therefore, he directly flipped backwards. His long silver hair fluttered in the wind as the young man fell onto the bed. Fortunately, there was a mattress underneath, so he didn't fall too badly, but it was enough to make him dizzy. "You mother ****, he couldn't finish the rest of the curse words. He held the back of his head and opened his eyes, only to see the blond man silently come to the bedside. His blue-gray eyes were cold and silent as he looked down at him condescendingly. Susili's heart beat wildly again. Sensing danger, he quickly turned over and crawled forward, trying to escape from the other side of the bed. Sadly, as soon as he crawled a little, he felt the man's hand grab one of his calves. He had flipped up his trousers when he was washing his feet, and now his calf was grabbed. The man's palm was touching his cold skin, and it was frighteningly hot. Susili turned around and looked at Xing in horror. The man didn't seem to notice his panic, or perhaps he was deliberately trying to scare him. He used a little strength and slowly dragged his body back. Susili grabbed the edge of the bed and tried to break free, but with the difference in level between Snow Roland and Xing, he couldn't resist at all. Just like that, Susili was forced to return to the man's side. He watched as the man knelt on the bed and leaned over. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Susili's face turned red. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and raise his free leg, kicking the man's chest without holding back. However, damn, it hurts. Xing didn't do anything, but Susili was in so much pain that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, why is it so hard? I feel like my leg is going to break. At this moment, Xing paused and let go of his calf. However, he turned around and grabbed the foot that was stepping on his chest. He pressed forward and leaned over again. This was a more difficult move that tested one's flexibility than the high leg lift just now. And Snow Roland obviously didn't train much. Susili felt like his ligaments were going to break. He was in so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes. Damn, he had never been so wronged before. However, he refused to show weakness. He could only clench his teeth and not let himself scream. He glared at Xing, who was just inches away, as if he would pounce on him and bite him at any moment. The blond man stared at him, tilted his head slightly, and opened his thin lips. Just now, this foot stepped on it? The deep, magnetic voice was familiar to Susili, but at this moment, it made his hair stand on end. As the man spoke, his gaze fell on the sole of his foot. His palm gently stroked the sole of his foot, and his fingertips gently stroked the instep of his foot. That gentle and slow movement made Susili feel goosebumps all over his body. Damn, what is this pervert trying to do? Is he going to crush my foot? With Xing's strength, Susili completely believed that he could do it. Moreover, this guy was vengeful and cruel. When he was still a slave, he had bitten to death the slave master who beat and abused him the moment he was rescued, let alone now. Damn, what should I do now? Why did I take things too hard and ask the doctor to import Xing's data into Star Age? Susili regretted it now. He regretted it very much. Unfortunately, there was no use crying over spilled milk. Should I reveal my identity and let Xixing know that I'm a god? However, I don't know if this Xixing has memories of another game. If he doesn't, wouldn't that be even more suicidal? Moreover, as a god, it would be very embarrassing for him to be forced into such a state by his own follower. Su Silly was in a dilemma and couldn't make a decision at the moment. However, at this moment, a light blue screen finally appeared in front of him. Ding! Energy infiltration complete. Capture skill completed. Captured target, Xixing, will be bound to you and become your puppet. Please make a decision between the following options. 1. Remove consciousness. The puppet will lose its autonomy and will be completely under the control of its master. It will obey all of its master's orders. 2. Retain consciousness. The puppet will maintain its original independent personality and will not be controlled. It has the right to disobey orders, but it cannot do anything that harms its master. P.S. The above actions cannot be reversed. Please make a decision carefully. Su Silly was overjoyed. The skill was a success. Xixing didn't realize that a great disaster was about to befall him. His eyes were fixed on the young man beneath him. He was lying on the soft and fluffy bed. His handsome face was red and his eyes were filled with tears from the pain. However, he still bit his lips and stared at him like a little beast that refused to admit defeat. How could a person undergo such a huge change? Snow Roland, in his memory, when he met him before, he was always cowering and avoiding him. A noble prince, he didn't even dare to look directly at his minister. Today, not only did he use that mysterious skill to neutralize his killer move, he even dared to step on his face again and again. Now that he had caught him and was so close to him, he still dared to stare at him without fear of death. Was it really just his misjudgment in the past? Xixing narrowed his eyes and was about to ask when he suddenly paused. In the next second, he stretched out his long arm and the Radium 4000 laser gun that Su Silly placed at the end of the bed fell into his hand. Click, the trigger was pulled and the energy quickly accumulated in the gun barrel. It suddenly became dazzling. It all happened so fast. Su Silly's eyes widened. His heart was in his throat. Just as he was about to operate the light screen, he found that, poof, a light bullet shot out and made a light sound due to friction with the air. It quickly hit the shadow under the window and was about to hit something. Ugh, a painful groan sounded. It was particularly clear in the quiet bedroom. Su Silly was startled and looked at the shadow. There was someone. He moved his mind slightly. Above the blurry shadow, a bar with 3/4 of HP and a label suddenly appeared. Disgusted, there was really someone there, and it was an enemy with a favorability of disgusted. Su Silly's mind raced. If there was no critical hit, the maximum damage of the Radium 4000 was 4000. One hit would take away 1/4 of the enemy's HP. In other words, this shadow had about 16,000 HP. It was weaker than Janice and should be below level 15. But what was this thing, NPC? Or a monster? Under Su Silly's confused gaze, the shadow wriggled and seemed to want to escape. Poof, poof, without waiting for his reminder, Xixing's face was gloomy as he fired 2 shots. Each shot accurately hit the wriggling shadow. This time, maybe because he was looking carefully, Su Silly saw a few values appear above the shadow. -3000, -1000, -3000, -4000. A critical hit, the last light damage directly hit a critical hit value of 4 times the normal damage value. These 2 shots were accompanied by 2 heavy groans. The shadow was suddenly left with only a sliver of HP. The groan seemed to be a woman's voice. The shadow was seriously injured and its movement speed slowed down. Red blood flowed on the ground. The smell of blood was blown by the wind, making Su Silly frown. The shadow still insisted on crawling out of the window, but Xixing did not give it a chance to escape. He let go of the little emperor's foot, and in a flash, he came to the window and stood quietly beside the shadow. Su Silly could feel the despair of the shadow just by looking. Xixing did not care so much. He tilted his ear as if he was trying to feel for something. When he did not find any other strange movements, he looked down at the mud-like shadow and raised his foot to kick it. It was an ordinary kick, but a number appeared above the shadow. -540. The HP bar, which was in danger, was reduced by half again. Then, the shadow finally seemed to be unable to hold on. The darkness quickly faded, revealing a woman in a maid's uniform. Her face was pale, and she covered her bleeding abdomen. She looked at Xianxia in fear and kept retreating until she leaned against the wall. Suddenly, she looked at Su Silly with a face full of sorrow and pleading. "Your Majesty, save me." Su Silly looked at her face. The memory of Snow Roland came to his mind. Mary. Wasn't this the maid who had just brought him water? It was her. Su Silly was in a daze, but the maid called Mary was anxious. "Your Majesty, please save me. It's my fault for barging into the palace in the middle of the night, but I mean no harm. I am willing to accept the punishment. Please forgive me and ask the marshal to spare my life." "No harm." Su Silly looked at the disgust label above her head and did not believe her nonsense. She came to the emperor's palace in the middle of the night, and her heart was full of hatred for him. Was she trying to do something bad? Who would believe that? Su Silly did not speak. Mary's eyes were filled with despair. Just as she was about to say something, the muzzle of a laser gun was pointed at her forehead. Her face was pale, and her lips were trembling as she looked up at the man who pointed the gun at her. The man had a head of golden hair that was dazzling under the moonlight, but in Mary's eyes, he was like a devil. "Sir Xianxia." Without waiting for her to explain, Xianxia's grayish-blue eyes suddenly turned dark gold and shone faintly. Mary looked into those eyes, and the clarity in her eyes suddenly turned cloudy. Her frightened face also calmed down. This scene was so strange, but Xianxia was very calm. "Who sent you?" he asked. Mary was dumbfounded and answered mechanically, "Lord Norton." "The leader of the Bavad Empire?" "Yes." Su Silly looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. He knew what the skill that he had just used was. It was a special skill in answer all questions. He had only gotten this skill after creating a long and smelly side quest. He had taught it to Xianxia the moment he got it, but now, **T, after he finished interrogating Mary, would he use this skill on him? Su Silly was a little confused. He turned his gaze and looked at the screen in front of him again. The two options were still there, waiting for his confirmation. Su Silly frowned as he looked at the words on the screen. 1. Eliminating consciousness. The puppet will lose its autonomy and be completely under the control of its master. It will obey all of its master's orders. Erasing one's consciousness and refining one's body into a puppet, this method was too vicious and evil. Although the other party could be an NPC, a lump of data, he was also an NPC now. He could be considered as one of them. Su Silly didn't want to violate his moral bottom line unless he had no other choice. But, the second option, 2. Retaining consciousness. The puppet will maintain its original independent personality and self. It won't be controlled and has the right to disobey orders. However, it can't do anything that harms its master. Xianxia couldn't hurt him, but he had a high position and was equivalent to the regent. If he didn't do it himself, he could ask someone else to do it. After all, with Xianxia's character, he wouldn't let him go after he stepped on his face like that. Were the two of them not going to rest until one of them died? Su Silly was a little worried when he thought about it, but he couldn't say that he regretted it. "What did Arnold ask you to do?" Xianxia continued to interrogate her through the window. Mary was completely controlled by the skill. She answered whatever he asked. She said truthfully, "Lord Arnold said that there's a change in the situation and we're going to adopt Plan B." "Plan B? Tell me more details." Mary replied blankly, "Plan B is to kidnap the new emperor and force him to hand over the authority of the Roland Empire so that the Bavad Empire can smoothly take over Escher Star." Xianxia suddenly frowned and looked at Su Silly. Su Silly, who was thinking about his options, froze. Looking at the man's dark golden eyes, he showed an innocent expression of "I'm very obedient," but his heart was beating wildly. "Damn, please don't do the same to me." Fortunately, Xianxia only glanced at him and didn't seem to notice anything. He lowered his head again and looked at Mary, who was in a daze. "What if he doesn't cooperate?" he continued to ask. Mary paused and said softly, "Kill him. That way, the Roland Empire will fall into chaos, and we will secretly stir up the situation." She said it so softly that Su Silly frowned when he heard it. He had been too naive. Is Snow Roland's situation really that dangerous? So other than Xianxia, how many other people wanted to kill him? You are an Xianxia star, why did you choose to betray us? At this time, he heard Xianxia ask. That's right, this Mary is obviously from Xianxia star. After all, Beirut star is filled with lizard men. Furthermore, in Snow Roland's memories, he seemed to treat this maid's sister quite well. He did not mistreat or abuse her at all. Lord Arnold promised me that after the matter is settled, he will arrange for me to go to the Flanda Interstellar Federation. Mary said faintly. I will start a new life there. I won't have to worry about being conscripted by the army all the time, and I might lose my life at any moment. Susili did not say anything. Mary was an elementalist, and she probably had a rare talent for the dark element. In the Roland Empire, most of the elementalists were stationed in the army to fight against interstellar beasts. She was indeed in danger of being conscripted, but Susili knew that the original Little Emperor did not have such thoughts. How many people do you have left? Xianxia was expressionless, and the interrogation was still going on. I only know 2. They are waiting for me outside. If I don't succeed, they will carry out other plans. Other plans? Yes, I didn't participate in those, but most likely they will open the city gates and let the interstellar beasts in. Mary's voice suddenly became agitated, so I must succeed. Even if I kill His Majesty, I can't let them open the city gates. That's too dangerous, many people will die. Susili was speechless. So other people's lives were important, but not his. However, the original Snow Roland did want to abandon his people and hand over Ai Shueshing. If he had not transmigrated, if he had not refused, well, then Snow Roland would have been killed by Xianxia, and the Bavat Empire scheme would not have succeeded. Perhaps it was because of the violent emotions, or because Xianxia had removed his control. Mary's eyes suddenly became clear again. She was at a loss at first, but then her eyes widened in shock. What did you do to me? She stared at Xianxia and said with a face full of fear. Obviously, she still retained the memory of when she was just controlled. That feeling was probably very scary. She could not help but say everything the enemy wanted to know. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. Xianxia's dark golden eyes also returned to normal. His gray-blue eyes were calm and indifferent. Last question. He said, do you know what will happen to the remaining people after the Roland Empire is destroyed? Mary's face was pale, and her eyes flickered, but she did not speak. Seems like you know. Xianxia tilted his head and said indifferently, then there's nothing more to say. Puff, without giving her any time to explain, the light bullet entered Mary's forehead. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, and then her pupils dilated. She fell to the ground and died with her eyes wide open. Susili opened his mouth with difficulty, but he felt like something was stuck in his throat, making him unable to speak. This was the first time he saw someone die in front of him. He could see the woman's unwilling expression before she died, he could see the sticky blood flowing from her body, and he could also see the strong smell of blood, which was blown by the wind. She did not turn into light and disappear. She was not a pile of cold data, but a real person. And now, she was dead. Xianxia looked back and saw the silver-haired youth's pale face. Even his lips were trembling, and he could faintly hear the chattering of his teeth. Was he scared just like that? Where was the courage to offend him just now? Susili felt a shadow covering him. The man's tall figure blocked his line of sight, driving away the terrifying blood red in front of him, and replacing it with a snow-white military uniform with golden threads. Susili pursed his lips and looked up at Xianxia. The man's light blonde hair was blown slightly by the wind, and his grayish-blue eyes were still cold, but strangely, he was not as afraid. This guy had just killed someone in front of him. Perhaps it was the light screen floating in the void that gave him the confidence to do so. Susili thought. At this time, Xianxia looked at him and slightly twitched the corner of his mouth. That cold expression made Susili suspect that in the next second, he would raise the laser gun to his forehead again. However, what he was worried about did not happen. Xianxia lowered his eyes and looked at his feet. He said calmly, keep it first, I'll come back for it after I'm done with those small fries. Susili blinked. In the next second, Xianxia raised his hand. Susili only saw a blur and thought that he was going to do something. His heart skipped a beat. However, when he looked carefully, he saw that the radiant 4000 was thrown at him. He hurriedly caught it. Perhaps it was because he had just been shot a few times, but the gun barrel was slightly hot, but it was not hot enough to burn him. He looked up blankly, but the man had already turned and walked towards the door, leaving him with a cold back view. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and looked at him. "Don't die." Leaving this sentence without rhyme or reason, he lifted his foot and walked out of the palace. Su Silly was in a daze for a long time. Huh? What does this mean? He looked down at the laser gun in his hand. After firing a few shots, the values did not change much, only the durability decreased by 1 and the energy decreased by 5%. So, Xianxia left this gun for me to defend myself, but didn't he want to kill me? Su Silly was very confused. At this time, he inadvertently glanced at his feet. Recalling the only 2 sentences Xianxia said to him before he left, Su Silly suddenly understood and couldn't help but curse. This bastard, does he mean to tell me not to die and to keep my life for him to take? The handsome young man's face was gloomy as he stared coldly at the laser gun in his hand. He was about to throw it away, but when he heard the guards rushing in, he held it tight and guarded in front of him. He stared at the guards vigilantly. They respectfully and fearfully bowed to him, begging for forgiveness, and without waiting for him to say anything, they ran to deal with Mary's body. Looking at their expressions of fear and trepidation, they were probably frightened by Xianxia, right? When he just returned, this group of people did not have such a big reaction. Su Silly curled his lips, but he did not relax. After being assassinated twice in a row, he was a little frightened. In this strange world, the situation that Snow Roland, the new emperor, was facing was too dangerous for him, and with his current strength, he was not invincible. In fact, Su Silly silently read the skill panel in his mind, and another light screen popped out. The only casting skill he knew, capture, was in cooldown. The cooldown time was 29 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes. It was a full month. Su Silly's expression turned serious, and he clenched the laser gun in his hand, then closed the skill panel. He was not surprised by the cooldown time of this skill. After all, it was really too powerful, ignoring the difference in level, and could easily turn people into his puppets. But it was going to be troublesome. This meant that he did not have any skills to protect himself. His gaze was fixed on the few guards. Respect, friendly, respect. Fortunately, he had the favorability system, which at least allowed him to distinguish between friend and foe, so he would not be stabbed in the back. But, Snow Roland was the emperor, not to mention worship and worship. Why was he so friendly? Even the guards around him were like this. No wonder the support of the people was so low, almost to the point of a rebellion. Su Silly was speechless, but he did not immediately do anything. Without power, it was useless to say anything. Soon, the guards took the dead Mary away, and asked the maids to change the carpet. Janice had already arrived, and ordered the maids to clean up the mess. She wanted to get closer to Su Silly, but when she saw him holding the gun vigilantly, she stopped and just urged the maids to move. After a while, the bedroom was cleaned up, and the air purifier was turned on. Then, perfume was sprayed, and the thick smell of blood was completely eliminated. When everyone left, and only Janice was left, Su Silly relaxed a little. Janice came to the bedside, and looked at him with a pair of red eyes full of love. "Your Majesty, are you okay?" Su Silly was a little uncomfortable being looked at like this, especially when there was a mommy fan tag hanging above her head. But in any case, it made him trust her a little. "I'm fine," he said calmly. Janice blamed herself, and when she thought of Mary's betrayal, she was shocked and angry. "Your Majesty, this is my fault. I will thoroughly investigate the maids in the palace and give you an explanation." Su Silly nodded, but he felt that Xianxia was probably already doing it. At this time, the head maid said, "Your Majesty, do you need Janice to stay here tonight to accompany you?" She said to accompany him, but in fact, it was to protect him. She was also worried that the young man would be too scared to sleep. Su Silly saw through her thoughts at a glance. He was a little helpless, he was a grown man, how could he be scared to sleep? Thinking of this, the image of Mary's death suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Well, it was indeed scary. Su Silly thought for a while, and said, "You can sleep next door." The Roland Empire's palace was now empty, and there were many empty rooms. After all, he and Joan Roland were the only members of the royal family left. After passing down the legacy for so many years, such an ending was quite pitiful to think about. "Yes, Your Majesty." Janice replied respectfully, "Do you have any other orders?" Susili was about to shake his head, but he paused and said, "Get me a glass of milk." "Yes, I will prepare it for you right away." Not long after, Susili was left alone in the bedroom again. He held the hot glass of milk and felt his slightly cold palms gradually warming up. His gaze inadvertently swept to the window, and when he came back to his senses, he hurriedly moved his gaze away. He was not the one who killed her. Why was he so nervous and afraid? Susili took a deep breath, held the glass, and drank the milk in one gulp. He smacked his lips and felt that the milk in this world tasted similar to the milk in the real world. With the addition of sugar, it was sweet and made his heart feel warm. He slowly relaxed, put the glass of milk on the bedside table, and finally made up his mind. He pressed the option on the light screen. 2. Retain consciousness. The puppet will maintain its original independent personality and will not be controlled. It has the right to disobey orders, but it cannot do anything that harms its master. He still could not get rid of Xianxia's consciousness. Therefore, seeing that he had saved his life by killing Mary, he decided to make up for it. Ding. Contract with the puppet, Xianxia, succeeded. Under the option of retaining consciousness, you will receive the following abilities. 1. The puppet will not be able to hurt you, and will cause a backlash if it attacks you, double the damage, increased critical hit rate. 2. You will be able to use the puppet's skills, and the magic cost will be doubled. 3. You can summon the puppet at any time, and once the puppet agrees, it will immediately teleport to your side. I can use Xianxia's skills? Susili was pleasantly surprised when he saw the introduction on the screen. He didn't expect that choosing to retain consciousness would have such benefits. He thought about it carefully and understood the reason. After losing consciousness, the puppet would be equivalent to his second incarnation. It would attack wherever he wanted. Those skills could also be said to be his. Therefore, he couldn't let him control them. Otherwise, he would be too powerful. However, retaining consciousness was different. The puppet had its own consciousness and might not listen to him. As a compensation, he could use the puppet's skills. He was just worried that he wouldn't have any skills to use. As for the third skill, he felt that he wouldn't be able to use it for a long time. After all, Xianxia still wanted to kill him. Why would he summon this guy? Susili excitedly summoned the puppet page. There was only Xianxia on it, and it was a super clear 3D image. Compared to the avatars of his die-hard fans, it was much more impressive. The young man licked the remaining milk foam on his lips. He was in a good mood as he admired Xianxia's beauty. Now, Xianxia was very pleasing to the eye. As expected of the paper-thin brat that he had chosen at first sight, then, he quickly flipped through Xianxia's skill tree. He had to learn that skill that could kill anyone he stared at. Let's see who would dare to kill him in the future. Susili quickly found the skill. Thunder's Wrath, description, ultimate skill. Gather all the energy in your eyes and release wind pressure with the power of thunder to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Skill level, LV10, max, elemental damage, 200,000 plus mana required, 10367 attributes, light, thunder, wind, master can ignore attribute requirements. Susili looked at the damage value and couldn't help but gulp. He knew that Xianxia's attack had more than 500,000 damage because of the double effect and critical hit bonus. The actual damage of the skill shouldn't be that high. However, 200,000 damage from a single hit was still very impressive. One had to know that he only had 3,000 HP. Even Janice only had 40,000 HP. However, when he saw the mana required to cast the skill, Susili was stunned. 10367. There were even zeros. He glanced at his attribute panel. Magic power, 0/600. His current mana points were only 600, and he had used the casting skill, capture, before, so it was still in a state of 0 and did not automatically recover. Susili was speechless. Seeing a mountain of treasures but not being able to enter, it was truly a huge disappointment. Sigh, the silver-haired youth sitting cross-legged on the bed sighed deeply. But soon, he patted his cheeks to pull himself together. I can't bite off more than I can chew. Even if I don't have a sure kill skill, I still have other skills, he muttered softly as his gaze once again fell upon the void in front of him. More skills appeared on Xianxia's interface. Good heavens, all of them were at max level. It seemed like Xianxia's character was really based on his original values in Game of Gods. Su Silly clicked his tongue lightly. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He slowly browsed through all the skills and finally sighed softly. Even the skills with the lowest mana consumption required more than 5,000 mana points, which was far from what he could use now. Even if it was a martial arts skill, every time he used it, he would need 100% of his stamina. Stamina was a warrior's MP. As one's level increased, one's physical fitness would also increase, and so would their stamina. However, the problem was that Snow Roland was obviously a spirit elementalist. The improvement of his stamina would be very slow, and it would be difficult for him to catch up with Xianxia, who was a warrior and mage dual cultivator. In other words, if he used Xianxia's warrior skill and could not kill in one hit, he would be in danger later on. After all, according to the literal meaning, once his stamina reached 0, he would not be able to move at all. Su Silly's eyebrows drooped, and he was a little disappointed. Forget it, at least I have the ability to protect myself. As long as I don't meet a strong opponent, one hit should be enough. He heaved a sigh of relief, and his mood improved. He closed Xianxia's skill tree and took a look at his character panel. Level 79. It was not the maximum level as he had thought. Although he did not know what the level limit was in this game, it should not be 79. According to the thinking habits of the Chinese, it should at least be a round number, right? Su Silly rubbed his chin. Xianxia was already insanely strong, and he did not expect that there was still room for improvement. This puppet was worth it. He had already forgotten how he regretted getting Xianxia into Star Age. After all, Xianxia was now his cheat code. Then, Su Silly closed the panel. He did not sleep. Instead, he tried to meditate according to Snow Roland's memory. Meditation could help his mana recover quickly. His mana points had been in a state of 0, which made him feel a little uneasy. He had to get his mana back to full. He tried it a little and found that he quickly entered the state. It was a very mysterious feeling. It was as if he had entered another perspective. Although his eyes were closed, he could vaguely see his surroundings. The closer he was, the clearer he could see. When he was a little further away, it was as if there was a layer of gauze. It was hazy, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not make it clear. In addition to the scenery, the most important thing was the floating light spots in the air. The light spots of different colors were scattered in the air. It was a scene that did not exist in Snow Roland's memory. Su Silly was curious and wanted to touch them, but he found that the light spots were like children, laughing and running away. After trying a few times, Su Silly gave up. He continued to meditate and recover his mana according to Snow Roland's method. Gradually, a few light purple light spots separated from their companions. They seemed to be hesitant about something, and hesitantly approached Su Silly. Su Silly understood something. These faint purple specks of light should be the sound element. As if discovering that there was no danger, the little dots of light suddenly sped up. They circled around Su Silly playfully and finally stopped in between his eyebrows. Then, one by one, they lined up and carefully entered between the young man's eyebrows. Su Silly suppressed his curiosity and carefully felt the changes in his body. Those little dots of light merged into his glabella and then disappeared. However, he could feel that they didn't really disappear. As for where they were hiding, he did not find it for a while. Su Silly closed his eyes, so he did not see the notifications that kept popping up on the screen in front of him. Successful absorption of sound elements through meditation, experience points +1. Successful absorption of sound elements through meditation, experience points +1. His experience bar was slowly and steadily increasing, but Su Silly did not notice. He was focused on meditation. A little bit earlier. In the depths of a certain alley in Roland's imperial city. Poof, a sharp blade slit the man's throat. Before blood spurted out, Xianxia quickly retreated. His gray-blue eyes coldly looked at the man as he fell to the ground and slowly lost his breath. Da-da-da, a series of hurried footsteps came late. Sir, the captain of the city guards rushed over with a group of subordinates. When he saw Xing and the last person on the ground, he could not help but be overjoyed. This traitor almost escaped. Sir, you're the best. Xing took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood on the dagger. He said calmly, "Where are the others?" "They've all been captured and killed those who resisted." Xing nodded. "Continue to clean up the next area." "Yes, sir." Seeing them leave quickly, Xing was about to follow them when he suddenly stopped. He clutched his chest and carefully felt it. Suddenly, he looked up at the tower in the distance. That was the highest point of the entire imperial city and also where the Roland Empire's imperial palace was located. The man's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His deep eyes were fluctuating. But after a while, he seemed to have thought of something and slowly calmed down. He took one last look at the imperial palace and retracted his gaze. He followed the city guards and left to continue tonight's battle. The night was getting darker. In the bedroom, the pendulum of the ancient clock hanging on the wall ticked away. Time passed by bit. The moon slowly sank into the horizon. The rays of the morning sun penetrated the clouds and spread across the earth, washing away all the filth of the night. A new day for the Roland Empire had begun. A ray of sunlight shone in through the closed glass window and fell on the glass vase on the shelf. Finally, it was reflected on the silver-haired boy's face. He seemed to be unaware of it and continued to be engrossed in training. After some time, the boy's eyelashes trembled slightly and he slowly opened his eyes. He didn't sleep all night, but he still looked energetic. His light purple eyes were as clear as the purest crystal, beautiful and dazzling. After he gradually came back to his senses, the light in his eyes gradually disappeared and was hidden in the depths of his eyes. But, before he had time to examine the results of his training last night, he caught a glimpse of a tall figure standing by the window from the corner of his eye. Su Silly's eyes narrowed slightly. He hurriedly grabbed the Radium 4000 beside him and looked over vigilantly. Then, he saw a pair of indifferent gray-blue eyes. The blond man stood in front of the huge window of the bedroom. He turned his body sideways and looked back. The bright sunlight shone in from behind him and coated him with a faint halo. Su Silly's stiff back slowly relaxed. It was actually Xing. Last night, he might have been afraid of him, but now it was different. He had become his puppet. Although he was still a little afraid, he wasn't afraid of him anymore. His eyebrows drooped, and he stretched his arms to stretch his slightly sore back muscles. He said lazily, "When did you come back?" His relaxed tone made it seem like a normal greeting. Xing quietly looked at the boy. His soft silver hair was a little fluffy and messy, and his snow-white robe was also loose. He didn't have the bearing that a member of the imperial family should have. As he propped up his arms and stretched his waist, his sleeves slid down, one hanging high and one hanging low, revealing two forearms that were so white that they seemed to be glowing. Not hearing a reply, the boy looked over with dissatisfaction and muttered something in a low voice. On his handsome little face, there was no trace of the usual timidity and cowardice. Especially that pair of violet eyes. It was as if they had been injected with soul today. When he looked around, there was a lively expression. Xing stared at his forearms for a long time. Then, he moved his gaze away and fell on that pair of small and delicate white feet. Probably sensing his gaze, the boy's round and cute toes curled up and glowed a light pink. Then, he quickly retracted them and hid them under the blanket. He looked up and met the boy's angry purple eyes. "What are you looking at?" Su Silly said in an annoyed tone. This guy definitely didn't have good intentions. He probably still wanted to break his legs. Xing didn't avoid his eyes. He looked at the boy and suddenly appeared in front of him in a flash. Su Silly was startled. He only saw a blur in front of him, and then the man appeared by the bed. It was like a ghost appearing and disappearing. "What are you doing?" He moved back and put some distance between them. "You can't hurt me now. Otherwise, you will cause a backlash, just like last night." "Humph, it doesn't feel good to be defeated by your own attack, does it?" Su Silly gently tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a fearless and mocking expression. In the end, his complacency didn't last long. The blond man raised his hand and pinched his chin with his index finger and thumb. He leaned over and asked in a masculine voice, "Who are you?" "Who are you?" The man's deep voice reverberated in the empty bedroom, as if it had been amplified countless times. Susili barely managed to maintain his composure on the surface, but his heart trembled as if it had been swept away by surging waves. Xing could tell that he wasn't Snow Roland. He was bewildered and silently cursed countless times in his heart. In the next second, his face turned cold as he brushed away the man's hand that was pinching his chin. Susili wasn't going to tell the truth. Not to mention that he was now enemies with Xing. This was the interstellar world, and there were countless strange creatures. In Snow Roland's knowledge, there was a type of alien creature that could invade someone's brain and control their body. He didn't want to be treated like an alien creature. Whether he was sent to a laboratory or killed, it wouldn't end well. Facing the man's gray-blue eyes, Susili's face was full of displeasure. From a pitiful little slave to an awe-inspiring Grand Marshal, how much effort had he put in for Xing? He had even moved his data into this world, hoping to see him one last time before he died. If he couldn't see him, he could stay in his empire and assist an NPC based on him. In the end, this guy had actually killed Snow Roland. He really couldn't imagine how his parents and brothers would feel when they finally got results and wanted to enter the game to see him, only to find out that he was dead again. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. And now, he had transmigrated here, but this bastard still wanted to kill him. Not only that, but he had also repeatedly tried to touch him. His thigh ligament was still hurting from last night's strain. F***ck, this was simply unbearable. "Who am I?" "I'm your father." The youth's words were earth-shattering and echoed in the quiet bedroom. Even Xing, who had always been calm, couldn't help but be stunned. After a moment, he frowned and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. Susili was not afraid of him. He had been spoiled since he was a child. It was fine if he was not provoked, but when he was provoked, his temper would be quite bad. Otherwise, he would not have stepped on Xing's face last night. Furthermore, he didn't regret doing such a thing. At this moment, he stared back at Xing without backing down, as if he was ready to fight with him at any moment. In any case, with the recoil effect, this guy couldn't hurt him. Xing narrowed his eyes slightly as they were locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The golden light was so fast that it disappeared as soon as it appeared. Even Susili, who was glaring at him, did not notice it. Xing felt a little strange. The answer all questions skill actually couldn't be used. Looking at the young man's slightly angry expression, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. It was unknown what he thought of, but the ice in his eyes slowly dissipated. "I don't have a father," he suddenly said. Susili was stunned. Indeed, in Snow Roland's memory, Xing was also an orphan. His expression softened slightly. "What is this for? Is this for sympathy?" "I won't be soft-hearted," he continued to maintain a cold expression. At this moment, Xing said, "But there is someone like a father." Susili blinked. Why does this sound so awkward? So? He did not think too much about it and continued to argue, but his tone was not as harsh as before. Xing observed his expression and did not seem to notice anything. He frowned and shook his head. "Nothing. But your Majesty, you must know, some things cannot be said carelessly." "Huh." Susili was a little angry. "Then what about the fact that the Marshal has repeatedly disobeyed his superiors? Are you really not worried that I will punish you?" The youth narrowed his purple eyes and said coldly, "In the past, I was too gentle and kind. No matter how you bullied me, I did not retaliate. But now, it's different. You want to kill me, but do you expect me to obediently let you kill me? Xing, remember your identity. You are now my puppet, my servant. I have not erased your consciousness and allowed you to maintain your independent personality. This is already very benevolent of me. But remember, I can change my mind at any time." Xing suddenly understood. "So it was you last night," he said softly. It was that secret technique. That strange string of light disappeared later on, as if something had invaded his body. "That's right," the youth said in a trembling voice. "If you provoke me again, I will erase your consciousness and turn you into a puppet without any thoughts of your own. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are powerful. No matter how strong you are still a subject of Snow Roland. And I am the emperor of the Roland Empire. At this moment, Su Silly's aura was fully released, as if he was a real emperor. Although he was young, he could not tolerate any violation. Even if he was casually speaking nonsense, his face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. Xing lowered his eyes and looked at the angry little emperor. The youth's long silver hair hung on both sides, swaying gently with his agitated words. His soft cheeks were slightly puffed up, and he looked like a little kitten baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. There was even a faint milky fragrance on his body. It was milk. Xing thought for a while, then looked away and nodded. I understand. As for what he understood, he did not say. That's it? Su Silly looked at him and felt as if he had punched cotton. Wasn't this guy's attitude a little too cold, being turned into a puppet and possibly having his consciousness erased? How could he be so calm? This was not in line with his violent and cruel character. Was he pretending? Su Silly looked at him suspiciously. He remembered that when Xing was still a slave, he had been hibernating until he was rescued by the princess. The moment he was set free, he suddenly exploded and bit the slave master to death. Thinking of this, the youth's hair stood on end. Xing was too dangerous, he had to be careful. After all, he had just said that the retention and erasure of consciousness was irreversible, and now he had no way to erase Xing's consciousness. The only thing that could protect him was the backlash skill. Who knew if the backlash skill would lose its effect? If it lost its effect, then he would be in trouble. Just as he was thinking, a female voice sounded. Your Majesty. It was Janice, who lived in the bedroom next door. When she heard the noise, she hurriedly ran over. She was only level 15, more than 60 levels lower than Xing. Su Silly could understand why she did not notice his arrival, so he deliberately raised his voice to attract her attention. Yes, in the future, he had to avoid being alone with Xing. This guy was not safe. After seeing Xing, Janice was very vigilant. Why is the marshal here? She came to the bedside and stood in front of Su Silly like a mother hen protecting her chick. As expected of a fan, even in front of the guardian of the Roland Empire, she did not show any weakness. Now is not the time for His Majesty to receive guests, nor is it the time for His Majesty to deal with government affairs. Sir Xing, you have trespassed into His Majesty's bedroom. This is against the rules. Janice said with a serious face, neither servile nor overbearing. Xing's eyes moved slightly, looking past her and landing on the youth behind her. As if knowing that help had come, the little emperor's expression became more cheerful. The corners of his mouth curled up, and there was a hint of self-satisfaction in his light purple eyes. Even when he met Xing's gaze, he did not avoid it at all. He was confident and confident, without the slightest bit of guilt. Xing's thin lips pursed slightly. He calmly retracted his gaze and met Janice's stern eyes. Under her and Su Silly's gaze, the corners of his mouth twitched. He suddenly said, "Head maid, please tidy up the bedroom next door." Janice was stunned, and Su Silly was also somewhat confused. Sir Xing, you mean? Janice asked hesitantly. Next, I will be disturbing you in the palace for a while. Xing said lightly, admiring their shocked expressions. Last night, the palace cleaned up a group of traitors overnight. One of them got wind of it and escaped in advance. I'm afraid that they will threaten His Majesty's safety in the future, so before they are caught, I will stay in the palace to protect him. This is my duty, and also what the late emperor entrusted me with. For a moment, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was somewhat cold. For Xing to bring up the late emperor, Janice did not know how to respond. She could not help but turn her head and look at the young emperor, who was still in a daze. Your Majesty, what do you think? She asked hesitantly. Su Silly frowned and stared at Xing, wondering what this guy was trying to do. Xing did not look at him. Instead, his gaze fell in the direction of the window. The sunlight shone in through the window, bright and clear, but it still could not completely eliminate the shadows under the window. Also, there were a few drops of blood left on the wall. Su Silly thought of Mary last night. She had silently snuck into the room and turned into a shadow. Normal people would have a hard time discovering her. If it was not for Xixing, he pursed his lips. If those people really came again, he was afraid that he would not be able to deal with them in a short period of time. Even with Janice around, he did not feel sufficiently safe. Your Majesty? Janice spoke again. The young man scratched his head in annoyance, kicked off the blanket, and jumped down from the bed. He said reluctantly, if he wants to stay, then let him. I'm hungry, get someone to prepare breakfast. Yes, Your Majesty. Janice respectfully responded and hurriedly went to get a pair of slippers for him. Only then did she leave to get the servants to prepare breakfast. In the bedroom, only Su Silly and Xixing were left. Su Silly looked at him and frowned. What do you want to do by staying? Didn't Your Majesty just say that? Xixing looked at the young emperor in front of him with a serious expression. It is my duty to protect Your Majesty's safety. Huh. Su Silly could not be bothered with him. Just as he was about to leave with the Radium 4000, he heard a knock on the door. With his approval, a group of maids carrying toiletries and clothes entered in a single file. Looking at them, Su Silly felt a bit of a headache. Even if the Su family was rich, there was no reason for them to serve him like this. How could they help him brush his teeth? They even took off his clothes. Su Silly hurriedly avoided them. Xixing tactfully said goodbye and left. When he walked out of the bedroom, the guards were as silent as cicadas in winter. Each of them stood straight and solemnly and dignified as they stood guard. He did not pay much attention to them. His high leather boots tapped on the floor tiles, creating a crisp echo in the corridor. A gentle breeze blew, ruffling his light blonde hair. The young man suddenly stood still and turned his head to look at the blue sky outside the corridor. His thoughts drifted far away, so far that he seemed to be able to see something in the sky. 3 years, almost 4 years, right? It had been so long since he came to this world. Lord God, is he finally willing to appear? Su Silly rejected the maid's offer to serve him. He changed into a set of casual clothes and walked out of the sleeping quarters. Captain Li Jiu was already waiting outside. When he saw Rinpochen, he immediately knelt down on one knee and lowered his head. Your Majesty. Your humble servant came late last night and frightened Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please punish me. He had gone to the main hall to check on the situation last night. When he heard the news and rushed back, the matter had already been settled and the doors of the sleeping quarters were closed. He had no choice but to wait until today to ask for punishment. Su Silly stopped in his tracks. He did not expect the captain to protect him. When he saw the respect tag above his head, he knew that he was still loyal and did not say anything else. He walked straight ahead. When he passed by Li Jiu, he stopped and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. As the word miss appeared, a not too long HP bar appeared. Compared to Xixing's HP bar, the others were not enough. Perhaps in this world, Xixing was the strongest. Su Silly pursed his lips and continued to look at Li Jiu's HP bar. He still could not see the HP bar, but it confirmed Su Silly's speculation. It seemed that he could only see the HP bar when someone was attacked. Su Silly pondered and continued to walk forward. On the other hand, Li Jiqing was slightly stunned. He had never expected that the young emperor would do such a thing when he walked past him. Was this pardoning him so that he would not have to blame himself? He had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Although the emperor was still the same as before, he felt that His Majesty was more magnanimous now. This His Majesty was really different. Li Jiqing stood up with a complicated expression on his face, while the guards around the palace also breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a joyful expression. Brotherly, His Majesty did not punish us. That's great. That's right, that's right. When Lord Xixing came out just now, we were scared to death, that's right. Lord Xixing is really too strong. He came back without a sound. I didn't even know when he came back. By this time, Su Silly had already walked far away. The bodyguards who were familiar with Li Jiu unexpectedly began to talk to him with smiles on their faces. Li Jiu didn't say a word, but his face slowly darkened. His Majesty is not punishing us because he is benevolent. It is not a reason for us to neglect our duties. He had always been kind to others, and now that he was flipping out, no one dared to make a sound. You still have the nerve to joke around? Lord Xianxia sighed, what about Her Majesty? How did His Majesty get out of the palace last night? Who can tell me? The guards looked at each other and then lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Li Jiu snorted heavily. He was not old, only 27 years old, but his martial strength was not weak. Otherwise, he would not have been able to convince the crowd and become the leader of the guards. Everyone who guarded the palace last night will receive their punishment when it's time to change shifts. I will also go later. All of you, be 120% alert. If yesterday's incident happens a second time, you can forget about your duties. Go home and nurse your children while you still can. Even Her Majesty, a delicate and weak youth, did not notice when she left the palace. These people were simply a disgrace to him. Most of the bodyguards had military backgrounds. At this moment, their faces and ears turned red. They hurriedly saluted and replied in unison, yes. Only then did Li Ziqing nod his head in satisfaction. Then, he lifted his feet and quickly chased after Su Sili. He solemnly followed behind the guard. It was his duty to protect Her Majesty's safety. If another accident happened, he would have to take the blame and resign as the leader of the guards. Su Sili did not know what Li Jiu was thinking and did not pay attention to what was happening behind him. When he heard that Li Jiu was following him, he did not care. He was looking at his status panel and was pleasantly surprised to find that his experience points had increased. Upgrade distance, 34/300. His experience points were still 0 yesterday. Then, Su Sili saw the unread notification. Meditation could increase his experience points, although the increase was a little slow. It only increased by 34 points after a night of meditation. It would take at least 9 days to level up. However, at least he knew a way to level up. Before he saw Mary being killed, he still wanted to level up by killing monsters like in the game. Of course, these monsters included humans. But now, he changed his mind. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to break his moral bottom line. Su Sili closed the status panel in a good mood and was led to the dining area by the head maid. The palace was very big and splendid. The dining table was also very long and could seat dozens of people. However, as he sat alone at the head of the table and looked at the empty palace, he couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Su Sili shook his head inwardly. Forget it. Anyway, in the closed beta test, not to mention Mom, Dad, and Big Brother, he would definitely see Second Brother. With Second Brother's personality, he was the one who got on the plane that day. Although he sent that message to Second Brother, he would probably still go crazy. When I see Second Brother, I can invite him to the palace. I should take advantage of this time to level up and then hold the power in my hands. Then, I will be able to protect a level 0 noob. Let's see if he can still say that this project is not good. Su Sili thought happily. He was in a good mood as he ate the breakfast that was not particularly delicious. The food in the Roland Empire could not be said to be dark cuisine, but for him who was used to eating good food, the finesse was still lacking. He would just have to make do with plain tea and plain food. Su Sili drank another mouthful of milk. It was warm and sweet. This was enough. After breakfast, he slowly drank the flower tea and began to think about the next itinerary. According to the summary from last night, the next 3 things were the most important. 1. 10 million universe credits as a Star Alliance fee. 2. Increase his personal strength, which was to level up. 3. Increase the public support rate. The first 2 things were of equal priority. Only the public support rate could be delayed. After all, it could not be rushed. 10 million universe credits, what a headache. Su Sili flipped through Snow Roland's memories. They were mainly things related to the galaxy. Then he realized, the Roland Empire could go on the Star Web. The Star Web was a network that connected all the members of the Star Alliance. It included 58 countries and forces, including more than a dozen galaxies. Some countries even occupied 1 or more galaxies. For example, the Flanda Interstellar Federation, which was ranked second in terms of overall strength, owned an entire galaxy. The welfare level was very high, and it attracted countless interstellar immigrants. Snow Roland had wanted to go before, but she was almost killed by Xixing. Su Sili was not in a hurry to go on the Star Web. His cheat was not on the Star Web. Although he could sing, this was a game world. His songs were mostly from reality. For example, the songs he sang in reality were very popular in the Star Age. Even Snow Roland had heard of them. The most important thing was that the game team was very particular about copyrights. They marked the original singer, and he was no exception. He used the search engine in his communication device and found himself. Susili, a heavenly singer from ancient times. He was overflowing with talent. At the peak of his career, he fell like a meteor, leaving behind countless popular classics. According to the time in the game, ancient times were tens of thousands of years ago. It was a miracle that his songs could still be passed down to this day. That was why the game team was very good at licking his boots. This cut off his source of income. It would be very difficult for him to become famous overnight through singing. It should be possible to make a small amount of money, but it would not be profitable if it was too little, so there was no need to rush. After all, if it was so easy to earn 10 million, Snow Roland would not have run away. Today, it was better to find out how to level up. This was a game world. If he did not kill people, he could kill monsters. 99.9% of the territory was occupied by interstellar beasts. Wasn't this setting just to give the players experience? Of course, he was an NPC now. He was not in the same system as the players, so he had to experiment first. Thinking of this, Susili looked at Janice and asked her where he could get interstellar beasts. Your Majesty, why are you asking about interstellar beasts? Janice asked. Susili pursed his lips and did not speak. After a long time, he said, "Nothing, I just want to get to know them." He chose his words carefully. My eldest brother and second sister went to the front line and accidentally died for the country. That was why I inherited the throne. But I have always lived in seclusion in the imperial city. I rarely had the chance to come into contact with interstellar beasts. I have not even killed a normal interstellar beast with my own hands. Tell me, how can I sit on the throne like this? How can I lead the people of the Empire to fight against the interstellar beasts and win the next beast tide? The beast tide had no pattern and could come at any time. Because of this, the Roland Empire had not been able to recover in the past 100 years. Every time it was rebuilt, it would be destroyed and forced to retreat. 3 years ago, the Roland Empire lost 2 important members of the royal family because of the beast tide. They were the eldest prince and the second princess, 2 powerful elementalists. If they had inherited the throne, they definitely wouldn't have been a deserter like Sino Roland. When Janice heard Susili's words, she could not help but think of the 2 members of the royal family who died young. She felt sad and looked at Susili with more affection. His Majesty had really grown up. He chose to stay because he wanted to be a good emperor. How about this? I will find some domesticated interstellar beasts for His Majesty. These interstellar beasts are generally gentler and not too dangerous. And there was a reason that Janice did not say. Because of the eldest prince and the second princess, the old officials were more sensitive and would not let the little emperor come into contact with the ferocious interstellar beasts. Okay, you go and arrange it. Susili nodded. He understood the principle of eating one bite at a time. However, when he followed Janice to the garden in the afternoon and saw the so-called domesticated interstellar beasts, Susili was speechless. Snow-white hair, red eyes, and long ears. Wasn't this a rabbit? Where was the promised interstellar beast? He could not bear to kill it. Rabbits were so cute. How could he kill rabbits? The silver-haired boy looked at the little white rabbit and was speechless for a long time. Then, he looked at Janice and said, "Is this what the interstellar beasts outside look like?" This is a long-eared beast that is known for its jumping speed. The power of its kick is so great that it can break a rock. It is a very ferocious one-star beast. Janice said seriously. Of course, after domestication, they can't form a star core and their attack power is greatly reduced. They are docile and their meat is delicious. They are a good source of food. Susili nodded. So these were domesticated beasts and could not be compared to wild beasts. He thought for a while and said to the guard beside him, "You can catch one." Li Jiu nodded respectfully and reached into the cage and caught a long-eared beast. The long-eared beast was pulled out by 2 ears and kicked with all its strength. Li Jiyu frowned and used some strength in his hand, and the rabbit went limp. A small HP bar appeared above the rabbit's head. It did not show the damage, but the HP bar was empty. There was only a little bit of HP left. Su Silly was speechless. The guard was also a little embarrassed. He forced a smile at Su Silly and said, "Your Majesty. Shall I catch another one for you?" Su Silly sighed. "No need." He took out his dagger, raised his hand, and slashed down, ending the long-eared rabbit's life with one strike. 46, ding. Assisted in killing, normal long-eared beast. Experience +5, killing monsters could give experience, but 5 was still a little too little. Su Silly looked at the long-eared beasts in the cage again. Although he did not have the heart to kill them, they were meant to be eaten anyway. Letting him kill them and help him level up was the most valuable thing he could do. Under his signal, Li Jiyu caught another long-eared beast. Although, he did not think much of it. What was the use of killing these small animals without a star core? Even if he wanted to see blood, he should not use such a weak one. But the one in front of him was the little emperor. He was still in the process of making up for his mistakes, so he did not dare to say anything and just did as he was told. Su Silly also felt that it was pointless. Especially since the rabbit had around 500 HP. His most powerful attack only dealt 50 damage. He would need at least 10 stabs to kill the rabbit. Ding. Solo killed, normal long-eared beast. Experience +28, ding. After some hard work, your understanding of the use of the dagger has improved. Proficiency +1, Su Silly looked at the proficiency introduction. His dagger proficiency was only level 0. When it reached 100 proficiency, it could level up to level 1. The dagger's damage would increase by 100 physical damage. If he continued to train, it would be pretty good. But, distance to level up, 67/300 calculating, he would need to kill 9 rabbits alone, or assist in killing 47 rabbits to level up by 3. Too slow. Su Silly looked at the trembling little rabbit in the cage, and then looked at the bloody rabbit corpse that was stabbed by him. He hesitated for a moment, and finally decided. Forget it. As an emperor, he also had his burdens. He did not want to be a rabbit-killing maniac. Didn't he see that other than Janice's loving eyes, the guards were looking at him strangely? Su Silly waved his hand and let Li Jiyu throw away the rabbit carcass. Then, he turned around expressionlessly, but his heart was tired. He was going to go back to his bedroom to change his clothes. The scene just now was really bloody. His clothes were unavoidably sprayed with blood. After freshening up, Su Silly went to another garden and asked everyone to leave. He sat alone in the pavilion and looked up at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. In the distance, a figure stood under the promenade. His light blonde hair was blown by the breeze. A pair of grayish-blue eyes stared at the young man in the pavilion. His eyes flickered. "Lord Xixing, I heard that you were looking for me?" Li Jiyu came to the man's side. His attitude was respectful, unlike the others who were in fear and trepidation. The man retracted his gaze and looked at him. His thin lips moved slightly. He did not know what he said, but Li Jiyu's expression changed. "Lord, this. I'm afraid it's not good?" A gentle breeze blew in from outside the pavilion. The young man frowned as he pondered. He allowed the breeze to play with his silver-white hair and gently tickle his cheeks. Finally, he felt a little itchy. He raised his hand and played with the hair, unconsciously twirling it around his fingertips. What should I do? Su Silly was a little troubled. He definitely couldn't kill the rabbits in such a big way like just now, but, secretly, forget it. He didn't know if it was because he had been warned. When he went to change his clothes just now, he noticed it. Those guards had completely restrained themselves and were very alert. It would be very difficult for him to sneak out like Snow Roland last night. Killing monsters was such a good shortcut to leveling up. He couldn't give it up. What he lacked most now was time. If he meditated, how many levels could he level up in a month? Su Silly gritted his teeth. Should he just go all out and only bring Janice and Li Jiyu to the kitchen to kill the rabbits and then ask them to keep it a secret? If they dared to say anything, they would be punished. He was thinking about the possibility when he heard footsteps. Su Silly didn't turn around. He continued to maintain an unfathomable expression until Li Zhiyu's respectful voice sounded. Your Majesty. He paused and didn't continue. Su Silly frowned and turned to look at him. Just now, he had dismissed everyone. The head maid was standing outside the pavilion. At this moment, she was looking over and paying attention to them. What's the matter? He asked. Li Zhiyu's face showed a hint of struggle, but he still took a step forward. Intentionally or unintentionally, from an angle where the head maid couldn't see, he whispered, Your Majesty, are you still worried about the interstellar beasts? Su Silly glanced at him and nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. This guy obviously had something to say. Your Majesty, if you want to come into contact with the interstellar beasts, I actually know of a place. Li Zhiyu said. He paused slightly and didn't continue. Su Silly felt that he was deliberately keeping him in suspense. He didn't ask and only looked at him coldly with his light purple eyes. If you have something to say it quickly. Li Zhiyu's heart tightened. Once again, he felt the change in the young emperor. He could only continue, the war beast arena. Colosseum? Su Silly frowned slightly. There was no relevant memory in Snow Roland's memory, but he could roughly guess what it was based on the name. Li Zhiyu explained, Your Majesty might not have heard of it. The Colosseum is located in the outer city. It's not far from the inner city gate. Every once in a while, there will be mercenaries transporting interstellar beasts back to the city. If there are still any alive, throw them into the Colosseum and hold beast fighting activities. This is also a way to motivate the people and boost their morale. Every time there's a beast battle event, it'll be broadcasted. You can also watch it live. At this point, Li Zhiqing stopped and didn't continue speaking. This was because he couldn't say anything else after this. However, he believed that his hint was clear enough. Su Silly indeed understood. Snow Roland wasn't favored by the late emperor. Her living conditions were average and she didn't have the opportunity to watch television. That was why she didn't know about beast fights being broadcasted. Are the interstellar beasts in the Colosseum all undomesticated? He asked. Li Zhiyu nodded. Of course. Domesticated interstellar beasts had lost their wild nature. It wouldn't be good to watch them fight. He felt that it was a good thing for Her Majesty to have contact with wild interstellar beasts. The Roland Empire's environment was harsh and the conditions were tough. A weak emperor wasn't suitable to lead everyone out of this predicament. Therefore, although he was worried about the young man's safety, he still agreed with Sir Xixing's suggestion. Perhaps the Sir also felt that Her Majesty should train, right? He just didn't know. Thinking about the scene in the hall last night, Li Zhiyu was still speechless. The two of them actually. This was really unexpected. Interesting. Su Silly didn't know what Li Zhiyu was thinking about. He nodded in a good mood and said, Then let's go and take a look. When we get there, we'll see if there's a chance to kill a few. Those were undomesticated interstellar beasts. Even if he had a hard time killing them, he wouldn't lose his prestige as an emperor, right? Su Silly excitedly wanted to leave the palace. He didn't hide this from Janice. Although she didn't agree, she couldn't persuade Su Silly. She turned around and gave him advice. This matter couldn't be made public. Otherwise, it would only increase the danger and obstacles. Therefore, they decided to go incognito. As for the ticket to the Colosseum, Li Zhiyu wasn't worried. He was familiar with the guards there and could enter at any time without exposing his identity. After disguising himself, Su Silly successfully slipped out of the palace under the cover of the head maid and the head guard. He then took a flying shuttle and flew in the direction of the Colosseum. This flying shuttle was also supported by the Star Alliance. It was sad to say that almost all of the high-tech products on Esh Star came from the Star Alliance. There weren't any high-tech industries here, not even a processing plant. This was because a population of 90 million wasn't enough in the vast interstellar space. They also had to bear the high cost of transportation and possible attacks from interstellar beasts. It was conceivable that no brand was willing to set up a factory here. The flying shuttle flew at a low altitude in the city. Su Silly lowered his head and looked at the scenery on the ground. His face was calm, but his bright purple eyes betrayed him. A flying shuttle, there wasn't such a high-tech thing in reality. It felt even better than racing. Li Jiu probably noticed something. He whispered to the pilot to slow down, but didn't explain the reason. The pilot didn't ask and slowly lowered the speed. Su Silly at the back heard it. He pretended not to hear and continued to enjoy the scenery of Roland's imperial city. It could be seen that there weren't many people who owned such a high-tech flying shuttle. Even cars were rare. Most of the people in the city either used carriages or domesticated interstellar beasts as their means of transportation. In terms of architecture, the original style was mostly maintained, leaning towards the medieval European style. Only some small details were added with some technological content. This was a scene full of contradictions and harmony. All kinds of ancient and advanced things were mixed together and intertwined with each other, forming a unique landscape of Roland. Su Silly was fascinated by it. This was his country. From this moment on, he truly recognized this point and was excited about it. Their flying shuttle quickly left the inner city. After flying over the city wall, Su Silly couldn't help but be stunned when the scenery of the outer city came into view. If the inner city gave him the feeling of being full of vitality, order, and fantasy, then the outer city was more like a slum. Perhaps it was. The bumpy soil was exposed, and a road paved with gravel and sand extended from the city gate to the distance. On both sides of the road were shabby thatched huts, and people in ragged clothes were walking around. The world outside the city had no high tech. There was only desolation, poverty, and grayish-yellow color. Su Silly stared blankly at this scene. Suddenly he said, "Fly higher, to the sky." The pilot knew that he was a big shot, so he didn't say much. He silently pulled the shuttle up to the sky. Looking down from the sky, it was even more shocking. The difference between the inner city and the outer city was so obvious. The inner city, which was not small, was like an ant on a pan compared to the outer city. Su Silly pursed his lips and didn't continue to look. He asked the pilot to fly lower again. The pilot silently did as he was told. When they returned to the lower altitude again, Su Silly couldn't help but look outside again. There were children playing games in the yellow open space. When they saw the flying shuttle, they pointed their fingers to the sky and shouted excitedly. There were also adults who ran out to watch the fun. Although they may be poor, they were not lifeless. There were even people who threw stones into the sky, as if they wanted to smash them down. Su Silly felt a little better. Anyway, these people couldn't hit anything, so he just thought of it as a welcome. The flying shuttle continued to move forward and soon left the residential area. The dirt road extended forward, and there were many carriages and interstellar beasts riding on it. "What are these people going to do?" Su Silly asked strangely. "The Colosseum." The pilot said, "The mercenary group will be back today, and they will probably bring back a lot of interstellar beasts. In addition to catching up with the beast fights, they can also buy some fresh beast meat. It's much cheaper to buy it at the Colosseum than in the city." Su Silly nodded. The journey was long, and the transportation cost was not low. He originally thought that the beast fights were entertainment for the upper class, but now it seemed to be quite commoner. After all, Snow Roland lived deep in the palace, and there were too many things he didn't understand. The relevant memories were either very vague or even biased. Su Silly felt that maybe in the future, when he had time, he really should come out more often. While the teenager was deep in thought, suddenly, a figure not far away attracted his attention. It was a woman walking alone, carrying a baby on her back, walking on the dusty dirt road. Step by step, her body was bent, and she seemed to be having a hard time. There were many people passing by, but no one stopped for her. In the end, the road was temporarily empty, and she was the only one walking silently. Su Silly couldn't bear it. When the flying shuttle was about to pass over her head, he stopped the pilot. "Go down, ask her where she is going, and give her a ride." The flying shuttle was very spacious, and there was no problem with one more person. Li Jiu didn't agree. What if there was an assassin? Janice looked at the determined teenager, then looked at the poor mother and child, and finally hesitated to get off the flying shuttle. She had to see for herself and make sure there was no danger. Fortunately, Janice didn't feel any elemental aura from the young woman. She was just a defenseless, ordinary person. She was even weaker than that. Seeing the flying shuttle suddenly stop in front of her, and a well-dressed woman walking towards her, the young woman was stunned. When Janice told her why she came, she was both frightened and happy. If she was alone, she might have refused, but she had a child, and she was very grateful that a kind person was willing to give her a ride. The woman was called Ollie, and she was from outside the city. She was going to the Colosseum with her child to find her husband who was working there. "Young master, thank you so much." Once on the flying shuttle, Ollie thanked him excitedly. "I've already walked for a day, and if I rely on myself, I might need to walk for another day." Susili was looking at the distant horizon through the window. When the flying shuttle was descending, he seemed to have seen something flash past. He frowned and held the radium 4000 in his hand. He hoped that he was just seeing things. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really have to summon Xixing. Hearing the woman's words, Susili retracted his gaze and looked at the woman with a gentle expression. "Drink some water first." As soon as he finished speaking, Janice had already poured a cup of water for Ollie. Ollie thanked her profusely, but she didn't drink in a hurry. Instead, she put down the child on her back. The child had a pair of clear green eyes, and looked very cute. When his mother fed him, he opened his mouth and spat out some water. After drinking a few mouthfuls, he turned his face away and stopped drinking. Ollie then drank the rest of the water herself. She looked very reserved, shrinking in the corner, and didn't dare to talk to Susili. She just hugged the child and hummed a song softly to calm him down. Susili listened to the unfamiliar song, and felt that it was very moving, and had a soothing power. After listening for a while, he remembered the melody, and in the end, he couldn't help but sing along with the woman. This was the first time he sang since he came to this world. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that as he sang, there seemed to be some kind of energy in the air. It was very faint, but he felt it. Janice also looked at him in surprise, and slowly, her expression relaxed, as if she was immersed in the melody. When Susili finished humming the song, ding! Congratulations on comprehending AI Xixing's folk song. You have gained a new skill, Roland's Requiem, INT +1, EXP +500, ding. Experience is full, level increased from LV2 to LV3, all stats +1, ding. Successfully activated the area of effect skill, Roland's Requiem, proficiency +1, please keep up the good work and keep up the good work. Looking at the notifications in front of him, Susili was completely stunned. He was just itching to try out his skills, so how did he suddenly level up, and, 500 EXP, how many rabbits is this? Susili snapped out of his daze as his attributes increased and his body changed. He carefully felt the energy flowing into his body. At this moment, he clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved in just a few seconds. It was not a simple change in data, but a real change that made him feel powerful. The teenager clenched his fist. This kind of improvement was very small. After all, he had only leveled up once. If he could not even lift a bucket of water before, he could now lift it with some effort. Although the improvement was not very big, the meaning behind it made Susili very excited. With the increase in intelligence, he felt that his mind was clearer and his thoughts were clearer. This feeling was too good, the teenager was very excited. He continued to check the level up reward. In addition to the +1 to all attributes, there were also 10 Omni points. He did not know if he could get them at every level. If so, then he had really hit the jackpot. Looking at the attribute points that he could allocate, Susili hesitated for a moment and added 5 points each to his physique and intelligence. He should be walking the path of a spirit elementalist. His corresponding attributes were intelligence and spirit. Spirit increased elemental damage, but he had not mastered any offensive skills. It would be a waste to add points to spirit. It was better to increase his HP and MP first. After adding points, Susili glanced at the attribute panel again. Snow Roland, Identity, NPC Faction Leader Faction, Roland Empire Age, 18 Personal Level, Level 3 Level Up Distance, 267/400 HP, 9000/9000 MP, 500/950 Attributes, Constitution, 9, Intelligence, 19, Strength, 4, Spirit, 13, Agility, 3, Defense, 3, Elemental Affinity. Sound. Looking at the various values increasing, Susili tried to hold it in, but in the end, he couldn't help but grin. He was so happy, he did not expect that singing would give him experience points. Why did he not try it before? If he had tried it, he would not have to do something as bloody as killing rabbits. Roland's goodnight song. Susili looked at the skill pane. In addition to the singing skill, there was a light purple icon with a sleeping baby drawn on it. Roland's goodnight song, genre, Eshtar folk song attribute, sound type level, LV1 effect, AoE skill. Allows the audience to feel a sense of peace and tranquility. It's as if they've returned to the time when they were a baby and were hugged by their mother, recalling the warmest memories. Combat effect, can cause the target to hallucinate and fall into a deep sleep. The lower the spirit points of the target, the easier it is to be affected. Mana consumption, 100 current proficiency, 1/100. Susili nodded as he read the skill description. A control type skill, not bad. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could at least stun them and buy time for himself to escape. However, she imagined herself singing while fighting the enemy in battle. Isn't this too unserious? Susili hesitated for a moment and decided. Forget it, he would think about it when the time came. The other people in the shuttle could clearly feel the change in the boy's mood. Li Jiu frowned slightly and exchanged glances with Janice. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Both of them were powerhouses, so they naturally understood what kind of state His Majesty was in just now. Was this an epiphany? They got a positive answer from each other's eyes. His Majesty actually had such a talent. From the looks of it, he seemed to be a sound type, although His Majesty was 18 years old, which was considered a late start among elementalists. Every elementalist was a precious resource, regardless of age. However, unlike Janice's surprise, Li Jiu quickly regained his composure. It was a good thing to increase his strength, but there weren't many chances for such an epiphany. After all, His Majesty had missed the best age for cultivation and had a rare talent in the sound type. It would be very difficult for him to grow quickly, and he would encounter many obstacles in the future. Thinking of this, he didn't pay much attention to it and continued to focus on the outside, in case someone tried to assassinate him. Susili didn't care what the others thought. After finding the right way to level up, he relaxed. His nerves weren't as tense as before, and he was full of anticipation for the upcoming trip to the Colosseum. It would be best if he could pick up some scraps, but if not, he would forget about it. He didn't have any psychological burden. At this moment, a soft snoring sound interrupted Susili's contemplation. He turned his head and saw that the woman named Ollie had fallen asleep on the chair. The baby in her arms also had his eyes closed and was sleeping soundly with his mother. It was probably the effect of his skill, or perhaps the mother and child were too tired. From this, it could be seen that his skill was effective on ordinary people, but to really affect powerful people like Janice and Li Jiu, he would need to level up his skill. Janice frowned. She wanted to wake Ollie up and tell her not to disturb His Majesty, but the young man waved his hand at her silently. She had no choice but to quiet down and look at Susili with a gentler gaze. Sigh, His Majesty is too kind, she must protect His Majesty in the future and not let any harm come to him. Susili felt her gaze and was a little speechless. He looked at the tag on her head and found that the color seemed to have deepened. Strange, he ignored her and continued to look at the scenery outside. The dirt road below continued to extend forward. On both sides of the road were grasslands, forests, and barren wastelands. Occasionally, large herd animals could be seen running on the grasslands. Those were horses, a species that originally existed on Esh planet. They were probably reared by someone. Susili felt that the pilot must have noticed his interest and deliberately took a detour to slowly look at the natural scenery of the imperial city. Along the way, he also felt that the land utilization rate of the Roland Empire was really low. Although it was called the imperial city, it was actually as big as a city or half a provincial capital in reality. However, even though they took a detour, the speed of the shuttle was still very fast. In just half an hour, they arrived at the mercenary town where the Colosseum was located from the inner city. That's right, this used to be a mercenary town. As the name suggested, it was a place where mercenary groups were stationed. It was convenient for mercenaries to travel between the inner and outer city walls. The area outside the outer city walls was now the interstellar beasts' territory. In the past, there weren't so many interstellar beasts. However, the beast tied 3 years ago destroyed the Roland Empire's frontline defense. Now, the remaining 5 cities were surrounded by interstellar beasts. Although communication wasn't completely cut off, the army and mercenary groups were the only way to reach the other 4 cities. In Snow Roland's memory, it seemed that the army stationed at the outer city walls had been working hard to clean up the interstellar beasts and reclaim the lost land as soon as possible. However, these things were still too far away from him, so his memory was very vague. Susili didn't care. In the future, he would use his feet to travel to every corner of the Roland Empire and expel those ferocious interstellar beasts from the human homeland. He would definitely do it. Now, he would start with the mercenary town. The shuttle stopped on the ground. Li Jiu jumped down first. After confirming that there were no problems, he nodded to Janice. "Your Majesty," she called softly. Susili nodded. He slowly got up and walked down from the shuttle. The mercenary town was very lively. Before they reached the town, they could already hear the noise. There were many carriages parked outside, and the interstellar beasts were arranged to be stored in a fixed place. "Come and see, fresh long-eared beast meat and all kinds of beast hides. I guarantee good quality at a reasonable price. Don't miss it. Weapons and leather armor are on clearance sale. How can you not have a good weapon when you're outside? And this leather armor, it's definitely made of excellent quality. Level 1 star cores for all types of cultivation. Fair price, no cheating." There were many small stalls on both sides of the street outside the town. It was messy, but full of vitality. Susili walked among them. It wasn't unexpected. Many people in the inner city heard that a new batch of interstellar beasts was going to be shipped back today, so they came to join in the fun. Susili saw them on his way here. He walked and stopped, but didn't buy anything. He didn't need these things. If he really needed them, there were better things in the palace. Ollie was still following them with Bao Bao on her back. She also wanted to go to the Colosseum. She was going the same way as Susili, so she shamelessly continued to follow them. After all, she was a woman who traveled alone. It wasn't safe in this mercenary town. Susili didn't mind bringing her along. He walked slowly, as if he was taking a stroll. His beautiful light purple eyes looked around. He made some disguises so that he was different from Snow Roland when she ascended the throne. He wasn't afraid that others would recognize him. However, what he didn't know was that his appearance was quite eye-catching among the group of people who came from the inner city. As he walked, he immediately attracted a lot of prying gazes. Everyone in the Roland Empire was a soldier, and the people were tough, not to mention these mercenaries who licked blood on the edge of the blade. Of course, after feeling the aura of the young man's bodyguard, especially Li Jiu, those who were ready to make a move suppressed their various thoughts. Can't afford to provoke, can't afford to provoke. Susili calmly walked into the town. Along the way, no one came to disturb him. The town was much better than the rundown outside. There were many wooden houses, but they were all very old and had a sense of age. Li Jiu led him to the Colosseum. At this time, there was a sudden noise behind them. "It's the Inferno mercenary group. I heard that they brought back a 3-star interstellar beast this time. Quick, let's go and see." Susili didn't move. He just turned around and looked at the direction where the crowd was looking at. Soon, the crowd that was surging forward retreated and consciously separated into 2 sides, revealing a passage in the middle. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of wheels rolling on the ground gradually became louder. But it could be heard that the sound was weak, and it was very strained. Soon, a car appeared in their field of vision. But compared to the giant behind the car, this car was easy to overlook. It was a 3 to 4 meter tall giant beast that was firmly bound by iron chains. Under its body was a huge iron plate. The wheels under the plate rotated so that the car could be dragged. But it could be seen that the car was already very strained. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the car couldn't withstand the pressure. After a muffled bang, the car stopped on the road and stopped moving. "Yada, what's going on?" There were many mercenaries beside the giant beast. When the car suddenly stopped, some of them couldn't avoid it and ran into it. They couldn't help but curse. The car broke down. Didn't you see it? The driver called you to jump down and also cursed. Then, he took out his tools and started to repair the car. Is this the 3-star beast? It's so big. Is it alive or dead? It should be dead, right? It's so big. If it's alive, what would happen? It's hard to say. If it's dead, why didn't they dissect it and bring it back? The crowd was discussing. Suddenly, someone said, "Hee hee, you guys don't know, right?" This was reserved by the owner of the Colosseum. In order to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Colosseum, he specially reserved a 3-star beast. Tomorrow, it will be put into the Colosseum for a special performance. Are you serious? A 3-star beast? This is too exciting. Why would I lie to you? Look, isn't there a reporter from the TV station reporting over there? Susili looked over. There was indeed a woman dressed as a reporter standing in front of the camera. Her back was facing the giant beast and she was excitedly saying something. He took a few glances and then retracted his gaze in disinterest. His line of sight fell on the giant beast. The young man suddenly frowned. Under his gaze, the giant beast's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Its brown-yellow vertical pupils were filled with a ruthless aura. Not good, Susili's expression changed slightly. The giant beast that seemed to be asleep suddenly struggled. Pitter-patter, one by one, the iron chains that bound it broke one after another. Welcome to today's live broadcast. I'm reporter Pei Lin. I'm currently at the famous mercenary town, reporting live for everyone. I believe everyone is familiar with the mercenary town. Even if you don't know, you should have heard of the Colosseum here. That's right. After a month, the Colosseum finally welcomes the return of the mercenary group. This means that the Colosseum is about to start again. And I learned from the scene that the Raging Inferno mercenary group brought back a 3-star beast this time. Everyone, please look behind me. The female reporter was dressed in casual clothes and had light makeup on. She stood in front of the camera and explained, smiling very appropriately. But she didn't realize that something terrible was happening behind her. Instead, she felt that the cameraman was a little weak. Even standing in front of the unconscious giant beast was shaking. She didn't know that the number of people watching the live broadcast was rising. From tomorrow onwards, this 3-star beast will be thrown into the Colosseum to bring a wonderful performance to the audience. The female reporter said excitedly, "Okay, then now, please follow our camera and see the true face of this 3-star beast in advance." However, as soon as she finished speaking, a deafening roar reverberated throughout the entire town. The microphone in the female reporter's hand emitted an ear-piercing sound. Pei Lin's face turned pale. She couldn't care less about her eardrums that were about to burst. She looked back in horror. She saw that the giant beast that was originally lying on the iron plate and tied up by the iron chain actually stood up. Its mountain-like body blocked the sun above her head. In fact, when the iron chain began to break, the people nearby had already noticed the abnormality. Living in the mercenary town, everyone's sense of crisis was good. Ordinary people had already turned and fled when they saw this. But the mercenaries, although dignified, did not escape. Even if they weren't from the Raging Inferno mercenary group, they basically stayed. Quick! Inform the guards. The interstellar beast is on the rampage. Damn, what are the Raging Inferno people doing? Don't they know how to use anesthetics? Why did the 3-star beast wake up at this time? What the hell? This is a 3-star beast. Even if it's heavily injured, it's still a 3-star beast. What are you doing? The mercenaries scolded, but they didn't panic. Some dispersed the crowd, and some took out their weapons to prepare for a tough battle. If I die, the people of Raging Fire will have to take responsibility. Motherf asterisk cur, I haven't killed a 3-star beast yet. Let's F asterisk CK him up. Susili retreated under the protection of Li Jiu. He was very surprised. Not only did these mercenaries not run away after encountering such a powerful exotic beast, they even displayed exceptional battle discipline. But he could tell that these people, too weak, in fact, it was understandable. The elementalists were basically recruited by the army. These mercenaries were mostly ordinary warriors with stronger physiques. When they fought with interstellar beasts, they mostly relied on their tools and experience, as well as their ferocity in exchanging life for life. Being a mercenary sounded impressive, but life was not easy. The mortality rate was very high, and it was one of the most dangerous occupations. Young master, let's go. It's too dangerous here. Janice immediately chose to evacuate with Su Silly. However, Su Silly did not choose to run away. Looking at the mercenaries who chose to stay and fight with the 3-star beast, watching them being frozen by the ice released by the beast, watching the houses being trampled down, it was as if a fire was rising in his heart. He was the emperor of this empire, and these people in front of him were his people. They did not flee at the last moment, but instead fought bravely with no regard for their own safety. At this time, how could he desert? Janice, Li Jiu. Su Silly said in a low voice. Go and help them. Li Jiu frowned, and Janice also paused. It was not that they did not want to help, but their duty was to protect His Majesty's safety. At this time, how could they? The silver-haired youth's face turned cold. This is an order. Go quickly. Li Jiu was still hesitating, but Janice responded, Young master, I'll go. Gardley must stay and protect you. After saying that, Janice turned into a mist and disappeared. The next moment, she appeared in front of the 3-star beast and fought with it head-on. Janice was an elementalist warrior. Although her level was not as high as the 3-star beast, it was injured and was also a water elementalist like her, so it could hold on for a while. The elementalist is here. When the mercenaries saw Janice, they were ecstatic. An elementalist was definitely in existence that could change the outcome of a battle. They were excited, and they fought even harder. The female reporter, Pei Lin, who was so frightened that she had collapsed, also pulled herself together. She did not choose to run away, but stayed with the cameraman to record this unexpected battle. Everyone, do you see that? An elementalist has arrived. It's a powerful woman, and she's fighting with the 3-star beast. Her voice trembled slightly, but she managed to complete her sentence. Look. She neutralized the attack and stopped the 3-star beast in its tracks. Is this a powerful elementalist? I can't believe I'm able to witness a battle between an elementalist and an astral beast in my lifetime. They protect us at the front line like this, and that's why we have peace and stability at the back. With an elementalist here, we can definitely, Pei Lin was about to say win, but in the next moment, Janice's figure fell from the sky like a stone that was knocked away. When she was dodging, the giant beast's foot brushed past her body, and the huge impact caused her to crash onto the ground. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events, because in the next moment, the giant beast raised its foot again and stepped on Janice. On the ground, if she was stepped on, she would die. Pei Lin covered her mouth, afraid that she would scream. However, to everyone's surprise, the giant beast's foot did not land, and that pillar-like foot actually stopped in midair. At the same time, Pei Lin faintly seemed to hear a beautiful and moving song. If she did not hear wrongly, this should be the famous Roland Goodnight song, the song that almost every mother from Roland would hum for their children. Who was singing? Why was he singing at this time? And, why did she suddenly calm down? Pei Lin looked around in a daze, and then, she saw Su Silly. That silver-haired youth was too eye-catching. Even in such a tense moment, he could still be seen at a glance. The camera also followed her line of sight and turned the lens over. At this moment, everyone heard the song. And they actually stopped moving. Everyone was motionless, as if they were listening to the moving song, and their faces even showed a quiet and peaceful expression. Su Silly was about to go crazy. He had no choice but to sing. He wanted Janice to fight, but he did not want her to die. Fortunately, the skill he had just learned was effective, and it slightly affected the 3-star beast's state of mind. Unfortunately, this effect only lasted for a short time, because there was a countdown timer on top of the 3-star beast's head, and what was even more unfortunate was, affected by his song, the people who were fighting just now actually quietened down. You guys should start moving. He wanted to sing, but he could not remind them. Once he stopped, the giant beast would instantly regain its consciousness. Su Silly looked at the HP bar on top of the giant beast's head. It had about 20 to 30,000 HP left. The youth narrowed his light purple eyes, and then, without hesitation, he took out the radium 4000 that he carried with him. If he was lucky, he would only need 5 shots to kill this beast. This was the first time Su Silly was facing such a situation, but he was very calm. He did not have the energy to think about anything else. There was only one thought left in his mind: he had to win. The young man softly sang a moving song. His voice was very soft, but in such a situation, everyone present could hear it. Everyone was immersed in the quiet and peaceful atmosphere. This was a very strange scene, but it was accurately recorded by the camera. The silver-haired youth with long flowing hair raised the laser gun in his hand as he sang. The only one present who was not affected was probably Li Jiu. He could not see the HP bar, so he did not know that the 3-star beast was low on HP. When he saw it stop and Janice quickly escape, he did not rush forward. He guarded in front of Su Silly. This was where his duty lay. When he saw Su Silly raise the gun, he paused but did not stop him. Instead, he secretly raised his guard. Pooh! The laser gun quickly charged. After Su Silly pressed the trigger, the laser bullet flew out. Under everyone's gaze, it accurately hit the 3-star beast's eye, -6000. -1000. A critical hit. It was actually a critical hit. Su Silly was overjoyed, but because of this shot, the 3-star beast was instantly awakened from its trance. The pain and the rapid loss of HP made it furious. Roar! The 3-star beast abandoned everyone else and rushed towards Su Silly at lightning speed. Even if it died, it would eat this little bug first. The explosion of the 3-star beast before its death was like a boss going berserk when its HP was red. It would explode with amazing power. Su Silly could not avoid it. Li Jiu only had time to take a step forward and take a defensive position. He did not have the confidence to block this attack at all. The distance between them and the 3-star beast was too close. In less than a second, the berserk 3-star beast had already rushed in front of the two of them. Then, it stopped abruptly. Su Silly looked at this scene in a daze. The change from extreme movement to extreme stillness was too much for the eyes to take in. Then, a flat line suddenly appeared from the 3-star beast's head. With a loud bang, this incomparably powerful 3-star beast was split into 2 halves from the middle. Then, it crashed to the ground, revealing the blond man standing behind it. The man stood there with a long sword in his hand. His gray-blue eyes were calm and indifferent. Only the blood flowing from the blade showed what he had just done. The strong wind blew the cape behind the blond man. He stood on the ruins with a long sword in his hand. Dressed in a snow-white military uniform, he looked as handsome as a god descending from the heavens. Gurgle! After the giant beast's corpse fell to the ground, its blood seemed to have finally been released. It gushed out and instantly filled the surroundings. Finally, it soaked into the bottom of the black military boots. Huff huff! Other than the sound of the wind, the scene was silent. Because everything happened too quickly. From the giant beast falling into a trance to suddenly charging at the young man, and then being cut in half by the sword, the blood flowing like a river, everything happened too quickly, so quickly that some normal people didn't even know what had happened. The only thing they knew was that, all of this was because of the silver-haired young man standing on both sides of the giant beast's corpse, and the man in military uniform who ended the giant beast's life in one move. As for Li Jiu, he had been ignored by everyone. Su Silly also looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. He didn't know if it was because he had just survived, but he felt his heart beating very quickly. Then, an invisible white light enveloped him. The notifications in front of him made him unable to think about anything else. Successfully used, Roland's Requiem, mana -100, proficiency +1, ding. Overleveled support killed, Frost Beast LV30, plus 2000 EXP, ding. Experience is full. Personal level increased from LV3 to LV4, all attributes +1, Omni points +10, ding. Experience is full. Personal level increased from LV4 to LV5, all attributes +1, Omni points +10, ding. Personal level has reached LV5. Please head to the Elementalist College to take the talent test to determine your future career path. Accumulated experience, 1367. After determining your career path, it can be used to level up. Ding. Personal level is LV5. Leader skill unlocked, insight, description, no one can escape your insight. No disguise can hide in front of you. Special effect, ignores level difference. Mana consumption, 10 Su Silly was stunned by the series of notifications. What the F asterisk CK? He had just fired a shot and assisted in the kill, and he was rewarded with 2,000 experience points? He blinked his eyes. An leader skill, how was he going to use it? He raised his eyes and his gaze fell on Li Jiu, who was still blocking his path. With a thought, he used his insight skill on him. The next moment, Li Jiu's basic information appeared before his eyes. Li Jiu, identity, NPC personal level, LV 20 HP, 95,000/95800 mana, 1000 elemental affinity, gold class, martial artist. Su Silly blinked again. This insight skill actually allowed him to see other people's basic information. This information was the key to the battle. Take the 3-star beast for example. If he did not know that it only had 20 to 30,000 HP left, he definitely would not have dared to be so reckless. Su Silly was inexplicably excited. He was even happier than when he saw himself leveling up. Of course, all attributes +2 and an additional 20 Omni points to be distributed was also a great improvement in strength. The young man was immersed in joy. At this moment, Li Jiu, who was standing in front of him, suddenly stepped aside. Su Silly instinctively raised his eyes and met Xixing's cold, grayish-blue eyes. He could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He finally regained his senses. That's right, why is this guy here? He did think of him just now, but he did not have time to summon him. Or was it because he was too nervous and accidentally used the summoning skill? While Su Silly was deep in thought, the handsome man in front of him suddenly appeared beside him in a flash. Su Silly frowned and looked at him, somewhat wary. Of course, he was not afraid of him. He did not believe that he would dare to do anything to him in front of so many people. However, what he did not expect was that in the next moment, Xixing actually faced him and slowly knelt on one knee, his long sword pointed to the ground. Your Majesty, please forgive me for coming too late. His sonorous and powerful voice caused the atmosphere, which had eased up a little, to freeze again. His Majesty, everyone was stunned. This silver-haired youth who was as beautiful as a fairy was actually their emperor? Also, this powerful man in military uniform, could it be? Bang, 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 a series of orderly and powerful footsteps quickly approached. It was the mercenary town's guards who had arrived too late. Seeing Xixing kneeling on one knee, the commander of the guards immediately recognized the military uniform. He could not be wrong. This was definitely the guardian of the Roland Empire, Lord Xixing. The commander's expression changed again and again. Finally, he did not dare to delay and led a group of guards behind Xixing. Under Su Silly's gaze, the commander followed Xixing and knelt on one knee. Behind him, all the soldiers did not hesitate and knelt in unison. Your Majesty, please forgive me for coming too late. Everyone, whether they were sincere or not, whether they had doubts or not, at this moment, shouted in unison. There were thousands of people, and their shouts pierced through the sky. This scene was so shocking. Whether it was the mercenaries who stayed to fight or the ordinary people who did not manage to escape in time, at this moment, they all trembled and kowtowed to Su Silly in the center of the crowd. Even the guardian of the guards, Xixing, knelt. How could they not kneel? Even the audience sitting in front of the TV and watching Pei Lin's live broadcast were shocked and in awe. At the same time, many people could not help but have doubts in their hearts. Was this really the new emperor who was rumored to be weak and incompetent? Of course, he did look weak and weak. However, everyone saw the strange pause between the giant beasts and the mercenaries, and the young man's shot that destroyed the giant beast's eyes. He did not run away at the last minute, and even saved the elementalist who was fighting. This young emperor was not as weak as the rumors said. At this moment, Su Silly became the focus of everyone's attention. Of course, at this moment, he only saw the soldiers kneeling in front of him. He wanted to keep calm, but he could not stop the excitement in his heart. His hands that were very steady when he shot were now slightly trembling. Ding. Support rate +1%. Current support rate, 53%, Su Silly blinked. How did the support rate suddenly increase by 1%? The Roland Empire had a population of more than 90 million, which meant that just now he Received the support of almost 1 million people? What was going on? Su Silly was confused, but now was not the time to think about it. Because he felt that these people in front of him had been kneeling for too long. He said calmly, "Get up." With Su Silly's permission, everyone stood up one after another. They were very respectful, and it was only when Su Silly gave another order that the guards began to order people to clean up the mess. The range of the battle just now was very large, and this was the center of the town, where the houses were densely packed, and many of them were completely destroyed. The good thing was that although many people were injured, no one died. This was probably the best news. Looking at Janice with blood on the corner of her mouth, Su Silly could not help but feel a little guilty. At that time, he felt that Janice and Li Jiu working together to deal with this heavily injured 3-star beast should not be a problem. Who knew that Li Jiu did not make a move, but Janice would charge out like a cannonball. Thinking of this, he coldly glanced at Li Jiu, but Janice pulled on his sleeve. Su Silly snorted. Seeing that Janice was pleading for mercy, he could only not argue with Li Jiu. Cold sweat dripped down Li Jiu's forehead, but if he had to do it again, he would still make the same choice. Because, protecting the royal family was the mission of the royal guards, Su Silly's gaze fell on the half-destroyed houses. The ordinary people who fled had run back and were cleaning up their ruined homes. Some old people stood at the side and watched helplessly. There were also young children who sat on the collapsed roof and cried softly. Their dirty little faces were helpless and pitiful. Boo-hoo, there's nothing left. Su Silly felt sad when he saw this. He remembered what he had seen since leaving the palace. The huge difference in living standards between the inner city and the outer city, the large undeveloped land, and the mercenaries who risked their lives to fight the interstellar beast, all of this made him feel emotional. The ordinary people of Roland did not live in an abyss of suffering, but it was definitely tough. He really wanted to do something for them. Su Silly thought carefully, then ordered the army commander to find the mayor of the town. He wanted to take this opportunity to rebuild the town. Although there was not much money left in the national treasury because of the old emperor, it should not be a problem to renovate the town. He had only been here for a day and had nothing, so he could only take it one step at a time. After saying a few words to the mayor, Su Silly did not continue to stay. He turned around and walked out of the town surrounded by people. He wanted to go to the Elemental Academy to determine his future career direction, then continue to level up and improve his strength. After Su Silly left, the mayor straightened his slightly hunched back and looked at the victims who were crying in front of the ruins. He suddenly raised his arms and shouted. Everyone, stop for a moment and listen to this old man say a few words. Just now, His Majesty has given the order to allocate funds to rebuild the town and make our town more beautiful and safer than before. At the same time, His Majesty highly praised the mercenaries who fought in the face of danger. His Majesty said that everyone is good. Of course, the Inferno mercenary group made a mistake this time and caused such a huge loss, so they must be punished. So, everyone, don't be discouraged. Our good days are coming soon. Soon, the higher-ups will send people to help us rebuild our home. So, please cheer up and quickly settle the injured people. His Majesty said that money is just a worldly possession. As long as people are still here, everything will be fine. The mayor said with a red face. After hearing his words, some of the townsfolk asked hesitantly, Mayor, is it true? Did His Majesty really say that? Nonsense. Do I need to lie? And in front of reporter Pei Lin, this camera might even be live, how could it be fake? Everyone looked at the female reporter, then looked at the mayor. For a moment, enthusiastic cheers sounded in the town, and the sound shook the sky. At this time, Su Silly had already walked to the entrance of the town. Hearing the cheers behind him, he smiled lightly, but when he saw the person who was still following closely behind him, his expression became cold again. Why are you here? Su Silly asked Xixing. He really did not have time to summon him, how could he appear so timely, and, he was, quite handsome. Xixing paused in his steps. At the entrance of the small town, the warm sunlight shone on his body. His hair fluttered in the wind, sparkling with golden light. He glanced sideways at the silver-haired youth who had questioned him. The young emperor glanced at him expressionlessly. He was cold and noble, but his young and tender face diluted his dignified aura. he still looked as fierce as ever. Xixing pursed his lips, and his eyes flashed with deep thought once again. Xixing, I'm asking you a question. Su Sili's face was cold, and his voice was low. Xixing collected his thoughts, lowered his head, and said calmly, I said that I would protect your majesty's safety before those traitors were caught. So you followed me? Su Sili narrowed his eyes. Xixing glanced at him, and said calmly, Please understand, your majesty. Su Sili was so angry that he laughed. You want me to understand? Ha, understand my ass. Your majesty, the flying shuttle is ready. Li Jiyu alighted from the flying shuttle. Su Sili had asked him to send Janice up first. She was seriously injured, but fortunately, her life was not in danger. Does your majesty want to return to the palace? Su Sili pursed his lips. That's right, Janice was more important. He looked at Xixing gloomily and said, I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time. He did not finish his sentence, but he felt that Xixing should understand. Xixing paused, then nodded in agreement. Su Sili ignored him and looked at Li Jiyu. Let's go. Send Janice back for treatment. There was a water healing division stationed in the palace. It was a branch of water elemental masters, and they were famous for their water healing techniques. Su Sili boarded the flying shuttle, and Li Jiyu followed closely behind. However, they did not hear any movement behind them. Li Jiyu could not help but turn around. Sir Xixing, Li Jiyu. Before he could finish, he heard the youth's cold voice. Li Ziqing paused. Were the two of them at odds, he did not dare to disobey the order, and could only look apologetically at Xixing. He bowed slightly, closed the door, and ordered the pilot to depart. Su Sili sat in his seat with an indifferent expression on his face. However, when the flying shuttle took off and was about to depart, he could not help but turn his head and look through the glass. Xixing stood in place and was talking to the commander of the guard army. The man had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His long legs were outlined by his military trousers and boots. They were straight and strong. Standing in front of the officers of the small town, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. No one could ignore his existence. Su Sili curled his lips and looked away. Then just run back on your own. You want to take his shuttle? No way, but soon, the youth opened his eyes wide and looked out of the window. He saw a black shadow appear beside the flying shuttle. It turned out to be an interstellar beast that was completely black in color. Two black wings grew out of its back, gently flapping as it soared gracefully in the sky. But what really surprised Su Sili was that there was a person sitting on the back of the galactic beast. It's Sir Xixing and his shadow leopard. Li Jiyu also noticed the situation outside. His face was full of vigilance, but when he saw the golden-haired man on the back of the black leopard, he immediately relaxed. Looking at the shadow leopard's vigorous figure, his eyes were full of admiration. Sir Xixing was really too powerful. He could even tame such a powerful divine beast like the shadow leopard. He was really worthy of being the guardian of the Roland Empire. Su Sili was depressed. This black leopard, wasn't it the pet he bought for Xixing? What were the game producers doing? Why was there someone who could contract with an galactic beast in this world where humans and galactic beasts were mortal enemies? But after using his insight skill on the black leopard, Su Sili understood the reason. His mood became more and more twisted. September, race, Shadow Leopard, Ancient Beast of Esh Star, level, LV 39 HP, 171000/171000 magic, 63,000/64,000 elemental affinity, dark. This black leopard wasn't an galactic beast. It was an ancient race native to Esh Star. Looking at September's value, Su Sili felt like a lemon. He was so jealous. He was the one who bought the pet with money, and he was the one who named it. Now, it was Xixing's pet. At the same time, he became more and more disgusted with Li Jiyu. You're the captain of the royal guards, but you can't even compare to Xixing's pet. Don't you feel ashamed? Li Jiyu felt the youth's gaze. His back stiffened, and he quickly retracted his gaze. He didn't know about the ambiguous relationship between His Majesty and Xixing in the past, but now that he knew, he had to be more careful. Actually, Li Jiyu was very surprised by His Majesty's calmness and decisiveness when facing the galactic beast today. He always thought that the heir to the royal family was indecisive, weak, and cowardly. He wasn't someone who could take on important responsibilities. Even if he was pushed to the throne, he wouldn't be able to sit steadily in the future. Therefore, he respected His Majesty, but he didn't revere him. But today, he completely changed his opinion. His Majesty might be young, but he had enough courage and a sense of responsibility. These were more important qualities than ability. This was the kind of His Majesty that he truly wanted to follow. Su Silly stared at Li Jiu. Then, he strangely realized that the color of the tag on his head had turned darker. His favorability level had changed from respected to revered. Why did this guy secretly increase his favorability level like Janice? Su Silly was speechless. He looked at Xixing again. Xixing's favorability level tag turned out to be friendly. He thought it was disgust or hatred. He didn't expect it to be friendliness. Su Silly couldn't help but be stunned. He stepped on his face and turned him into a puppet. How could he be friendly? Was this guy a masochist? Who, in the sky, Xixing sat on the back of a black panther. A fierce wind blew in his face, making waves of mournful whistling sounds. Xixing didn't seem to notice. He looked sideways at the flying shuttle that was parallel to him. Through the glass window of the flying shuttle, he could vaguely see the figure of a young man. He was looking at Li Jiu in front of him. He didn't know what to think. Xixing looked at him silently for a while. Then, he looked away. His grayish-blue eyes slightly lost focus because he was thinking. About 4 years ago, he woke up in this completely unfamiliar world. There was only one sentence in his mind: protect Roland. This was the only instruction he received from God after he saw the light again. At that time, he was wild with joy. After being rejected by God and sleeping in the darkness for a long time, he finally received God's favor again. God, he finally remembered him. Since then, he dutifully protected the Roland Empire. He fought against the interstellar beasts at the front line, protected the people of Roland at the back, and supported the Roland royal family. He hoped that one day, he would be able to hear God's voice again because of his hard work. He hoped that the clear and moving voice would once again whisper in his ear, "Xixing, I'm here to see you." But, it didn't. All he had was endless waiting and a heart that was cold and lonely day by day. In the blink of an eye, almost 4 years had passed. Just when he thought that he couldn't wait any longer, God finally appeared. Snow Roland's situation was so similar to his. He was sure that the little emperor had been replaced. The reason why he was sure that the little emperor was related to God was because his skill was ineffective against him. He couldn't even use it. This skill was given to him by God. Xixing narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't sure whether the new little emperor was God's new favorite or his incarnation. In fact, the probability of him being a new favorite was higher. After all, he was very weak, but he had incredible skills. Wasn't he very similar to him at the beginning? Xixing twitched his mouth. A trace of bloodthirsty violence flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Maybe, he wasn't a new favorite, this young man should know him. This was the conclusion he came to after carefully recalling what had happened last night and all the micro-expressions of the young man. This was very interesting, wasn't it? He actually knew him. As for the puppet, so what? As long as he could get the attention of God again, he was willing to give up his life for it. Xixing looked in front of him and smiled slightly. In the depths of his cold grayish-blue eyes, there was a madness that no one had ever seen before. Su Silly didn't know any of this. After returning to the palace, he ordered someone to send Janice to the residence of the Water Healing Division. He also went there personally. Janice was one of the few people he could trust, and she was injured because of his orders. Su Silly didn't want to see anything happen to her. Fortunately, she was also a water elementalist and could absorb water healing spells well. Her injuries stabilized after a while. "Your Majesty, the head maid is fine now. She will be fine after 2 days of rest." The head of the Water Healing Division was a beautiful woman. Her long blue hair draped over her shoulders and she had a cold temperament. Even when facing His Majesty, she didn't have a gentle expression. Su Silly didn't take it to heart. Seeing that Janice's injuries were getting better, He left her in the water healing division and left with Li Jiu and the other guards. However, after he returned to his bedroom and changed his clothes, he turned around and walked out of the palace. "Your Majesty, where are you going?" Li Jiu was a little speechless. "Why are you going out again?" "Elementalist College." "Your Majesty, why are you going there?" Su Silly stopped in his tracks and turned his head, looking at him quietly with his light purple eyes. It was a very calm look, but it made Li Jiu's scalp go numb. "Your Majesty, I have said too much." He lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything else. However, when Su Silly walked forward again, he secretly sent some guards over. Su Silly boarded the flying shuttle with familiarity. Before he walked up, he looked left and right. He didn't see Xing. Could it be that he was hiding in the dark and spying on him? Su Silly muttered and continued to walk on the flying shuttle. However, when he saw the tall figure sitting next to him, he couldn't help but stop. "Who allowed you to come up?" He looked at Xing, who was sitting carelessly on the seat, and glared at him angrily. He already had such a cool pet, but this guy still dared to sit on his flying shuttle without his permission. Xing, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. He was a little surprised to see Su Silly at the door of the shuttle. The man stood up slowly and bowed to the little emperor. "Your Majesty, this is a military shuttle," he explained softly. Su Silly looked at him coldly, but did not accept it. "But now, it has been commandeered by me." These words were said lightly and domineeringly, but no one could refute it. The entire AI Snow Star belonged to the House of Roland, not to mention a small shuttle. And now, he was the owner of this planet. Xing paused and looked at Su Silly. His eyes were deep. But very quickly, the corners of his mouth curled up. This faint smile eased his cold expression quite a bit. "Your Majesty, where are you going?" Su Silly looked at him. He was not used to the fact that this guy was suddenly not going tit for tat. Looking at his smile, the young man pursed his lips. "Elementalist College." When Xing heard this, he understood. "Then may I have the honor of escorting your Majesty?" He bowed slightly, but the smile on his face did not disappear. This made him look more gentle. Su Silly stared at him. After a long time, he frowned and turned away. "Follow me if you want." Although he still did not have a good expression, his attitude was not as sharp. Xing's eyes flashed as he watched the silver-haired young man slowly walk to the seat by the window and sit down. Then, he pointed to the seat near the door and said, "You sit there." Xing looked over and did not say anything. He obediently sat in the seat designated by the little emperor. Li Jiu, who followed closely behind, did not dare to make a sound. He tactfully sat in the co-pilot's seat and gave them the entire cabin space. As for the other guards, they secretly followed them outside. Although now that Xing was here, His Majesty would not be in any danger. The flying shuttle slowly started moving, bringing with it a burst of air, and then it went into the clouds. Xing did not close his eyes to rest. He glanced sideways at the little emperor who was sitting not far away from him. The young man lazily leaned against the back of the chair, tilted his head, and looked out of the window. From his angle, he could see the outline of his youthful side profile. His long, curly, light-colored eyelashes were almost transparent under the sunlight. Xing looked at her for a while, pursed his lips, and slowly retracted his gaze. Being in the same room as Xing, Su Silly was a little irritated at first, but he gradually calmed down and began to think about what to do next. He took a look at his attribute panel and allocated the 20 Omni points that he had just obtained into his constitution and intelligence attributes. As a surge of energy appeared in his body, his attribute panel changed. Personal level, LV5 upgrade distance, 1367/600 HP, 21,000/21,000 magic points, 480/1550 attributes, Constitution, 21, Intelligence, 31, Strength, 6, Spirit, 15, Agility, 5, Defense, 5, Elemental Affinity. Sound. Su Silly looked at his stats after leveling up and easily realized that something was wrong. Janice was his die-hard fan, so he could check her stats. He could easily calculate that when he reached level 15, his stats would definitely surpass hers by a lot. The reason for this difference should be his Omni points. Every time he leveled up, he would receive 10 attribute points that could be freely distributed, but an NPC like Janice probably did not have these points. 10 levels was a difference of 100 points, and the further he leveled up, the bigger the gap would become. This would become his advantage. Su Silly nodded to himself, feeling somewhat excited. However, when he saw that his magic points had not been filled up after leveling up, he frowned, slowly closed his eyes, and quietly entered a state of meditation. This time, he felt different from last night. Those little sparkling dots seemed to have increased in number, and their rejection of him did not seem to be as strong as last night. As usual, he ignored them and concentrated on his meditation. Not long after, faint purple light spots broke out and rushed to merge into his glabella one by one. Su Silly was overjoyed, but soon, the vibrations from the flying shuttle helped him recover from that mysterious state. The flying shuttle was descending. It seemed that he had arrived at the Elementalist College. Well, the Elementalist College was in the inner city, and the flying shuttle was fast, so it would only take a few minutes. Su Silly glanced at his attribute panel. Magic points, 550/1550. In just a short while, his magic points had recovered by 70 points, which felt very fast. Also, the experience points gained from meditating and absorbing the sound element had also increased. Su Silly curled his lips slightly when he felt the increase in his strength. He was in a good mood, and he found Xixing, who was beside him, much more pleasing to the eye. "Your Majesty, we've arrived at the college," Li Jiu said. "Okay." Su Silly nodded, stood up slowly, and got off the flying shuttle with him. Xixing also followed him down. This time, Su Silly didn't care about him. If he wanted to follow, then so be it. He had thought it through. Xixing was very strong, and there was no need to go against him at this stage. He improved quickly, and one day, he would catch up with or surpass Xixing. When that time came, he could do whatever he wanted with this guy. Su Silly thought to himself as he slowly followed behind Li Ziqing and headed to the dean's office. Along the way, they met many students of the college. Very few people had seen Snow Roland before. Only a few people had seen the broadcast in Mercenary Town today, and those people obviously didn't include these students. No one recognized Su Silly, but Xixing was a walking signboard. In the Roland Empire, almost everyone knew him. Look, is that Lord Xixing? Lord Xixing? Where? Damn, it's really him. Lower your voice, he's going to hear us. If he hears us, then so be it. I was going to ask him for his autograph, but, who's the big shot walking in front of him? Wow, that guy is so handsome, he's a good match for Lord Xixing. Su Silly didn't care about the whispers around him. He was already used to this kind of star-chasing scene, so he automatically blocked out the noise. His light purple eyes moved around, sizing up the Elementalist College. Rich and imposing. This was the first adjective that came to his mind. The college was like an ancient castle. It occupied a large area, was luxurious and exquisite, and revealed a classical and noble beauty everywhere. Su Silly even had a feeling that this Elementalist College was more imposing than the Imperial Palace. He frowned slightly, deep in thought. Finally, after climbing up the long flight of stairs and passing through the complicated corridors, Su Silly finally arrived at the entrance of the dean's office under the guidance of Li Jiu. When Li Jiu was about to knock on the door, he heard the young man behind him say, "Guard Captain, you seem to be very familiar with this Elementalist College?" "Your Majesty, I also graduated from the Elementalist College, so naturally, I'm very familiar with this place." He turned sideways and said respectfully to the young man. "I see." The young man's clear voice seemed to carry some meaning. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Li Jiu reached out his hand again and knocked on the door of the dean's office. "Come in." A slightly old voice sounded. Li Jiu pushed open the door and turned sideways, wanting to let Su Silly enter first. However, Su Silly didn't enter. He stood at the same spot for a while. Under Li Jiu's puzzled gaze, he tilted his head and looked at him with a playful smile. "Do you think I'll go in?" Li Jiu was stunned. He saw the young man's face suddenly turn cold. His light purple eyes seemed to be covered with frost. Then, he turned around and left. Li Jiu was stunned. On the other hand, Cixing didn't say anything and followed closely behind Su Silly. Just as Li Jiu reacted and was about to chase after them, the indifferent voice of the old man sounded again. "Your Majesty, please wait." This time, there was a hint of anxiety. Su Silly heard it, but he didn't stop and continued to walk forward with a cold expression. When he was about to turn the corner, a figure flashed in front of him. Then, with a clang, a blood-stained sword was placed against the neck of the person who suddenly appeared. It was an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. He didn't expect a sword to be placed against his neck. At this moment, his eyes narrowed and his whole body froze. However, he still maintained a calm expression on his face. "Sir Cixing, you can't do this. I'm not an assassin." The old man wanted to push the sword away, but Cixing didn't move. He had no choice but to let the sword hold him. Li Jiu, who was behind him, sucked in a breath of cold air. He rushed over quickly, but he didn't dare to plead for mercy. His Majesty's sudden outburst had frightened him. Was this what they meant by accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger? He really went berserk without any warning. Su Silly glanced at Cixing in surprise. This guy was actually so cooperative. This saved him a lot of trouble. Then, his gaze fell on the old man. "You are the Dean of Elementalist College?" he asked softly. His attitude could be said to be gentle. The old man didn't dare to be negligent. After all, the sword of the strongest person in Roland was still on his neck. "Yes." The old man said respectfully, "I am the Dean of Elementalist College, Justin Edwards. It is an honor to meet your Majesty." Su Silly raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. "It seems that Dean Justin isn't deaf." "Honor? Why can't I see it?" Dean Justin's expression changed. He finally understood why this little emperor suddenly attacked. In fact, he wasn't afraid of this young emperor. Even though he heard that he was outside, he pretended not to know. But now, feeling the cold blade against his neck, Dean Justin was inexplicably shocked. Cixing, the guardian of Roland, was actually so supportive of the new emperor? "It is my fault that I didn't welcome you earlier." Dean Justin admitted defeat. "As long as your Majesty is appeased, I am willing to do anything to make up for it. I only ask that your Majesty forgive this lowly one. Please come to my room for a chat." Su Silly looked at him faintly. Just as the old man was sweating and thought that he was still unwilling to let it go, the young man suddenly smiled. There was a hint of slyness in his smile. He reached out and patted the old man's shoulder. "Remember what you said." Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of Dean Justin, he turned around and walked back. Looking at the young man's back, Dean Justin suddenly felt. Did he just say something wrong? Su Silly entered the dean's office. He sized up the exquisitely decorated room with a unique design and raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not stand on ceremony and walked straight to the dean's seat and sat down. Dean Justin followed him into the office. As soon as he entered, he saw the young man sitting at the head of the table, using the legs of the chair as support. His whole body leaned back, and his two slender and long legs were crossed on his desk. His lazy and casual posture was not too arrogant. Dean Justin frowned. He was a little unhappy, but when he looked at the expressionless Cixing, he suppressed his anger. He wanted to see what the new emperor could do to him. Even if he had Cixing's support, he had to be reasonable. However, Su Silly did not intend to be reasonable. He opened the interface of the territory and selected the imperial city. All the buildings in the city were displayed in front of him. When he clicked on the Elementalist College project, more detailed information popped up. The Level 2 college, including the faculty and students, had a total of more than 10,000 people. Last year, 105 warrior elementalists and 2 spirit elementalists were sent to the front line. The annual funding received accounted for about 15% of the financial expenditure. He did not read wrongly. The education of just over 10,000 people took up 15% of the annual expenditure of the Roland Empire. The frontline military took up 50% and the rest was given to other fields. Su Silly clicked on it and roughly knew where the money was spent. Every June, the Elementalist College would send people to all parts of the country to test the talent of children who had reached the age of 5. There were more than 90 million people in the country. Every year, only 700 to 800 children with talent would be tested. It was more cruel than selecting 1 in 10,000 children. These children would be sent to the Elementalist College to study and train. Regardless of aristocrats or commoners, tuition, fees, accommodation, transportation, and so on were all waived. There was also a certain amount of benefits every month. When the Elementalists reached the age of 18 and reached the level of 1 star, they would be sent to the front line to participate in the war. As for those below 1 star, they would be stationed in various places and continue to train. As for these elementalists, they would still receive monthly benefits from the Elementalist Association that belonged to the academy. Different levels of elementalists received different amounts of subsidies. For example, a 2-star elementalist like the dean could receive an additional 30,000 exon every month without doing anything. Therefore, although elementalists had to join the army, for some civilians, it was definitely a path to heaven. As for the nobles, not only could the disciples hold great power in the army, but they could also receive huge subsidies. Naturally, everyone wanted to enter the academy. Even if they didn't reach the level of a 1 star, they would be able to occupy a position in the various local armies and wouldn't have to risk their lives. Who would be willing to accept such a lucrative job? Looking at the data and rules, Susili instantly thought of many things. Then he smiled. Very good, very good. He was still worried about the lack of funds in the national treasury. He didn't expect to gain so much from this trip to the Elementalist College. Of course, in the short term, Susili did not intend to make drastic changes. He wanted to take things slowly. The more you eat, the more you have to do. Elementalists were powerful people. If they could play a role that matched their value, he was willing to give them so much money every year. As for now, he would start with the dean. Susili raised his eyes and looked at Dean Justin with his light purple eyes. There was a faint smile on his face. Dean Justin, did you just say that you are willing to do anything to make up for your crime? Crime, this word made Dean Justin's pupils shrink. It was indeed inappropriate for him to not welcome the emperor when he heard that he was outside, but it couldn't be considered a crime, right? However, just as he was about to refute, he felt the blond man beside him glancing at him. Dean Justin's hair stood on end. A sharp sense of crisis crept into his heart and he didn't dare to act rashly. He didn't know how strong Xixing was, but he was definitely at the pinnacle of 5 star. The difference of 1 star was often the difference between heaven and earth, let alone 3 stars. Moreover, this guardian was also famous for being a man of his word. He was very overbearing and could not be reasoned with. Dean Justin was a little sullen, but he still bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Susili nodded with satisfaction. Good, very good. He looked at Dean Justin and smiled. You should have heard of Mercenary Town, right? Dean Justin nodded slightly. There seemed to be an exciting battle in Mercenary Town today. I heard about it, but before I could watch the broadcast, Your Majesty came. Broadcast? Susili blinked his eyes. This was a surprise to him. What broadcast? As soon as he asked, an image suddenly flashed in his mind. It was a woman holding a microphone and saying something passionately in the midst of the chaotic battle. Behind her, someone seemed to be carrying a camera, Susili guessed in his heart. Dean Justin picked up the remote control on his desk and turned on the television on the wall. The scene that happened in Mercenary Town today was replayed on the screen. It happened to show the young man raising his hand and shooting the frozen beast's eye. Susili felt that it was a novelty. He didn't expect that their battle against the 3-star beast would be broadcasted live. No wonder the public support rate inexplicably increased by 1%. Was it because of this? He had to thank the 2 reporters for this. Dean Justin was a little shocked when he saw the scene. Was this really done by the little majesty behind him? Also, why did he vaguely hear singing? It was like a siren's singing voice. It vaguely contained a special kind of energy, but after the broadcast, it was much fainter. Then, the frozen beast went berserk. Xixing appeared and finished off the frozen beast with 1 sword. The next scene made the old man's pupils tremble. In the town, everyone, including Xixing and the guards, knelt in front of the young man. Their voices shook the sky and deterred everyone. When did little Majesty have such power? Susili watched this scene and felt his blood boil again. However, the words that the mayor said to the victims and mercenaries made him shake his head and laugh. That was what he meant, but he didn't say so much. This old man was good at inspiring people. When this scene played, Dean Justin heard a light cough. He came back to his senses and turned off the television. Then, he looked at the young man sitting on the seat of honor. Susili held a pen in his hand and gently played with it. He said, "Dean, you have seen that I want to rebuild Mercenary Town. Since you want to make amends, I will share your burden. How about we leave the rebuilding of Mercenary Town to you, Dean Justin?" Dean Justin frowned slightly. "Your Majesty, each profession has its own specialization. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to leave the rebuilding of Mercenary Town to an elementalist. What's wrong with it?" Susili shrugged. "If I remember correctly, Dean Justin is an earth elementalist and a spirit elementalist. Isn't it easy for him to build a house?" Dean Justin's expression turned ugly. He felt humiliated. "Your Majesty, elementalists are a sacred profession. They often play a decisive role in battles and are very important strategic resources. Elementalists, how can they build houses?" "Why not?" The young man who was smiling suddenly turned cold. It seems that Dean Justin hasn't realized his mistake and doesn't want to make up for it. Then, as a price, from today onwards, the country's financial subsidies for Elementalist College will be reduced by half. Dean Justin was stunned. It took him a while to react to what he said. Looking at the young man's serious expression, the old man felt that he wasn't joking. He couldn't believe it. This was nonsense. "Your Majesty, if you do this, the elementalists fighting at the front lines will be disappointed." "Heh, I haven't finished yet." Susili pursed his lips and said leisurely. "The elementalists fighting at the front lines will receive 3 times the benefits, and the rest will be cut in half. How many elementalists were there at the front lines? If the elementalists at the front lines received the reduced subsidies, there would still be a lot left. This was easy to calculate. You will receive the same amount of benefits as you contribute to the country," Susili said calmly. "I don't keep idle people." Dean Justin trembled. The person sitting in front of him was only an 18-year-old boy. However, facing him made him feel more terrified than facing the old emperor. "Your Majesty, aren't you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Susili smiled gently. He shook his chair leisurely and said, "Isn't it Dean Justin himself who suggested this? The dean saw that the national treasury was empty and couldn't make ends meet, so he suggested to share the burden with me. He took the initiative to reduce the academy's expenses and the subsidies for elementalists. I was very pleased and overjoyed. I increased the benefits of the elementalists fighting at the front lines by 3 times as a reward. Isn't this a happy thing for everyone?" Shameless, Dean Justin widened his eyes in disbelief. This little emperor was too evil. He was the one taking all the blame, yet he could still get a good reputation. Even Xing couldn't help but look at Susili. The silver-haired boy leaned lazily on the chair. There was a faint smile on his fair and tender face, looking innocent and harmless. However, the corners of Xing's mouth curled up slightly as he gently averted his gaze. As for Li Jiu, he was already stunned. His Majesty's move was really brilliant. He looked at the faint smile on the boy's face and felt his hair stand on end. He silently told himself that he must never provoke this emperor in the future. After a long time, Dean Justin compromised. He bowed his proud back and said respectfully to the young emperor, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to share your burden and rebuild Mercenary Town. Your Majesty, please don't take my words to heart. Please allow me to make amends." Dean Justin lowered his posture because he was really scared. If His Majesty really messed around, he was afraid that he would become a sinner of the Elementalist College. Susili didn't answer immediately. He slowly played with the pen in his hand. The room suddenly became quiet. This kind of silence created a heavy sense of oppression. Dean Justin's back bent a little lower, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. "All right then." After a long time, the boy finally spoke, but it sounded a little regretful. "Then I'll give Dean Justin half a month's time. I'll get someone to draft a proposal for you. If you can't meet the requirements in half a month's time," he didn't continue, but Dean Justin's scalp was already numb. "Your Majesty, I won't let you down." He hurriedly agreed. Then I'll have to trouble you." Su Silly stood up from his chair and helped the bowing Dean up. He smiled very warmly. However, at this time, Dean Justin didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. He quickly said, "This is what I should do." Su Silly nodded. He suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. I'm here to test your innate talent." Dean Justin wanted to cry but had no tears. At the same time, he regretted it. Why did he put on airs just now? If he had come out to greet His Majesty, none of this would have happened. Su Silly was about to ask how to test his innate talent when he heard a commotion outside the corridor. "Did you really see Sir Xianxia go to the dean's office?" This was a lady with graying hair and round-rimmed glasses. She wore a pair of low-heeled leather shoes and walked briskly down the corridor, making a crisp clicking sound. There were a few students beside her. "It's true. We saw it with our own eyes." "We can't be wrong," the leader of the students said confidently. "Did Sir Xianxia come alone?" "No, there were 2 men with him that we didn't know. One of them was younger, about the same age as us." Hearing this, the lady stopped in her tracks. "About the same age as you?" "Yes." "What about the other one?" "The other one is in his 20s. He's also very young. He looks a bit like who?" "Senior Li Jiu. I saw his picture in the window of the honor department." The lady's expression became more serious. Her eyes flickered as if she had already guessed something. Then, she started walking again towards the dean's office at a faster pace than before. However, she almost bumped into a student at the corner. The student was short and had black hair and eyes. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and looked very scholarly. When he saw the lady, his expression instantly lit up. "Vice Dean Chrissy, I've finally found you." "It's you, Su Lin." Vice Dean Chrissy frowned. "I know that you want to transfer, but this is against the rules. I'm busy right now. Let Emmy and the others explain it to you." Vice Dean Chrissy walked around the short boy and went straight to the dean's office. "Vice Dean, please listen to me." Su Lin saw this and hurriedly followed her. Emmy was the boy who had just answered Chrissy's question. He still wanted to see the marshal. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity because of this idiot Su Lin. Seeing that Su Lin was chasing after the vice president, they pretended to stop him, but in fact, they had been going easy on him. Finally, they arrived at the door of the president's office. Seeing that Su Lin had been following her all this while and that the other students were unable to stop him, Vice School Head Chrissy felt a little annoyed. Now, the strongest person in the empire was in the dean's office, and it was very likely that the person who came with him was an even more distinguished existence. As the vice principal, she naturally couldn't ignore it. But what was the situation with these students? "Why are you following me? Even if you want to mess around, you have to look at the situation." "Vice President Chrissy, I've been looking for you for a long time. Please listen to my request." At this time, the student named Su Lin, seeing that Chrissy had stopped, unexpectedly took a big stride forward and blocked her path. "The warrior department is really not suitable for me. Please let me reassess my talent. I'm 16 this year, and I'll have to leave the academy in 2 years. I don't want to continue wasting this precious time. I really want to transfer to the spirit element. I think I can do it. Vice Dean, I beg you. You think you can do it just because you think you can?" Vice President Chrissy was also angry. "Do you know how rare it is to become a spirit elementalist? Among the graduates who reached the 1-star level last year, there were only 2. "That's right." Emmy and a few other students who had followed her also chimed in from the side. "Su Lin, you're already 16. You've been in the academy for so many years, but you haven't even reached the half-star level. Some of the juniors who just entered the academy are stronger than you." "Half-star? That can't be, right? I feel that he hasn't even reached 1/4 of the mark. His talent in the warrior department is already so bad, and he's delusional enough to want to enter the spirit element? Those in the spirit element are all great gods. Su Lin, accept reality. You're an elementalist, after all. Behave yourself and wait until you graduate at the age of 18. In the future, you can even enter the local guards. Su Lin's face flushed red. He lowered his head and said to Chrissy, Vice President, I really can do it. I really have the talent. Please let me try. Everyone completes the talent test at the age of 5. Are you doubting the teacher who gave you the test? Vice President Chrissy's face darkened. Su Lin, if you have the time to argue here, why don't you use it to cultivate and improve your strength? Even if you enter the local guards, it doesn't mean that you can sit back and relax. If you don't have enough strength, you can't go anywhere. Su Lin's face turned pale, and tears began to well up in his eyes. Emmy and the others nodded in agreement. Although it wasn't obvious, they looked at Su Lin with disdain and annoyance. They felt that he was whimsical and didn't know how to appreciate favors. At this time, a girl couldn't help but say, Su Lin, you should go back. We're here to look for Master Xixing. It's not good for Master Xixing to see you like this. Su Lin bit his lip. Just as he was filled with despair, the door to the vice president's office suddenly opened. What's not good about it? A clear voice of a young man sounded lazily. Everyone was startled and looked over. The young man, who was as beautiful as a fairy, held a quill in his hand. He played with it as he slowly walked out. He looked to be in his teens. His long silver hair draped over his shoulders, and his light purple eyes were slightly curved like two beautiful crescent moons. Both men and women were mesmerized at this moment. But, wait, purple eyes. Wasn't this the symbol of the House of Roland? Although only the nobles knew this, Su Lin was the only one present who was a commoner. So this person was actually, Emmy and the others looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. So, shouldn't they be saluting? Su Silly didn't care about them. Instead, he looked at the blonde man behind him and asked, Grand Marshal Xixing, what do you think is not good about it? Xixing looked up at him. His gray-blue eyes were deep and mesmerizing. He looked at the high-spirited little emperor and didn't look at anyone else. There's nothing wrong with it, he said lightly. Su Silly raised his eyebrows. He was surprised by his cooperation. Could this guy be, did he take the wrong medicine? He shrugged and looked at Chrissy. I agree with Vice President's words. If you don't have enough strength, you can't go anywhere. Vice President Chrissy looked at Su Silly and was stunned for a moment. She quickly reacted and was about to salute, but she didn't expect him to say such a thing. Her expression softened. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the young man look at Su Lin again. But, it's rare to see an omniscient and omnipotent pervert. The young man said leisurely, if ordinary people want to become strong, they have to walk the right path first. If you choose the wrong path, no matter how hard you work, it will be difficult to reach the top of the mountain. Hearing those words, Vice School Head Crazy was stunned. Su Lin, who was full of despair, suddenly looked up and stared blankly at Su Silly. You mean, the young man's voice was a little choked, and he couldn't finish his sentence. Su Silly looked at his black hair and black eyes and felt a sense of familiarity. He took out a handkerchief and handed it to him. Su Lin didn't expect that this young man, who was obviously of noble status, would do such a thing. He took the handkerchief with trembling hands, but his eyes were still fixed on him. His words just now were like a beacon in the darkness, rekindling hope in his despair. But this hope was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Su Silly looked at him and smiled gently. You're Su Lin, right? I think you do have the talent of a spirit elementalist. It wasn't a guess, but a very sure tone. And the reason why he was so sure was because, the panel in front of him showed that. Su Lin, Identity, NPC level, LV2 health points, 4,000 magic points, 500 elemental affinity, wood class orientation, spirit elementalist. This data was too miserable, he was almost as miserable as this yesterday. To be honest, Su Lin had 1,000 more HP than Snow Roland, and the difference in magic points was not that big. Of course, it was different now. In just one day, he had risen to level 5, and he had more than 1,000 experience points. Once he decided on his class orientation, he could still level up 2 more times. This was the benefit of the player's leveling system, Su Silly thought, and felt a little more sympathy for Su Lin. He heard it in the office. This child was 16 years old this year, and if he entered school at the age of 5, he had been practicing and studying in the warrior department for 11 years. However, his talent should be more towards the spirit elementalist. He just didn't know why he was assigned to the warrior department during the talent test. "How about this?" Susili said. "I was just about to ask Dean Justin to test my talent. You came at the right time." He looked at the old man behind him and asked, "Dean Justin, it shouldn't be a problem to let him test with me, right?" "No problem, no problem. Whatever you say, Your Majesty." Dean Justin had just been tricked, so how could he dare to disobey this little emperor? Moreover, it wasn't a big deal, just a little more energy. He looked at the vice dean and said, "Chrissy, you came at the right time. Please help me get the crystal ball for testing talent. We'll wait for you in the office." Vice Dean Chrissy's face was ashen, but Dean Justin's words confirmed her guess. The silver-haired boy in front of her was indeed the new emperor who had just ascended the throne. Therefore, even if she was still a little dissatisfied with Su Lin, she didn't say anything. Anyway, he should give up after testing with the crystal ball. As for this little emperor, she still had to organize her words to make him step down. Unlike other people who didn't agree with the new emperor, Vice Dean Chrissy supported Snow Roland. After the previous emperor died of illness, if the third prince hadn't ascended the throne, the Roland Empire would have been in chaos. Although the eldest prince and the second princess sacrificed themselves for the country, she deeply regretted it and respected their courage and zeal. But she always felt that a reckless emperor who put himself in danger was not as reliable as the young emperor. But now it seemed that this little emperor was still too young. He probably thought that she and Emmy were deliberately making things difficult for Su Lin, so they stood up for him. Forget it, facts speak louder than words. He would understand when the results came out later. But then again, why did this little emperor suddenly come to test his talent? When Snow Roland was 5 years old, his talent was tested. But at that time, he had the constitution of an ordinary person and didn't have affinity with the elements. Susili also knew this. But in his memory, Snow Roland didn't give up. Instead, he learned meditation from the second princess and persisted in practicing it every day. After so many years, he only barely reached level 2. But this example let Susili know that Snow Roland wasn't completely without talent. What's more, he had an affinity with the rare element of sound, so maybe there was a problem with the Elementalist College's talent testing method. But if there really was a problem, how could no one have discovered it after so many years? Susili frowned and pondered. Xixing stood silently beside him, making Li Jiu, the captain of the guards, completely lose his sense of presence. The group of students who followed Vice Dean Chrissy here hadn't left yet. The boys secretly looked at Xixing, their eyes full of worship. The only 2 girls, however, looked at Xixing and Susili for a while. Suddenly, they looked at each other and covered their mouths with a mysterious smile. Soon, Vice Dean Chrissy came back with a crystal ball. Su Lin, who had dried his tears, followed her into the office. The office was completely silent. Vice Principal Chrissy carried a wooden box and gently placed it on the table. This wooden box had a unique design. It looked simple yet exquisite, and one could tell at a glance that it was very valuable. Click, she gently unlocked the box and slowly opened the lid, revealing a sparkling and translucent crystal ball inside. Vice Principal Chrissy's expression became more dignified. She held the crystal ball with both hands and used the small brush in the wooden box to carefully wipe off the dust on its surface. Only then did she solemnly place it on the table. Her ritualistic action also made Susili cautious. He was still sitting at the head of the table, but he no longer put his feet on the table. Instead, he sat upright and still with a solemn expression. Xixing and Li Jiu were separated behind him, and their gazes also fell on the crystal ball. Sunlight shone in from the window and fell on the white and translucent crystal ball, refracting multicolored rays of light. Su Lin stared at the crystal ball in a daze. For a moment, he forgot his fear, leaving only a heart full of longing and a trace of uncontrollable nervousness. The moment to decide his future was about to arrive. After Vice Principal Chrissy placed the crystal ball properly, she stood sideways. Susili then threw the detection spell over. Elemental crystal ball. Description: a crystal ball used to test elemental affinity. When the tester places both hands on it, the crystal will show the colors of each elemental system. Note, the tester needs to have at least 500 magical points to use it. Su Silly blinked. The tester needs to have at least 500 magical points to use it. 500 magical points, according to the formula he discovered, required 10 points of intelligence. In other words, even if one had elemental affinity, without 10 points of intelligence, one would not be able to use the crystal ball to test talent. But this was not right. Su Silly looked at Vice Principal Justin and asked, "Vice Principal, does everyone use the crystal ball to test their talent?" "Your Majesty, the crystal ball is mainly used to test one's spiritual talent. If there is no reaction from the crystal ball, the second round of the warrior system test will be carried out." Dean Justin replied respectfully. Su Silly nodded. Snow Roland's memory of the test was already fuzzy. After all, he was only 5 years old at that time. Then how does the warrior department test? Dean Justin replied, "As everyone knows, the difference between the martial arts department and the mental arts department is that the martial arts department can absorb elements and use them to temper the body, releasing powerful martial skills. Children with warrior talent will unconsciously absorb elemental energy. Although the amount of elemental energy absorbed is very small and mostly condensed on the surface of the skin, elementalists who are 1-star and above can sense it. So, the talent of the warrior department is personally tested by the teachers of the academy?" Su Silly concluded. "That's right. The martial arts department is simpler. There's no need to rely on a crystal ball," said Dean Justin. "The mind, on the other hand, is very mysterious. It's not something that can be measured by human strength." Su Silly began to understand. The spiritual talent had to be measured with a tool, which was this crystal ball. It would filter out the children who had 10 points of intelligence at the age of 5. As for the remaining children who did not reach 10 points of intelligence and were tested to have an affinity with elements, they would be simply and crudely assigned to the warrior department. Regardless of which element they were gifted in, even if they were elementalists with spirit element talents, their bodies had the ability to absorb elements. This was something that Su Silly had personally experienced. Therefore, the results of the test by the teachers of the warrior department were not necessarily accurate. Using this method, it was no wonder that there were so few spiritual elementalists and that every one of them was a genius. After all, a 5-year-old with 10 points of intelligence was considered to be an outstanding talent. As long as they continued to work hard, their future achievements would not be low. However, those children with less than 10 points of intelligence were unlucky. For example, Su Lin. He estimated that his intelligence attribute was slightly lower when he was 5 years old, so the crystal ball did not respond and he was assigned to the warrior department. However, in reality, his talent leaned towards the spiritual talent. He had been using the martial arts method to cultivate, so his progress was slow for many years. Not only was it a waste of resources, but it also led others astray. Looking at Su Lin's sullen and depressed appearance, it was obvious that he did not have a good time in the academy. And how many examples like him were there? Su Silly frowned and muttered to himself as he placed his hands on the crystal ball. A faint purple light emerged from the crystal ball. Spiritual talent. And it was the rarest sound element. Dean Justin and Vice Dean Chrissy were stunned. When His Majesty said that he wanted to test the talent, they did not take it to heart. After all, when His Majesty was 5 years old, it was Dean Justin who tested him personally. In the next moment, Dean Justin's knees went soft and he almost knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, how could this be?" He could swear that 13 years ago, when he tested His Majesty when he was still a little prince, he did not fake anything. At that time, the third prince really did not have any talent as an elementalist. Su Silly glanced at him and smiled. Adhering to the traditional philosophy of respecting the old and loving the young, he said, "Li Jiu, bring a chair for the dean." The old man can barely stand. On the way to Mercenary Town today, Li Jiu had already known that His Majesty had an elemental talent. At that time, he did not take it to heart. Now that he saw the dean's reaction, he realized something. Yes, His Majesty did not seem to have an elemental talent before, so why did he have one now? He had a strange expression, but he did not dare to disobey. He hurriedly brought a chair for Dean Justin to sit down. Dean Justin wanted to decline, but he really could not stand it. Moreover, this was a seat bestowed by the new emperor. If he refused, it would be disrespectful. Thus, he sat down with trepidation, raised his head, and looked at the emperor and the marshal behind the desk. The two most powerful people in the Roland Empire were in front of him. One of them was standing, while the other was sitting. Sunlight shone through the stained glass window behind them, coating them with a faint halo, forming a very visual impact. Although they did not say a word, it gave the dean a great deal of psychological pressure. So much so that for a very long time, every time he thought of this scene, he would still feel a lingering fear. The old man opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, but Su Silly raised his hand to stop him and looked at Su Lin. "Su Lin, come here." Suddenly hearing his name, Su Lin, who had been quietly waiting and trying to reduce his presence, couldn't help but tremble. He was just an ordinary student. He never thought that one day, he would be able to meet so many important people. Dean Justin, Captain Li Jiu, the Marshal, and His Majesty the Emperor, because he did not believe in fate, because he was unwilling, he tried to find a way to find the Vice Dean. This was already his greatest struggle against fate. Until just now, when he stood here, he realized how stupid and lucky he was to have stopped the Vice Dean. If it was not for His Majesty's kindness, he was afraid that now, Su Lin. The young man's voice sounded again. When Su Lin realized that his mind had wandered, his face couldn't help but turn pale. He hurriedly walked forward. "Greetings, Your Majesty." He bowed, but because he was too nervous, the young man bumped into the desk in front of him with a bang, giving Su Silly a fright. The other people present were also somewhat speechless. Vice Dean Chrissy inwardly shook her head. This child, his psychological quality was too poor. How shameful, tears welled up in Su Lin's eyes. He felt extremely ashamed and humiliated. So sorry, he straightened his back. He didn't care about the bump on his forehead and bowed his head in apology. Su Silly glanced at his red and swollen forehead, but didn't say anything. He said warmly, "Put your hands on the crystal ball." Su Lin secretly looked up. He saw that Su Silly's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened just now. He felt a little better in his heart. In addition to his reverence for His Majesty, he also felt gratitude. He took a step forward and placed his trembling hands on the crystal ball. A faint green light slowly emerged from the inside of the crystal ball and finally filled the entire sphere. At this moment, Vice Dean Chrissy's eyes widened again. Su Lin really did have a spiritual type innate talent, that was the wood element, there was no mistake. How could this be? She murmured. Her long-established beliefs were violently impacted. If His Majesty hadn't come today, if His Majesty hadn't agreed to Su Lin's retest, wouldn't this child's innate talent have been buried? Moreover, it was buried by her own hands. This realization caused Vice Dean Chrissy's face to instantly lose all color. Su Lin had actually always wanted to transfer to another faculty. He had started making a fuss last year. Some teachers had come to complain to her, but she didn't take it to heart. After all, the crystal ball's test had never been wrong in so many years. However, at this moment, as she looked at the crystal ball that was emitting a faint green light, Vice Dean Chrissy's beliefs collapsed. Could she really have been wrong? After the shock passed, there was a strong sense of lingering fear and guilt. If His Majesty hadn't been there. If His Majesty hadn't been there, Su Lin, look, I said you had a spiritual type innate talent, wasn't I? Su Silly slightly curved his lips and said in a soft voice. Su Lin stared blankly at the crystal ball. It wasn't until the clear voice of a youth rang out that he regained his wits. He raised his head mechanically, and the tears that had been accumulating in his eyes slid down. But in the next moment, he smiled again. Yes. The youth nodded heavily. That's right, he had proven himself, he had finally proven that he possessed spiritual type innate talent. He wasn't trash, he wasn't a vermin that only knew how to waste resources. He had merely gone in the wrong direction. The gloominess that had accumulated in his heart for so long vanished like smoke in thin air. Su Lin was suddenly enlightened, and there seemed to be some changes in his temperament. Ding. Su Lin's favorability has increased to sworn loyalty, Roland Empire diehard fan +1, Su Silly blinked. He wasn't surprised that Su Lin's favorability had increased, but he was surprised that this unlucky child had actually leveled up. Yes, just now, Su Lin had suddenly leveled up twice. His intelligence had increased by a full 3 points, and his spirit attribute had probably increased as well. Because he had now become a diehard fan, Su Silly could see his attribute panel. This child's spirit attribute had already reached 15 points. He was only level 4, but it was already as much as level 5 himself. This was also the first time Su Silly had seen an NPC leveling up. Indeed, they couldn't use EXP to take shortcuts like him, but with a good foundation, when they had an epiphany, they might not be much slower than him. This gave him a sense of urgency in his heart. But, Su Lin was now one of his people, so naturally, the stronger he was, the better. Even if he couldn't compare to some of the old guys now, who knew what the future would be like. Speaking of which, how many talents like Su Lin were there in the academy that were buried? Su Silly stared at Su Lin, but he was already thinking a lot in his mind. Then, the more he looked at him, the more satisfied he felt. Wood talent, although it wasn't a strong battle talent, but, he could be a farmer. For an old antique like Justin, he had to use threats and promises to make him build a house. But it was different for a student like Su Lin who had taken the wrong path. They couldn't reach the level of 1 star to begin with, and after they graduated, they would just be slackers in the local guard army. They might as well help him with construction. And, looking at Su Lin's black hair and black eyes, it was obvious that he had a racial talent. It would be a pity if he didn't farm. How could he do something like burying a talent? Mental elementalists, not to mention anything else, the 5 main elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the best talents for life. Those geniuses who reached 10 intelligence at the age of 5 would naturally go to the front lines, that was their stage. However, the rest of them might be able to shine. There was no absolute trash in the world, only resources that were used in the wrong place. Elementalists were 1 in a million, how could they be trash? Moreover, these people took so much of his money, how could they not make use of it? Su Silly thought about his next plan. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it was. Moreover, Dean Justin was going to rebuild Mercenary Town soon, maybe he could get these students to participate. Mercenary Town would be the first experimental base. He could build an engineering team made up entirely of elementalists. Building houses was not a priority, the most important thing was for them to build roads. If they wanted to get rich, they had to build roads first. He had personally seen the road from the inner city to Mercenary Town, it was completely impossible. Not to mention the bumpy road, in order to avoid some natural hazards, they had to take a long detour. Time was life, it was enough for daily life, but when it came to war, it would be fatal. Looking down from the sky, other than the main road, he did not see many roads. Mercenary Town happened to be on that road, it was a place for mercenaries to rest, that was why it gradually became prosperous. However, there was more than one town in such a big outer city. There were many towns and villages in other remote areas, all of them added together, these people and resources were a huge amount of wealth. Relying only on the Star Alliance's funding would not go far. If the Roland Empire wanted to become strong, it had to cultivate its own talents and do its best to develop the planet's resources. However, Su Silly did not have such big ambitions at the moment. His foundation was too weak, he was weak, and there were dangers everywhere. For example, 10 million universe credits, he did not have any idea yet, if he did not pay the alliance fee in 1 month, no, in 29 days, he might be invaded by the lizard men. At that time, it was not certain if the Roland Empire would be his. He still had to prioritize, the most important thing was to find a way to earn universe credits. This was the tragedy of a weak country, no matter how much currency you had, if others did not recognize it, it was worthless. Sigh, if only second brother was here. He was so good at earning money. Wouldn't 10 million be a piece of cake for him? Su Silly could not help but sigh. The dean's office was already very quiet at this moment. Although his sigh was very soft, it was still heard by everyone. The ones who were the most uneasy were naturally Dean Justin and Vice Dean Chrissy. There was a major mistake in their teaching, not only did the students get the wrong element, but even the current emperor had an extremely rare talent for this sound element, but Dean Justin hadn't been able to detect it back then. This is a crime of neglect of duty. Furthermore, because of this, a prince was crippled, causing him to waste 13 years of his life, and now, this prince had become the new emperor. and his temper was not very good. When he thought of this, Dean Justin's eyes turned black. When he heard the little emperor's sigh, his face turned even more ashen because he knew that his sins were unforgivable. Originally, he had the talent to be an elementalist, but he was held back by someone many years ago. If it were him, would he not be resentful? Apart from being powerful, elementalists also had a longer lifespan than ordinary people. Perhaps, he had reached the end of the road in this life. Losing his integrity in his old age was exactly what he meant. Dean Justin's face was full of bitterness. He turned his head to look at Vice Dean Chrissy and sighed heavily. Then, he slowly stood up and walked to the desk. Under everyone's gaze, he calmly knelt down. Su Lin, who was still uneasy because of His Majesty's sigh, hurriedly stepped aside at this moment. Although the Academy had misjudged his talent, they had not mistreated him all these years. He was still very respectful to the two deans. Your Majesty, when I tested your talent that day, there was a huge mistake. This old man cannot escape the blame. Dean Justin said sternly, this old man is willing to resign from his duties as a dean and join the front lines to fight with the soldiers until my death. This is to make up for the mistakes of that day. I hope your Majesty will allow it. After saying this, Dean Justin calmed down. He had stayed in the rear for too long. In fact, a powerhouse like him should have been at the front lines. The current outcome was also good. Vice Dean Chrissy's expression changed again and again. She looked at the white-haired old dean. This person, he was also her teacher back in the day, she had a miserable expression on her face. In the end, she gritted her teeth and knelt down with Dean Justin. Your Majesty, Dean Justin has nurtured countless elementalists for the Academy and the Empire over the years. He has made great contributions. An experienced professor like him should stay in the Academy to teach and educate people. In terms of teaching, I am far behind the dean. I almost made a huge mistake with Su Lin's matter. I am willing to accept the punishment on behalf of the dean and fight with the interstellar beasts at the front lines. I hope your Majesty will grant my wish. The two deans knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Vice Dean Chrissy even mentioned Su Lin, scaring him so much that he waved his hands. Li Zhiyu's expression also changed. He wanted to plead for mercy for them, but he also knew that Dean Justin could not absolve himself from the blame. But to send them to the front lines, he could not bear to do so. The only one whose expression did not change was probably Xing. When the two deans begged for forgiveness, he glanced at them indifferently. Then, his gaze fell on the little emperor's face. Then, as expected, he saw the dumbfounded look in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly, but he quickly suppressed it. Su Silly was really confused. What was going on? Why did they suddenly kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Two of them even kneeled down. Your Majesty, please don't listen to Chrissy's nonsense. I am already old and she is still young. She should stay in the Academy and continue to nurture talents for the Empire. No, Your Majesty, I am not spouting nonsense. I really can't compare to the Dean. I am not young anymore, enough. The youth's calm voice instantly silenced the two deans who were arguing. The silver-haired youth sitting at the head of the table closed his eyes. He rubbed his temples as if he had a headache and said softly, the two of you are already so old and are people of status. Don't you find it embarrassing to quarrel like this? No one dared to speak again. Dean Justin, have you forgotten something? The rebuilding of the mercenary town has not started yet, and you want to go to the front line? The youth's face instantly turned cold. Who gave you the guts to treat this emperor's words as a passing wind? You keep provoking me. Are you thinking of rebelling? Clang, as soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a sword being unsheathed sounded. It was an imposing combination. Su Silly's heart skipped a beat. He looked strangely at Xing beside him. If he did not know that he would be attacked by Xing, he would have thought that this guy wanted to kill him. Xing did not look at him. He only stared at Dean Justin expressionlessly. It was as if he was really examining whether Xing was going to rebel. The old dean trembled under his stare. This Marshal and Duke was a murderous person. He was loyal to the Emperor and supported the House of Roland. If not, he would not be known as the guardian of the Roland Empire. He would not have gained the trust of the previous emperor, who conferred him the title of duke on his deathbed and ordered him to assist the new emperor. To be honest, with Cixing's strength, even if he wanted to be the emperor, no one could stop him. He had outstanding military achievements and was supported by the people in the empire. However, he was willing to submit to others and be the lackey of the House of Roland. No one knew why, but no one dared to underestimate him. Your Majesty, I definitely do not have the slightest intention of rebelling. Your Majesty, please understand. Dean Justin admitted defeat. I will remember the rebuilding of the mercenary town in my heart. It is my duty to do so. When the rebuilding is completed in half a month, I will resign. I will not delay your Majesty's plan. Su Sili shrugged. Let's talk about this when the time comes. He did not want to waste any more time, so he looked at Su Lin and said, other than the rebuilding of the town, you have another important thing to do. That is to investigate how many students like Su Lin are in the academy. To be honest, this matter makes me very angry. Su Sili said with a straight face, elementalists are all pillars of the empire. Who would have thought that there would be such a big mistake in the first step of the talent test? I do not intend to hold anyone responsible, nor do I intend to punish anyone. I only want a solution. It is obvious that there is a big problem with the current talent test. The students who have been delayed have already been settled, but what about the new students and the children who have not been tested? Are you going to continue to delay them? As deans of the academy, the two of you are also at the level of professors. Could it be that you have never noticed the problems with the current education system and where it can be reformed? Take the talent test for example. The method used more than a decade ago, or even decades ago, is still being used now? The young emperor's words made the two deans blush. They wanted to defend themselves and say that they had contributed to the cause of education all these years. However, they could not refute His Majesty's point. And as the victim, His Majesty was absolutely qualified to say these words. Su Sili did not stop there. He did not have the energy to do these things, but it did not mean that he could not let others do it. After all, it was just a matter of moving his mouth. In fact, he could also choose to bide his time, strengthen himself first, and then wait for the game's open beta. He had seen the grand future of this game on the forum. At that time, he would have an army of players who would not die, would not be destroyed, and would not be tired. However, Su Sili did not want to be so passive. The players all admired strength. If he could not give them benefits, not only would they ignore him, but they would also likely turn against him and even rebel. For the players, as long as he dared to show his HP bar, they would dare to kill him. Therefore, he had to establish an advantage in the early stage and strive to intimidate the players as soon as they entered the game. And all this could not be done by relying on his strength alone. The young man looked at the two deans and continued. Use your wisdom as a spirit elementalist and think about it carefully. Let's not talk about me, let's not talk about the students who have gone in the wrong direction. Let's talk about the ordinary people who have been identified as having no talent. How many elementalist seeds are buried like me? Vice Dean Chrissy was stunned, and after Dean Justin calmed down, he could not help but show a thoughtful expression. His gaze fell on the crystal ball on the table. Perhaps it was time for this old test method to be reformed, however, he never expected that the young emperor would say such words next. To tell you the truth, I have been practicing meditation for all these years. The two deans could not help but look up at him. Li Zhiyu's eyes flashed with surprise. Not just anyone could learn the meditation technique, let alone learn it. Because I was not willing to be identified as having no talent. As a descendant of the House of Roland, this was a disgrace. Su Sili faintly described Snow Roland's mental journey. In fact, it was because of this that he was disliked by the old emperor. He was obviously a prince, but he lived such a poor life. Of course, Su Sili did not mention too much about the past. He continued, and the facts proved that my persistence was correct. After 13 years, I reached the standard of making the crystal ball glow. Then, from my example, can we deduce that, actually, everyone has elemental affinity, and everyone can become an elementalist? The two deans widened their eyes. The three words impossible were about to blurt out, but they were quickly stopped. Was it really impossible? Su Sili did not pay attention to them. Instead, he played with the quill in his hand and slowly analyzed. The children who were selected to enter the academy all had innate advantages. Before the age of 5, they could subconsciously absorb elemental energy. These children, even if they did not meet the requirements set by the crystal ball to become a spirit elementalist, would still enter the warrior department to learn and cultivate. However, for the remaining children, are they really unable to change their physiques through hard work? Haven't you ever wondered why some people have talent while others don't? Not only the two deans, but even Su Lin and Li Jiu were dumbfounded. Was this not a very normal thing? Su Silly looked at them, somewhat speechless. Then I will be more straightforward. Why is there no pattern to the birth of an elementalist? Logically speaking, many elementalists are a combination of strong and powerful people, but among their descendants, not all of them can become elementalists. And for ordinary families, even if there is no elementalist in their ancestors, there will sometimes be a golden phoenix. Just like Su Lin. Su Lin, who was called out, immediately blushed. His Majesty actually said that he was a golden phoenix. He, who had always been called a good-for-nothing, heard someone describe him like this for the first time, and the most honorable person in the entire empire. The young man looked at Su Silly with increasingly fanatical eyes. Su Silly was just casually mentioning it. After that, he continued his train of thought. I know that some people only talk about talent based on bloodline. Actually, I feel that it might be related to bloodline, but my theory is, as long as one has the bloodline of the Roland Empire, or the bloodline of the Escher star, they will have the talent of an elementalist. However, there is a difference in talent between the strong and the weak. Innate rankers have an advantage, but those who work hard may not necessarily be able to catch up. And the current training system for elementalists has infinitely widened this gap. Innate rankers are all arranged to enter academies to cultivate. This is understandable, but those who need to work hard have completely lost the opportunity to come in contact with cultivation methods. This is a kind of academic monopoly, and also one of the reasons why the Roland Empire can't rise again. In fact, Su Silly was just casually saying it, but now he even convinced himself. It really made sense. He even found evidence in Snow Roland's memory. Those who have studied history know that the Escher star was powerful and prosperous before the catastrophe 100 years ago. At that time, there were many elementalists. As the strongest country in Roland, almost 1/3 of the people were elementalists. The population at that time was much more than it is now. And now, there is only one elementalist in 10,000 people. Is it really because of the catastrophe that changed everyone's physique? 100 years ago was actually not that far away. Although countless countries were destroyed, and many precious materials were not left behind, only the Roland Empire kept a small part of it. At that time, there were many things waiting to be done, and resources were limited. Naturally, they could only give priority to the most talented and let this group of people become stronger first. But now, it was different. Although the days were still tough, and the battles at the front lines were still ongoing, it was not to the extent of having to live frugally and tighten their belts. Su Silly felt that some ordinary children could undergo simple entry training, and even the adults could try it. If there were a few more elementalists, even if they were not good at fighting, they could still do some life skills. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of cutting firewood. If a country wanted to be strong, it was necessary to build a basic foundation. Just like the frontline soldiers, they also needed food, weapons, and equipment. If these basic things were improved, at least the survival rate would be greatly increased. Of course, he could only provide some ideas for now. As for how far it could go, it would depend on the Elementalist College. You can think about these things yourselves. If you really want to make up for your mistakes, what I just said is the direction you should work hard on, and not just think about escaping to the front lines. Su Silly's mouth was dry. He stopped and licked his lips involuntarily. Then, a cup of steaming hot tea was gently placed in front of him by a good-looking hand. Su Silly blinked and looked up from the hand to meet the man's grayish-blue eyes. They were still cold and indifferent, without any warmth. Under his gaze, the man calmly retracted his hand and continued to stand there quietly, as if the cup of tea was not poured by him. Su Silly was speechless. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Was there something wrong with the tea, he carefully cast an insight spell on it and found that it was just a normal cup of red tea. It wasn't drugged like he had thought. But something was wrong. There was something wrong with Xing. He saved him in Mercenary Town, and after entering the Elementalist College, he cooperated with him. But why? Su Silly really did not understand. The two of them were supposed to be enemies. If it were him, it would be difficult to clean up after being stepped on and turned into a puppet without killing the other party. Forget it. Let's drink tea first. Su Silly was really thirsty, but he could not figure it out. Since there was nothing wrong with the tea, why did he make things difficult for himself? The young man picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. Li Jiu, who had been watching from the side, could not help but secretly look at them with a strange expression. Even if you want to feed a dog, you have to look at the situation. How dare they show off their love so openly? However, other than him, no one else knew about the relationship between His Majesty and the Marshal. He was the only one who ate dog food. Sigh, what a headache. Su Silly did not know what Li Jiu was thinking. If he knew, he would probably beat him up. At this time, he drank a mouthful of tea to moisten his throat and felt very comfortable. The two deans who were still kneeling on the ground were completely stunned. This time, it was not because of power or influence, but because they were truly convinced by His Majesty's theory. If everyone could become an elementalist, then everyone would be a real soldier. When that time came, would they still need to be afraid of interstellar beasts? Once this theory was proven, it would definitely affect the course of history. However, Dean Justin soon frowned. He looked up at Su Silly and hesitantly said, "Your Majesty, there is something that I do not understand. Can you enlighten me?" Su Silly leisurely drank his tea and lazily nodded. "Go ahead." Dean Justin then asked respectfully, "Your Majesty, just now, how did you determine that Su Lin has a talent for mental power?" At a glance? Dean Justin's question made Su Silly pause. How could he tell at a glance? Of course, it was because he had a cheat code. But this could not be said. He did not answer immediately. Dean Justin continued, "Your Majesty, I just said that the mind is very mysterious and illusory. It is not something that can be measured by humans. If Your Majesty can tell us how you made the judgment, maybe it can provide some ideas for the improvement of the test method." Dean Justin was really ready to reform. Although His Majesty was young, his words today had brought a lot of shock and inspiration to him. He was not a dean for nothing. His biggest dream in life was to see the Roland Empire become strong and drive all the interstellar beasts out of their home. And now, the words of the young emperor made him see hope. He felt that if it was really realized, the strength of the Roland Empire would increase by at least 20%. Don't underestimate this 20%. Even a small increase in strength could ensure more people's survival. Those were the lives of living people. Facing Dean Justin's burning gaze, Su Silly was silent. He thought for a while and said, "I am not very clear about the details. I seem to have obtained a skill." He frowned and said, "I can barely tell if a person is a warrior or a spirit type. This skill will consume my magic every time. Of course, the consumption is not much." "This skill, how did you obtain it?" Dean Justin asked carefully. Su Silly shook his head, "I don't know. I got it inexplicably." He had indeed leveled up to LVL 5 and obtained the leader skill, Insight. Maybe this was the talent of a king. Hearing his words, Dean Justin frowned deeply at first. Then, he thought of something and suddenly felt relieved. "It seems that this is a new skill that Your Majesty has comprehended." Comprehending was not rare for an elementalist. Many powerful elementalists had their own unique skills. There were also many people who knew the skill but did not know the reason for it. Such skills were generally unable to be passed down. Although he felt a little regretful, Dean Justin quickly pulled himself together. "Your Majesty, this old man has a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree?" He knelt on the ground again with a very proper attitude. Su Silly could roughly guess what he wanted. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "Go ahead." "Your Majesty, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to effectively improve the talent testing method in a short period of time, and Your Majesty has comprehended such a skill. Just like what Your Majesty said just now, we can't continue to let those students go down the wrong path." This will not only delay their lives, but also the future of the Roland Empire. Headmaster Justin pressed his forehead against the ground and said loudly, "This old man earnestly requests your majesty to use your identification skill on every student of the academy. This old man is terrified to have troubled your majesty, but this is the most effective and fastest way. This old man can only shamelessly plead with your majesty. I hope your majesty will grant my wish." Su Silly looked at the old man who was almost lying on the ground and sighed again. Casting skills was also very tiring, not to mention that there were more than 10,000 students in the academy, and his current upper limit of magic was only slightly more than 1,000 points. Each time he used 10 points of magic, which meant that he could test at most 100 people a day. 10,000 people would be close to 100 days. Of course, there were some treasures in the palace that could quickly restore magic, but was he going to do nothing but test the talents of the students every day? Su Silly felt his scalp go numb just thinking about it. However, he also understood the old headmaster's feelings. It was indeed urgent to lead the students onto the right path. He thought for a moment and stood up from the chair. Today, Su Silly had established his authority. At least at this moment, when he made a move, everyone present held their breath and waited for his next instructions. Headmaster Justin also noticed the young man's movements. He lay on the ground, not daring to move, for fear of angering the young emperor again. Going head-on was definitely not going to work. With Xixing around, he couldn't do anything. He could also see that the young emperor's temper was not as weak and timid as the rumors said. On the contrary, he was very stubborn. Therefore, he could only lower his head and give in. Perhaps he could still do something for the academy and the children if he gave in. Headmaster Justin held his breath and focused. He heard the young man's footsteps. It was very light, the soles of the shoes rubbing against the ground, making a soft rustling sound. It also seemed to be crushing his heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. In fact, it was a little sad and embarrassing. However, when he thought about how he was doing the right thing, he convinced himself to be relieved. After a short and long wait, the young man finally stopped beside him. Then, he heard the clear voice of the young man, laughing loudly, "This is not a big deal, Headmaster, you don't have to be like this." Headmaster Justin was startled and looked up blankly. He saw the young emperor bend down slightly and reach out to hold his arm. He hesitated for a moment before standing up. Looking at the young emperor's kind face, Headmaster Justin was flattered. He said uncertainly, Your Majesty means. Let me say this first, if you want me to test everyone, that is impossible. Su Silly said. You can choose a few times yourself, just like Su Lin, you can use the crystal ball to test. The new students probably won't be able to use the crystal ball, but you can let them practice meditation and body strengthening techniques at the same time. Those children who really have talent for the spirit element, or rather, those whose talent for the spirit element is stronger than their talent for the warrior element, will definitely show a difference when they practice these two basic techniques. Moreover, this can be the first step to promote cultivation techniques to ordinary people. Su Silly patted the headmaster's shoulder lightly. Methods are all thought of by people. Headmaster and vice-headmaster have been teaching for so many years, since you know the root of the problem, is it difficult to find the right solution? It's not difficult. He said directly, don't always think about taking shortcuts, when you really can't, come find me. Today's purpose of coming to the Elementalist College was achieved, and there was also an unexpected gain. Now, Su Silly was ready to leave. Test all the students, forget it, it's more important to think of a way to get 10 million universe credits. However, what surprised Su Silly was that the favorability tag above Headmaster Justin's had changed from friendly to respectful, and now to revered in a short time. This old man was still quite sensible. Su Silly nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Su Lin. Su Lin didn't expect His Majesty to suddenly look at him, and he nervously stood up straight. Your Majesty, he stuttered and couldn't complete a sentence. Su Silly looked at his black hair and black eyes, smiled and said, Su Lin, I have high hopes for you, you have to develop your talent. I'll get someone to send you something later, if you can meet my requirements, I'll definitely put you in an important position in the future. Su Lin was simply flattered. His Majesty had high hopes for him, even if he had spiritual talent. After so many years of neglect, he couldn't catch up at all. But His Majesty he couldn't help but bow deeply, almost touching his thighs. Your Majesty, rest assured, Su Lin will do his best not to disappoint you. Su Silly nodded slightly and began to ponder in his heart what fruits and vegetables in the Roland Empire were more similar to the ones in the original world. Perhaps besides farming, Su Lin also had a talent for gourmet food. At that time, if he gave this child some inspiration, wouldn't he be able to improve his diet? Thinking of the food he ate in the palace today, Su Silly was a little dispirited. Although it was barely edible, it still lacked a bit of flavor. And this was already the highest standard of food in the Roland Empire. After all, he was the emperor, who could eat better than him? Let's go back. Su Silly threw down the headmaster's quill, called out to Li Jiu, and walked straight out. You don't have to see me out, headmasters. He stopped at the door. Think about the future plans carefully. Besides the academy, don't forget about the rebuilding of the mercenary town. After saying that, he didn't continue to stay. The silver-haired boy walked forward slowly, closely followed by the two strong guardians. No one dared to stop them, and no one dared to ignore them. The scene of the young emperor leisurely leaving was deeply imprinted in the hearts of many people, and left a thick and colorful stroke in the history books. Su Silly didn't know about this. At this moment, he just wanted to hurry back to the palace to level up, and then learn Roland's songs to see if he could learn new singing skills. Although a song only gave 500 experience points, which was much less than killing monsters, an injured 3-star beast was hard to come by, not to mention the risk. In comparison, learning to sing was easier. After all, this was his old profession. However, when he saw Xing get on the shuttle again and follow them all the way back to the palace, Su Silly was a little unhappy. Xing, why are you following me? Finally, they arrived at the door of the palace. Su Silly stared at the man who was following him closely and said in an unfriendly tone. Xing looked down at him, the cold and indifferent expression on his handsome face suddenly melted. He slightly curved his lips and said, Your Majesty misunderstood. I said that in order to protect Your Majesty's safety, I will stay in the palace for a period of time. The place where I live is right next to Your Majesty's palace. If he didn't mention it, Su Silly would have forgotten about it. However, what really made him hesitate was, looking at the faint smile on the man's face, Su Silly pursed his lips, and finally snorted coldly. Do whatever you want, as long as you don't follow me. After saying this coldly, the young boy bowed to the guards at the door and walked into the palace like the wind. Then, with a bang, he closed the door of the palace. The blond man was still standing in the corridor. He raised his eyes and looked at the tightly closed door of the palace. His thoughts suddenly drifted far away, and he remembered something that happened a long time ago. Xing, you should smile more. You look very good when you smile. A voice sounded beside his ear, with a hint of lazy mockery. Xing pursed his lips, and the smile on his face disappeared. He retracted his gaze, and in a flash, disappeared from the spot under the watchful eyes of the guards. Su Silly went back to his bedroom. He ordered the maids to bring him some tea and snacks. Then, he dismissed everyone and started to check the results of the day. First, he opened the message notification. Back at the Elementalist College, he only glanced at it briefly and didn't have time to look at it in detail. Ding. Confirmed class direction, Spirit Elementalist. Elemental affinity, Sound. Ding. Your experience bar is full. Please level up as soon as possible. He could continue to level up. Su Silly thought about it, and the level up button behind his experience bar lit up. The 1367 experience points that he had previously accumulated were all filled into his experience bar. The empty slot was quickly filled up, and the numbers behind it started to increase. Ding. Your experience bar is full. Your level has increased from level 5 to level 6. All stats +1. Omni points +10. Ding. Your experience bar is full. Your level has increased from level 6 to level 7. All stats +1. Omni points +10. After using 1300 experience points to level up twice, he was only left with a pitiful 67 points. Su Silly looked at it, then skillfully added 10 Omni points to Constitution. Level 7 distance to level 67 out of 800 health points, 33,000/33,000 mana, 510 of 1,650 stats, Constitution, 33, Intelligence, 33, Strength, 8, Spirit, 17, Agility, 7, Defense, 7, Elemental Affinity, Sound. When his Constitution reached 30, Susili could clearly feel that there was a warm current flowing through his veins, improving his constitution. He stood up and looked at himself in the mirror. The young man in the mirror had long silver hair draped over his shoulders. He had a handsome face, but because of his chubby baby fat, he looked a little young. His skin was originally ivory white, so pale that it looked sickly, but now it had a healthy complexion. Susili tilted his head slightly. He felt the changes in his body. It seemed that when his constitution reached a certain point, he grew a little. Was it his imagination? Susili turned around and looked at the young man in the mirror. This body was created based on his data. Because he was sick, he was already very thin. The game group seemed to have kept this. As for his height, Susili was only 179 centimeters. He was not considered short, but he was not considered tall in the entertainment industry either. His ideal height was 183 centimeters, but it was a pity that he stopped growing when he was older. He could only take it as a pity. Who would have thought, adding on his physique could actually make him grow? Susili was pleasantly surprised. He was certain that he had indeed grown a little taller. Although it was not very obvious, his trousers were indeed shorter. He rubbed his chin and continued to look at the remaining 10 attribute points. Should he add them all to his physique? After hesitating for a moment, he decided not to do so. It was not good to be too obvious. He was only 18 years old, so it was normal for him to grow a little. But what if he grew 2 or 3 centimeters in one night? Susili shook his head and looked at the other attributes. He wondered if his strength attribute had increased. Would his muscles grow? He was too thin now. He didn't look good at all. The lavender eyes flickered slightly, and the young man's mind wandered. Speaking of a good figure, a tall figure unconsciously appeared in front of him. He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Wrapped in a tailor-made military uniform, he stood tall and straight like a pine tree, full of a sense of strength that made one's heart tremble. Susili licked his lips. As a male, he couldn't help but be attracted. This guy, Xing, was a perfect match for his aesthetic standards. Unfortunately, Susili narrowed his eyes when he thought about the scene of him being shot on the throne last night. This was not over yet. Sooner or later, he would make this guy kneel in front of him and kowtow to him. The young man thought faintly as he added the remaining 10 omni points to his mental strength attribute. He only had 8 points of strength. Adding another 10 points would not cause a quantitative change. Therefore, he decided to increase another attribute related to the mental strength attribute first. Just as he finished adding, he felt his mind become clearer again. At the same time, there was a surge of enlightenment in his mind. Susili closed his eyes slightly and realized he could still see everything around him. It was a very magical feeling. Within 5 meters, he could still see clearly, but beyond that, he was in complete darkness. Susili opened his eyes again. Could it be that he was hallucinating? He thought for a moment, opened the drawer, and took out a few gemstones of similar sizes. There were red, blue, and green gemstones. He shuffled the gemstones, then closed his eyes. He took out one of the gemstones and placed it in his palm. Then, he entered that mysterious state just now. It was red. Susili muttered in his heart. He opened his eyes to confirm that it was indeed the color that he saw. He tried a few more times, and it was correct every time. Wow, what is this? Susili was a little surprised, but unfortunately, there was no one around. Besides, Li Jiu and Janice were both warrior elementalists. It would be a waste of time to ask. Forget it, he would ask Dean Justin the next time he saw him. This old man knew that he had a mental strength attribute, but didn't he invite him to the academy to train or give him some notes? Although he did not have time to go to the academy, he could still read some books and study by himself. Susili secretly thought that he should find an opportunity to meet the dean. Even if he was busy, he could ask Vice Dean Chrissy to do it. At this moment, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was it that among the human powerhouses that he had met so far, except for Xing, there was no one above level 20, Li Jiu, Dean Justin, and Vice Dean Chrissy, all three of them were level 20. It felt a little coincidental. Su Silly touched his chin. He wondered what the others were like. He made a mental note of this strange point, thinking that the next time he met other powerhouses, he would make a judgment based on their levels. As his mind became clearer, another kind of understanding surfaced in his mind. Su Silly hesitated for a moment. Then, he tapped the table with his fingertips and began to sing softly. The gentle and peaceful melody was like a warm spring breeze blowing across the earth. It was also like a mother's embrace, giving people the most peaceful feeling. It was the goodnight song of Roland. Unlike during the day in the mercenary town, when the situation was tense and he could not carefully comprehend it, it was different now. After singing this song again and adding magic power, he had a deeper feeling. In fact, he did not need to sing at such a high volume. As long as there were sound elements, his song could be directly transmitted under the effect of magic power, and even directly affect the brain of the target. This was because there was also sound in the human body. If he had been singing randomly during the day, then now, with the state that he had just comprehended, it was completely different. He could sense that the most powerful range of his song was 10 meters. Any further and the power would weaken until it was almost nothing. And within 5 meters, Su Silly closed his eyes. He looked at everything around him, and finally looked at the 2 ants on the ground. They seemed to be affected by his song. They lay motionless on the ground, and only their tentacles were trembling. Su Silly's mind moved, and one of the ants suddenly woke up. It shook its head, and its tentacles moved chaotically in midair. Then, it probed its companion. It pushed its companion and found that its companion did not move, so it directly lifted the ant and quickly drilled into the gap between the tiles, disappearing from Su Silly's sight. Su Silly stopped and opened his eyes again, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. If the intelligence attribute affected the magic value, then the spirit attribute, in addition to increasing elemental damage, had other wonderful uses. For example, just now, he could freely remove the effects of skills within the range of his spirit radiation. In this way, it would not be like today in the mercenary town, where even his own people were affected by his song and stopped fighting indiscriminately. This ability was too practical. Su Silly was a little happy. He did not expect that he would have an unexpected gain just by trying it out. After singing the song and gaining proficiency +1, he did not continue singing. Su Silly got up and went to a wall. After using the iris scan, a square door silently moved away from the wall, revealing a dark room. There was a game pod in the dark room, which was bought by the old emperor through the Star Alliance. After his death, he passed it on to Snow Roland. Using this game pod, one could connect to the Star Network. This was also the only device on a Snow that could connect to the Star Network. Although the communication device in his hand could contact Anton on an alien planet, it could not connect to the Star Network. Su Silly sat in the game pod according to Snow Roland's memory and operated it according to the instructions. This felt a little strange. Was he playing a holographic game in a holographic game? What kind of weird setting is this? Su Silly complained in his heart, put on the helmet, and then lay down. As it was activated, the game pod's door automatically closed. Su Silly felt his vision go dark, but it quickly became bright again. Star Alliance Network welcomes you, Your Majesty Roland. A pleasant female voice sounded in his ears. Su Silly blinked. Yes, this was the name given by the old emperor, and it was very practical. Then Snow Roland used this name. Thinking of this, he looked around and found himself in an unfamiliar room. There was a bed, a sofa, and all the modern equipment, even a sense of technology. Was this the virtual space on the Star Network? Su Silly looked at the mirror and found that his virtual image was still Snow Roland's. He shrugged and sat down on the sofa. According to your purchase record, your holographic game list is as follows, please select. As the female electronic voice sounded again, several game covers appeared in front of Su Silly. He glanced at them, and then, an unnoticeable blush appeared on his face. They were all, well, games that were not suitable for children. And they were holographic. Damn, the old emperor knows how to play games? I don't want to play games. Su Silly said uncomfortably, remove these. The female electronic voice said, "Yes, Your Majesty Roland." Very soon, those eye-catching game covers disappeared. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" The female voice continued. "What's your name?" "Navigation AI 58462, at your service." "So, you don't have a name?" "The number is my name, Your Majesty Roland." Susili touched his chin. "How about I give you a name?" The female electronic voice paused for a moment, and then said obediently, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Your Majesty Roland." Susili raised his eyebrows, feeling that this AI's intelligence was quite high. "Your number starts with 5, so I'll call you Xiao Wu." "How's the Wu from dance?" "Are you a girl?" "Your Majesty Roland, AI has no gender." "Then why is your voice female?" This was set by the previous Your Majesty Roland. Okay, it was the old emperor. This old man. Thinking of the game covers he just saw, Susili's face was full of disdain. He couldn't bear to look. "Then do you have other voices?" Susili asked. "Yes, Your Majesty Roland." Then, the navigation AI demonstrated several preset voices for Susili, all of which were very pleasant to listen to. Susili looked around and finally chose a young boy voice. Well, this way, he wouldn't think of the old emperor at all. "From now on, you'll be called Xiao Wu, 5 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he said. "Okay, Your Majesty Roland." The young boy voice was so cute, Susili couldn't help but say, "Don't call me Your Majesty Roland, that's too long, call me Big Brother." The navigation AI paused again, and then said, "Okay, Big Brother." Susili was satisfied. Thinking of the reason why he went on the star web, he quickly asked, "Xiao Wu, do you know how to earn universe dollars on the star web?" "Searching in progress, please wait a moment." Search complete, found 105,4683 jobs and part-time jobs, all of which are listed below in descending order of pay. Please provide more detailed job requirements for Xiao Wu to filter, Big Brother. Susili was very happy to hear her call him Big Brother. He had always wanted a younger brother or sister, but unfortunately, his parents didn't want to give birth, so he could only look at other people's children. Now, he had satisfied his craving. He looked at the list of information in front of him and felt a little headache, so he asked, "Xiao Wu, is there any job or way to earn 10 million universe dollars in 29 days? Filtering for you, please wait a moment." Soon, the list of information in front of Susili began to shrink rapidly from tens of thousands of pages, until only a few pages were left. Filtering complete, please check, Big Brother. Looking at the interface that had become refreshed, Susili smiled slightly, "Okay, thank you, Xiao Wu." Then he looked carefully. There were 10 pieces of information on each page, and most of them were wanted posters and bounties. The one with the highest bounty was the leader of the Qingdao force, which had a bounty of 1 billion universe dollars. If he could kill him, he would definitely become rich overnight. Other than him, the ones at the top of the list were also very valuable, but unfortunately, Susili didn't dare to think about it. He was only level 7, and didn't have any damage skills. How could he kill people? Could he use Xing? It seemed really possible. According to the setting, Xing should be one of the top NPC in the game. Susili was stunned for a moment, but he quickly drove this thought out of his mind. It was too dangerous. Moreover, the Roland Empire didn't have a spaceship that could leave. There was originally one, but it was destroyed in the Beast Tide 3 years ago, so now they were trapped on the planet, and neither people nor things could leave. Susili shook his head and gathered his scattered thoughts. "Xiao Wu, help me remove the bounty." "Okay, brother." Xiao Wu obediently replied. The options decreased again. Without the bounty on his head, the options in front of him changed to lottery-type activities. This was once again passed by Susili. Lottery tickets weren't free, and he didn't even have a single coin. How could he afford it? Then there was the treasure bounty. Still not enough. After reading all of them, there was only one that caught Susili's attention. Someone offered a high price to buy a mutated plant called Snow Valley. This plant naturally didn't exist on AI Shui Star, but in the supplies provided by the Star Alliance, there was an ordinary seed of this plant, Dark Valley. Dark Valley was a very good food crop, with high yield and easy to grow, but unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for AI Shui Star, so it was abandoned. According to the buyer, Snow Valley was a mutated version of Dark Valley, and was very rare, so he bought it for research. He bought it at 100,000 universe credits per kilogram, as much as he could get. Su Silly took note of this information. If he could grow Snow Valley with a yield of more than 100 kilograms, 10 million universe credits would be settled. With the help of a wood elementalist, the plant's growth cycle would be much faster. It was very difficult to experiment with this mutated plant within a month, but it wasn't completely impossible. With this in mind, Su Silly saved the contact information of the seller. Then he asked, Xiao Wu, are there any singing competitions with high prize money? Searching, there are a total of 15 singing competitions with more than 10 million universe credits being held by the Star Alliance, and 5 are currently accepting applications. Su Silly's eyes lit up. Quick, show me the information of these 5 competitions. Please wait a moment, brother. Soon, the previous job information disappeared, and several singing competition posters appeared. When he saw the requirements of the competition, the excitement in Su Silly's eyes disappeared. None of them could be completed within a month. This was very normal. A normal variety show couldn't be completed within a month, let alone this kind of star-making activity that required interaction with fans and the audience. Su Silly couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. At this time, a cute little voice sounded in his ears. Brother, are you in a bad mood? A little. Is there anything I can help you with? Su Silly smiled, thought for a moment, and said, play me a song. It seems like I haven't listened to a song in a long time. Okay, opening the Interstellar Music Library for you. Then, a new interface appeared in front of Su Silly, allowing him to choose. Su Silly was too lazy to look. He collapsed on the sofa, thinking about what else he could do, and said casually, you choose. This time, Xiao Wu paused for a while. Then, the cute little voice sounded again, based on your balance, can I play today's recommended song for you? Yes. Su Silly nodded. Okay, choosing today's recommended song library for you, using random play mode. Soon, as the leisurely song sounded, the navigation AI's voice disappeared. Su Silly listened to the song and hummed along softly. It was a very unfamiliar song, and the voice was not someone he had heard in real life, but it was very sincere. Su Silly listened to the song carefully, then asked Xiao Wu to play it again. Who sang this song? He asked. Cool Breeze is the song that made the new singer Yu Yang famous. Yu Yang himself wrote the song, and he also sang it, Xiao Wu replied. New singer, Su Silly's interest was piqued, and he spent some time researching. There were many music listening websites on the Star Web, but the best was still the Interstellar Music Library of the Flanda Interstellar Federation, or Star Melody for short. Star Melody had a lot of traffic, and there were people uploading new songs almost all the time. To be able to stand out among hundreds of millions of people, one could imagine the popularity of the song. As for Yu Yang, he relied on the popularity of the song Cool Breeze to become a hot new singer. In the interstellar era, copyright was very important. To put it simply, listening to songs required money, but the fee was very low. Basically, one could listen to several songs for 1 yuan. But there were too many people. How many people were there in the entire Star Alliance? As long as there were enough people, there was no need to worry about not being able to make money. Su Silly was a little envious. This was the overnight popularity he had imagined, but this kind of success was basically impossible to replicate. People often only saw the top of the pyramid, but ignored the majority of the people at the bottom. Brother, do you want to sing to make money? Xiao Wu asked. Su Silly smiled and shook his head. After a pause, he said, I'll give it a try. It's not bad if I can make some money. After all, I'm broke now, and I'm a little nervous without money. He did as he thought. He asked, Xiao Wu, can I arrange and record songs in this room? You can arrange songs. The Star Alliance network has the most complete and most realistic simulation instruments in the universe. The game cabin has a built-in recording system that can be used in immersion mode. Okay, then teach me how to use it. Su Silly pulled himself together. When it came to music, he came back to life. And so, under Xiao Wu's guidance, he recorded 4 songs in one go. They were all original songs that he had not released yet. He had not been very satisfied with them, so he did not release them. Now, he could only make a Hail Mary effort. When he was about to upload them, Susili hesitated for a moment, then added Roland's goodnight song. This song was not original, so the broadcast fee was lower than the original song. But it was just to make up the numbers, so he did not have much hope. After finishing all this, Susili was exhausted. There was a limit to how long one could use the Star Network, and he had seriously exceeded the time limit, so he was warned several times by Xiao Wu. Finally, when Xiao Wu issued another warning, he said goodbye and logged out of the Star Network. Sitting up in the game cabin, Susili felt like he was in a trance. Too tired, it was not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Susili rubbed his temples, left the dark room, and asked someone to bring him dinner. After eating, drinking, and sleeping, he felt alive again. After staring at the ceiling for a while, the teenager looked at the big clock on the wall. The moonlight outside the window shone in, and the bedroom was dim. He did not sleep for long, and it was only 9 o'clock in the evening. Susili slowly sat up, raised his hand to scratch his hair, and continued to lie down, wanting to continue sleeping until dawn. But soon, the teenager opened his eyes again and turned over to sit up. Suddenly, he remembered something very important. He had not taken a bath yet. There seems to be a big bath in the palace of Roland? Susili turned his head to look out the window, slightly curving his lips. Yes, I'll go take a bath. While working hard, I should also enjoy life. The weather was clear tonight, with no clouds in the sky. Only the bright moon hung high in the sky. Susili put on a robe and strolled leisurely in the hallway, heading in the direction of the large bath in his memory. He had already sent a message to Janice, asking her to order the servants to prepare everything for the bath. Although she was injured, she didn't need to do it herself, she could just let the maids do it. He didn't walk quickly, giving the maids enough time to prepare. Well, as a monarch, he was very considerate. A gust of wind blew past his face, causing his silver-white hair to flutter in the air. Susili walked and walked, slowly stopping at the end of the hallway. He looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, his purple eyes slightly dimmed, and his whole person was shrouded in a layer of melancholy. Probably because the moonlight was too intoxicating, some of the emotions that were ignored during the day inexplicably came to his mind. He suddenly felt a little. He missed his parents and brothers. Star Age was developed nearly 10 years after his death, which means, in reality, it has been about 3,000 years. Mom, Dad, Big Brother, Second Brother, and Grandpa and Grandma, are they okay? Susili pursed his lips, standing in the moonlight, his breath became a little cold. In a dark corner where the young man couldn't perceive, some silent communication was going on. What's wrong with His Majesty? Maybe he's thinking of the second prince? I heard that His Majesty and the princess have a very good relationship. AI, poor thing, he's still a child, 11, be careful, don't be discovered. Discovered? Ingio, you're too cautious, how could His Majesty discover us? His Majesty has already become a spirit elementalist, so what? Even Justin might not be able to discover us, let alone His Majesty? But, don't you think His Majesty has become stronger? The other voice didn't speak. After a long time, it said, it seems, he's stronger than he was during the day. Susili didn't notice the communication between the two shadows. He stood under the moon for a while, then continued to walk in the direction of the bath. In the end, ha! Ha! A small voice came from the wind. It was very soft and far away. If it was in the past, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear it clearly. However, it was different now. The sound element had become his microphone, and he could hear the commotion coming from even further away. Susili was somewhat vigilant. He pricked up his ears and listened attentively. It seemed like there was no danger. It sounded like the voice of a child. But how could there be a child in the palace? He misheard. Susili suddenly paused as he thought of a certain name. Could it be him? Susili hesitated for a moment, then his feet moved slightly, and he walked in the direction of the sound. As for safety, it should be fine in the palace, right? Didn't Li Jiu say that there were secret guards protecting him? With this in mind, Susili looked around as he walked. He had the favorable impression system. As long as one was a human, they shouldn't even think about hiding around him. After all, with a tag on their head, they were just like a target. It would be difficult for him not to discover them. Of course, if it was too far away, he might not be able to see it clearly. In a certain corner of the shadows, the communication that had been silent became active again. Where is His Majesty going? I don't know. Just follow him. He's looking around. Is he looking for something? Why do I feel like His Majesty is looking at me? Don't be so nervous. His Majesty has become stronger, but it's not to the extent that he can discover us. Really? Are you sure? Really, I'm sure. But, I really feel like His Majesty is looking at us. Susili looked not far away, about 20 meters away from him, under a large rock. 2 tags were floating on it. Respect, respect, one was darker, and the other was lighter. He furrowed his brows and stealthily threw out 2 detection spells. Ing 9, Identity, NPC Personal Level, LV 19 HP, 71500/71500 Magic, 1100 Elemental Affinity, Dark Profession, Warrior, Ing 11, Identity, NPC Personal Level, LV 18 HP, 68,000/68,000 Magic, 1000 Elemental Affinity, Dark Profession, Warrior. Looking at the interface that appeared, Susili nodded and retracted his gaze. Although he was not as good as Li Jiu, he was much better than Janus. Moreover, these 2 shadow guards were very good at hiding. If an enemy really appeared, he could control them with his song. These 2 shadow guards would then attack him, and he felt that they were very lethal. Of course, if he did not encounter a monster like Xing. Susili continued to walk in the direction of the sound. He felt much more at ease with someone protecting him. Moreover, he was only LV7, but his HP was half of Ing 11's. He might even surpass Janus's HP soon. His own strength always made him feel more confident. Soon, Susili left the corridor and walked around the high wall. Finally, he stopped at a certain spot. There was a hollowed-out window here. He stood outside and could see the situation inside the wall. It was an open-air courtyard. In the open space, there stood a short figure. His short black hair swayed gently as he waved and chopped the wooden sword in his hand. Under the silver moonlight, it glowed faintly. It was a young boy of about 10 years old. His facial features were not clear, but from the side of his face, he was not bad-looking. He should be a handsome young man. He held a wooden sword in his hand and was chopping at the wooden dummy in front of him. Although he was young, his face was full of determination. His training must have been going on for a while. In this cold night, he felt like he was dripping with sweat. His back was wet. Ha! Ha! He chopped with his sword again and again, tirelessly. Your Highness, it's time to rest. At this time, a gentle female voice sounded. Natasha, you go to sleep first. I want to practice for a while. The young boy did not turn around. He continued to chop with his sword, making a da-da-da sound. Your Highness, you have a psychic talent. The maid named Natasha wanted to persuade him again. So what? The young boy said coldly, my brother is also a powerful psychic elementalist, but what happened in the end? When your magic power reaches 0, your body is your last resort. Natasha looked at him worriedly, frowning slightly. Your Highness, you won't fall into that situation, who knows? The young boy said lightly, stabbing the wooden dummy's heart with his sword. Natasha hesitated for a moment, then said, but... Your Highness, you still have to go to the academy tomorrow. I will wake up on time. Seeing that he was so insistent, Natasha sighed. All right, I will prepare some cooked food for you. You can eat it after training. Prepare some for Snowball too. Yes, Your Highness. Along with the sound of footsteps, the maid named Natasha left the courtyard. The young boy was not affected. He was still staring at the wooden dummy in front of him, as if he was looking at some mortal enemy. He kept chopping and stabbing with his wooden sword. Every move was executed in a proper manner. Although he was a psychic elementalist, his physical fitness was comparable to some warriors of the same age. The 2 shadow guards guarding Susili in the distance began to talk again. Isn't this the young Highness? At such a young age, he is very hardworking and talented. He is more hardworking than His Majesty, cough cough, more hard-working than many people. Yes, but why is His Majesty here? I heard, when His Majesty was still a prince, there was a bit of enmity between him and the young highness, so he came here. Xianxia, why do you seem to know everything? Isn't this something that many people know? Well, don't talk, keep watching. In front of the window, Susili looked at the young boy in the courtyard, recalling the memory of Snow Roland. In his memory, Snow and Joan did not have a good relationship. In this generation of the House of Roland, there were a total of 4 princes and princesses. Of the 4, only the third prince, Snow, was ordinary and did not have the talent of an elementalist. As for Joan, she was the one with the best talent. He was now only 10 years old, but he had already reached level 5, which was half a star strength. When he was 18 years old, he would have no problem reaching 1 star, or even 1.5 stars. Towards his eldest brother and second sister, Sino Roland was respectful, but towards his youngest brother, his feelings were very complicated. Before Xiaoqiang was 5 years old, he liked this little brother very much. Although he did not live a good life, he would share the good things with him. No matter how scared he was, he would stand up and protect him from being bullied by the servants. At that time, Snow regarded Joan as his emotional sustenance. However, when the 5-year-old Xiaoqiang was tested to have a strong talent as an elementalist, everything began to change. Snow was happy for his little brother, but at the same time, he could not suppress the disappointment and jealousy in his heart. Obviously, the same blood flowed in his body, but he was completely ordinary. Obviously, he was a prince, but in a palace, he was ignored like a transparent person. Except for his second sister, no one seemed to remember him. Therefore, when Xiaoqiang was allowed to leave the palace and register at the Elementalist College, the 2 brothers gradually drifted apart. Later on, they quarreled over a small matter, and from then on, the 2 of them did not speak anymore. After Snow ascended the throne, he did not think about his youngest brother, and even when he decided to abandon the throne and escape from Ai Shuexing, he did not think about bringing him along. Susili recalled inside. If he had not activated the favorability system, he would not have known that Joan Roland, the younger brother Snow hated and envied, was actually his die-hard fan. He believed that the system would not be wrong about this. At the same time, he was speechless. At this moment, if the game designer was standing in front of him, Susili would definitely beat his dog head without mercy. What happened to being the overbearing ruler of a country? Why did he have to go through such a ridiculous growth experience? Fortunately, he was here now. Everything he saw in the future form would not happen. It was even more impossible for brothers to fight each other. Susili took one last look at the young boy in the courtyard, turned around, and prepared to leave. He did not want to disturb his cultivation. But, rustle, the sound of shoes rubbing against the ground was not particularly loud, but it was still heard. Who's there? The young boy's childish voice was heard. Susili only had time to turn his head and watch as the short figure rushed over quickly and nimbly jumped over the wall, landing directly in front of him. It only took a blink of an eye. Joan Roland was truly worthy of his talent and hard work. The young boy glared at him coldly with his purple eyes, and was about to attack with the wooden sword in his hand, but when he saw Susili's face, he could not help but freeze in place. Royal brother? He looked up at Susili, and his originally cold little face became adorable in an instant. Susili did not expect the little brat to be so reckless. He rushed over directly when he heard the noise, and it seemed that he wanted to fight with him. He looked at the young boy, and his face suddenly darkened. What are you doing? Joan looked at the wooden sword in his hand and hurriedly put it behind his back. A trace of panic flashed in the young boy's purple eyes, but soon, his little face tensed up again. I should be the one asking this question. He looked up and looked straight at Susili, and even seemed a little angry. It's so late, why is royal brother here? Didn't you just encounter an assassin last night? Where's Li Jiu? Why did he let you run around? At such a young age, he was full of vigor when he was angry. For a moment, Susili was a little scared. However, he felt the concern in the young boy's words. This kind of familial bond made his originally somewhat gloomy mood suddenly brightened up a little. I came to see you, he said in a gentle tone. Came to see, At first, he was very aggressive, but in the end, he suddenly weakened and turned into a confused voice. See me? He stared blankly at Susili. Yes, who knew you would suddenly rush out and want to hit me? Susili walked over, stretched out his hand, and rubbed his head. You think I'm an assassin? Speaking of this, his voice suddenly became stern. What if you're really an assassin? What do you want to do with a wooden sword? The young boy was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to explain, but no sound came out. His originally jade-white ears slowly turned red. He lowered his head slightly, allowing Susili to rub his head. I saw that you were quite smart just now. You know that you need to practice martial arts. Why did you suddenly become stupid? Susili said resentfully. Next time you feel that something is wrong, run quickly, or call for help before you fight, understand? Yes, royal brother. The young boy lowered his head and answered obediently. Not hearing the rebuttal that he expected, Susili was stunned for a moment, then slightly curved his lips. This child is really quite obedient. It's good that you know, don't make me worry. He whispered, I only have one little brother, what if something happens to you? The young boy suddenly looked up, his round purple eyes staring at Susili. It was as if he couldn't believe it, but also a little excited. Susili rubbed his head again, the child's hair was soft and thin, so it felt particularly good to touch. He didn't say anything else, instead turning around, walking around the side door, and walking into Xiong's small courtyard. Since he had been discovered, he might as well stroll around casually. Xiong looked at her brother's back, a trace of joy appearing in her eyes, but she quickly reacted, grabbed her sword, and trotted after him. Not far away, the two shadows communicated again. Didn't you say, the relationship between these two brothers is bad? Ing 11 asked suspiciously, why do I feel like they're on good terms? How should I know? The rumor is that their relationship is really bad. Ing Jiu said. Somewhat depressed. That's why seeing is believing, you shouldn't always listen to gossip, it affects your judgment. I know, Ing Jiu's voice was muffled, do you want to go in? Or do you want to just wait outside? Just wait outside, in any case, the little highness has people around him. The two shadows quietly crept up, guarding the surroundings. Inside the courtyard, as soon as Susili walked in, he saw the favorable impression tag floating in the corner. Seeing that it was respect, Yang Kai didn't waste any of his demonic chi and pretended not to see it, walking around the courtyard before finally arriving in front of the wooden figurine and carefully examining it. Yang Kai hadn't seen it clearly when he was outside, but now that he was closer, he found that this shabby wooden figurine had long been scarred. Countless old scars and new scars showed how hard its owner had trained. Brother Huang, at this time, Xiong came up behind him and looked at him with some hesitation, but there was a faint longing in her eyes. Susili turned around and smiled at him. Xiao Qiong is very strong. Looking at the smile on his face, the young boy blushed slightly and quickly shook his head, I'm still too weak, I'm still far from that. Brother Huang, I saw the broadcast, you were in Mercenary Town today, you actually saw it too? Susili raised his eyebrows slightly as he recalled the scene in Mercenary Town today. Even now, he still felt that it was very exciting. Indeed, we're still far from that. If Xixing hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid it wouldn't have ended well. Even though it was heavily injured, that 3-star beast was still so strong. Xiong looked at him and pursed his lips. Actually, what he wanted to say was, his brother was very brave today. He also wanted to say that when he grew up, he would protect him like the Grand Marshal. But, he couldn't say it. His brother didn't seem to like him, take it slow, you're still young, you still have a long time to cultivate in the future, there's no need to rush. Susili shook his head and didn't continue this topic. His gaze moved slightly as he became interested in the sword in the young boy's hand. Xiong saw this and took the initiative to pass the wooden sword to him. Susili didn't refuse. This wooden sword looked light, but unexpectedly, it was quite heavy in his hand. After using insight technique, he realized that it was made of a special material and was very heavy. Xiao Qiong was so young, but he was able to lift this heavy sword with ease. It seemed that he had been training hard all this time. While playing with this wooden sword, Susili suddenly remembered the sword skill that Xixing had used during the day. With a single slash, the frost beast was cut into two halves. He licked his lips and searched Xianxia's skill panel. Soon, he found it. Imprisonment sword, description, a killing move. After using the sword skill, the enemy will be imprisoned in place for 3 seconds. During the imprisonment, all defenses will be lost. At the same time, you will slash once. After this slash, you will be temporarily unable to use the sword again for 1 minute. Skill level, LV10, max, stamina requirement, 100% attribute. Lightning Susili looked at the skill description and couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder, the frozen beast suddenly seemed to be frozen. After being cut in half, it fell to the ground and blood flowed everywhere. So it turned out that he had been imprisoned. This was a martial arts skill. To use this sword skill, he had to use 100% of his stamina. If he encountered an enemy and used this skill, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, he was in the palace now and there were secret guards guarding him. Why not? Give it a try, Susili frowned and pondered. This was a killing move. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use it. However, he still needed to practice and be sure that he knew what to do. He looked at the young boy next to him and hesitated for a moment before saying, Xianxia, can I borrow your wooden sword? Xianxia nodded. Brother, please use it. Then, he saw his brother curl his lips slightly and reveal an incomparably gentle smile. Then, he looked around the courtyard and walked towards the big stone in the corner. Seeing that he was about to get into position, Xianxia hurriedly said, Brother, let's chop the wooden dummy. No, I don't want to break your wooden dummy. Susili said. If he broke it, he wouldn't have the money to pay for it. Xianxia frowned. This wooden dummy is very sturdy. It's harder than a stone. Yes, I know. Susili nodded, but his eyes were fixed on the big stone in front of him. This was Xianxia's sword. It was very powerful. He didn't want any accidents to happen. Xianxia wanted to come over but was stopped by Susili. Just stand there. Don't come over. Xianxia had no choice but to obey. He frowned and looked at him in confusion. What was his brother trying to do? On the other hand, Susili took a deep breath and looked at the skill panel. With a slight thought, he decided to use it. In just a second, he suddenly felt a powerful energy fill his body. His body seemed to be occupied by another incomparably powerful soul. That powerful soul was Xianxia. Susili felt that at this moment, he seemed to have become Xianxia. Or rather, Xianxia was controlling his body. It was a strange and mysterious feeling. He focused his eyes and locked his eyes on the big stone in front of him. Imprisonment, a formless aura locked onto the rock, and even the grass growing on it stopped. Then, he swung his sword. There was no sound. There was no huge movement. In silence, a straight line appeared on the stone. The wind blew gently. Then, the stone that was half the height of a person was silently cut in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Silence. It was suddenly silent. Susili looked at the big stone that was cut in half. He couldn't believe that this was the result of a wooden sword. Then, the feeling of being possessed disappeared. A huge sense of emptiness and exhaustion spread throughout his body. He almost couldn't stand still. Ding. Imprisonment sword LV10 has been successfully activated. Stamina -100, Susili's legs felt weak. He felt like he ran 1,500 meters in a second. But the result of the experiment was delightful. Xianxia's skill was too useful. This shackling sword was too cool. Xianxia opened his mouth slightly and stared at the big stone in a daze. Although the wooden sword was harder than the stone, but to cut the stone in half so smoothly, was it possible for a normal person to do it? Anyway, he couldn't do it. It was impossible. Susili forced himself to walk back in a good mood. He then returned the wooden sword to Xianxia. He didn't explain what happened. Instead, he asked with a smile. Xianxia, do you want to take a bath with me? Xianxia shook his head mechanically. I'm going back to sleep. Then, under Susili's confused gaze, he turned and ran into his bedroom. When he saw Susili turn and leave through the window, he looked away. He sat on the ground and recalled the powerful sword just now. Meow. After some time, a cat meowed. A snowy white figure came to Xiong's side and gently licked his face. He suddenly pouted and hugged the snowy white cat. He sobbed, "Snowball, I can't protect Big Brother anymore." Sob, "Big Brother has become so strong." The little boy curled up in the shadows. He had completely lost his mind. Luckily, there was a cat quietly accompanying him. As the initiator, Su Silly didn't know what happened. When he saw Xiong suddenly run away, although he was confused, he didn't chase after him. Feeling the cold night wind, he couldn't help but shiver. Then he remembered why he came out in the middle of the night. Take a bath. Su Silly hurriedly turned around and dragged his heavy footsteps in the direction of the large bathtub. At the same time, he and the two shadow guards didn't notice that a figure stopped on the wall and then disappeared. What about now? Do you want to follow him in? Watching the young man's figure walk into the palace where the bath was located, the two shadow guards lurking in the shadows once again silently communicated. Nonsense. If we don't follow him in, what if something happens? He wasn't a little girl, what was there to avoid? In any case, His Majesty wouldn't be able to discover them. The two shadows discussed for a moment before sneaking off again. They avoided all the guards' eyes and successfully approached the palace, but when they broke through the wall and wanted to continue to sneak into the main hall, they encountered an obstacle. Their auras were completely locked down. An invisible force had imprisoned them, rendering them unable to move. Assassins, Yingjiao and Yingshi were shocked and were just about to call out when a pair of black military boots quietly appeared in front of the two shadows. They recognized this pair of boots. Sure enough, after raising their field of vision, they were met with a pair of gray-blue eyes that were filled with majesty and indifference, one they were used to seeing. Sir Xixing, Yingjiao saw this and wanted to restore his figure, but he heard the man coldly say, "Go out, I'm here." His low and indifferent voice revealed an unquestionable domineering aura, causing the two shadow guards to not dare utter a single word. After gently nodding in salute, the two shadows once again returned the way they had come. Their speed doubled compared to when they first arrived, giving off a feeling of fleeing. Watching their figures disappear outside the wall, Xixing withdrew his gaze. His gaze fell on the back of the palace. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Inside the palace, Su Silly finally arrived outside the bath. The maids had already prepared everything, and the bathtub was also filled with water. The steaming hot steam dispelled all the coldness. Feeling the warmth, Su Silly sighed secretly. Seeing the maids salute him, he waved his hand and said, "Put down the things, all of you can go out, I'll call you when I need you." The clear and gentle voice of a young man revealed a sense of indifference and laziness. "Yes, Your Majesty." The maids did not disobey. They placed the items beside the bath and left respectfully one by one, closing the door behind them. Following the muffled squeaking sound, Su Silly was the only one left in the huge palace. He looked at the spacious bathtub in front of him and curled his lips slightly. While the outer robe was taken off and gently fell to the ground. As his footsteps approached the bathing pool, one piece of exquisite clothing after another fell to the ground. Fog swirled around, concealing a jade-white figure. Her tender white feet tightened, and the tip of her foot lightly touched the pool water, creating circles of ripples. Then, the pair of feet completely stepped into the pool. Step by step, they walked down the stairs until the entire figure was submerged in the water. A faint sigh sounded from the spacious hall and lingered under the dome. Su Silly rested his head on the edge of the bathtub with his eyes slightly closed. He felt that his whole body was wrapped in warmth, and all the tiredness and coldness in his body were dispelled. Bathing was indeed one of life's greatest pleasures. He felt as if his whole body had melted into the water, and he was light as a feather. The steam made him a little dizzy, and his exhausted body felt dizzy because of the heat. However, he did not care much and just leaned lazily on the edge of the bathtub. His head of silver hair was loose, and half of it fell into the water and floated in the hot water. He brushed away the strands of hair and accidentally swept across his chest. There were still red and purple bruises on his fair skin, and they were faintly painful. These were left behind when Xixing stepped on the throne last night. Su Silly pursed his lips, and his eyelids were half closed. His originally good mood was instantly tainted with anger and depression. This fellow's foot was so heavy, and he really did not show any mercy. Furthermore, Susili lifted his leg again and pressed on his sore ligaments. He cursed Xixing several times in his heart. Just wait and see. Wait until my strength surpasses his, I will definitely do all of these to him. What's the point of stepping on his face? It doesn't hurt at all. Susili snorted coldly and forced himself to calm down. He glanced at the plate of fruits left behind by the maid, turned around, and leaned on the edge of the bathtub. He reached out and plucked a grape and stuffed it into his mouth. He was too lazy to move, so he leaned on the edge of the bathtub while tasting the grape. It's too comfortable, so comfortable that I don't want to move. As he leisurely thought about this, the youth gently hummed a song. That was his favorite song, a lazy little tune, like a cat bathed in the sun in winter, bright and beautiful, so beautiful that it made people yearn for it. What he did not know was that somewhere on the roof of the palace, a figure had appeared there at some point. That pair of grayish-blue eyes had been staring at him. Until now, when she heard him humming the song, waves suddenly surged in those eyes, like a calm sea that was swept by a hurricane, rolling up layers of waves. After an unknown amount of time, the palace regained its silence. The humming youth had stopped. He leaned on the edge of the bathtub with his eyes closed, as if he had fallen asleep. The palace was silent and empty, only the sound of 1 or 2 drops of water could be heard from time to time. The person on the roof also calmed down. He looked at everything below, and with a flash of his figure, he silently appeared beside the bathtub. Just as he was about to approach, the tip of his ear moved slightly. Knock, 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 outside the palace, a maid held close and gently knocked on the door. Your Majesty, the head maid said that you can't soak for too long, otherwise you will faint. She asked us to go in and help you change. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? There was no response for a long time. The maids looked at each other, continued to knock on the door, and then carefully listened to the movement inside. Just now, they could still vaguely hear the singing, but now it was quiet, not a sound at all. Did something happen to your Majesty? The maids looked at each other, and one of the maids, who was obviously a rank higher, gritted her teeth and wanted to directly push the door and enter. His Majesty was benevolent. Even if they had offended him, he probably would not do anything to them. But if something happened, it would not be as simple as a punishment. But, just as she was about to push the door, she suddenly heard a cry of surprise. What had happened? She looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a blond man in a military uniform appear at the end of the corridor. Lord Xixing. She also cried out in surprise, and then bowed together with the other maids. From today onwards, Lord Xixing would live in the palace to protect His Majesty's safety. In just one day, this news had already spread throughout the palace. At this moment, seeing him, the maids and guards did not suspect anything. They looked at him with admiration and worship, and there was no panic. Xixing walked to the door of the palace as if nothing had happened. Listening to the maids report the current situation to him, he nodded casually, looked at the clothes in their hands, and said softly, I'll go in, it's not convenient for you. Yes, Lord Xixing. A maid held the tray in her hands, waited for him to take it, and then respectfully retreated to the side. Xixing pushed the door open and entered. As he walked in, the palace door behind him slowly closed, isolating him from the eager gazes of the maids. He casually hung the clothes in his hands on the hanger, then walked to the side of the bathtub again and looked at the unconscious youth who was still lying on the edge of the bathtub. He quietly watched for a while, then neatly took off his military jacket and boots, and stepped into the bathtub step by step, approaching the slender figure. This time, no one came to disturb him. Amidst the sound of flowing water, the man approached the youth, held his slender arm, and carefully pulled him into his arms, letting him lean on the crook of his arm. His grayish-blue eyes stared deeply at the youth. Even at this moment, the youth's eyes were still tightly shut, his fair face stained with a flush, and his originally ivory-white skin was steamed pink by the hot steam. The youth, who had always been cold to him, had now let down all his guard and quietly stayed in his arms, obedient and docile. Xixing pursed his lips, and did not continue to delay in the water. He bent slightly, put his arms through the youth's legs, and carried him horizontally. Splash, following his movements, more sounds of flowing water could be heard. Amidst this background noise, the man walked out of the bathtub, pulled the bathrobe on the hanger, and wrapped the youth's body, covering the seductive scenery. In a daze, Su Silly felt that something was wrong. He wanted to open his eyes, but he was too sleepy. He was so tired, and he wanted to sleep. He was already mentally exhausted from using the star web too much. Although he had slept, he had not fully recovered. After that, he had tested Xing's sword moves and overused his physical strength. Now that he had fallen asleep, he did not want to wake up at all. In the end, he let himself go. He even dreamed that he was back on the bed. He stretched out his arms, hugged the pillow into his arms, and rubbed it comfortably. Xing's movements paused. At this moment, he carried the little emperor to the side hall. There was a bed set up here, and after the bath, if he did not want to return to the palace, he could rest here. Just as he put the youth on the bed, the youth suddenly reached out and hugged his shoulders, and even rubbed his cheeks intimately. The way he squinted his eyes made him look like a cat that had stolen a fish. Xing's body was a little stiff, and the ears under his golden hair were faintly red. After a long time, he slowly relaxed. His palm hesitantly rested on the top of the youth's head, but when he touched the wet hair, he frowned slightly. He did not seem to make any movements, but his palm brushed past the youth's silver hair. When he opened his palm, a small ball of water was suspended in the middle of his palm. At the same time, the youth's hair had become dry and fluffy. When he squeezed his palm, the ball of water did not splatter in all directions. Instead, it turned into invisible water elements and dissipated in the air. After doing all this, Xing's gaze once again fell on Su Silly's face. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the youth's cheek with the pad of his finger. The abnormal redness on the youth's face had faded, and his skin had returned to its original jade-white color. "You are he, right?" Xing stared at the youth. His voice was low and hoarse, like a traveler who had walked in the desert for a long time and finally saw the oasis that he had been longing for in his despair. But he was also afraid that it was just a mirage. Or, the man's voice suddenly became gloomy, and in his grayish-blue eyes, there was a repressed violence that wanted to destroy everything. "Did he sing that song to you too? And even, taught you?" Xing stared at the youth under him, wanting to get an answer. However, he had too little information. He was just a plaything that the Lord God would play with when he thought of him. When he lost interest in him, he abandoned him without any hesitation. He had waited for countless years in that dark and lonely world, and had finally regained the light with great difficulty, but he had long lost his favor. Xing's palm uncontrollably stroked the youth's neck. He hated, he resented, but he could not suppress his desire. The Lord God, why was he not willing to appear again? He was not even willing to say a word to him? Did he do something wrong? He often had this kind of confusion, but he could not think of an answer. Could this new little emperor give him an answer? Xing narrowed his eyes dangerously. But before he could take another step, the youth under him suddenly frowned. Su Silly groaned uncomfortably, then suddenly exerted force. Xing was caught off guard, and his entire face was buried in the youth's neck. His thin lips just like that, she kissed him on his tender skin. The youth crossed his legs and hooked them around his waist. His hands moved away from his neck and hugged his head instead. His palms rubbed his blonde hair and patted it comfortingly. Then, everything quieted down. Xing's lips were still pressed against the youth's neck. A faint milky fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. He could feel the blood flowing under the youth's delicate skin, and the slight beating of his carotid arteries. Thump thump, that was the sound of a heart beating, but he could not tell who the violent sound belonged to. Early in the morning, Su Silly woke up from his sleep. Last night, he slept very deeply. He seemed to have dreamt of the big golden retriever he used to raise. He could not sleep, so he had to kill it with a hug to calm it down. In his previous life, before he got into trouble, the dog had already died of old age, so it could be considered to have died of old age. Su Silly thought about his childhood playmate, and suddenly noticed an unfamiliar dome. He was confused for a moment, then suddenly woke up. Damn, where am I? He flipped over and sat up. Looking at the unfamiliar empty palace, he scratched his head blankly. As he moved, the blanket slid off his body, revealing his snow-white skin. At the same time, a chill attacked him, causing him to shiver. Su Silly blinked. Huh? Why am I not wearing clothes? Then, he noticed the neatly arranged robes at the end of the bed. On top of them was the communication device he took off last night. Well, even though he did not understand the situation, he thought that there was no danger. After coming to this world, he had encountered several dangers, so he was a little frightened. He must have taken a bath last night and fell asleep. Then, he was sent to this bedroom by the guards, right? Thinking of this, Susili got up and crawled to the end of the bed. He took the robes and suddenly realized, His ligaments did not hurt anymore. Susili sat up straight and touched his inner thigh. There was still some pain from yesterday, but now there was no feeling at all. Then, he noticed that the bruise on his chest had completely disappeared. It was white and tender, without a trace left behind. He slightly curved his lips, then suddenly became absent-minded. In his mind, an image suddenly flashed. A man's palm gently stroked his chest. "Your Majesty?" The voice from outside interrupted Susili's thoughts. He came back to his senses, but the image that just flashed in his mind could not be grasped. He carefully thought about it again, but could not remember what that image was. "Forget it, I can't remember." Susili gave up. The voice outside the door sounded again. He responded, then grabbed the robes at the end of the bed and put them on. He got off the bed but could not find any slippers, so he walked out barefoot. Outside was indeed the place where he took a bath last night. At this time, the water had been drained, leaving only some water stains at the bottom of the pool, sparkling under the sunlight. Susili could not help but look up at the sky. Of course, he could not see the sky because it was blocked by the dome. The sunlight shone in through the glass window. He remembered that in Game of Gods, there was a huge outdoor bath in Xianxia's Dark Duke's castle. It would be great if he could take a bath in that bath. After the experience last night, he felt that it was still a little stuffy and not very ventilated. Susili thought as he walked out of the hall. Breathing in the fresh air outside, he could not help but stretch. When he woke up, he felt refreshed. So comfortable. "Your Majesty, shall I take you to wash up?" The maid behind him was called Jenna. She used to be Snow Roland's personal servant, and was an ordinary person. At this moment, she lowered her head slightly and asked respectfully. "Yes." Susili nodded and followed behind her to wash up. He thought of something and asked, "Has Xiaoqiang already gone to the academy?" Jenna thought for a moment and replied, "His Highness is served by Natasha." "I don't know the details, but I heard that the Elementalist College has an early morning class and requires one to be there at 6 a.m. The Elementalist College was a place to nurture high-level warriors, and could not tolerate delicate flowers. The students received strict training from a young age. In this aspect, the college did a good job. Susili looked at the time. It was already 7 a.m. Xiaoqiang had been at the college for more than an hour. So tiring, she had wanted to have breakfast with him. Sigh, looks like today is another day of loneliness. Sitting in the empty dining room, Susili looked at the long table that could accommodate dozens of people with a snow-white tablecloth in front of him. Susili pursed his lips slightly and ate the not-so-tasteless breakfast. He decided to eat a few mouthfuls and end it quickly. After stuffing a mouthful of white bread into his mouth, Susili picked up the milk that he liked and sipped it lightly. He thought of something and asked Jenna, "Right, did I fall asleep when I was bathing last night?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Jenna replied. Susili was a little embarrassed. "Then it must have been hard on you." "Your Majesty is joking. It is our honor to be able to serve Your Majesty." Furthermore, Jenna hesitated for a moment and said, "Last night, it was Sir Xianxia who carried you out." She still remembered that when the marshal came out, his body was wet. It seemed that he had gone into the water. Cough, cough, cough. Susili was not prepared and accidentally choked. He immediately coughed violently. What the hell, Xianxia carried him out? He was not wearing any clothes at that time. F***ck, why is this guy here? Susili's heart was in chaos. The more he thought about it, the more he coughed. His face was red from coughing and tears were about to flow out. Seeing this, Jenna hurriedly went forward and patted his back to help him breathe. However, after patting twice, her back suddenly stiffened. An indescribable feeling caused Jenna to stop. She stiffly turned her head and saw a tall figure appear at the door. A pair of cold, grayish-blue eyes were staring at her. Or rather, it was the young emperor beside her. Sir Xing. Jenna hesitated for a moment, then retracted her hand and respectfully retreated to the side. Su Silly finally managed to catch his breath. Hearing this, he could not help but look in the direction that Jenna was bowing to. Indeed, he saw a familiar figure standing there. He glared at Xing, somewhat annoyed. However, this time, the man avoided his gaze. He first glanced to the side, then lowered his eyes and bowed to Su Silly. "Good day, Your Majesty." His respectful appearance was elegant and gentle, without any trace of madness or violence. Su Silly pursed his lips and did not want to bother with him. He lowered his eyebrows and picked up the white bread again, slowly eating it. Unexpectedly, the chair beside him was suddenly moved aside. The tall figure of the man sat on his right. That powerful presence made it difficult for Su Silly to ignore him. He glanced sideways and looked at him unhappily. "What are you sitting here for?" "To accompany Your Majesty for a meal." Xing still did not look back at him, only saying indifferently, "I don't want to eat with you." Su Silly coldly snorted. "But, I want to." The man's calm words stunned Su Silly. He looked at Xing as if he was meeting him for the first time. At this moment, Xing finally looked up and met his gaze. His gray-blue eyes were deep and enchanting. At this moment, they were slightly curved, revealing a faint smile. "May I?" "Your Majesty?" he asked softly. Su Silly looked at the faint smile on his face and slightly clenched his fists. The palace quietened down. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Then, Su Silly picked up the slightly cold milk and took a sip. "If you want to eat, eat. Don't talk to me." Xing still smiled faintly and nodded lightly. He then looked at Jenna and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Jenna was secretly sizing up the emperor and the marshal. Her expression was somewhat absent-minded. When she heard Xing's words, she hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes, please wait a moment, Lord Xing." Not long after, she placed the cutlery on the table for Xing. Then, she asked, "Lord Xing, would you like milk or coffee?" Xing looked at the little emperor, who was drinking milk, and smiled slightly. "Milk." "Yes, Lord Xing." Jenna sensed his gaze and blinked. She did not dare to say anything and skillfully filled his cup with milk. Xing picked up the milk and took a sip. It was a little sweet. It was the milky fragrance of the little emperor. He lowered his eyes and silently ate his breakfast. This meal was very quiet. Although Xing was very obedient and did not talk to him, Su Silly still felt a little uneasy. This guy's presence was too strong. But for some reason, he had planned to hastily finish his breakfast, but for some reason, he finished everything. He even ate until he was a little bloated. After finishing the last sip of milk, Su Silly put down the glass and prepared to leave. It was too strange, the current atmosphere made him feel very strange. He should quickly leave and see how the song that was posted on the star web last night was doing. Then, he would look for Xiao Wu to talk about the outside world. "Enjoy your meal." After speaking, he wanted to leave, but was stopped by Xing. The man looked at him with his gray-blue eyes. At first, he was surprised, but then a smile flashed across his face. For some reason, Su Silly felt that this smile was much more sincere than before. Then, under his puzzled gaze, the man took out a handkerchief and handed it to him. Su Silly blinked. He did not understand what he was doing. Xing seemed a little helpless. He sighed softly and reached out to hold his arm, pulling him to his side. Under Su Silly's stunned gaze, he raised the handkerchief and carefully wiped the milk foam from the boy's mouth. Su Silly was in a daze. At this moment, he was too close to Xing. When he looked up, he could see Xing's eyes that were as deep as the ocean. They were enchanting and deep, with a hint of gentleness. Xing held a handkerchief in his hand and helped him wipe off the milk stains on his mouth. His actions were gentle, but also a little too intimate. That's right, too intimate. Su Silly blinked and grabbed Xing's hand. When the man paused, he snatched the handkerchief from him and stood up abruptly. Xing looked up at him. This time, it was Su Silly who did not dare to look him in the eye. This emperor can do it himself. After he finished speaking, he wiped his mouth with the handkerchief and strode out of the dining hall. His hurried back made him look like he was running away. Jenna, who was standing at the side with a jug of milk in her hands, looked at this and that, her eyes shining. Xixing, on the other hand, kept looking in the direction of the door. His gaze was distant, and only after a long while did he look away. He lowered his head slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. He only stared at his hands. Sir Xixing, do you still want more milk? Jenna asked. No need. Xixing looked up again, his expression returning to its cold and indifferent state. Go take care of His Majesty. Yes, sir. Jenna put down the jug of milk and said respectfully, then, Sir Xixing, please enjoy your meal. She bowed, and when she turned around there was a hint of a smile on her face, as if she had seen something interesting. Susili ignored the saluting guard and strode back to his quarters. When he closed the door, he realized that he was still holding on to the handkerchief. It was a white silk fabric with strands of gold thread, and was very similar to the style of the military uniform on a certain someone. Susili seemed to have burned his hand. He suddenly shivered and threw the handkerchief away. The white handkerchief inlaid with gold fell lightly to the ground. After staring at the handkerchief for a few seconds, Susili pursed his lips and decisively looked away. This is not right. This was too fishy. Since yesterday at the Elementalist College, he had felt that there was something wrong with Xixing. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Xixing must be up to something. Susili narrowed his eyes. He started to put himself in Xixing's shoes. If he was Xixing, what could make him change so much? What could make him compromise like this? What could make him be so nice to a person who originally wanted to kill him, but accidentally controlled him, turned him into a puppet, and even had the possibility of fleecing him for a long time? Not only had she been cooperating with the operation, but she had also come to eat with him today and made such an intimate gesture. Susili walked in circles on the spot. After 2 circles, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and felt that he had understood something. That's right, freedom. If he was turned into a puppet, he would definitely find a way to break the secret technique and regain his freedom. And as a puppet, Xixing could not hurt him under the restrictions of the rules. Therefore, he could only save his country in a roundabout way. First, he had to please him, then find a way to break the secret technique. The more Susili thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Finally, he found a reasonable explanation for Xixing's strange behavior. He stood still on the spot, his light purple eyes flashing slightly. To be honest, his feelings for Xixing were a bit complicated. After all, he was a paper person that he had raised himself. If he did not have feelings for him, he would not have asked the game team to transplant his data. But now, Xixing was not his paper person. He was not the little slave that he had raised, and he was not the only loyal believer that he had. He had been given a new life and storyline by the game team. He had been reborn in Star Age. Right now, he was a living person. Susili had only been in this world for a short time, but none of the people that he had come into contact with could make Susili treat them as emotionless NPCs in the game world. Whether it was Xixing, Li Jiu, Janice, Xiaoqiong, Principal Justin, Vice Principal Chrissy, Su Lin, or even Ali and her son, whom he had only met once when he went to the mercenary town. They were all so real. They had their own joys and sorrows, and they had their own lively lives. Xixing was the same. He was no longer a paper person that was created by the game designers in Game of Gods to cater to the players in all aspects. He had his own emotions and thoughts, and this made him no longer accept control. Perhaps this was the reason why Snow Roland, who was supposed to inherit the throne and die of old age, was killed by him and went offline early on. Susili narrowed his eyes. However, this wasn't a reason to forgive him. At the very least, he wouldn't remove the puppet technique on Xixing because of this. Of course, he didn't know how to remove it at the moment. Xixing had to fight for his own destiny, and he also had to work hard to live on and reunite with his family as soon as possible. As for a powerful and unstable factor like Xixing, it was best to keep him within a safe range. Perhaps, when he was stronger in the future and his anger towards Xixing had subsided, he would try to set him free. Susili thought as his gaze fell on the wall that led to the secret room. now wasn't the time to think about this. There were still 28 days until the payment of the alliance fee, and he had to continue working hard to earn 10 million universe credits. He lifted his feet and walked towards the secret room, but when he passed by the handkerchief, he stopped in his tracks. The young man frowned deeply. After a mental struggle, he finally clicked his tongue impatiently, bent down to pick up the handkerchief, and coolly put it in his pocket. Then, he walked straight to the wall, opened the door to the secret room, and walked in. Star Alliance welcomes you, brother. As soon as he laid down in the game cabin, Xiao Wu's cute voice sounded, and Su Silly couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Good morning, Xiao Wu. He greeted in a light tone. Good morning, brother. Xiao Wu replied methodically. Su Silly opened his eyes and entered the virtual room again. He familiarly walked to the sofa, and just as he sat down, Xiao Wu's voice sounded again, You want to play a game, I don't want to play games. Su Silly interrupted it, afraid that it would play those blinding holographic games again and pollute his vision. He thought about it, but still didn't feel reassured, so he said, Xiao Wu, put those holographic games into a folder and call it trash. In the future, don't put anything in this folder out without my permission. It would be a pity to just delete them. After all, the old emperor spent a lot of money to buy them, so it was better to keep them and see if they could be used in the future. Okay. After 2 seconds, Xiao Wu said obediently, It's been classified, brother. Very good, thank you, Xiao Wu. The little boy's voice was so cute that Su Silly couldn't help but treat Xiao Wu as a child, and he felt relaxed and happy talking to it. Xiao Wu, open the Star Chu network, I want to see the back end. Okay, please wait a moment. Soon, a transparent light screen appeared in front of Su Silly, and Xiao Wu's voice sounded again. The Star Chu network backend has been opened for you, brother. Su Silly nodded and then operated on the light screen. In the virtual room, he could directly touch the light screen. He opened the album uploaded yesterday and checked it. To be honest, Su Silly was both nervous and a little expectant. Although he had always said that in this era of big data, his album wouldn't even make a splash on the Star Chu network, but he couldn't help but have a wishful thinking. What if, he even encountered a transmigrated game, what if it became popular, but when he saw the backend data, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was disappointed, but also relieved. Total views, 10-inch backlight, 2 starry sky, 2 burning, 2 blossom, 2 Roland's goodnight song, 2 inches 1 night, the entire album only had 10 views, and the 5 songs were very evenly distributed, with each contributing 2 views. In other words, it was very likely that only 2 people clicked in and then tried each song. But to Su Silly's surprise, the number of subscribers was also 2, and the original balance of 0 had now become 10. Every song on the Star Chu network had a free chance to listen to it, and if you want to continue listening, you have to pay. The more popular the song, the higher the charge. And some new songs that were not popular were very cheap, with 1 universe coin being able to buy 3 or 4 songs. Of course, most of them were only valid for a month, and when the time was up, you could choose to renew the subscription, but the price might increase. In this way, there were always people who liked to listen to songs but were greedy for small gains, and instead of choosing popular songs, they would look for songs in the new song library. When these good new songs stood out and the price increased, they would continue to look for new songs. There was also a special list on the Star Chu network for such listeners to look for songs. Such a system provided opportunities for newcomers to stand out, and was also one of the reasons why the Star Chu network could become so big and strong. Su Silly recalled the popular science that Xiao Wu gave him, and opened the subscription list to take a closer look. His entire album of 5 songs only cost 1 universe coin, and a single song was 0.25, but because Roland's Goodnight song was not an original song, he could only charge 0.1 universe coin for the singing fee. Yesterday, someone ordered his entire album, and another person only bought 1 song, which was Roland's Goodnight song. This made Su Silly a little surprised. Moreover, he also saw a comment that was left at 11 o'clock last night. Brother Tao who loves new songs, there is nothing to say about the singing. The first 4 songs are very much in the classical style of Su Silly, but I feel that the lyrics and music are still a little lacking. But the last ballad was a pleasant surprise, It has a sense of tranquility and is very suitable to listen to in the middle of the night. Great album, I will continue to pay attention to you. P.S. Your Majesty Roland, this stage name is Tuchinibu. HHHH. Susili froze for a moment. He did not pay attention to the stage name and directly used the ID of the old emperor on the Star Chu network. He quickly said, Xiao Wu, I want to change my name. The Star Chu network ID is not repeatable, it costs 100 universe coins to change it once. The balance is not enough, it cannot be changed. Susili was a little depressed, and asked, what about the stage name on the Star Chu network? The Star Chu network ID is the same as the Star Chu network ID by default, it costs 1000 universe coins to change it, brother. Why is the Star Chu network more expensive than the Star Chu network? Brother, this is the rule. Susili could not help but sigh, 1 cent can stump a hero, let alone 1000 universe coins, forget it, Chinibu so be it. He closed the backstage, there was nothing more to see after a glance anyway. Brother, are you sad? At this time, Xiao Wu's soft voice sounded. Susili smiled and shook his head, I expected this, it's not that sad. Xiao Wu, continue to help me keep an eye out, see if there is any information that can help me earn a lot of universe coins in a short period of time. The amount is not limited to 10 million, hundreds of thousands or even millions are fine. Wanted bounties are not allowed, and leaving AI Star is also not allowed. Susili listed a few conditions. In fact, with such a strict restriction, it was really difficult to find something that met the requirements. He thought for a moment and asked, Xiao Wu, help me keep an eye out for activities similar to welfare lottery. Checking for you, please wait a moment. The results are as follows, the best solution has been selected for you. The Fond of Galactic Federation's welfare lottery, the starting price is the lowest in the Star Alliance, only 2 universe coins to buy one. The lottery is held every Monday, and the current first prize pool has accumulated 42.8 million universe coins. Susili blinked, and then smiled bitterly again. With his current account balance, he could not even afford a single lottery ticket. How about this, Xiao Wu, if I have balance in my account, help me buy a welfare lottery ticket every Monday, the numbers will be random. Okay, brother. Although he did not have much hope, if he did not buy it, there would be no hope at all, so he bought it to try his luck. Okay, let me think about what to do next. Susili collapsed back on the sofa. I have to get someone to give the seeds of the Dark Valley to Su Lin, see if he can cultivate the Snow Valley. Thinking of something, Susili sat up again. Xiao Wu, help me look up information on the Dark Valley and the Snow Valley. The Snow Valley is probably more difficult to find, but the Dark Valley is a common food crop, so there should be ready-made information on the planting method and the required environment. Also, there are some blueprints for the construction of houses, they don't need to be too advanced, just ordinary wooden houses and brick houses will do. Okay, brother. Xiao Wu once again collected information for him. Can you send the information to my communication device? With brother's communication device model, you can only export the data from external devices, you can't export it directly. Okay then, sorry to trouble you, Xiao Wu. It's no trouble, brother. Maybe it was because Xiao Wu's voice was too soft and cute, but when Susili heard it, he felt like it was very happy. This made him feel a lot lighter. One step at a time, there will always be a way. Susili sat in the virtual room for a while, waiting for Xiao Wu to help him look up the information, then he exited immersion mode. According to the instructions, the information was imported from the game cabin into the communication device. The transmission speed was very fast, it was done in 10 seconds. Ding dong, just then, a message notification sounded, someone sent him a message. Susili glanced at it, it was sent to him by Janice, reminding him that Chief Governor Wen Jishan wanted to see him. Wen Jishan, looking at this name, Susili frowned. He felt that it was a bit familiar, not because of Snow Roland's memory, but because he seemed to have seen it somewhere else. He replied to Janice, then walked out of the dark room. Outside the bedroom, Janice, who had fully recovered after a night of rest, was waiting for him. When she saw Susili walk out, there was a slightly strange look in her eyes. Her Majesty, she seemed to have grown taller? Her aura had also become much stronger. She observed Susili, and when she confirmed that it wasn't an illusion, she couldn't help but show some joy. Yesterday on the way to the town, she saw the scene of Her Majesty's epiphany. It seems that last night, Her Majesty had another epiphany. Was there anything more delightful than this? Good day, Your Majesty. Janice concealed her joy and bowed respectfully. Janice, it seems that your body has recovered. Susili used the insight spell on her, and when he saw that all her stats had returned to full, he nodded with satisfaction. Yes, thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Janice smiled, her red eyes were full of kindness and gratification, which made Susili feel very uncomfortable. He hurriedly said, let's go see Wen Jishan. Susili walked in the direction of the main hall, Janice followed closely behind, and the captain of the guards, Li Jiu, who had been acting as a backdrop, also followed. In the main hall, Xixing stood in front of the hall, quietly looking at the throne on the steps. No one could tell what he was thinking. Next to him stood a tall and slender figure. That person had gray hair and green eyes, and wore a pair of round-framed glasses. His skin was as pale as paper, and his lips were very light. At this moment, he was looking at the cracked floor tiles under his feet, and studied them with interest. He then turned to look at Xixing, and saw that he was staring at the throne without blinking, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It seems that Lord Xixing has finally thought it through? Wen Jishan said lightly, I think, with your strength, you deserve to sit on that throne. Xixing retracted his gaze and said coldly, Wen Jishan, watch your words. Wen Jishan shrugged his shoulders. Just as he was about to say something, he heard footsteps outside. In an instant, his smile disappeared, and he obediently stood to the side, watching as the little emperor walked in from outside, surrounded by maids and guards. When the little emperor sat on the throne, he respectfully bowed. However, what surprised Wen Jishan was that Xixing actually also bowed politely, and it seemed that he didn't have the slightest intention of forcing himself. His eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Susili glanced at Xixing, and didn't pay him any more attention. His light purple eyes looked up and down at Wen Jishan. When he saw the real person, he suddenly understood. He felt that Wen Jishan was familiar because he was also a card in Game of Gods. Wen Jishan should be considered one of the popular characters. After all, there was a market for black-bellied scum who liked to wear glasses. There were many second-rate female players who liked this type of character. However, for Susili, other than Xixing, he mainly considered the practicality of the other cards. For example, Wen Jishan was a very useful card in the early stages of the game. Because he was good at financial management, as long as he brought him along, the battlefield settlement reward would at least double, and this card could also be used for business. The profit from opening a dessert shop would be very good. It was very important for accumulating funds in the early stages. And if a princess wanted to become a king, wealth was also one of the criteria. However, Wen Jishan was a trash. In the middle and later stages of the game, it would be easy to lose if he brought him along. One time, because of him, he almost broke the winning streak record. In a fit of anger, Susili threw him in a corner to eat dust. Anyway, he didn't lack money. If he needed money, he could just spend it. But now, he lacked money, he needed a talent who knew how to earn money. Susili stared at Wen Jishan with his sharp eyes and directly threw an observation spell. Wen Jishan, Identity, NPC with Special Abilities Level, LV5 Health Points, 8000/8000 Elemental Affinity, None Special Abilities, Financial Management, participating in business activities will increase revenue by 100%, and when running a dessert shop, revenue will increase by 150%, a NPC with special abilities. Susili blinked. He never expected that there would be such a surprise. This chief magistrate was truly a talent, he couldn't help but search for information about Wen Jishan in his mind. In Snow Roland's limited knowledge, this chief governor was very young. He was only 28 years old this year and had just taken office 2 years ago. Although he was young, he did a very good job. Because of the beast tide 3 years ago, the Roland Empire's vitality was greatly damaged. The fact that they could recover so quickly was definitely due to this chief governor. It was probably also because of him that the old emperor was able to pass away from illness and finally leave this mess to his third son, who had always been neglected. Susili pondered. The more he looked at Wen Jishan, the more satisfied he felt. In comparison, Li Jiu, who was also a card player, was too ordinary. Although he also had 2-star combat power, compared to Xing, his combat power was nothing. He didn't have any special abilities. Other than loyalty, he probably didn't have any other merits. Thinking of this, Su Sili looked at Li Jiu with some disdain. This captain of the guards was confused. What's going on? Why does it feel like His Majesty is disgusted with him? Li Jiu couldn't help but straighten his body. At the same time, he reflected in his heart. What did he do to offend His Majesty? Su Sili had already looked at Wen Jishan again. This guy's appearance opened up a new line of thought. Apart from him, were there any other NPCs with special abilities? If he could unearth all of them, they would definitely be a great help. Thinking of this, Su Sili's eyes lit up. He looked at Wen Jishan with a gentle gaze. In the end, he even curled his lips slightly, revealing a faint smile. The young emperor, who was as beautiful as a fairy, had a cold expression. At this moment, when he suddenly smiled, it was as if the ice and snow had melted, making people's hearts tremble. Beside Wen Jishan, Xing, who had always been cold and silent, also raised his eyes at this time. Seeing the smile on the young emperor's face, his thin lips slightly pursed. As for Wen Jishan, in the face of the little emperor's sudden appearance, he was also dazed, but he quickly recovered. He bowed slightly in a respectful manner, but it gave people an inexplicable sense of arrogance. I request to see Your Majesty today regarding yesterday's matter in the mercenary town. Wen Jishan said, I watched the broadcast and know that Your Majesty has promised the town's mayor that you will soon allocate funds to rebuild the town. Su Sili looked at him, the smile on his face fading. That's right, he said softly. Wen Jishan frowned slightly. His attitude was still respectful, but the words he said were not polite at all. I think that perhaps the allocation of funds to rebuild the town should be delayed for a while. The mercenary town is not an important place. We only need to resettle the victims. Renovating and rebuilding, I don't think that is necessary. Su Sili stared at him, patiently waiting for him to finish speaking. His face had already turned cold again. The monarch and his minister confronted each other. In the main hall, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. At this moment, Xing, who was at the side, silently looked away. His originally tightly pursed lips slightly relaxed. There was even a slight tendency to bend. On the throne, the young emperor's face was cold and his eyes were distant. Below the steps, the consul bowed and advised, neither servile nor overbearing. After a long time, Su Sili's mouth twitched. He looked at Wen Jishan, who was respectful on the surface but probably had no idea what was going on in his mind. He said in a low voice, You said that the mercenary town is not an important place, consul, do you really think so? Wen Jishan frowned. He could easily sense the change in the young emperor. In the past, he would never speak to him like this. Of course, he had never taken the young emperor seriously. In Wen Jishan's opinion, even the first prince and the second princess were not worthy of the throne. In the entire empire, the only person that he truly respected was Xing. Unfortunately, Xing was stubborn. He did not know if he was truly loyal to the emperor or if he had other difficulties. With his strength, it would be easy for him to overthrow the empire. Furthermore, Wen Jishan could not see how much Xing respected the House of Roland. However, he had never done anything rebellious. He had even tried his best to turn the tides many times. It could be said that 3 years ago, if not for Xing, the Roland Empire would have been destroyed by the beast tide. Xing was so powerful and so mysterious. Most of the time, even Wen Jishan could not see through his thoughts. At this moment, seeing the change in the young emperor, Wen Jishan was slightly surprised, but he was not too shocked. The young man was still too inexperienced. He had worked with Xing for so long. In terms of aura and cold face, who could compare to the most powerful person in the empire? Thinking of this, Wen Jishan continued to bow and said warmly, Your Majesty, it is indeed so. The mercenary town was indeed not an important place. Bullshit. Su Sili cursed and looked at him calmly. It was only now that he noticed the favorability tag above Wen Jishan's head. Indifferent, his favorability was even lower than Xing's. Su Sili felt that if his support rate was lower than 50%, this guy would definitely be the first to jump out and rebel. This was absolutely intolerable. A talent that could be used by him was a talent. If they couldn't be used by him, they were no better than trash. At the very least, the trash didn't have the ability to cause trouble. At this moment, the way Su Silly looked at Wen Jishan had changed. Just now, he was sincerely happy, but now, no matter how he looked at him, he didn't like him. As expected, Li Jiu was the best. At least he was loyal. Captain Li, who was reflecting on himself, suddenly felt a subtle change in the atmosphere. Did something happen again? He clearly didn't do anything. When Jishan's expression also changed slightly. He restrained himself and maintained his courtesy. Why do you say that, Your Majesty? This little emperor was actually scolding him. Just a moment ago, he thought that the young man had become a king, but now it seemed that he was blind. Su Silly stared at him, not showing any signs of weakness. Mercenary Town is the only way to go from the inner city to the outer city defense line. It is the node that connects the inner and outer city. Whether going to the front line or returning from the front line, you have to go through Mercenary Town. You actually said that such an important place is not an important place? Su Silly slightly narrowed his eyes. Let's not talk about the geographical location. Let's talk about the population of Mercenary Town. I want to ask you, Governor, what kind of people are the mercenaries? He didn't give Wen Jishan a chance to speak and continued, they are ordinary people. None of them are elementalists. But they still fight at the front line, licking the blood from their blades, killing the galactic beasts, using their experience, skills, and lives to fight. Of course, they are doing it for the high reward, but you can't deny that they are also protecting the Empire. They are an indispensable force for the Empire to fight against the galactic beasts. Governor, you dare to say that they are not important? Wen Jishan looked at the little emperor and his expression became solemn. He said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, the army is also made up of ordinary people. Although most of the elementalists were recruited by the army, it was not enough. There were only a few thousand elementalists in the frontline army of 1,000,000. And this was the accumulation of hundreds of years. This was because the Elementalist College could only send 100 one-star elementalists to the frontline every year. During the galactic beast tide 3 years ago, many elementalists died in battle. Now, there were only a few left. Su Silly sneered. Then you mean to let these mercenaries join the army again? Not to mention that most of them originally retired from the frontline. Let's talk about recalling these people back to the army. Can the Empire afford to raise them? 1,000,000 soldiers sounded like a lot, but they were scattered in 5 main cities. Each main city had about 200,000 soldiers. The Roland Empire had a population of more than 90 million people. Just the Imperial City alone had more than 30 million people. If they really wanted to recruit soldiers, they actually didn't lack manpower. But, they couldn't afford to raise them. The army was the country's machine, but it was also a money-shredding machine. The army took up 50% of Roland's annual budget. If they recruited more soldiers, the Empire's economy would collapse. Fortunately, the frontline war was not in a critical situation. After the galactic beast tide 3 years ago, the roads between the 5 main cities were occupied by all kinds of galactic beasts. These galactic beasts were basically 1 to 4 stars. In fact, they rarely took the initiative to attack human cities. This was because the remaining 5 main cities were all protected by large-scale magic arrays. Unless there was another galactic beast tide, it would be impossible to break through the magic arrays. Therefore, the current war at the frontline was mainly to clear out the galactic beasts and open up the roads to the main cities as soon as possible. Although there was still danger if they encountered 3 or 4-star galactic beasts, they could just retreat behind the magic arrays and fight guerrilla warfare with the galactic beasts. Because of this, the 200,000 soldiers at the front line were already enough to protect the imperial city. Any more would be a burden, as the consul, Wen Jishan naturally understood this principle. Therefore, these retired soldiers would never be recalled to the front line. It was their personal choice to become mercenaries and continue to fight. The Empire did not need to pay any extra for them. Previously, he wanted to say that if the mercenaries were ordinary people and they were still fighting, so they had to increase their benefits, then what about the soldiers at the front line, wouldn't they be in more danger? Would they need more benefits? However, the little emperor's words stopped him. This was because he also knew that some mercenaries were not old enough to retire, but the empire could not afford to support them and could only force some of them to retire. And these people would often become the main force of the mercenary group. Otherwise, how would they dare to fight against the galactic beasts that were born with at least half a star? Galactic beasts with the body of an ordinary person? However, it would be meaningless to say it out loud like this. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. How did this little emperor suddenly know so much? Wasn't he an incapable ruler who didn't know how to differentiate between the 5 grains and 4 bodies? Could it be that he was pretending before? When Jishan thought for a while and said, I know that your majesty is kind and empathizes with these retired soldiers, but I think that the limited resources should be used where they are needed more. Oh, where they are needed more? Su Silly sneered again, are you talking about the inner city? That's right, in these 2 years, the governor has indeed managed the inner city well. Although I can't see the other 4 main cities, with your long-distance management, I think they are not too bad. Although when Jishan looked humble on the surface, he was actually a proud person and could not help but feel a little proud when he heard this. Yes, he had only been in office for 2 years, but his achievements were real. He was indeed an ordinary person and could not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, but his contributions to Roland were not less than anyone else's. However, this is not enough. The young man's faint voice made Wen Jishan slightly stunned, then he frowned. Not enough? There was a touch of doubt in his eyes behind the glasses. What was not enough? Could it be that there was someone who could do more and better than him? Yes, not enough. Su Silly looked at him and said firmly, in the Imperial City alone, there are a total of 35 million people, but the inner city only accounts for a mere 3 million people. These 3 million people are indeed rich, but what about the other 32 million people? How many of them are still struggling to eat and wear? When Jishan's face was a little pale, he felt that the little emperor was deliberately making things difficult for him. He had only been in office for 2 years, it was already good enough that he could make the inner city like this. According to the little emperor, did he want to make everyone rich? Was this possible? First of all, the nobles would not cooperate. What's more, what he said just now was not what the little emperor meant. He felt that if he wanted to improve the welfare of the mercenaries, it would be better to give them more equipment. How useful could it be to renovate and rebuild the town? Most of the people living in the town were the families of the mercenaries. They did not need to live in good houses, it was better to give them some living allowances. But he never thought that the little emperor would despise him. And in front of Xixing and Li Jiu, no matter how good Wen Jishan was at pretending, he was a little annoyed at this moment. Your Majesty, I have little talent and knowledge, I really can't take care of everyone in just 2 short years. He gritted his teeth, especially the words just 2 short years, he especially emphasized these 4 words. Since you know that you are not capable enough, then be a little more humble. Su Silly looked at him and said earnestly. Chief Wen, if you are too proud and do not think to improve yourself, you will not go far. The empire still needs you, I hope that you will not make this kind of mistake in the future. Wen Jishan's face turned green. The little emperor actually took advantage of the situation and directly stepped on him. He narrowed his eyes and subconsciously looked at Xixing. However, Xixing was not looking at him, he was looking at the little emperor. There seemed to be a light in his gray-blue eyes. Did Xixing also think that the little emperor was too much? If the little emperor could step on Wen Jishan like this, one day, he would also step on him like this. When that time came, would he still be able to tolerate it? Would he still support the House of Roland like he always did? When Jishan gritted his teeth and looked at the little emperor again. He endured silently, he did not fly into a rage, but he also did not admit it. What a joke, how could his achievements be offset by a few words from the little emperor? It seems that Chief Wen is still not convinced. Su Silly's mouth twitched, did I say anything wrong? You think that it is unwise to allocate funds to renovate and rebuild the town, but who told you that? That I need to allocate funds? Wen Jishan was stunned. If they did not allocate funds, how could they rebuild the town? Should they let the local residents do it? Wouldn't that be nonsense? Without money and people, how could they rebuild the town? The Elementalist College will be fully responsible for the rebuilding of the town, Su Silly said faintly. Dean Justin will be in charge of this. He took the initiative to issue a military order to me. After half a month, if the rebuilding plan is not completed, he will request to reduce the financial subsidies for the elementalists by 50%. Wen Jishan sucked in a cold breath. What a guy, this little emperor. When did he hook up with the dean of the elementalist college? No, this does not seem like it. 50% of the financial subsidies. Is Justin crazy to propose this? Li Jiu, who was guarding beside Su Silly, could not help but widen his eyes when he heard this. Did he say this yesterday? Did Dean Justin take the initiative to issue a military order? Weren't you the one who forced him to do so? After experiencing the scene in the dean's office yesterday, as an elementalist, Li Jiu could not help but mourn deeply for Dean Justin. As for the possibility of his monthly subsidy of 30,000 being reduced, anyway, even if it was reduced by 50%, it would still be 15,000. As the guard captain, his salary was not low, so he did not feel much. He just felt that, His Majesty is too evil. The old dean is so pitiful. Wen Jishan, on the other hand, asked in surprise, is what your Majesty said true? The consul's eyes, which were full of complaints just now, were now full of excitement. If Dean Justin does not complete the rebuilding plan after half a month, he will request to reduce the financial subsidies for the elementalists by 50%. Su Silly looked at his shining eyes and could not help but feel a little strange. He thought for a while and reminded him in a low voice. Rebuilding the mercenary town is a very important first step in my next plan. Chief Wen, I don't want anyone to interfere. Wen Jishan smacked his lips and nodded to show that he understood, but his expression was regretful no matter how one looked at it. Of course, it was regretful. He had been eyeing the thermal elementalists for a long time. This group of people who only took money but did not do anything. If not for the fact that he was not strong enough, he would have cut their financial subsidies by 70%. Now that there was such a good opportunity, that old guy Justin was willing to take the blame. If he did not do something, wouldn't it be a waste of the dean's good intentions? When Jishan's eyes flashed, as if he had not given up on the idea of causing trouble. Su Silly saw this and felt an inexplicable headache. Li Jiu, on the other hand, felt a chill run down his spine. F***ck, this is too evil. He was only concerned about whether the dean could complete the task on time. He never thought that Wen Jishan would want to sabotage it. No, he had to go back and remind the dean to be careful and not be tricked by Wen Jishan. Su Silly opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a while, he did not say anything in the end. If it was really sabotaged, then it was because Dean Justin was not capable enough. He was the dean of the Elementalist College and a 2-star spirit elementalist. If he was afraid of a normal person like Wen Jishan, then what else could he say? Thinking of this, Su Silly continued to talk about the mercenary town. He still had some ideas about this experimental base. Like I said just now, the Elementalist College will be responsible for the reconstruction of the mercenary town. Wen Jishan restrained his expression and looked at him in confusion. He did not understand why he had to emphasize it again. Was he really that worried that he would pull some tricks? Then, he heard the young emperor say, when I said they would be responsible, I did not mean that they would pay for the reconstruction. What I meant was that the elementalists would be responsible for the reconstruction. Wen Jishan was stunned. His words were a bit of a mouthful, but he quickly understood. He did not mean that the Elementalist College would pay for the reconstruction. Instead, he meant that the elementalists would be responsible for the reconstruction of the town. How was this possible? Your Majesty, Wen Jishan's mouth was dry. Isn't it a bit of a waste to ask the elementalists to build the town? What is a waste? What is a waste? Su Silly chuckled. At this moment, the young man seemed to be strategizing. Chief Wen, do you know anything about the elementalists? Wen Jishan pursed his lips. He was an ordinary person. He did not have elemental affinity. Although he knew some things about the elementalists because of his position, it was only superficial knowledge. However, if he remembered correctly, His Majesty was also an ordinary person, right? Oh, I forgot to tell you, Chief Wen. Su Silly tidied his robe and said softly. I went to the Elementalist College yesterday to test my talent. I did not expect that I would have the talent of a spirit elementalist, and the rare sound elementalist. Wen Jishan's expression was confused for a moment. No, wasn't His Majesty 18 years old? How could he test his talent? Your Majesty, you mean, the Elementalist College made a serious mistake. Not only in terms of education, but also in terms of the testing method. Su Silly did not hide it. There was nothing to hide. This caused some of the children who tested their talent to be assigned to the wrong element. Yesterday, there was a warrior student who took the test with me. In the end, he was also a spirit elementalist. In other words, we may have a new batch of spirit elementalists in the future. Wen Jishan was also a smart person. When Su Silly pointed it out, he understood why Justin made such a military order. If it was true, then this mistake was too big. However, at this moment, he thought of something else. Does that mean that some of the ordinary people who were judged to have no elemental affinity may also have talent? That they were just misjudged? Just like His Majesty, many years later, he could still be tested. Su Silly looked at Wen Jishan. He wanted to tell him, don't think about it. You really do not have elemental affinity. You are just an ordinary person. However, looking at the burning expectation in the young man's eyes, he hesitated and decided to forget it. Today's shock should be enough. He could take it slow. There was no need to destroy his mentality all of a sudden. Su Silly nodded. Yes, but this group of people, if they do not practice the basic techniques for a long time and do not improve, they may not be tested. After saying that, he did not continue this topic. This is a matter for the future. It is not the main point now. He said, the main point now should be, in the future, we will have a new batch of mental elementalists who practice the warrior path. It is still okay for the young ones. Those students between the ages of 15 and 18 are basically useless. Wen Jishan could not help but frown. His expression was a little dignified. Yes, only one-star elementalists could go to the front line. These mental elementalists who practiced the wrong path obviously could not reach the one-star level in such a short time. When the time came, they would be assigned to the local guards. However, wouldn't that be a waste of their talent? Would they have to postpone their graduation, but would they be able to become one-star elementalists if it was postponed? This was an unknown. In fact, it was not impossible for them to go to the local guards. However, they were all potential mental elementalists. How powerful were the mental elementalists? They were often the ones who could affect the outcome of a battle. More importantly, he felt that this was not a small number. It was likely to be more than 100. 100 mental elementalists. Wen Jishan could not help but swallow his saliva. At the same time, he hated Elementalist College even more. Sure enough, they were a bunch of useless people. After so many years, how many children had they delayed? How many fighter jets had they delayed? Reducing their financial subsidies by 50% was not enough at all. Su Silly looked at Wen Jishan's slightly crazy eyes and could not help but sympathize with Dean Justin. He coughed again to get the Archon's attention. So, I plan to let these children participate in the construction. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 main elements are actually very suitable for basic construction. Martial arts focus on one's own body. However, mental elementalists can directly control the elements. Metal can make weapons and build fortresses. There's no need to talk about wood and water. They're very useful in planting and healing. Fire can be used with alloys to forge more powerful weapons and equipment. Earth is definitely good at building bridges, paving roads, and houses. They are elementalists. They can do these things much faster than ordinary people. Su Silly raised his eyebrows and said lazily, "Do you think Dean Justin is stupid? If he is not confident, why would he agree to the deadline of half a month? He is a 2-star Earth elementalist. It might be a little difficult to rebuild the town in half a month. However, he is not the only elementalist in the academy. Not to mention the teachers, but also the students. The current spirit major students in the academy were all truly gifted geniuses. He didn't believe that there weren't any talents in the field of civil engineering. So, half a month was actually possible for the Elementalist College. Rebuilding a town in half a month does not require much manpower, financial, and material resources. It might just use some magic recovery treasures. Chief Wen, do you think this is a good deal? When the people in the hall heard Su Sili's words, they couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Wen Jishan listened to his description. His expression became more and more serious, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Now that he was called, he quickly nodded his head. It was a good deal, okay? Did he not want to do construction? Did he not want to make use of those resources? Did he not know the gap between the rich and the poor in the inner city? But he had no manpower, no money, and no power. What could he do? But now it was different. There was free labor. And it was very, very high-level labor. Let those arrogant elementalists, especially mental elementalists, do construction. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Okay, he had been envious of this group of guys who could control water, earth, and wood for a long time. He had thought about it before, but he did not dare to plan too deeply because he was just an ordinary person. And elementalists had a very high status in the Roland Empire. Even if he was the chief magistrate, he could not command them. It was a waste to let the noble and powerful elementalists do these things that ordinary people could do. It would definitely cause a huge backlash. And now, on the throne, the young emperor that he looked down on smiled and continued, I don't expect these useless mental elementalists to go to the front line. Instead of letting them waste resources, it is better to make use of them and build the empire. Yes, your majesty is right. Wen Jishan nodded, feeling very excited. All the dissatisfaction he had with the little emperor was now forgotten, because the feasibility of this plan was too high, but he did not expect that the little emperor had thought further than him, and was more ruthless than him. The young man continued to speak in the hall. After the mercenary town is rebuilt, I plan to gather all the local elementalists and let them form an elementalist mercenary group or join an existing mercenary group. All elementalists below 1 star must become mercenaries. Mercenaries also had their own mercenary association. Every year, they must complete a certain number of missions to maintain their status as a mercenary, to be able to level up, and to be able to receive resources and missions from the mercenary association. All elementalist mercenaries must complete a certain number of missions every year. If they can't complete it, then the elementalist's allowance will be cancelled. Of course, those who exceed the quota will also be rewarded. Since they are elementalists, it means that they are stronger than ordinary mercenaries. If ordinary mercenaries can do it, then they must be able to do it too. The young man's words were loud and clear. There was a moment of silence in the hall. After a long time, when Jishan adjusted his glasses that were falling down, he looked up, his green eyes deeply staring at the young emperor on the throne, and said firmly and enthusiastically, Yes, your majesty is right. We must do it. The conversation with Wen Jishan made Su Sili's blood boil. However, he quickly regained his composure. The young man's gaze shifted, and finally fell on Xixing once again. When he met the man's grey-blue eyes, the scene at breakfast unconsciously appeared in his mind. Su Sili paused and looked away uncomfortably. Xixing did not avoid his gaze and continued to stare at him. That intense gaze made it difficult for Su Sili to ignore it. What are you looking at, F***ck, he cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he only pursed his lips and said softly, the matter of recruiting the local elementalists will require the marshal's cooperation. Wen Jishan heard this and quickly nodded. That's right, if this matter was carried out, how many people's interests would be affected? Most of the elementalists were nobles. The environment in which the nobles grew up gave them an innate advantage over the commoners, so it was easier for them to become elementalists. Moreover, even if the elementalists were born as commoners, they had already transformed from sparrows to phoenixes. Would these people easily give up their interests? It would be very difficult. Such a bold and decisive reform was bound to cause a bloody storm. When Jishan's scalp tingled at the thought of it, and he could not help but admire the little emperor's foresight and courage. However, he was not too afraid. After all, for the sake of Roland's development, he had offended many people in the past 2 years. Thinking of this, he also looked at Xixing. At this time, Wen Jishan did not want Xixing to go against the little emperor. The little emperor seemed more reliable than his siblings. Yes, he could continue to observe. Although Wen Jishan had previously instigated Xixing to rebel, as long as it could make the country better, he actually did not care who became the emperor. But now, it seemed that this little emperor, whom he did not think highly of, could still be looked forward to. As for the little emperor's words about him being useless, when Jishan chose to forget about it, his mind was now filled with the matter of the elementalist reform, and he could not wait. At this critical time, Marshal Xixing, you must not drop the ball. Xixing glanced sideways and met Wen Jishan's gaze. The coldness in the man's eyes made the chief magistrate involuntarily shiver, and he subconsciously lowered his head. Does Marshal Xixing want to go against me? Cold sweat broke out on Wen Jishan's forehead, and he vaguely regretted his previous instigation. In the end, she heard the man's deep and pleasant voice ring out solemnly beside her. Your Majesty's orders. A big question mark appeared in Wen Jishan's mind. Since you agreed, why did you glare at me just now? You're a 5-star and above expert, but you're glaring at me, an ordinary person. It's very scary, okay? Do you think you need to interfere? Li Jiyu secretly admired the chief magistrate's deflated expression, and he inexplicably felt happy. Su Silly also heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Xixing agreed. His plan would be difficult to carry out without the cooperation of this patron saint. Next, Chief Magistrate Wen and Marshal Xixing discuss and come up with a plan as soon as possible. There are no other requirements, but it must be concrete and feasible. Su Silly was not prepared to do anything personally. He was very busy now, and he could only make decisions regarding the direction of the empire's development. As for how far it could go, it was up to his subordinates to decide. Yes, Your Majesty. Wen Jishan bowed. This time, he appeared much more sincere. I will go to the Elementalist College later and understand the current situation from Dean Justin. Hearing him mention the Elementalist College, Su Silly couldn't help but think of Su Lin. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw that Wen Jishan's name had become a friendly label, he still closed his mouth. He turned to look at Li Ziqing. Guardly, go to the warehouse and bring the seeds of the Dark Valley here. Dark Valley? Li Jiyu blinked. He wanted to ask for more details, but when Jishan said, Your Majesty, are you talking about the supplies that the Star Alliance provided? Yes. Su Silly nodded. Li Jiyu was the chief magistrate, so it was not strange that he knew about this. Guardly, go and bring them all. Yes, Your Majesty. After Li Jiyu left, the hall suddenly became quiet. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Su Silly didn't care about the atmosphere. He was thinking about today's plan. There was no good way to make money, so he could only put it aside for now. According to the 3 main goals he set yesterday, he would continue to level up and increase his strength. His level was not considered weak among the elementalists, but his main problem was that he didn't have any offensive skills. Insight was needless to say, and Roland's goodnight song was a control skill. As for Xixing's skills, they were strong, but they could only be used as a trump card. Therefore, his current conventional attack method was still relying on the Radiant 4000. It was obviously not enough. Sound element. He wondered if the Elementalist College had any related skills that he could learn. However, it seemed that he could rely on himself to learn. For example, learning Roland's goodnight song would give him 500 experience points. He could level up and learn new skills. It was much more cost-effective than killing monsters. Su Silly thought for a while and decided to learn a few Roland Empire folk songs. Then, he would find time in the afternoon to go to the Elementalist College. Although he said that he was going to be a hands-off boss, he still attached great importance to the Elementalists. After all, this was related to his future foundation. It was the foundation of the Roland Empire's development. Su Silly planned out his itinerary for today. Li Jiyu just happened to come back. He was holding a small cloth bag in his hand. The bag was not big. There were only about 100 Dark Valley seeds in it. Su Silly used insight to confirm that it was the Dark Valley seeds. Then, he said, Guardly, go with Chief Wen to the college and give these seeds to the student called Su Lin yesterday. Tell him that this is my test for him. If he can use these Dark Valley seeds to cultivate a mutated plant called Snow Valley within a month, I will reward him handsomely. If he could really cultivate Snow Valley and earn 10 million universe credits, this Su Lin would definitely be a great contributor to the Empire. Su Silly would not be stingy to a great contributor. What's more, Su Lin was his diehard fan. He could be considered one of them. With that said, Su Silly sent the information he just found on the star web to Li Jiu through the communicator. In this information, in addition to the Dark Valley seeds, there are also some building blueprints. Give the blueprints to Dean Justin. As for the specific reconstruction plan, Su Silly leaned on the throne. He thought for a while and looked at Wen Jishan. Chief Wen, I'll leave this to you. You heard what I said just now. After the reconstruction of Mercenary Town, it will soon become a gathering place for low-level elementalists. It will also become the focus of the entire country. Mercenary Town, its reconstruction means a new starting point. In my vision, with this town as the center, it will radiate to the entire outer city and build a transportation network in all directions. Su Silly said while thinking. With convenient transportation, the population can flow freely, and resources can be effectively integrated. Chief Wen, don't rely too much on the construction team of elementalists. Elementalists are a precious resource at any time. For example, in the reconstruction plan of Mercenary Town, in addition to the participation of elementalists, you can also hire local residents to participate in the construction. Moreover, according to the town's current size, it is not enough to accommodate the incoming elementalist mercenaries, so it needs to be expanded. Once the expansion is complete, it's hard to say if the Elementalist College can complete the task on time. So you can ask them to pay and hire residents to help. Wen Jishan frowned when he heard that they were going to hire residents. However, when he heard that they were going to ask the Elementalist College to pay, his brows relaxed. As for how to get Justin to pay, this was actually very easy. If they could not complete the task, all the elementalists would have to cut their subsidies by half. In this way, how could Justin choose? When the residents have money, they can go shopping. As for the surrounding small towns, people will definitely rush over when they hear about the expansion and recruitment. These people need food, clothing, housing, and transportation. When there is demand, there will be consumption. When there is consumption, the economy can survive. Su Silly analyzed and slowly smiled. Maybe this expansion plan can continue. As long as the traffic is good, there will be people coming. If there is money to be made, some people may even travel mountains and rivers to come. As long as there were people, there would be labor. And labor was the productive force, the foundation to promote social development. Wen Jishan opened his mouth slightly. Si Xing, on the other hand, stared at the young man on the throne with a pair of grey-blue eyes. There was a hint of contemplation in his eyes again. Your Majesty. But this money? Let the Elementalist College pay for it all the time? Wen Jishan had to admit that the little emperor's plan sounded very tempting. If it could be carried out continuously, the effect would definitely be huge. However, he felt that the Elementalist College would not be so cooperative. After all, the Elementalist mercenary plan was about to start. The Elementalists who could not complete the quota would have their subsidies reduced. If the Elementalists were to contribute money to the country's construction, he felt that the Elementalists would directly rebel. Su Silly rolled his eyes and did not bother to respond to him. If there was not enough money, could they not print? Extra dollars were not universe dollars. How much could they print? It was not up to him to decide. As long as it was controlled within a reasonable range and did not cause too much fluctuation in prices, there would not be a problem. As for the impact on prices, it was nothing more than the relationship between supply and demand. If the people had more money but the quantity of things did not change, the supply would not meet the demand and the prices would rise. In reality, this might be more difficult to deal with. However, this was the world of the game. With the supernatural existence of the elementalists, it should not be a problem to stabilize the basic necessities of life in a short period of time. However, these were all armchair strategists. The most important low-level spirit elementalists were still nowhere to be found. Su Silly shook his head and did not want to think about the things that happened so long ago. He looked at Wen Jishan and said, "Anyway, this is the idea. I am telling you so that you have a plan in mind. When you come up with the reconstruction plan, all these must be taken into consideration. Do you understand?" "I understand," Wen Jishan said respectfully again. "All right, that's all." Su Silly stood up and waved his hand. You may go and do your work. He also had to get busy with his own plan. In the hall, except for Janice who left with Sue Silly, the other 3 people did not leave. They watched his back until he disappeared outside the door. After Sue Silly left, Li Ji retracted his gaze and bowed to Xing. Sir, I will leave the safety of His Majesty in your hands. Xing looked at him and nodded slightly. After getting the nod of approval, Li Ziqing smiled, but did not care about Wen Jishan, and left by himself. Although Wen Jishan looked gentle, he was actually very black-hearted. He had to go to the Elementalist College first and remind the old dean. TSK, this kid, Wen Jishan was about to complain when he saw Xing was about to leave. He quickly stopped talking and reached out to grab his arm. Xing did not move. He only lowered his eyebrows slightly and looked coldly at Wen Jishan's hand. Wen Jishan immediately let go of Wen Jishan's hand as if he had been scalded and put his hands behind his back. The green eyes behind the glasses smiled apologetically and said, Xing, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I still have something to say. Xing did not speak. He reached into his pocket and seemed to want to take something out. Suddenly, he paused. The handkerchief was given to the little emperor. He pursed his lips. At this time, a pair of hands held a handkerchief in front of him. Xing looked up and examined Wen Jishan. Wen Jishan still had a smile on his face. Use it, it's clean. Seeing Xing frown, he finally took the handkerchief and wiped the handkerchief on the sleeve that he had just grabbed. Wen Jishan was still smiling, but he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. It seemed that this was Xing's most precious military uniform. As far as he knew, Xing had many military uniforms. Regardless of color or design, they were similar to this marshal's uniform. It was snow white with gold embroidery, but some details were different. Xing especially treasured this marshal's uniform. Every year, except for special occasions, he would not wear it. This little secret was probably only known by those close to Xing. However, he didn't remember that today was a special occasion. Why was Xing wearing this military uniform? Xing meticulously wiped the dust off his sleeve. Seeing this, Wen Jishan almost couldn't maintain his smile. That's enough. Are my hands that dirty? However, considering Xing's strength, he didn't dare to comment too much on his hobby. Instead, he talked about something else. Sir Xing, are you going back to the front lines in the near future? If Xing left now, the Elementalist mercenary plan might not be able to continue. He was worried that Xing would suddenly leave. I'm not leaving. Xing threw the handkerchief back to Wen Jishan. He adjusted his sleeves and said coldly. After receiving a promise, Wen Jishan couldn't help but smile. He put the handkerchief back in his pocket and nodded. It's good that you're not leaving, it's good that you're not leaving. He thought of something and couldn't help but say, actually, with Sir Xing's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to wipe out the interstellar beasts between the main cities, right? It's just that, when Jishan's voice became a little hesitant. Why hasn't Sir done that yet? Was it really to train the army and make the people more aware of the dangers? Xing glanced at him and then looked out the door. My mission is to protect Roland, he said softly. Then, he lifted his foot and walked straight out. His white cloak fluttered behind him, and his light blonde short hair was messed up by the wind. Xing didn't care about this. His gaze was fixed in the direction of the emperor's bedroom. Deep in his eyes, there was an intense surge of emotions. Protecting Roland was the mission given to him by God. However, he always felt that it was just to protect, not to build or expand. It was enough to protect Roland from destruction. But, was he wrong? Xing recalled all the plans that the little emperor had said in the main hall. So, was this the reason why Sir God didn't look at him and didn't appear again, and the new little emperor, was his mission to make Roland stronger, because he was disappointed in him, Sir God sent a new favorite to him. The little emperor's spoiled and willful appearance appeared in his mind. With such an unbridled and daring personality, it was obvious that he had never been beaten before. His thin lips were pursed into a straight line, and complicated thoughts that he had never had before lingered in his mind. Even at this moment, he still hoped that the little emperor was Sir God. But could he be? He was very weak. If he was really Sir God, why was he so weak? Was he injured? In fact, it was more likely that he was a new favorite. Xixing walked step by step towards the bedroom. With his ability, he could have teleported there directly, but he chose the most primitive way. Even when he reached the door of the little emperor's bedroom, he still hadn't sorted out his thoughts. "Greetings, sir." The loud and orderly voices of the bedroom guards brought back Xixing's thoughts. He glanced at them indifferently and was about to speak when a faint singing voice came from the direction of the garden. Judging from the voice, it was the little emperor. Xixing frowned. At this moment, the maid, Jenna, came from the end of the corridor with a book in her hands. When she saw Xixing, she quickly bowed. "Sir Xixing." "Yes," Xixing responded and looked in the direction of the garden. He asked, "What is His Majesty doing?" Jenna looked at him and was still hesitant. She whispered, "His Majesty. His Majesty is learning to sing." Anyway, she could vaguely hear it from here. But she didn't understand why His Majesty would suddenly want to sing. Xixing remembered last night, when the little emperor was lying by the bathtub and gently humming that song. He could sing. Moreover, she sang very well. Lord God knew how to sing too. Xixing lowered his eyes and looked at the book in Jenna's hands. On it was written, "The complete collection of Roland's nursery rhymes." "Sir Xixing, His Majesty is still waiting for me," Jenna said. "I have to go first." Xixing nodded and watched as she walked towards the garden. He stood there and didn't say anything for a long time. Lord God, would he like to sing nursery rhymes? Of course not. Susili looked at the book that Jenna brought back as if she was presenting a treasure. He was originally looking forward to it, but when he saw the large words on the cover, he was speechless. "Jenna, is this the only song sheet in the palace?" he asked, unwilling to give up. "Yes, Your Majesty." Jenna nodded. "If you want to learn other folk songs, I can sing them for you. But I only know the climax part, and I might not remember all the lyrics." Susili looked at Janice for help. Janice looked at him apologetically. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I don't know how to sing." She knew how to fight, but singing, it was better not to scare people. Susili was helpless and could only pick up the nursery rhymes book. Thinking that these nursery rhymes could help him level up, he endured it. "Who cares, I'll learn them first." But when Susili spent 3 whole days learning the entire book of nursery rhymes, he didn't learn any new skills. Susili was completely numb. He really didn't know what went wrong. After learning the Roland's Goodnight song that day, he easily learned it. But in these 3 days, he tried his best to learn the entire nursery rhyme book, but to no avail. When he saw the sky dyed red by the sunset, Susili put down the book in his hands. He didn't have time to waste here. In fact, other than this nursery rhyme book, he also found other maids who could sing well to teach him songs. But even though he learned them, it was useless. Maybe he was thinking too simply. Learning songs to level up wouldn't work. He still had to fight monsters. Susili got up and walked out of the garden. If this wasn't going to work, then he would put it aside for the time being. The plan that had been delayed by learning songs should be put on the agenda. Susili pondered as he walked. Suddenly, he caught sight of a pair of military boots from the corner of his eye. His heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw Xixing's handsome face. He was standing at the entrance of the garden, looking at him with a complicated expression. Susili blinked. What is this guy doing here? In fact, in the past 2 days, he had been thinking about Xixing in his spare time. He hesitated for a moment and called out, "Xixing." Xixing stood in place and stared at him, then bowed slowly. "Your Majesty." Susili didn't stand on ceremony and said bluntly, "Xixing, I'm leaving the palace now." Xixing paused. Then, he heard the silver-haired boy say, "You will protect me, right?" Xixing looked up and looked into the boy's light purple eyes. He had a pair of beautiful eyes, clear and clean, as elegant and moving as a violet. At this moment, he was looking at him. He was no longer looking at him coldly or ignoring him. Xixing looked at the young man and nodded gently. His thin lips parted slightly. "Yes. But I don't trust you." Susili said, "You've changed too much. You wanted to kill me the night before, but you changed your attitude completely the next day. I can't trust you." Xixing looked down and thought for a moment. You're not the person I want to kill. It's the same. Su Silly looked at him. His small face was colored by the sunset. Snow Roland is me. I am Snow Roland. Xixing was a little stunned. He looked at the young man with confusion in his eyes. Ah, forget it. Su Silly suddenly shook his head. You won't understand even if I tell you. He looked out of the palace and said, let's go. Come with me. I want to walk around the Imperial City. I've never walked around the Imperial City in my life. The boy took 2 steps and looked back at him. What are you waiting for? Didn't you say you would protect me? You're my puppet now. If I die, you won't live either. Xixing looked at him. Although his intuition told him that the truth wasn't like what the boy said, but, okay. He said softly. Only then did Su Silly retract his gaze in satisfaction. However, after taking 2 steps, he stopped again. A screen suddenly popped up in front of him. It said, ding. Imperial City, Mercenary Town, New, Wooden House, +1. Experience +100, Su Silly's eyes widened. What the F***ck, building a house gives experience points. Su Silly looked at the interface that suddenly popped up. He ignored Xixing's strange gaze and quickly browsed through it. Imperial City, Mercenary Town, New, Wooden House, +1, EXP +100. He looked at the EXP bar again. Upgrade distance, 167/800. That's right, he did gain 100 EXP. Su Silly was stunned. This didn't make sense. If building a house could increase EXP, it couldn't be that only one new house was built in the mercenary town in the 5 days he had been here, right? He frowned and thought for a while. With a thought, he opened his territory interface. AI Shuexing, Imperial City LV2, Orchid Moon City LV1, Starcatcher City LV1, Glassy City LV1, Duskfrost City LV1. Su Silly opened the Imperial City interface skillfully. That day at the Elementalist College, he was able to grasp the situation of the college so quickly because of the territory interface. Compared to last time, there was a new change on the interface. Originally, there were 2 rows of town icons. Each icon represented a town. He could click on them to see the details of each town. For example, in the inner city, there was the Imperial Palace, the Administration Building, the Elementalist College, and so on. If he scrolled down, he could see all the buildings in the inner city. There were even more towns and villages in the outer city. Su Silly didn't pay much attention to it before. He only opened it when he needed to. At this moment, he found that there was another row on the far right of the interface. City under construction, Mercenary Town LV1, Su Silly blinked. He looked at the newly added column, suppressed his excitement, and entered it to check. Mercenary Town LV1, status, upgrading under construction. Person in charge, Justin, Wen Jishan, 100% increase in revenue, built, Wooden House X1 under construction, Wooden House, 80%, Wooden House, 50%, Wooden House, 20%, Brick House, 1%, financial expenditure, 0 new population, none special bonus, resident injury rate 2%, construction speed -10%, resident hunger rate 30%, construction speed -30%, Su Silly carefully read the data. When he found the special bonus, he was curious. In the end, when he saw the details, his face turned green. He said it was a bonus, but it was actually a debuff. He pursed his lips. With these 2 debuffs stacked together, the construction speed was reduced by 40%, close to half. No wonder the Elementalist College only built a new wooden house after 3 days. This was much slower than what Su Silly had expected. He thought about it carefully, but he still couldn't figure out how the city construction system included the construction of towns. However, as long as it could help him level up, Su Silly didn't care. He could slowly explore this in the future. After all, he had plenty of time. Now, one thing was certain, rebuilding the mercenary town was the right move. If he had known that building gave experience points, he would have spent the past 3 days. Su Silly paused. He liked singing very much. Moreover, it was related to his personal skills, so he couldn't give it up. But now, building gave him experience, which meant that he could passively level up. All he had to do was sit at home and not do anything. At most, he just had to use his brain and let his subordinates do the work. Then, he would be able to earn experience points. Anyway, he didn't lack manpower now. The imperial city was the main city, and there were 3 million people in the inner city. Not to mention the 30 million people in the outer city. Think about it, other people had to kill monsters to train, but he only had to command his subordinates to do construction. It was relaxing and not tiring, and he could earn money and buy people's hearts. This was much more comfortable than being a player. Although danger lurked everywhere, he had the protection of the strongest person. When he was strong enough, would he still need to be afraid of those traitors and aliens? When the Roland Empire was strong enough, those lizard men would be nothing. He could even counterattack Beirut, Susili thought gloomily. Then, he was in a good mood. Because of the lack of progress in the past 3 days, the depression was swept away. Even when he looked at Xing, he felt that this guy was too handsome. He really wanted to kiss him. Of course, Susili wasn't that bold. He looked at Xing cheerfully, then continued to walk in the direction of the palace gate. Seeing the little emperor smile, Xing was startled at first. Then, he watched him continue to walk forward with a smile. It seemed that even his footsteps were lighter. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Just now, did something happen? He recalled the strange behavior of the young man just now, but couldn't come to a specific conclusion. Xing remembered this in his heart. Then, he raised his feet and followed behind the young man in a guarding posture. No matter who had taken over this body, he would protect him. Because, this was his only hope. Susili walked slowly, but he didn't rest. Instead, he sent a message to Li Jiu, asking him to bring the Imperial Water Healing Division to the mercenary town. Now that the construction speed of the mercenary town was affecting his leveling, he couldn't let this debuff drag him down. Although only 10% of the sick and injured residents were affected, the mercenary town only had 50,000 people. 2% of the population was about 1,000 people, which was much easier to manage than 30% of the population. Moreover, he had seen the Imperial Water Healing Division with his own eyes that day. Janice was so heavily injured, but she was alive and kicking the next day. She should be able to heal the victims easily. As for the Elementalist College, of course, there was also a water healing division, but there was only one 1-star. Their strength was much weaker. Moreover, even if he wanted to take advantage of the situation, it didn't make sense to only take advantage of one person. Susili gave Li Jiu an order, then turned to Janice and asked for Wen Jishan's contact number. Then, he sent an order over, asking him to solve the problem of food and clothing in the mercenary town. As for the specific measures this chief magistrate took, he didn't care. Let him worry about it himself. Speaking of which, a town like the mercenary town should be considered relatively wealthy, but 30% of the residents were still facing the plight of hunger and cold. If the Roland Empire wanted to become strong, it would be a long way to go. After sighing with emotion, Susili threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. His priority was to increase the speed of the mercenary town's construction. As for the rest, he could think about it later. At this time, the words LV1 behind the town once again piqued Susili's interest. If building a house could increase experience, then what if the entire town leveled up? Thinking of this, Susili started to ponder about the town leveling up system. Very soon, he really did find it. On the main page of the Imperial City, there was a plus behind the name of each town. After selecting it, the requirements for leveling up would pop up. Mercenary Town LV1, requirements for leveling up to LV2:1. Main city level, LV2/LV22. Population, 52540/100003. Special buildings, Council Hall, 1/1, College, 0/1, Guard Barracks, 1/1, Shop, 9/5, Farmland, 5/10, Processing Factory, 3/5. 4. Residents' food and clothing rate, 70%/100%. Susili glanced at it and roughly knew where the mercenary town should be based on. The population of this town was definitely enough, and it was even exploding. However, the production rate could not keep up. The source of income was probably still the income from mercenaries working outside and the Colosseum. Although looking at the data gave him a headache, this system was still quite convenient. Su Silly slowly pondered. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching him from behind. Then, a palm appeared in front of him. He did not have time to avoid it, and his forehead bumped into the palm of that person. Su Silly slightly opened his eyes, feeling the warm and rough touch on his forehead. He was a bit confused. What's going on? But when he looked down and saw the building in front of him, a statue placed in the middle of the road, Su Silly realized what had happened. He was too focused on thinking and almost bumped into it. This is too embarrassing. Su Silly stiffened in place. The tall man stood behind him, his arms wrapped around him, and his palm protected his forehead. At this moment, he suddenly pushed back gently, and Su Silly was pressed against a wall. It was the man's broad and hard chest. Lube-dub, he seemed to hear the sound of a strong heartbeat. The young boy blinked his eyes, and his long and curly eyelashes accidentally swept across the man's big hand that was covering his eyes. Su Silly felt a little itchy. But in this awkward situation, he did not dare to act rashly. Fortunately, Xianxia took the initiative to retract his hand. Then, he took a step back and put some distance between the two of them. That blazing aura also moved away at the same time. Su Silly subconsciously turned back to look at him. The golden-haired man stood quietly beside him. His pair of gray-blue eyes were unperturbed. His casual attitude made it seem as if nothing had happened just now. Suddenly, it did not seem so embarrassing. He even felt that this guy was a little handsome. Su Silly pursed his lips, retracted his gaze, and looked at the statue in front of him. He could not help but curse under his breath. Why did you put this in the middle of the road? It's in the way. Then, he went around the statue and continued to walk in the direction of the palace gate. This time, he did not dare to be distracted. Xianxia still followed closely beside him, but at an angle where the young boy could not see. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The sun was setting on the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun poured on the ground, and the two of them seemed to be immersed in an ocean of orange light. The long shadows on the ground separated and overlapped with each other as they walked, and then slowly went away under the escort of the sunset. When Su Silly finally left the palace, the sun had completely set. As night fell, the entire inner city was lit up by the lights, and was extraordinarily lively. It did not fall silent with the arrival of night. People came and went on the streets. The classical buildings were full of exotic charm, and the details were embellished with advanced technology that belonged to the future. Among them, Su Silly could not help but feel a little absent-minded as he looked at the carriages on the ground and the hovering cars on the ground, and then at the flying shuttles and magic blankets that flew by from time to time. Backward and advanced, science fiction and magic, contradictory and harmonious at the same time. Su Silly felt that it was very novel. Sure enough, it was a little too vague to see from the flying shuttles. He had to walk around the city in person to see more things. At this moment, he did not put on much disguise. This was because Xianxia was there. He had a special concealment skill, which was similar to the passerby halo. After using this skill, if one did not pay special attention to them, it was easy to miss their existence with just a glance. This was definitely a necessary skill for a famous person to have. Su Silly looked around, and then slowly walked into a rather lively alley. Both sides of the alley were filled with small stalls. The stall owners were enthusiastically soliciting customers, and there were also customers who were bargaining with the stall owners. It was full of life. Even in reality, Su Silly had not been to such a lively and down-to-earth place in a long time. After becoming famous as a teenager, he had gained a lot, but also lost a lot at the same time. For example, every time he went out, he had to put on a disguise. But even so, it was impossible to go shopping and play without being disturbed. This was the first time that no one paid attention to him while walking on the streets. He seemed to have become the most ordinary passerby, strolling and shopping with his friends. He did not have to worry about being secretly photographed, he did not have to worry about paparazzi, and he did not have to worry about being wantonly commented on by people because of some strange things. No one was paying attention to them. This was too comfortable. Su Silly's eyes lit up. He looked here and there. Thinking that this was because of Xianxia's skill, he could not help but mutter, "Why do you have so many crazy skills?" It's really enviable. However, he actually knew the reason. Because these were basically all the skills that he had given to Xianxia in God's game. There was no special reason. It was just fun to watch. For the fun of collecting stamps, he had basically gotten all the skills for his child. But Susili really did not expect that these strange skills would be so useful in reality. Why did he not ask the game team to give Snow Roland a copy? When Susili thought of this, he felt a pain in his heart. Xianxia spread out his spiritual power and secretly observed the people coming and going, guarding against possible dangers. He heard the young man's muttering. Although Susili's voice was very soft in the midst of the hubbub of voices, he still heard it. He was a little silent. His skills, many of them were related to Lord God. Some were directly rewarded by Lord God, and some were obtained after completing some tasks under Lord God's instructions. Only a small part was comprehended by himself in this strange world in the past 3 years. Little Emperor, if he was Lord God, would he not know? Xianxia pursed his lips and remained silent. Susili was just casually ridiculing. It was noisy here, so he did not expect him to hear it. At this moment, he suddenly stood still and turned his head to look at a very lively place in the alley. It was a tavern in the alley. There were 2 or 3 old chairs in front of the tavern. There was a large window beside the door, inlaid with wooden boards. It was used as a table for guests to place wine glasses. In addition to drinking, there were many people surrounding it, looking into the tavern. Susili was a little curious, but he did not want to squeeze in. His mind moved slightly, and he entered a mysterious state. Although his pupils had lost focus, everything within 5 meters of him was clearly reflected in his mind. But 5 meters was not enough. He could only barely pass through the crowd in front of the tavern, but the scenery further away became blurry. Susili felt a little depressed. Just as he was about to get out of that state, he felt a man's strong arms around his waist. Then, a strong and gentle spiritual power touched him. When Susili came into contact with that power, a strange scene suddenly appeared in his mind. If Ouyangming's mental power was a faint purple color, then the power that appeared out of nowhere was a shiny light gold color. That power guided him and pushed away the fog in front of his eyes. Susili saw the scene in the tavern. He was a little nervous, but when he remembered that Xianxia was beside him, his mood suddenly relaxed. Obviously, he wanted to kill him before. Susili did not think too much, because he was attracted by the scene in the tavern. It turned out that everyone gathered in front of the tavern was watching TV. The old LCD screen was embedded in the wall, and it was playing a TV program. And the program scene turned out to be a mercenary town. The female reporter he saw that day appeared on the screen again. She was explaining and introducing to the audience, and she looked very excited. Susili was still in the midst of the noisy crowd, and he heard the audience's discussion. How strange, this arena is not broadcasting beast fights, but building houses. Yeah, what's so good about building houses? I want to see them play football. You can watch football every day, but broadcasting elementalists building houses. Have you seen it before? Nonsense. I haven't even seen an elementalist fight before. Then it's settled. Elementalists are really amazing. Look, if a seed is thrown in, it will grow into a big tree with a whoosh. Tisk tsk tsk, this stone house is even more amazing. The foundation rises from the ground, it's so cool to watch. Not amazing? How can you call them elementalists? But it's already night time, don't the elementalists rest? Why are they still building houses? I heard, someone lowered his voice and said in a gossipy tone, His Majesty only gave the elementalists half a month's work. If they don't finish in half a month, they will be punished. Wow, the crowd was in an uproar. Is that true? His Majesty wants to punish the elementalists? Didn't they say that His Majesty doesn't have enough prestige and no one listens to him? Yeah, His Majesty is still a child, and he's so timid. I watched the broadcast on the day of his ascension. He was so scared that he almost cried. Even his voice was trembling when he asked the generals to stand up. When someone stepped on it, someone else retorted. Then why don't you try facing an army of 100,000? They are all veterans who rushed back from the front lines, a group of murderous veterans. Aren't you afraid? I'm not the emperor. That person was self-righteous. Suddenly, a young voice said, how do you know he was scared? I think he was agitated. Did you watch the 3-star battle in Mercenary Town a few days ago? The 3-star beast broke free from control. If not for His Majesty's presence, sending the elementalist guards to stop it, and His Majesty himself shooting to lure the beast, Mercenary Town would have been flooded with blood. And after killing the 3-star beast, His Majesty even asked the elementalists to rebuild the town. Who would dare to think of such a thing in the past? That's right. Although His Majesty is still young and immature, he at least cares about us, the commoners, said the Emperor. Even in the inner city, there were many commoners. Especially in such a small alley and such a small tavern. Although they lived a prosperous life, that was only in comparison to the outer city. They could not be compared to the nobles. Especially the elementalists. Yeah, that's why I'm preparing to go to Mercenary Town tomorrow, a red-haired young man suddenly said. He looked at the television screen, his eyes full of longing. I heard that they are hiring. Rebuilding such a big project will definitely require a lot of manpower. Ikeda, stop fooling around. The tavern owner heard and could not help but frown. Mercenary Town. It seems that many elementalists are going there now, but they are forced to leave sooner or later. I know you are looking forward to becoming an elementalist, but that's the outer city after all. The environment can't be compared to the inner city. Besides, didn't you just get a good job? Why are you going there? I study architecture, I can go. The red-haired young man continued. Sigh, convince your parents first. The tavern owner waved his hand and continued with his work. The red-haired young man became silent and drank his wine gloomily. Susili watched the broadcast of Mercenary Town while quietly listening to their conversation. He also heard the discussions of the customers in the tavern, but he did not pay much attention to it. Instead, it was the red-haired young man who wanted to join Mercenary Town that caught his attention. Ikeda, yet another familiar name, ever since he knew that there was an NPC with a special talent like Wenjishan, Susili carefully recalled the cards in God's game. However, there were too many cards in this game, especially the support cards. Most of them were left in the corner to collect dust. He did not put in any effort to cultivate them, so naturally, he could not remember their names. However, he remembered Ikeda. Because he complained that the name was like eating fish. Susili wanted to use Inspect to see if it was a card character, but, the arm that was holding his waist suddenly tightened. Then, it pulled him to the side and moved him away. After being interrupted, Susili immediately pulled himself out of that mysterious state. His eyes regained their clarity. At this moment, there was a turbulent crowd in front of them. It seemed that they were going to the square in front of them to watch a performance. Xixing pulled him to the side. His tall figure completely separated them from the crowd, so that no one would bump into him. Susili could not help but look up. The man stood in front of him and turned his head to look at the crowd. From his angle, he could only see the cold outline of the man's side profile and his slightly furrowed brows. He was cool and cold, and his thin lips were slightly pursed, showing some displeasure. Susili sized him up. He was not angry at being interrupted, but when Xixing looked back at him, he hurriedly looked away. Soon, the crowd gradually decreased, and the crowded alley became more spacious. Xixing moved away again. Susili could not help but sigh in relief. When he remembered that his inspect was interrupted, he hurriedly looked at the tavern again. Unfortunately, the red-haired youth called Ikeda had disappeared. Although it was a pity, Susili was not in a hurry. When he returned to the palace, he would get someone to look for him. The young emperor lost interest in the tavern and continued to walk forward. When he thought of what happened, he could not help but ask Xixing, "Was that you?" Xixing looked down at him and raised his eyebrows. It was that golden energy. That was you, right? But what was that energy? Mine seemed to be purple? Susili asked. Looking at his curious and sparkling eyes, Xixing pursed his lips and looked away. Spiritual power. He was a man of few words, but he still explained. Susili came to a sudden realization. So that was spiritual power, he had read a lot of fantasy novels, so he had a better understanding of the concept of spiritual power. At the same time, he once again realized how powerful Xianxia was. If not for his help, he would not have been able to see the scene in the tavern. Su Silly recalled the feeling at that time. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a small stall. This was a jewelry stall. The stall was filled with crude-looking jewelry. There were bracelets, earrings, rings, and the like. They seemed to be purely handmade. The young man's gaze was attracted by a necklace. It was a dark blue stone. The surface was polished very smooth. It was pierced and tied with a woven straw rope. It looked ordinary and did not seem to be special. However, Su Silly took a fancy to it at first glance. Xianxia noticed his gaze and also looked at the handmade necklace. Did the little emperor want it? He was about to reach out and take it, but the young man was one step ahead of him. He lifted the necklace and held the blue stone in his hand to examine it. Xianxia looked at him and silently put down his hand. However, what surprised him was that the young man suddenly turned his head to look at him after tying the necklace. He smiled and stood on his tiptoes to hang the blue stone necklace around his neck. Xianxia looked at him in a daze. There was a hint of confusion in his gray-blue eyes. After Su Silly put the necklace on him, he looked at him carefully and nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to pay the stall owner, he heard the man's slightly hoarse voice ring out faintly. "What is this?" Su Silly did not raise his head and said instinctively, "A gift." In the alley, the neon lights intersected with the darkness of the night. People were moving around, and it was noisy. However, at this moment, Xianxia's world was silent and blank. Only the young man in front of him was left. He looked at him in a daze, then raised his right hand and picked up the blue stone hanging in front of his chest. He looked down and stared. It was very ordinary, but it was more beautiful than all the gemstones he had ever seen. The Lord God had also given him many treasures, but he had always been so casual about them. It was as if he had given him the whole world, and it was not worth mentioning. Yes, he was a god. He clenched his fists and looked up at the silver-haired young man in front of him who was paying the bill. He smiled at the shop owner, and his beautiful eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. Xianxia opened his mouth but could not find his voice. He had waited for too long, and when the moment came, he was at a loss. It was really him, right? "Boss, how much is this necklace?" Su Silly did not notice Xianxia's abnormality. He looked at the stall owner and asked. The stall owner, who was soliciting customers, looked over and then widened his eyes in surprise, as if he was surprised to see two people standing in front of his stall. But soon, the surprise in his eyes turned into confusion, then realization and excitement. It was Lord Guardian God, and His Majesty? "Boss, how much is this necklace?" Su Silly looked at him and asked again patiently. There was still a gentle smile on his face. The stall owner was an elderly man. At this moment, he swallowed his saliva and looked around nervously. He seemed to be confused. Why did no one notice the two important people in front of him? However, he did not dare to say anything and just waved his hand hurriedly. No need," the old man stammered and his face was red. After a while, he finally finished his sentence. "This is for you, Lord God. It's a token of my appreciation." "That won't do." Su Silly shook his head. "Boss, this is a small business, no. It's really not necessary." Seeing that the young man wanted to pay, the stall owner raised his voice. Xianxia, who had been in a daze, came back to his senses. He couldn't help but frown and stare at him sharply. The stall owner immediately froze. He felt an enormous pressure. It was so heavy that it felt like it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It almost caused him to collapse. However, he still looked at Xianxia with eyes full of worship and gratitude. "Sir, I really can't accept your money." The old man was trembling as he spoke, and his eyes were wet. 3 years ago during the beast tide, thank you for saving my grandson," the old man's voice was trembling. "It's my blessing that you and this young master took a fancy to my necklace. Please accept it." Su Silly couldn't help but look at Xianxia. It seemed that this guardian deity had a very high reputation in the Roland Empire. However, at this moment, because of the old man's excited voice, some people around gradually paid attention to this side. Xixing's passerby aura could only reduce the attention of others, but it didn't make him completely invisible. Just like this stall owner, when Su Silly spoke, he noticed them and immediately recognized them. Su Silly enjoyed his current low-profile status very much. He didn't want to be surrounded by people again. He didn't want to take advantage of the old man. He casually threw 100 Aishiwei coins, grabbed Xixing's hand, and dragged him to the end of the alley, ignoring the stall owner's pleas to stay. Soon, they blended into the crowd. The stall owner took the money and chased after them. However, when he looked around, he realized that they were already gone. He was stunned, then sighed and walked back to the stall. He looked at the Aishiwei coins in his hand, then took out a metal box and carefully put it in. This was given to him by His Majesty. He didn't think much of this little emperor before. However, since the guardian deity supported His Majesty, what reason did he have to object? The old man smiled and decided that when he returned, he would frame these 100 pieces and make them his family heirloom. Ding. Popular support plus 1%. Current popular support, 54%. Attention, when the popular support drops below 50%, there may be a popular uprising. Su Silly, who was dragging Xixing through the crowd, was stunned when he saw the panel that suddenly popped up. How could he have inexplicably gained the support of nearly 1 million people without doing anything? But soon, Su Silly understood. It should be that the live broadcast of the rebuilding of the mercenary town on the arena attracted the attention of the people and increased his popular support. This was simply a stroke of genius. Although 1% didn't seem like much, it was only in a day. In the future, when more people saw the situation of the mercenary town, saw the town become prosperous, and put the construction of other places on the agenda, he believed that more people would support him. Then there wouldn't be a popular uprising. Thinking of this, Su Silly couldn't help but feel refreshed. Speaking of which, who was it that wanted to broadcast the rebuilding of the town? What a little genius! Oh, there was also that female reporter called Pei Lin. Su Silly also saw the broadcast of the battle with the 3-star beast. That reporter really spared no effort in praising him. It was the same for this live broadcast. Su Silly, who came from the era of traffic, knew the importance of marketing. If he wanted to increase the popular support, he couldn't hide it. Since he didn't want to exaggerate, he just wanted to show what he did. He didn't think about this before, but he didn't expect someone to do it for him. Su Silly smiled and felt that this wasn't bad. He thought to himself and didn't realize that he was still holding someone's hand. Xixing walked behind the youth and was a bit absent-minded. Because at this moment, all of his attention was on their hands. The youth's hands were much smaller than his. Different from his rough hands, the pampered little emperor's palms were very smooth. His slender fingers had the strength of a man. Holding him tightly like this, the warmth that slowly spread over made him, he heard his own drumming heartbeat. They walked forward with the crowd. The surroundings were very noisy, but Xixing felt that it was very quiet. It was so quiet that only the two of them were left. He even had some hope, this road could never stop. However, that was destined to be impossible. Su Silly followed the crowd to a square. In the square, there were people from a circus performing. The audience seemed to have seen something wonderful, and they all clapped and cheered. Su Silly couldn't help but balance the tips of his feet. In order to maintain his balance, he let go of the hand of the person behind him. Xixing looked at his hand that was let go. His gray-blue eyes showed some disappointment, like an abandoned puppy. However, the youth standing in front of him didn't notice this. He was looking, but they were too far from the center of the square. The crowd was so crowded that he couldn't see the circus performance at all. Su Silly pursed his lips. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to give up, a strong arm suddenly hugged his waist from behind and pulled him back into the youth's embrace. He blinked. Could it be that there was some danger? This had happened several times today. For the sake of his life, Su Silly didn't move even though he felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Xixing's body seemed to be trembling. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before it was quickly rejected. Because Xixing was so strong, it was hard for him to imagine what could make him tremble in fear. They stood quietly in the crowd. No one was paying attention to them. Xixing lowered his head slightly. The fringe in front of his forehead fell and cast a shadow over his eyes. No one saw his expression at that moment, and no one noticed. The hesitation and uneasiness hidden in his eyes turned into suppressed joy and madness. This state didn't last long. Before Su Silly could ask questions, Xixing suppressed the trembling in his body and lowered his head. He carefully and restrained himself and whispered in his ear. "I will take you to a higher place." The man's voice was low and hoarse. It suddenly drilled into his ears and hit his eardrums. Su Silly frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. However, before he had time to investigate, he felt his vision blur and a sense of dizziness surged into his brain. When the dizziness disappeared, Su Silly realized that he was no longer in the square. Instead, he was. Xixing carried him to the clock tower of the imperial city. Standing at the top of the bell tower, one's field of vision was vast. One could see the lanterns below, and one could also see the bright starry sky above them. Su Silly was captivated by this scenery. He didn't even try to break free from Xixing's embrace. Behind him, Xixing carefully hugged his waist and closed his eyes. He restrained himself and greedily sniffed his scent. "Lord, it's really you, isn't it? A gift. Only you would give me a gift. My skills are ineffective against you and I can be easily captured by you and turned into your puppet. You can even sing that song, so, how can it not be you? It must be." Xixing firmly suppressed the last trace of doubt in his heart. How can it not be him? There were so many details and so many familiar conversations. So, how can it not be him? The young man in front of him was the existence he had yearned for many years. Yes, it can't be wrong. He tried hard to control his trembling body and not let himself show any signs of abnormality. Su Silly didn't feel anything. He looked at the starry sky above and chuckled as he watched the circus performance below. It was a little far and he still couldn't see clearly. However, this place was far away from the crowd and he could use his spiritual power smoothly. "Hey, Xixing." He looked down and shouted to the person behind him. "I want to watch the performance. Help me like you did just now." "Okay." Xixing responded. Other than his slightly hoarse voice, he was no different from usual. "Su." Silly chuckled. However, he quickly thought of something and asked, "Is this the only way for your spiritual power to guide me?" It was the same in the alley just now. When he suddenly hugged him, he was shocked. Xixing pursed his lips. His blonde hair covered his ears and they were slightly red. "Yes." His eyes flickered as he responded in a low voice. Su Silly nodded and thought to himself that it was indeed so. Although it felt a little strange, it was his fault for being so weak. He could only do this for now. Thinking of what he read in a novel, he asked again, "Is it because the more you use your spiritual power, the faster you improve?" "Yes." Xixing was a man of few words. Su Silly was already used to it. Hearing the affirmative answer, he nodded and didn't waste any more time. Instead, he closed his eyes and spread out his spiritual power. He entered that mysterious state again. The scene within 5 meters appeared clearly in his mind again. First, he saw himself. To be precise, he saw himself being hugged by Xixing. It was actually a very beautiful scene. Under the bright stars, the silver-haired boy standing on the clock tower was being hugged by a man in a military uniform. The wind blew his hair and the man's snow-white cloak fluttered in the wind. Beneath their feet was a city filled with dazzling lights, creating a romantic scene. If this was reality and the person being hugged wasn't himself, Su Silly felt that he might have taken a screenshot of this scene and made it into his computer desktop. But now, there was an indescribable strangeness in his heart. Just as Su Silly frowned slightly and almost withdrew from this mysterious state, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. "Ding, filming, system has been activated. Would you like to start filming?" Su Silly's attention was immediately diverted. What? There's a filming system, but then again, that's right. This is a game after all. It has a built-in filming function. It doesn't seem that strange. And he even had a player's upgrade panel. It didn't seem strange to have a filming system. Su Silly focused his attention on the filming system. As his mind moved slightly, he only heard a slight click sound. Then, a new prompt appeared. Filming successful. The photo has been saved in the album. You can go to the album to rename it. Su Silly wanted to flip through the photo album, but he suddenly felt a gust of golden energy invade him, gently touching his light purple spiritual power. It was Xing. He was beginning to guide him. Well, I'll flip through the album when I get back. Now, I'll watch the circus performance first. Su Silly calmed his mind. Under the guidance of the powerful golden energy, he slowly spread his spiritual power to the square below. The circus performance was clearly presented in his mind. He had naturally watched circus performances before, but he had never watched it in such a special way like this. Su Silly carefully felt his current state. It felt very good. He had a feeling that the world was in his control. Nothing could escape his observation. In this state, Su Silly's nerves, which had been tense since he transmigrated, relaxed a little. He was wrapped in a happy and relieved mood. He enjoyed this state. His body relaxed as well. He lazily leaned into the embrace of the person behind him. Xing was slightly startled. Then, the corners of his mouth gently curved up. He hugged the young man. As if he was hugging his whole world. At this time, Su Silly had a strange discovery. He controlled his spiritual power and scanned the square. Finally, he looked up and looked down. He was surprised to find that there was a large magic array on the square. It was right below the people's feet. The place where the circus was performing was right in the center of the magic array. After discovering this, he was very curious and threw a detection spell down. Suddenly, a light screen appeared. Imperial City Summoning Array. Description: there was an ancient legend in the Roland Empire. According to legend, when certain conditions were met, the ancient giant summoning array would automatically unseal itself. Heroes from another world would be summoned to save the people from the abyss of suffering and lead the Roland Empire back to its peak. Status: sealed. Time until opening: 29 days 11 hours 56 minutes. Su Silly looked at the description of the magic array and couldn't help but be stunned. Heroes from another world, weren't they just players? So this Imperial City Summoning Array. Damn, this was the spawning point of the players. Time until opening. Was this referring to the first closed beta test? He looked at the time on the clock tower. It was 10:04 at night. In other words, the first closed beta test would begin at 10 o'clock a.m. in a month's time. At that time, he would be able to see his second brother. Finally knowing the exact time of the first closed beta test, Su Silly was very excited. This was great. 1 month, only 1 month's time. Su Silly smiled. He suddenly felt full of motivation. Although there were only 24 days left before he had to pay the 10 million alliance fee, he was not afraid at all. Because in a few days, he would be able to reunite with his family, their spiritual energy intertwined. Xing could easily feel the sudden excitement in the young man's heart. He was a little confused. What was going on? Xing, let's go back. At this time, Su Silly opened his eyes and said. He wanted to go back and train. He wanted to increase his strength, whether it was meditation or singing, he still had many things to do. He had enough to relax now. He couldn't relax just because he found a way to level up quickly. Although Xing was a little unwilling, he still nodded. Okay, I'll bring you back. You can just teleport me. Su Silly said, I don't want to walk anymore. It's a waste of time. Xing was slightly stunned. Waste of time? Was it a waste of time to be with him? Xing? Perhaps because he had been silent for too long, the young man called out to him again with a little confusion. Xing pursed his lips and said in a low voice, okay. Then, Su Silly was carried through the Imperial City. They had walked for several hours before reaching the square, but now, they were back in front of the palace gates after a few teleportations. Su Silly looked at the towering palace gates not far away and felt a little shocked. Damn, this skill was too awesome, he couldn't help but marvel at Xing's freakishness. At the same time, he was glad that he had turned him into a puppet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight against such a boss-level powerhouse. However, after waiting for a while, seeing that Xing was still standing there, Su Silly looked back strangely. They were standing under a big tree. The shadow was blocking, so he couldn't see Xing's condition clearly. Why wasn't he moving? Did you use up all your magic and need to recover? Su Silly asked. He didn't get an answer immediately. Because of the movement of turning his head, his cheek seemed to touch the man's chin. He could hear that the breathing of the person behind him seemed to have become heavier. He blinked and wanted to continue asking, but the man answered softly, yes. Su Silly turned his head and nodded in understanding. Well, it seemed that this skill consumed a lot of magic and couldn't last very long. Then, shall we go in? Su Silly said. He couldn't keep hugging like this. If the guards saw, it would be very awkward. Xing didn't move. Just as Su Silly was about to break free, the arms holding him tightened again. Then, his vision blurred. When he steadied himself, he found himself in front of the long corridor in front of the palace. In the distance, the guards in front of the palace were standing guard. The man behind him had already let go of him and took a step back. Obediently. The warmth disappeared like a furnace, and the cold night wind blew. Su Silly shivered slightly and felt a little cold. Was this magic recovery? Could he teleport again? He looked back at Xing. The man was expressionless and still had that cold look, but his gray-blue eyes seemed to be brighter than usual. At this moment, he was quietly looking at him. Su Silly was a little uncomfortable under his gaze. He couldn't help but look away and said, "Then I'll go in." "You should go back and rest too." "Your Majesty." However, just as he took a step, he heard the man's voice suddenly call out to him. Su Silly looked back again. Under the moonlight, the man's golden hair was slightly blown by the night wind. His deep eyes were like whirlpools in the depths of the sea, quiet but containing a power that made people tremble. Thump, his heart skipped a beat. Su Silly frowned slightly. He suppressed the strange emotions in his heart and asked, "What's the matter?" Xing held up the blue stone in front of his chest. His gray-blue eyes stared at him, unwilling to miss the slightest change in expression on his face. Why, did you give me a gift?" he asked softly. Huh? What kind of question is this? Su Silly was a little confused. Why did he give him a gift? Didn't he use to spend money to buy things for him every day? Wait, F***ck. Su Silly finally realized the problem. This Xing was not his pitiful slave. Why did he give him a gift so casually? Moreover, he put it on his neck with his own hands. How could this be? Su Silly's eyes flickered. Suddenly, his face turned cold. You don't want it? Then give it back to me. He suddenly reached out and tried to snatch the necklace back. However, Xing did not move. He held the blue necklace in his hand. Because he did not dodge, Su Silly easily grabbed the necklace. Su Silly felt the cold touch. He froze on the spot, speechless. Why didn't this guy dodge? Su Silly looked up and glared at Xing. Xing remained in his original position, but was forced to lean over because of his action of grabbing the necklace. The two of them were very close to each other. Their breaths intertwined. The man looked down at him. His expression, it was a little pitiful. Su Silly pursed his lips and did not speak. This guy, what is he up to? The young man's eyes flickered. Finally, he clicked his tongue. He threw the blue necklace back to Xing and snorted coldly, "I promise. I don't take back what I've given away. As for why, do I need a reason to give it to whomever I want to give it to?" After he finished speaking, he did not look at Xing anymore. He turned around and strode towards his bedroom. F***ck, I almost spilled the beans. Su Silly did not turn around. He only stopped when he heard the door close behind him. He turned around and looked at the closed door. He slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he escaped quickly. Xing was too smart. He could easily see through him. But, what was with the look in his eyes just now? It was just a necklace. Was there a need for him to look at it like a puppy? Xing stood at the same spot and watched him leave. Only when the young man's figure disappeared into the bedroom and could no longer be seen did he silently withdraw his gaze. His gaze fell on the blue necklace on his chest. He picked up the blue stone and held it tightly in his hand. That's right. I'm Lord God, there's no way, there's a mistake. definitely not. With this conviction, Xixing's figure flashed and disappeared into the moonlight. The night fell silent again. When the first ray of sunlight shone in through the window, Susili slowly opened his eyes. After meditating for an entire night, his magical power had been fully replenished. This time, he felt different from before. Perhaps it was due to the increase in his understanding of his spiritual power. The speed at which he absorbed sound elements seemed to have increased. Furthermore, his experience from meditating for an entire night had increased from 34 to 109. In addition, he had built 2 new wooden houses in Mercenary Town last night. His experience bar had increased by a large amount. Level up distance, for 76/800. Although it was not as satisfying as when he killed monsters of a higher level, it was still a form of happiness. With this in mind, Susili got up and washed up. He was preparing to go to the Elementalist College today to see how Su Lin's Dark Valley cultivation was progressing. However, when he arrived at the dining hall, he saw a familiar figure arrive before him. He could not help but stop in his tracks. A blond man in a white military uniform stood quietly by the window. The sunlight shone through the glass and fell on him, adding a touch of holiness to him. He was standing in the corner, but Susili saw him as soon as he walked in. This guy was always so dazzling. It was as if no one could ignore his presence just by standing there. Susili pursed his lips. Actually, he felt quite accomplished. The once pitiful slave who was like a vicious dog had grown into such an excellent and powerful man. There was no trace of the past in him. Perhaps, he was not the same person as the past him. After all, it was not the same game. Thinking of this, Susili was a little curious. What kind of background would the Star Age game group arrange for the current Xixing? For example, Li Jiu, the captain of the guards, was originally from a card game. His current background did not seem to be related to the original setting at all. In the original game, Li Jiu was also from a noble family. He was the childhood sweetheart of the princess. From the time he was Shaoli, he was determined to become the knight who protected the princess. He was loyal and brave, saving the princess from danger many times. He was a very reliable man who could give people a sense of security. But now, Li Jiu, Susili looked sideways at the captain of the guards beside him. In this world, Li Jiu was also from a noble family. But because there had not been an elementalist for many years, the family had declined. Only after Li Jiu rose to power did the situation become better. Naturally, there was no romantic setting where he grew up with the princess. He was loyal, but reliable. Forget it, Susili would never forget the night when he had just crossed over. Li Ziqing had brought the guards and rushed into the main hall, but he had quickly retreated out. Li Jiu, who was beside him, felt the gaze of the little emperor. He felt a little pressured. "Your Majesty, don't look at me. Don't you see that the marshal is angry? If looks could kill, I would have died many times over by now." "Your Majesty." Xixing's deep voice resounded in the spacious palace, seemingly no different from usual. However, Li Jiu subconsciously glanced over and widened his eyes in disbelief. Holy shit, the marshal is smiling. Am I going to die soon? Li Jiu silently moved to the side, creating a safe distance between him and the little emperor. Susili also looked at Xixing. The man slightly curved his lips, revealing a faint smile that was even more dazzling under the sun. However, Susili felt a little awkward. He nodded at Xixing and slowly walked to the dining table. A maid pulled out a chair for him and helped him sit down. Xixing also walked over. He placed his hand on the back of the chair and gently pulled it open. Susili looked up and saw his white-gloved hand. It was a very beautiful hand shape. Wrapped in the snow-white silk, it was pleasing to the eye. However, it was not the kind of delicate beauty, but full of masculine strength. The man sat down on the chair. Under Susili's gaze, he slowly took off his gloves, revealing his originally cold white skin, and there were faint scars on his face. Susili was slightly stunned. This was the first time he had noticed Xixing's hand. Was Xixing's hand like this in the past? Or was this a new setting added by the game team? Xixing stacked his gloves on top of each other and gently put them aside. Then, as if he had noticed the young man's gaze, he looked over and realized that the young man's gaze, he lowered his eyes and his gaze fell on his hands. There were faint scars on the back of his hand, as if they were left behind by whips. It was obvious that they had been there for a long time, at least not recently. Furthermore, it was very difficult for anyone to hurt him now. Xixing was in a daze. At this moment, the young man suddenly spoke. "Does it hurt?" It was soft and gentle, as warm as the morning light. "Did it hurt?" Xixing looked up and smiled gently at the young man. "I forgot," he said. Did he really forget? Susili looked at the young man's smile and did not know what to say. After thinking for a while, he said, "Don't smile if you don't want to." Xixing paused and did not immediately say anything. Instead, he reached out and picked up the milk jug, pouring the milky white milk into a glass and gently placed it in front of the young man. "You said that I should smile more," he said softly. Susili smelled the rich milky fragrance and could not help but take a sip. He nodded after hearing the young man's words. "That's true. You look good when you smile. It's better than a cold face." He casually said his thoughts and did not feel that there was anything wrong with them, so he did not notice that. Xixing's eyes dimmed slightly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Susili did not notice anything unusual at all. He ate breakfast with Xixing while thinking about his plans for the day. First, he would go to the Elementalist College and ask about the training of elementalists. Then, he would visit Su Lin. If he had time, he would go to Mercenary Town to inspect. With this in mind, Susili opened the territory panel and casually glanced at it. Mercenary Town LVL1, status, upgrading under construction. Person in charge, Justin, Wen Jishan, revenue increased by 100%, completed, wooden house X3 under construction, wooden house, 80%, brick house, 54%, wooden house, 11%, wooden house, 1%, brick house, 1%, financial expenditure, 0 new population, none special status bonus, resident injury rate 2%, construction speed -10%, resident starvation rate 30%, construction speed -30%. Susili nodded when he saw the progress of the completed buildings. It seemed that Dean Justin had started working since early in the morning. However, he quickly frowned. One night had passed. Why was the Mercenary Town's resident injury rate still so high? Didn't he send the Water Healing Division over yesterday afternoon? Li Jiyu. He looked at the captain of the guards. Li Jiyu was feeling a little full from the public display of affection. When he suddenly heard his name, he quickly stood up straight. "Yes, Your Majesty." Susili did not immediately fly into a rage. Instead, he asked, "Yesterday, I sent the Water Healing Division to Mercenary Town to treat the victims of the disaster. How did it go?" Hearing this, Li Jiyu's expression suddenly showed that he was in a difficult position. "What's wrong?" Susili put down the milk and raised an eyebrow at him. "Your Majesty, Master Naya is still in the palace." Li Jiyu deliberated. "Today, I will urge her to leave as soon as possible." "Urge her to leave as soon as possible?" Susili smiled. Li Jiyu felt his scalp go numb. Because that was how His Majesty smiled outside the dean's office that day, he stood quietly at the side, not daring to make a sound. "Jenna, go and call her here," Susili said lightly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Jenna responded respectfully. Then, she left the dining hall and personally went to summon the Water Healing Division. Although there was a communication device, the other party was still a doctor. Out of respect for the angel in white, Susili still sent a maid to call her over. However, he did not expect that the other party would reject him. "Your Majesty," Master Naya said, "she can't leave now. Can she find another time to meet with Your Majesty?" Jenna's reporting voice gradually became softer as the smile on the little emperor's face appeared. "Can't leave?" Susili recalled the cold and aloof Water Healing Division. His tone was somewhat meaningful. He continued to ask, "What is she doing? Why can't she leave?" Jenna said truthfully, "It seems like she is practicing her medical skills." "Ha, interesting." Susili nodded and finished the milk in one gulp. This time, he did not forget to wipe his mouth with a napkin before standing up. "Let's go and take a look at this powerful Royal Water Healing Division. What kind of amazing medical skills is she practicing?" The little emperor was swift and decisive as he walked straight out. However, when he reached the door, he suddenly heard Xixing call out to him from behind. Your Majesty. Su Sili looked back and raised his eyebrows at him. He suddenly remembered a small detail. That day, when he sent Janice to the Water Healing Division's temporary residence for treatment, he seemed to have seen Xixing's portrait hanging on the wall. At that time, he was in a hurry to go to the Elementalist College and did not take it to heart. Now, he remembered. What? This Dr. Naya was Xixing's lover? So when he went to find trouble with her, the marshal was going to stop him? Su Sili looked at Xixing, his gaze gradually becoming unfriendly. Xixing did not seem to notice. In a flash, he appeared in front of the little emperor and asked, Your Majesty, are you going to walk? Is there a problem? Su Sili gently tugged at the corner of his mouth and his tone became unfriendly. Li Jiu looked at Janice in confusion. Wasn't everything fine just now? Why were they arguing again? Janice ignored him and looked at Xixing warily. Her Majesty did not like Marshal Xixing. As the most trusted person by Her Majesty's side, Janice naturally had to stand together with Her Majesty against outsiders. Xixing curved his lips and said with a faint smile, Why don't you let me send Your Majesty there? Su Sili's expression softened. However, he did not agree. No need. If she wanted to teleport, she would have to be carried by him in front of the maids and guards. How inappropriate would that be? Xixing shook his head and frowned. It's just the Water Healing Division. How can I let you see her personally? His indifferent tone carried a hint of domineering disdain. Su Sili looked at him and was suddenly convinced. That's right, he was the dignified ruler of a country. He was not someone who treated scholars with respect. If he walked over personally, he would be giving too much face. Then what do you think, Marshal? Xixing smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the air like a pocket. Roar, accompanied by a mighty and domineering roar, a mountain-like pressure came out of the crack. Immediately after, a black shadow flashed, the shadow leopard's vigorous figure jumped out of the crack and landed steadily on the ground. Its green eyes sized up everyone. Su Sili was stunned. Damn, this shadow leopard is so handsome. The black leopard glanced at him, its eyes flashing with intelligence. It slowly walked over to Xixing and squatted down beside its master. Xixing was already very tall, but even if the shadow leopard was squatting, it was still taller than him by a head. Its body was filled with a violent aura, and it was not to be trifled with. However, when it was beside Xixing, it behaved very obediently. Xixing reached out and patted the black leopard's forehead. The black leopard immediately narrowed its eyes and rubbed against his palm in enjoyment, like a big cat. Under Su Sili's envious gaze, Xixing looked at him and said softly, Let it give us a ride, how about it? Su Sili blinked and looked at him, then at the shadow leopard. Since it was already like this, what else could he say? Okay. Let's go together. He had wanted to try riding a big cat for a long time, the youth was eager to try. Although when the black leopard looked at him, he could not help but feel instinctive fear towards a ferocious beast, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. The main thing was, it was too cool. Under Xixing's guidance, Su Sili slowly approached and reached out to the black leopard. The shadow leopard looked at him and saw him reach out his hand. It bared its teeth at him, but when it saw Xixing's eyes, it immediately restrained itself. It obediently lay on the ground and let Xixing protect Su Sili. After he sat on the leopard's back, it stood up majestically. Su Sili had ridden a horse before, but this was his first time riding a leopard. To be honest, sitting on the back of the black leopard without a saddle and reins, he did not know what to do. Where should he put his hands? Would the black leopard be angry if he pulled on its fur? Before he could finish his thoughts, the shadow leopard suddenly stood up. Su Sili's body swayed and was about to fall. Fortunately, a strong arm grabbed his waist in time. He felt himself being lifted up a little, moved backwards, and pressed into an embrace. Your Majesty, hold my hand. The man leaned close to his ear, and the breath he breathed into his ear made Su Sili feel a little hot. But before he could struggle, the shadow leopard had already started to run. Su Sili was distracted. He hugged Xixing's arm tightly to maintain his balance. Looking at the scenery around him that was rapidly retreating, the youth's face was full of excitement and amazement. Xing, let Jiu fly in the sky. I want to see the sky. Su Silly completely forgot that he was going to find trouble. Now, he just wanted to ride the big cat and fly into the sky. This kind of feeling was even better than riding a roller coaster. Xing was stunned for a moment, then laughed again. All the gloominess in his eyes seemed to have disappeared. He whispered into the youth's ear, his low and hoarse voice carrying some gentleness. Okay. He said softly and gave the shadow leopard an order. The black leopard that was shuttling back and forth in the castle suddenly roared. 2 black shadows appeared on its back. The shadows extended to both sides. When they were fully spread out, they turned into 2 pure black wings. The wings flapped vigorously and carried them into the clouds. Below, Li Jiu and a group of guards looked up at the black shadow that was flying away. He said with admiration, Sir Xing's chasing shadow is so powerful. Every time I see it, I'm deeply shocked. Which man wouldn't want such a mount? Janice also looked up at the sky. Although she was a little worried, she couldn't help but nod in agreement when she heard his words. This shadow leopard was rumored to be an ancient beast native to Ai Shui planet. Its bloodline was powerful and its methods were extraordinary. After it was subdued by the marshal, it was willing to sign a contract with him and become his mount and servant. Chasing Shadow was the name of this ancient beast. After flying 1 round in the sky, Su Silly finally remembered the important matter. He patted Xing's hand and said, let's go down and find the water healing division. He could play with the big cat at any time. Mercenary Town was more important now. Xing nodded and didn't say anything else. The shadow leopard turned around and flew back. When it reached the sky above the water healing division's residence, the shadow leopard roared mightily and its roar shook the sky. Then, its 4 limbs landed on the ground and the hard stone tiles were instantly crushed. It retracted its wings and turned into a black shadow again. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the guards and maids of the water healing division. They all ran out to take a look. When they saw the ferocious shadow leopard, their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. Some people even screamed. Interstellar beast. An interstellar beast broke into the palace. However, they were quickly stopped by some people with good eyesight. Shut up. That's the marshal's contracted beast. Naya, who had just run out of her residence, was alarmed by the commotion. She couldn't help but calm down when she heard this. At the same time, a hint of surprise appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Sir Xing, she hurriedly lifted the hem of her dress and rushed towards the courtyard. Sure enough, when she arrived, she saw a black ferocious beast standing in the open space of the courtyard. A man in a snow-white military uniform jumped down from the black leopard. His skills were clean and neat, and he was extraordinarily valiant. Naya was slightly stunned. Then, she thought of something and hurriedly put down the hem of her dress. She tidied herself up a little and was about to rush over when she saw the man standing tall and looking up slightly at the shadow leopard's back. Only then did she realize that there was a silver-haired youth sitting on the shadow leopard. He lowered his eyes and looked at the man with a slightly arrogant and cold expression. However, Marshal Xing was smiling at him. Your Majesty, shall I carry you down? Xing looked at the youth. His grayish-blue eyes were full of gentleness and sincerity. Su Silly looked into his eyes and felt that he was exceptionally handsome at this moment. But, he wasn't someone who would be seduced by beauty. With so many people watching, if he was carried down like this, where would his dignity as an emperor go? No need. Let Jiu lie down. I'll go down myself, Su Silly said lightly. Xing wasn't disappointed. Instead, his smile deepened. Jiu, did you hear that? He looked at the shadow leopard that was still standing stiffly and said softly. The shadow leopard turned its head and looked at him strangely with its green eyes. Why did he suddenly call him by his real name? It felt that Zhuiying was cooler, however, under the strong pressure of the man, it still compromised. Although its master was smiling and looked like he was easy to get along with, it didn't think so. It even felt its hair stand on end. It was too scary. Master was actually smiling. The shadow leopard obediently lay down like a docile big cat. It was a huge contrast to its majestic appearance just now. However, none of the people present felt that it was really as obedient as it appeared to be. Su Silly turned sideways and grabbed Xing's hand to support him. He jumped down from the shadow leopard's back. Although he wasn't as cool as Xing, he still maintained his composure. After he stood still, his light purple eyes swept across the crowd. The maids and servants present all fell to the ground. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Marshal." Su Silly nodded lightly and his gaze fell on the only woman who was still standing. Naya stood rooted to the ground as if she had lost her mind. She only regained her senses when the silver-haired youth strolled in front of her. She glanced at Xing before gracefully lifting her skirt to greet the young emperor. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Lord Xing." Her cold and aloof appearance was no different from the day Janice came to heal her injuries. However, Su Silly keenly felt that she treated Xing differently. This discovery made him feel a little unhappy. Su Silly didn't think much of it. He took a step forward and stood between her and Xing. Naya was half a head shorter than him. At this moment, no matter how arrogant she was, her momentum was weaker. She looked at Su Silly. Her expression was still calm. Her eyelashes drooped slightly as she asked, "Your Majesty is here. Are you injured? Do you need treatment?" Su Silly chuckled and said lightly, "I heard that Madame Naya is very busy and inconvenient to accept my summons. Therefore, I came personally. I wonder. What kind of amazing medical skills are you researching that you don't even have the time to see me?" Xing, who was blocked behind, couldn't help but frown as he listened to the youth's somewhat ambiguous words. The smile on his face also faded. "This Naya, Your Majesty, Naya does have something important to do today." Naya lowered her head and avoided his gaze. "Something important? What is it?" Su Silly raised his voice slightly and shouted with a cold face, "It's more important than my orders." Naya's heart skipped a beat. She wasn't really stupid. She just relied on the preferential treatment of the Imperial Water Healing Division and her understanding of the little emperor to think that he wouldn't do anything to her. Now that she saw him being difficult, she finally realized that this young monarch was different from the past. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." She admitted defeat without hesitation. Su Silly lowered his eyes and looked at her coldly. "Yesterday, I ordered you to go to the mercenary town to treat the disaster victims. Why did you disobey?" The disaster victims who were affected by the 3-star beast's rampage weren't seriously injured. With her ability, he believed that it wouldn't take long to treat them. However, Naya frowned. She bit her lip and said, "Your Majesty, I am from the Imperial Water Healing Division. The mercenary town is full of civilians. Letting a water healing division, especially one from the Imperial Water Healing Division, go to such a dirty and messy place to treat a bunch of civilians, Naya wasn't willing." Su Silly looked at her with some surprise. He thought of many reasons, but he didn't expect it to be this reason. So what if they were all civilians? Were nobles so great? If there were no civilians, did the nobles eat, use, and where all these things fall from the sky? What's wrong with her? Su Silly suddenly felt a little bored. He looked at Naya, who was still stiffening her neck, and didn't continue to waste time. If that's the case, then from today onwards, strip Naya Chris of her noble status, and remove her from the Imperial Water Healing Division position. He said lightly, but these words fell into Naya's ears like a clap of thunder. She stared blankly at the young man. She had never felt so clearly that this little emperor was really not the cowardly and weak monarch of the past. Naya finally lost all her composure and loftiness. She said loudly, "Your Majesty, you can't do this." "Why not?" Su Silly tilted his head slightly and glanced at her lightly. "In my life, I hate people who take money but don't do anything. Since you can't share the burden of the monarch, what's the use of you?" "Your Majesty, I'm from the Water Healing Division. A 2-star top-notch aqua healer with the most powerful healing technique." Naya was a little angry. "I was the one who healed Janice. Then what about my brother and sister? Have you healed them?" Su Silly suddenly asked. Naya was stunned. She murmured, "The first prince and the second prince, they're at the front line, then why aren't you at the front line?" Naya was at a loss for words. Su Silly looked at her. In fact, he felt that a healer like Naya should be at the front line, where she could make the most of her light and heat. But now, he shrugged and said, either go to the mercenary town to treat the victims, or go to the front line, choose one of the two. You'll be reinstated when you've healed 10,000 wounded people. After that, he looked at Xing. Marshal, do you think this arrangement is reasonable? Xing looked at him, his gray-blue eyes smiling again. He nodded gently. It's very reasonable. Nia sat on the ground, paralyzed. She looked up at the two noblest people in the Roland Empire and listened to their judgment. Her face was ashen. Heal 10,000 wounded people, how long would it take to complete this task? Nia suddenly came to her senses. She looked at the young king in front of her and knelt on the ground, trembling. Your Majesty, Nia is willing to go to the mercenary town to treat the victims. Please forgive Nia this once. However, it was too late for her to lower her stance. She lowered her head and suddenly saw the young man's right foot reach out and gently kick her knee with the tip of his shoe. She subconsciously looked up and met a pair of light purple eyes. Those eyes were no longer as gentle and shy as before. The young man looked down at her with a cold and cruel gaze, with the disdain of a king. Other than vermin, what I hate the most are those who don't know what's good for them and those who can't see the situation clearly. Susili said expressionlessly. He boasted that he had given enough respect to this healer of the lake, but she had ruined that respect with her pretentiousness. If she could keep her cold and arrogant attitude, although he hated her, at least she would have some strength of character, but now, Susili looked at the woman who knelt in front of him and begged for forgiveness. He felt that it was a waste of time for him to come here personally. He said with some disgust, you have to go to the mercenary town, whether you want to or not. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if the victims in the mercenary town are not reduced to 0, the Chris family will strip you of your title as an earl and take back all the noble treatment. Your Majesty, how can you do this? Nia was completely panicked. His Majesty was going to strip the Chris family of their noble status. If so, she would become a sinner of the family. Many of the servants serving Nia around were actually from the Chris family as well. At this moment, they all turned pale, but they didn't dare to make a sound. They just lay on the ground, trembling. Susili smiled. His smile was cold and domineering. He said slowly, this country is mine, and this whole planet is mine. You are my people, and I am your king. Tell me, why can't I do this? Or, do you think that I should be as weak and easily bullied as I was in the past? Nia's face turned as white as a sheet of paper. Nia doesn't dare. She lay on the ground, trembling. She was a 2-star elementalist, but in front of the young man, she felt an overwhelming pressure. She suddenly realized that the person standing in front of her was a real monarch. Although he was young, he had the supreme power to control the life and death of his subjects. What was even scarier was that he had the sharpest sword in the world, Xing. This was the guardian angel that she had once worshipped. He was loyal to the king and the Roland royal family. She had no doubt that if she dared to resist, this guardian deity would kill her on the spot. Susili stared at her coldly. In fact, those words were not meant for Nia alone. He just suddenly felt a little annoyed. Because of the impression that Snow Roland gave people, these restless people all dared to step on his head. Justin was like that, when Jishan was like that, and Nia was like that too. This made him feel very uncomfortable. He was the king, and they would do whatever he told them to do. They could have different suggestions, but the premise was that they had to correct their attitude. I am the king, and you are my subjects. I am the master of this country, of this planet. Today, he was going to make an example out of those nobles who had no respect for their elders. If they didn't want it, then don't blame him for rubbing their faces on the ground. He, Susili, was very narrow-minded. At this time, Nia's trembling voice sounded again. Your Majesty, within 3 days, Nia will heal all the victims in Mercenary Town. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. When the time comes. Your Majesty, please keep your promise. Both Nia's body and voice were trembling. She knew that she should directly agree and not have any more doubts. But this concerned the fate of the entire family, and she had to make a promise. Susili narrowed his eyes. Do you think I will go back on my word? Nia wouldn't dare. Huh. Susili chuckled and didn't continue to force her. As long as you are honest and do as I say, I will keep the noble status and the position in the royal water healing division for you. He knew that he had to give a carrot after giving a stick. After all, he still needed her to work. Your mission is to heal the injured, regardless of whether they are commoners or nobles. After 10,000 people, you will be reinstated. If you exceed the quota, I will reward you handsomely. Apart from Mercenary Town, were there no other injuries in the 5 main cities? There must be. These injuries determined the injury rate of the residents, and would definitely have an impact on the expansion of the town in the future. Now, he was preparing in advance. As for Nia, when she heard the little emperor's words, a sad smile appeared on her face. These were originally what she had, but she lost them because of her arrogance and ignorance. Fortunately, it was not completely hopeless. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nia understands. She knelt on the ground and said sorrowfully. Susili nodded. It's good that you understand. Leave for Mercenary Town as soon as possible. 3 days will pass in the blink of an eye. He reminded her. When Jishan and Justin are there, you can go find them and let them gather the injured. This will be faster. One last thing, don't try to fool me. You're on your own. Susili didn't say anything more. He had the territory panel. If these people dared to cheat him, he wouldn't have let them go so easily like today. He didn't bother with Nia anymore and turned to walk to the shadow leopard. Just as he was about to climb onto it, he heard Xixing's voice. Your Majesty, please wait. Susili stood still and looked sideways at Xixing, who was walking in front of him. What is this guy doing? Is he suddenly protective of the fairer sex? Nia, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but feel hopeful. She raised her teary eyes and looked in that direction. She saw the guardian deity that she had always admired. He took his right leg back and knelt down on one knee in front of the young emperor. He looked up at the cold-faced young man without fear. Nia was stunned. She covered her mouth in disbelief as tears surged out of her eyes. Lord Xixing. Lord Xixing, however, her excitement and joy didn't last long. That godlike handsome and powerful blonde man took out a snow-white handkerchief from his bosom. Then, he lowered his noble head and used the handkerchief to gently wipe the tip of the young emperor's right shoe. His actions were gentle and sincere, as if he was treating the most precious treasure. Nia stared blankly at this scene. She lowered her head and her eyes inadvertently fell on her knees. Just now, His Majesty seemed to have kicked her with his right foot. Susili lowered his head and looked at the top of the man's head. He frowned slightly and his expression was somewhat complicated. He also thought that Xixing was going to plead for Nia, but he didn't expect that. He was wiping his shoes? His shoes weren't dirty, right? He was very confused. But, if Lord God appears in front of me, please allow me to kneel at your feet, kiss the tip of your shoes, and offer my undying loyalty to you. A passionate and sincere voice sounded in his mind, making Susili a little absent-minded. He looked at the man as he gently wiped the dust on the tip of his shoes. Then, he turned over his hand and slightly raised the handkerchief. Under his puzzled gaze, a ball of flame rose silently. In the blink of an eye, the handkerchief was burned to ashes and was blown away by the wind. Susili, after doing all this, Xixing looked up at him slightly and gently curved the corners of his lips. Your Majesty, it's done. His deep voice was gentle and pleasant, but Susili felt that it was terrifying. However, this feeling of horror only lasted for a moment. He quickly shook his head and couldn't help but frown when he saw that the man was still kneeling on the ground. Xixing looked up at the young man. In the depths of the young man's grayish-blue eyes, there was a burning and suppressed madness. This was Lord God, his belief, the existence that he had longed for so long. There had never been a moment when Xixing's heart was beating so intensely. Lord God was standing in front of him. His gaze was on him, and all his attention was attracted by him. Various things that had happened in the past few days appeared in front of his eyes. Xixing's heart trembled violently, and he almost couldn't maintain his calm appearance. He had held Lord God's feet, kissed his collarbone, and even hugged him. Was this something that he deserved? Perhaps, this was just his imagination, he was dreaming. Xixing stared deeply at the young man in front of him. There was something that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time, and it suddenly began to stir. Lord God, now, was very weak. Perhaps, he could get up. Just as those dark thoughts were about to engulf him, the young man's clear and gentle voice suddenly sounded. At the same time, a fair and slender hand stretched out in front of him. All the dark and gloomy images left him. In Xianxia's eyes, there was only that jade-like hand left, and the owner of the hand. The young man stood in the sunlight and looked down at him. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and there was a hint of impatience. Xianxia stared at him in a daze. After a long time, he placed his hand on the young man's palm. The moment their skin touched, the smooth and tender touch made his heart tremble again. He resisted the strange feeling and stood up almost without using any force. Susili glanced at him. His gaze swept across his right knee, and his eyebrows furrowed even tighter. He saw that there was a patch of dust on his snow-white military trousers because he had just knelt on the ground. It was especially eye-catching. He pursed his lips and took out a handkerchief from his pocket. He patted Xianxia's hand and said unhappily, "Wipe it." After he finished speaking, he ignored him and climbed onto the back of the shadow leopard that was lying on the ground. Xianxia stood in the same spot and did not move. He looked at the handkerchief in his hand. The snow-white silk was inlaid with golden threads. It was so similar to the one he had just used. Or rather, it was originally his. It was the one he had taken away when he helped the young man wipe the milk foam on his mouth. This discovery made Xianxia curve his lips slightly. The man carefully folded the handkerchief and tucked it into his pocket, sticking it close to his heart. As for the dust on his knee, he lowered his eyes and glanced at it. He used his spiritual power to scan it. That dusty stain turned into an invisible yellow light spot and dissipated. He retracted his gaze and inadvertently met the eyes of the shadow leopard. His green pupils constricted slightly. The shadow leopard with a strong physique was like a real cat, obediently continuing to lie on the ground. It was too scary, only it, who was connected to its master through a contract, could feel how dangerous its master was just now. Although it did not know what its master was thinking, it was really scared to death just now. Now that it seemed to be fine, it could not forget the feeling of palpitations just now. Xianxia glanced at the leopard and did not say anything. He put one hand on the leopard and flipped over to land behind Susili. He hugged the young man's warm body in his arms. His heart trembled again. However, no one could see anything on the surface. He was still the cold and emotionless marshal. Including Sue. Silly. He felt that Xianxia was hugging him a little too tightly, but he did not care. After all, they were going to fly and it was safer to hug him tightly. "Let's go to the Elementalist College," he said softly. "Yes, Your Majesty." The man's voice sounded in his ear. It was low and deep. He was very close, almost touching his earlobe. Susili frowned and dodged to the side. Xianxia did not go overboard and ordered the shadow leopard in his mind. The shadow leopard obeyed and spread its wings again, whistling as it flew into the blue sky. Below, Naya looked at the black dot in the sky and smiled dejectedly. "Sir, someone came to help her." Naya shook her head and stood up shakily. She wiped the tears from her face and said to the servants, "Pack up and prepare the shuttle. We are going to Mercenary Town." For the future of her family, for the sake of not becoming a sinner, she had to fight no matter what. This was the price of being arrogant. Susili sat on the shadow leopard's back. In the sky above the imperial city, between the blue sky and white clouds, he once again experienced the feeling of riding a roller coaster. He had done parachuting before, but it was not as fun as riding a flying cat. The young man laughed ostentatiously. That bright and indulgent smile was completely different from the cold emperor who had intimidated Naya and the others just now. Xianxia looked at him and felt that his mood was affected. All the haze disappeared, and his eyes were filled with the young man's carefree laughter. Susili shouted towards the sky. This feeling of freedom was simply too good to be true. But he soon realized there was another person sitting behind him. Susili quickly restrained himself and coughed lightly, as if the young man from before was not him. "Elementalist College is next, right?" He lowered his head and saw the landmark of Elementalist College in the distance. Xianxia nodded. Following his order, the shadow leopard lowered itself and quickly approached the college. It was originally going to land in the college square, but when it saw the densely packed students, it stopped in midair. Su Silly was also attracted by the scene in the square. In the past 3 days, he had been learning songs and learning skills, so he did not pay much attention to what was going on in the college. He looked from afar and found that the students were still orderly and lined up in a long line. At the front of the line was a small wooden table. On the table, there was a crystal ball that tested one's spiritual talent, shining faintly under the sun. An unfamiliar college teacher sat behind the table and was directing the students who were lined up to take the test one by one. There were a few teachers around to maintain order. Su Silly saw Vice Principal Chrissy among them. "Do you want to go down?" Xianxia asked him. "Okay." Su Silly nodded and looked at the square. It seemed that he could not find a place for the shadow leopard to land. And if this continued, it might cause panic and lead to a stampede. Fortunately, the shadow leopard did not land directly. It only lowered its altitude and then floated in midair. Some students below had already noticed the abnormality in the sky and looked up. The square of hundreds and thousands of people suddenly became noisy. "Your Majesty, sorry to offend you." Su Silly heard Xianxia's voice and then felt an iron arm wrap around him. Before he could say anything, his body started to fall rapidly. Xianxia actually jumped down with him in his arms. F***ck, Su Silly subconsciously turned around and hugged the man's body tightly. He didn't know how he managed to do that in midair, but it was really too scary. The fear brought by the loss of gravity made him not dare to look down. It was already good enough that he did not scream. He could not help but suspect, was Xianxia trying to kill him so that he could get rid of the shackles of the secret technique and regain his freedom? With Su Silly in his arms, Xianxia descended at an extremely fast speed. When they were only 5 or 6 meters above the ground, a strong wind pressure rose from under his feet, making his snow-white cape flutter in the wind. The man hugged the youth and slowly landed on the ground like a divine soldier descending from the sky. After his military boots touched the ground, the noisy wind finally stopped. The fluttering cape fell down, covering the young man in his arms. When his feet landed firmly on the ground, Su Silly finally suppressed Xianxia's thoughts of killing him. He was still buried in the man's arms. His heart was beating wildly and his body was trembling instinctively. The Academy Square, which had been bustling with noise just a moment ago, was now completely silent. Looking at the two people descending from the sky, both the teachers and the students were stunned. After a long while, there was an uproar again. "It's Lord Xianxia. Quick, look, it's the guardian god Xianxia. Ah, he's too cool. Lord Xianxia is really the eternal god. Woo-woo, he's so cool. By the way, is Lord Xianxia hugging someone?" Yes, who is that?" When the students saw someone jumping from the sky, they instinctively scattered in all directions. Because of the sudden strong wind, they retreated quite a distance, leaving a circular vacuum in the middle. At this moment, a man in a snow-white military uniform stood firmly in the middle of the empty space. His arms were tightly wrapped around a slender figure. That person was completely buried in his arms and was covered by the man's cape. Only the slightly fluttering silver-white hair could be seen, but the face could not be seen clearly. Vice Principal Chrissy was the first to regain her senses and rushed to the front. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Marshal." While the students were discussing animatedly, she shouted loudly and knelt on the ground with one knee. She did not dare to be negligent. Principal Justin was a good example. She could not make the same mistake. Her bow made the students, who were still guessing, open their mouths wide. Damn, it's His Majesty. These days, His Majesty was the most frequently mentioned person in the school. Although they did not know the details, everyone knew that the reason they were gathered in the square to re-evaluate their talents was because of His Majesty. The students looked at each other, but when the other teachers followed Vice Principal Chrissy's lead and knelt on the ground, they followed suit. This was the first time they saw His Majesty and the Marshal alive. Weren't they too lucky? A few of the braver ones secretly raised their communication devices and turned on the camera function to take pictures of the two hugging figures in the distance. 2 of them were the girls who had followed Vice Principal Chrissy to the dean's office last time. At this moment, they looked at each other and smiled tacitly. They were giving out candy again. Awesome, Su Silly was very embarrassed. He felt that this entrance was not cool at all. However, if he continued to hug Xixing like this and did not face him, it would be even more embarrassing. He calmed down his physical reaction caused by fear and could not help but look up and glare fiercely at Xixing. Xixing was also looking at him. There was a hint of innocence and confusion in his grayish-blue eyes, as if he did not understand why he was angry. Su Silly did not say anything. He calmly let go of the hand that was hugging him and calmly stepped back. Then, he calmly looked at the teachers and students kneeling on the ground. The school uniforms were all black. At this moment, the black mass of people kneeling was quite a shocking scene. He nodded and looked at Vice Principal Chrissy, who was at the front. He thought for a moment and walked over. Tap, tap, the silver-haired youth's every move attracted everyone's attention. Even his footsteps seemed to be loud and clear. Finally, he stood in front of the vice principal. Get up. Su Silly's understated voice sounded. Although it was not loud, everyone in the square heard it. Everyone's heart could not help but tremble. Vice Principal Chrissy suppressed her excitement and stood up with the help of the youth. Your Majesty. She respectfully called out again. Su Silly nodded and looked at the students on the ground. Let them continue. Let's go to the office and talk. After he finished speaking, he did not look at anyone else and walked straight to the vice principal's office. I can't stay here any longer, it's all Xixing's fault, Su Silly cursed in his heart. He was escorted by Vice Principal Chrissy and a few teachers to the vice principal's office. This time, he was still sitting in the seat of honor. Xixing, on the other hand, very consciously stood behind him and looked at the teachers of the Elementalist Academy like a guardian. Other than Vice Principal Chrissy, the teachers were all from the Warrior faculty. There were not many people from the Spirit faculty. Now, they had all been dragged by Principal Justin to the mercenary town to build houses. As martial artists, they could feel the powerful pressure coming from Xixing's body. At this moment, they lowered their heads and trembled, not daring to look directly at him. Su Silly skillfully picked up the vice principal's quill and leaned back in his chair. He leisurely asked, Vice Principal Chrissy, how's the work going recently? Your Majesty, Principal Justin has already led all the Spirit faculty teachers to the mercenary town's reconstruction work. It is currently proceeding in an orderly manner. Vice Principal Chrissy bowed. As for the progress, I need to contact Principal Justin before I can give you an accurate answer. Su Silly nodded. He was very satisfied with Vice Principal Chrissy's understanding. At least she knew how to judge the situation and not get the main point wrong like that old man Justin. Very good. Su Silly praised her and said, what about the students? How's the re-evaluation of talents going? Those gifted Spirit faculty students who had taken the wrong path were the most important for the future development of the Elementalist College. Without them, many plans could not be carried out directly. Your Majesty, there are currently a total of 11,624 students in the college. We have divided these students into 4 batches according to their age. Vice Principal Chrissy said. Students between the ages of 15 and 18 will be re-evaluated first. There are a total of 3,205 students in this batch. The re-evaluation should be completed by this afternoon. At present. She paused and said with some heartache, a total of 157 gifted Spirit faculty students like Su Lin have been re-evaluated. Good heavens. Su Silly was also secretly speechless. As far as he knew, there were originally only 20 to 30 gifted Spirit faculty students in the entire college. These were the real geniuses. Some of them were not even 18 years old, but their strength had already reached the level of 1 star. Now, among the students between the ages of 15 and 18, before the re-evaluation, there were 157 who were supposed to be Spirit faculty students. This number, compared to the total number of 3,205, was actually not much. However, this also showed how rare Spirit faculty elementalists were. Su Silly nodded and did not say anything more. This was because he could already see that Vice Principal Chrissy's heart was obviously bleeding. As for the other teachers, their moods were probably not much better. Vice Principal Chrissy continued. The children between the ages of 12 and 14 and 9 to 11 were divided into 2 batches and tested according to order. As for the children between the ages of 5 and 8, because they were still young, they were temporarily allowed to start the dual cultivation method of martial arts and spirit faculty. The results would be tested at the end of the semester. This way, it would not delay their cultivation and could also temporarily reduce the burden on the college. After all, the number of gifted spirit faculty students could increase by hundreds at once. How to arrange these students was enough for Chrissy and the others to be busy, not to mention that they might have to deal with the parents of the noble students. Of course, Dean Justin was not completely unable to solve this problem. For example, he could use the basic cultivation method to make a fuss about it for ordinary people. It was just that he was temporarily unable to find the time to do this. Susili listened leisurely, twirling the quill in his hand. When she finished, he said, "Vice Principal Chrissy, organize these 100 students. I want to see them." Vice Principal Chrissy knew that His Majesty had a special skill that could test the talent of the students. Hearing this, she could not help but be delighted. "Yes, Your Majesty. I will immediately have someone arrange it." As she spoke, she whispered a few words in the ears of the other teachers. Then, 2 teachers hurriedly left the office. After giving the instructions, Vice Principal Chrissy looked at the young man in the upper seat and said respectfully again, "Your Majesty, do you have any other instructions?" Susili touched his chin and asked, "What about Su Lin? How is that kid?" Susili suddenly mentioned a certain person in a familiar tone. This made the faces of the teachers present turn ugly. Su Lin. This student who had been in school for 11 years, but his strength had always been at the bottom. The teachers in the warrior department all knew about him. It wasn't because he was weak, but because he often made a fuss about transferring to another department. The teachers didn't take it to heart. They only thought that he was whimsical. Sometimes, they would even belittle him when they were annoyed. Of course, that was it. They didn't do anything immoral to suppress him. They didn't have that much free time. But who knew? He really did it. To be honest, when they found out that Su Lin had successfully tested for talent in the spirit department and became the first person to lead the reform of the school, these teachers were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Their faces were swollen. It was still hurting now. Not only that, Su Lin had also caught the attention of the current emperor. It was said that the emperor had given him a mission personally delivered by the captain of the imperial guards, Li Jiu, saying that if he completed the mission, he would be heavily rewarded. Not only were the students envious, even some of the teachers couldn't help but feel envious. After all, this wasn't just a reward, it was also a kind of honor. In the Roland Empire, where everyone was a soldier, sometimes honor was even more important than life. Xixing, who was standing behind Susili, also raised his eyebrows slightly. Su Lin. It was that little guy from last time. He glanced at Susili and didn't say anything. He only reached out to pick up the teapot, skillfully poured a cup of hot tea, and then gently placed it in front of the youth. Susili was listening to Vice Principal Chrissy's report. At this time, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a white-gloved hand holding a steaming hot cup of tea and gently placing it in front of him. This scene was somewhat familiar. His heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but look up at Xixing. The man stood beside him with a solemn expression and didn't say a word. The tailor-made military uniform was tightly fitted to his body, giving him a strict and meticulous aesthetic. If he wore a pair of glasses, he felt like he could play the role of a butler. Susili thought absent-mindedly as he picked up the teacup. Unlike last time, he didn't use the insight technique on the tea this time. He gently took a sip. A light refreshing tea fragrance filled his mouth. The warm tea just enough to soothe the thirst in his throat. Well, it's quite tasty. Dean Justin really knows how to enjoy himself. Susili nodded. He felt that Xixing's tea brewing skills were also very good. Looking at the young man's joyful expression, Xixing, who had successfully diverted his attention, smiled faintly. But before anyone noticed, he quickly calmed down. Susili, who was engrossed in drinking tea, naturally did not notice. After taking 2 sips, he looked at Vice Principal Crazy and said, "So Su Lin went to Mercenary Town with Vice Principal Justin?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Chrissy said. Susili nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She might not be able to answer anyway. He pulled up Su Lin's status panel. After testing his talent last time, this child had become his die-hard fan. Su Silly could directly check his status panel. What surprised Su Silly was that Su Lin, he actually leveled up again. Yes, after the last test, he leveled up twice. In just 3 or 4 days, Su Lin actually leveled up again and was now level 5. Maybe this was what it meant to be well prepared. After being suppressed for so many years, he suddenly found the right direction. His potential exploded and he began to advance by leaps and bounds. Su Silly couldn't help but nod. Since he was on the same side, the stronger the better. He didn't expect him to fight, but at least he could plant the land for him. At the same time, Su Silly couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. This kid leveled up so quickly. Would he be overtaken? If he was overtaken, wouldn't it be a little embarrassing? But at this time, ding. Imperial City, Mercenary Town, newly built, wooden house, +1. Experience +100. Ding. Imperial City, Mercenary Town, newly built, brick house, +1. Experience +200. Ding. Imperial City, Mercenary Town, transformed, wooden house, into, 2-story wooden house. Experience +200. Ding. Experience is full. Personal level increased from level 7 to level 8. All stats +1. Omni points +10. Distance to next level, 176/900. Su Silly was slightly stunned, then he grinned. Dean Justin and the others were very helpful. It hadn't even been a morning and they had already given him 500 experience points, allowing him to level up. He glanced at the notification. Building a wooden house gave him 100 experience points, and building a brick house gave him 200 experience points. Building a wooden house obviously took less time. From yesterday until now, he had built 3 new wooden houses. One was a 2-story wooden house, but there was only one brick house. However, if he transformed it into a 2-story wooden house, the experience points would double compared to building a new one. If he transformed the brick house into a 2-story one, would the experience points double and become 400? Su Silly pondered and decided to observe later. He wasn't in a hurry to add points. After all, Vice Principal Chrissy and the others were still here. It wasn't good to level up too quickly. Even so, Vice Principal Chrissy and the academy teachers were still stunned. His Majesty. Did he just have an epiphany? Vice Principal Chrissy closed her slightly open mouth, adjusted her small round glasses, and asked in disbelief. The difference under 1 star wasn't very big, so without direct contact, it was very difficult to determine the strength of the other party. But Vice Principal Chrissy was a spirit elemental powerhouse, so her perception was stronger than others. She clearly felt that His Majesty's current strength seemed to be close to or even beyond 1 star. This improvement was too fast. The last time he came, his strength didn't even reach half a star, right? Su Silly saw the shock in everyone's eyes and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was the disadvantage of automatically leveling up, it wasn't secretive enough. But on second thought, it seemed that this would work. As an emperor, he also needed strength to intimidate others. If he was as strong as Xing, who would dare to disobey him? Thinking like this, Su Silly nodded and said lightly, "It's just a small realization." He said it casually, but Vice Principal Chrissy didn't think so. At this rate of improvement, if His Majesty could have been tested and entered the academy to study, the Roland Empire might have one more 2-star powerhouse by now. Vice Principal Chrissy's eyes were full of heartache, and she felt more and more ashamed that she had wasted so many students' time. "Your Majesty, do you want to study in the academy?" She couldn't help but ask. Su Silly didn't mention before, so Vice Principal Chrissy didn't ask. After all, they were already very busy with the mercenary town and the retesting of talent. Moreover, His Majesty was over 18 years old. It was actually very difficult to make great progress after the best age for cultivation. But today, seeing His Majesty again and sensing his talent, Vice Principal Chrissy changed her mind. With His Majesty's talent, it would be a pity if he didn't continue to cultivate. She couldn't let him continue to be buried. Su Silly didn't expect Vice Principal Chrissy to take the initiative to mention this. He nodded and said, "This time, I did want to borrow some books from Vice Principal to read. By the way, is there any sound elementalist in the academy?" All of his memories came from Snow Roland. Snow Roland didn't study in the academy, so she didn't know the academic cultivation methods. In other words, Su Silly was completely unorthodox. But to let him study with a bunch of brats, Su Silly felt very uncomfortable when he thought about that. He was the emperor, so of course he could enjoy some privileges, such as one-on-one tutor or something. Vice Principal Chrissy frowned slightly, and there was a trace of embarrassment on her face. She was just thinking about not burying His Majesty's talent, so she didn't realize a problem. His Majesty had an affinity with the rarest sound elemental. Your Majesty, in the Academy, Vice Principal Chrissy said with difficulty, there are no sound elementalists. Huh? Su Silly was slightly stunned. Vice Principal Chrissy explained, the sound elemental is a very rare sound elemental. The sound element is an extremely rare element. In my teaching career, I've only met one student who was tested to have an affinity for the sound element. But because of the catastrophe 100 years ago, the sound elemental was lost. This student could only use the basic spirit elemental techniques to cultivate, and in the end, at this point, Vice Principal Chrissy paused and looked a little sad. When he graduated, he didn't reach the 1-star level. After that, he went to the local army. After that, there was no news of him. After hearing what Vice Principal Chrissy said, the other teachers also looked a little emotional. That was probably the only genius student in the history of the academy who was tested to have a talent for the spirit elemental but failed to reach the 1-star level before graduation. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but look at the little emperor with sympathy and regret. His Majesty was also such a genius, Su Silly couldn't stand being stared at by them. What are you doing? I'm completely different from that unlucky student, he thought for a moment and asked, Vice Principal Chrissy, did that student learn any skills before he graduated? Vice Principal Chrissy shook her head. The sound elemental inheritance was lost, so where could he learn any skills? If he could rely on himself to gain enlightenment, it meant that he had an unparalleled aptitude. In that case, he wouldn't have failed to reach the 1-star level by the time he graduated. Hearing this, Su Silly pursed his lips slightly. He took a sip of tea and didn't say anything. He didn't expect the sound elemental to be so rare. The inheritance was lost. Although he felt that the sound elemental was still very powerful, he believed that the Goodnight Song of Roland that he had learned would be a very powerful control skill in the future. However, the inheritance was lost, which meant that he could only rely on himself to cross the river. Fortunately, he had the player interface and could rely on experience points to level up. Even if he didn't have many sound elemental skills, he still had Xianxia's skills as a trump card. However, even so, Su Silly was still a little dispirited. The little emperor didn't speak, and the atmosphere in the office suddenly became a little cold. Even Vice Principal Chrissy didn't dare to make a sound. After a long time, while everyone was trembling in silence, the young man said lazily, then there's no other way. Alright, I don't have that much time for classes. Vice Principal Chrissy, please prepare the basic cultivation books for spirit elementalists. I'll get someone to collect them later. Vice Principal Chrissy hurriedly waved her hand and said carefully, Your Majesty is joking. Once the books are organized, I'll personally send them to the palace. Su Silly nodded and didn't continue this topic. After a short while, there was a knock on the door. The 2 teachers who had gone to organize the students had returned. Of course, it was impossible to bring all 157 students to the office. They were gathered in an auditorium on the same floor, waiting for Su Silly to summon them. Alright, let's go take a look at these students. Su Silly finished the last sip of his green tea, threw down his quill, got up, and walked out of the door. Xianxia followed closely behind him. The auditorium was very large and could accommodate up to 600 people. At the moment, 157 students were seated, but there were still many empty seats. A group of 15, 16, and 17 years old boys and girls were gathered in the first few rows of seats in the middle. Unlike the enthusiastic students in the square, they were somewhat silent. These students were the same as Su Lin. They were all bad students in their grade. They were originally seedlings of the spirit element, but cultivating in the warrior element had suppressed their growth. The strongest among them were only a few of the senior students who had reached half-star strength. The rest were basically LV2, LV3, and even LV1. As bad students who had been suppressed for many years, even if they had a new lease on life, to these seniors who were about to graduate, they were more confused than excited. "Why do you guys think teacher called us here?" Someone whispered in a low voice. "He must be transferring us to another element, right?" "Transfer? I'm going to graduate next year. What's the use of transferring now? We'll just be a joke." After these words were said, the auditorium fell silent again. They were all 15 years old. Students who were 15 or 16 years old were better. They had at least 2 to 3 years of time. However, those who were 17 or 18 years old were going to graduate next year. It was difficult to make any progress in such a short time. Moreover, they didn't have the confidence to cultivate the spirit element well. Cultivating the spirit element was very difficult. As for them, they had long been used to being suppressed and were used to having worse aptitudes than others. In fact, their aptitudes were indeed worse than others. Otherwise, they would have been assigned to the spirit element when they were tested at the age of 5. They wouldn't have had to wait until now. Therefore, even if they were tested to have a spirit element aptitude now, it was useless. After graduation, they would probably be used as a warrior element in the local guard army. After all, they were already used to the warrior element's way of thinking. More than 10 years of cultivation and learning could not be changed overnight. They didn't have time. Not everyone was Su Lin. Some people even felt that it was better not to know that they had a spirit element aptitude. They should have been more outstanding than they were now. They should have had a more exciting life, but they were only told after being delayed for many years. This kind of shock, resentment, and unwillingness deeply tormented this group of young students. It could even be said that the outlook on life, values, and even the worldview that they had built up in the past were completely overturned in just a few days. Those with strong hearts might be able to walk out of it quickly and seize the time to start learning the spirit element. Those with weaker hearts might have already broken down and fallen into depression. "Maybe we can protest to the academy and delay our graduation," someone suddenly suggested. "Delay graduation and you'll be able to get a 1-star? But how would we know if we don't try?" "Don't think about it. It's impossible for them to delay our graduation." A girl with short brown hair said faintly, "My father is from the finance bureau. He said that they don't have enough funds, so it's impossible for them to waste additional resources on us. The academy has divided the test into 4 batches. We are the batch that has been abandoned. We are all trash that has been abandoned. Do you understand?" As soon as the girl said this, the atmosphere in the auditorium became a little restless. Some were angry, some were sad, and some were dispirited. The morale was low. Su Silly walked into the auditorium and saw this scene. He was a sound elementalist. What these children said in the auditorium did not escape his ears. He pursed his lips and walked up to the podium silently. Xing, Vice Principal Chrissy, and the others stayed below the podium. The eyes of the students were attracted by the silver-haired boy who walked in. He was very beautiful. Regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, this was the first thought that appeared in their minds when they saw the boy. Then, they were intimidated by the aura he exuded. All of them sat up straight and still. The students quickly recognized the boy and looked at each other. When they saw the shock in each other's eyes, they finally confirmed that they were not mistaken. It was His Majesty the Emperor. Although they were bad students, the training that had been carved into their bones for a long time still made them consciously stand up. There was no reason for them to sit in front of the royal family. However, after they stood up, they were confused again. As it was their first time seeing a big shot, they did not know if they should bow at this moment. "Sit down, all of you." The boy's clear voice sounded. It was not as dignified as everyone imagined, but it had a cold and distant aura that made people listen to him subconsciously. The students sat down one by one. After a series of rustling sounds, the auditorium became quiet again. Everyone looked at the boy on the podium. They even ignored the marshal and the vice principal who were below the podium. The silver-haired boy glanced at them one by one. His light purple eyes were beautiful and indifferent. He was obviously the same age as them, but the boy's aura made them feel that he was stronger than the principal. Even the most active students were quiet at this moment, waiting for the boy to speak. Su Silly felt a trace of satisfaction. He said softly, "Do you know why I have gathered all of you today?" He did not introduce himself. He believed that there was no one who did not know his identity. The auditorium was still quiet. No one spoke. Su Silly waited. He was not in a hurry to say anything. He only used his pair of purple eyes to lightly glance at each student. The oppressive and silent atmosphere spread in the auditorium like a string, getting tighter and tighter. Finally, a student broke the silence first. Is it because we were tested to have a spiritual talent?" That was a blue-haired boy. His voice was very soft, but in the silent auditorium, it seemed to be magnified. Countless times. When he opened his mouth, it caused a chain reaction. All the suppressed dissatisfaction, grievances, and resentment suddenly burst out. "Your Majesty, you may be disappointed. We are all trash, we have all wasted our cultivation. Yes, the school does not care about us, the principal wants us to fend for ourselves. We are all trash that waste resources. Please wait a few more days, wait for the juniors to finish testing, they are the real hope of the empire." The students' self-abandonment, resentment made Vice Principal Chrissy and the others' faces turn ugly. The Elementalist College did not want to give up on them, it was just that they did not have the manpower now, and they had not discussed a specific plan. Woo-woo. "I am not trash, it is not my fault. I did not slack off, I trained very hard, woo-woo." At this moment, someone broke down and cried. It was the girl with the short brown hair. She buried her head in her arms, suppressing her sobs. Her cries infected the other students, and everyone gradually fell silent. If they weren't lost in their thoughts, then they were crying with red eyes. Su Silly looked at this chaotic scene and his face slowly turned cold. He just looked at them coldly. Gradually, some of the students realized that something was wrong. They stopped crying and looked at the young monarch on the podium. When there was one, there was a second. Soon, no one dared to make a sound. They only looked up at the young man and silently shed tears. Seeing that it was about time, Su Silly finally spoke. "Crying?" He looked at the group of teenagers and gently pulled the corner of his mouth. "What right do you have to cry? Even if you have taken the wrong path, at least you have become an elementalist. The Roland Empire still has millions of ordinary people. In the army, there are also hundreds of thousands of ordinary soldiers fighting at the front lines. Many of them are your fathers, your elders, they are ordinary people without any special abilities. They bathed in blood, killed enemies, used their flesh and blood to stop interstellar beasts, and created a peaceful and stable environment for you. Is it so that you will be depressed and cry when you encounter a small setback?" The young man's words were powerful and resonant. The students who had been crying because of their grievances were ashamed. Some of them raised their sleeves to wipe away their tears, while others listened attentively, enthralled by what they heard. "Do you think that you can stop training after graduating from the academy? Do you think that the Empire has set a rule that elementalists below 1 star are not allowed to go to the battlefield so that you can retire in the local army?" Most of the students were stunned when they heard this. Weren't they supposed to stop when they reached the local army? This was the thought that most of them had. As a group of hot-blooded teenagers, they wanted to go to the front lines and fight against interstellar beasts. However, if they were not 1 star, they could only be sent to the local army. That's right, they were sent to the front lines. This was because there were very few who were sent to the front lines from the local army. It was not wrong to say that they were sent to the local army for retirement. Without dangerous missions in the local army, it was difficult for them to continue to advance. There was basically no chance. If you hold such a thought, then you are gravely mistaken, outrageously mistaken. At this time, the young monarch said coldly. Use your intellect to think about it. There are hundreds of thousands of ordinary soldiers at the front lines. Even if you are not 1 star elementalists, aren't you stronger than them? Letting them fight in the front lines while you, the strong ones, retire in the rear? Don't you think this is ridiculous? His voice reverberated in the auditorium, shaking the eardrums of the students and shaking their young and tender hearts. Yes, why, even if they were not 1 star, they were still stronger than ordinary people. Why should they stay in the rear? That is the second chance that the Empire has given you. Su Silly said with a trembling voice. so that you can train in the local army and improve your strength in a stable environment. Eventually, you can become one-star elementalists who can change the situation of the war and then go to the front lines to support them. However, it is obvious that the Empire's goodwill has been disappointed. The last sentence was as light as a feather, but it was like a sharp sword that pierced into the hearts of the students and the teachers who were listening to the lecture. Even Vice Principal Chrissy was shocked. This was because even she had similar thoughts. She was more interested in those children who graduated with one-star strength. Could it be that all this time, even her education philosophy was wrong? Every year, about 100 elementalists graduate from the academy. Among them, only 100 or so elementalists reach the one-star standard. The rest are assigned to various armies. Su Silly continued. Then, who knows how many elementalists from the local army go to the front lines to support them? The students looked at each other. The teachers who knew the data were ashamed. Su Silly did not keep them in suspense. I will tell you directly. The number of elementalists who can do this every year is less than 50. Obviously, this was not the problem of the students. However, when they heard His Majesty's disappointed words, they lowered their heads in shame. This was because they had the same idea as their seniors. This was because they had been educated like this since they were young. When they arrived at the local army, there was no danger and no heavy tasks. It was a stable and well-paid job. Among the students, some parents even hoped that they would stay in the local army and not risk their lives at the front lines. They wanted to live a peaceful life in the rear. Therefore, very few of them thought that this was a second chance given to them by the Empire. Of course, it is a little too early to ask you this question, Su Silly said again. He had only mentioned this to the students because he wanted to give them a heads up about the reformation of the local army. Although he was not afraid of opposition, he had to stand on the moral high ground first. Today's speech was a good opportunity. Not only the elementalists in the local army, but he also wanted to let the people of the country know that the Empire had given these elementalists 2 chances, but they did not cherish them. Therefore, the Empire might not spoil them anymore. If they had a conscience and a sense of shame, they would obediently cooperate with the reform. If they dared to resist, then they would be drowned by the spittle of the people of the country. Now, brace yourselves for this Emperor. Su Silly looked at the 100 students. They were related to his future expansion plan. He could not let them go. After being reminded like this, the students were not as dispirited and resentful as before. They all sat up straight. They still had hope. They still had a second chance. Even if they went to the local army, they could still continue to cultivate as students. The academy had given up on them, but the Empire and His Majesty had not. These naive children did not know that they no longer had such a chance. However, Su Silly did not burst their hope. He said, I believe that everyone should know about Dean Justin's reconstruction of the mercenary town. This was not a secret. There was a live broadcast on TV. Now, the people of the country probably knew about it. Now, there is a need for manpower. Your classmate, Su Lin, is also there. He is completing a mission for me, but I don't think he can do it alone. Su Silly looked at the boys and girls whose eyes were beginning to light up and smiled gently. Just one question. Are you willing to go there and help? I can't promise that I will help you improve quickly. It depends on your hard work and luck. But there, you will receive the guidance of a top-level spirit elementalist. You will have the opportunity to practice. It may be very difficult. If you want to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, it must be accompanied by sweat and tears. Then tell me now. Are you willing to go? The group of boys and girls looked at each other and saw the light of hope in each other's eyes. They quickly reached a consensus and stood up again. Facing the young emperor on the podium, they uniformly made a solemn oath. We swear to follow your majesty to death. More than 100 voices converged together, reverberating in the empty auditorium. Along with the echoes, the screen that appeared in front of Su Silly was also flooded with notifications. Ding. Nasha's favorability has increased to Pledge of Allegiance, Roland Empire's Die-Hard Fan +1, ding. Reed's favorability has increased to Pledge of Allegiance, Roland Empire's Die-Hard Fan +1, ding. Li Yu's favorability has increased to Pledge of Allegiance, Roland Empire's die-hard fan +1, no more, no less, exactly 157 of them. Su Sili looked at this scene with some surprise, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As expected, those who haven't experienced the cruelty of society are easy to fool. Of course, this was also good. His die-hard fans were his own people, and the key was that it was convenient for him to check their attributes, and he didn't need to waste mana to use inspect anymore. Very good. Su Sili nodded. In that case, I will give the first order. Who is the strongest among you? As soon as he finished speaking, two young men raised their hands. One had black hair, and the other had red hair. They looked okay, and they were both handsome young men. Seeing each other raise their hands, the two of them looked at each other, as if they could see invisible sparks colliding in the air, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Su Sili was very satisfied with their tit-for-tat attitude. This was more interesting, and it was better than being depressed just now. He glanced at them, and with a thought, their attribute panels popped up. Gulai, Identity, Elementalist Apprentice Faction, Roland Empire Age, 15 level, LV 5 HP, 10,000/10,000 mana, 550 of 550 attributes, Constitution, 10, Intelligence, 11, Strength, 8, Spirit, 10, Dexterity, 5, Defense, 6, Elemental Affinity, Fire Class Orientation, Spirit, Suyi, Identity, Elementalist Apprentice Faction, Roland Empire Age, 18 level, LV 5 HP, 10,000/10,000 mana, 550 of 550 attributes, Constitution, 10, Intelligence, 13, Strength, 8, Spirit, 12, Agility, 5, Defense, 6, Elemental Affinity. Wood Profession Inclination, Mental Gulai was the red-haired one. He was young, but regardless of his name or appearance, he was quite compatible with his fire element. As for Suyi, seeing his name and attributes, Su Sili couldn't help but be stunned. Could this kid be related to Su Lin in some way? Looking at the two teenagers who raised their hands, Su Sili thought for a moment and said, "Introduce yourselves." The red-haired boy was the first to speak. "I am Su Lai." "Apui, I am Gulai." Perhaps because he was too concerned about his opponent, he opened his mouth and caused a burst of laughter. The young man's face turned red, and he continued, "I'm 15 years old this year, and my strength has already reached half a star. Your Majesty, I have more potential than Su Yi and even Su Lin." Su Sili nodded and looked at the other black-haired boy. He was tall and thin, and his facial features were more handsome than Su Lin's. He looked gentle and had a gentle temperament. "What about you?" he asked. "Your Majesty, my name is Su Yi. I'm 18 years old this year, and my strength is also half a star." Su Yi's voice was neither fast nor slow, and it was very comfortable to listen to. He paused and said, "My potential is indeed not as good as junior brother Gulai's." Hearing this, Gulai pursed his lips and smiled, but the few students standing beside Su Yi looked a little indignant. Compared to Gulai, Su Yi was obviously more popular. Su Sili glanced at their attributes again. Although Gulai was younger and had more potential, he knew that Su Yi was still stronger in terms of mental abilities. He nodded and said, "All right. I announce that from today onwards, Su Yi will be your captain, and Gulai will be your vice-captain." The red-haired boy was obviously stunned, but the other students seemed to accept it well. Su Yi was a senior and was strong, and he usually took care of his juniors. Everyone obeyed him as the captain. Su Sili thought that Gulai would resist a little. In the end, the boy only opened his mouth and lowered his head, not saying anything. This made him change his opinion of this child. It seemed that he was not an impulsive brute. He didn't continue the topic. Instead, he said, "Next, your mission is to organize the first batch of students who are tested for mental abilities. Pack your bags. I want to see you at Mercenary Town before the sun sets this evening. From this moment onwards, you are a team, a whole. I don't care about the students who are still being tested, but all of you have agreed to go. Since you've agreed, you must do it. If any one of you is late or quits, then everyone else can scram as well. Captains, since you've taken up the position, you must shoulder the responsibility. There are nearly 200 students. How should we arrange for everyone to arrive at Mercenary Town on time and safely? This is a test for you, and also a test for all of you. Mercenary Town was in the outer city, and it was not close to the inner city gate. It would take an ordinary person 2 days and 2 nights to get there on foot. Many of the students here had probably not left the outer city in their entire lives, so they did not know how harsh the environment outside was. After all, in the Elementalist College, food and accommodation were provided, and there were subsidies every month. They only needed to cultivate, so Susili could imagine how delicate they would be. However, these students still had their strengths. They had studied in the warrior department for many years, so they definitely had basic physical training, so there was no need to worry about their physical fitness. This mission could be considered as a show of strength, letting them know that going to the mercenary town was not a place to enjoy life. Moreover, they often did not know how to cherish what they got easily. Setting up some small difficulties could make these students learn to work harder for him in the future. Alright, that's all I have to say. Go and make your own arrangements. After Susili finished speaking, he finally curled his lips and smiled at them. I'll be waiting for you in Mercenary Town. Don't disappoint me. When the students saw his smile, all of them widened their eyes. Even Suyi, who was relatively calm, felt excited. His Majesty had been cold since he walked into the auditorium, and the words he said were not pleasant, which made everyone feel a little apprehensive. At this moment, he was smiling at them, and his tone seemed to have become gentler. This made them feel a sense of closeness, and it made them feel more motivated. Everyone had the same thought in their minds at the same time: we must not disappoint His Majesty. Under the burning gazes of the students, Susili calmly walked down the podium. When he looked up, he met Xixing's shining gray-blue eyes. He stopped in his tracks, and then looked away as if nothing had happened. What was there to look at? Had he never seen someone bluff before? After giving some instructions to Vice Principal Chrissy, Susili left the auditorium. He did not go to the Academy Square, but went to the top floor, where he asked Xixing to summon the Shadow Leopard. Then, the two of them bade farewell to Vice Principal Chrissy and the teachers. They rode on the Shadow Leopard and left, flying in the direction of Mercenary Town. During the flight, Susili used his communication device to send a message to Li Jiu, asking him to send someone to secretly watch the group of students. There was no need to help, and they could help when they really met with life-threatening danger. Anyway, if they were injured, there was the Royal Water Healing Division in Mercenary Town, and she could heal them. Speaking of the Water Healing Division, Susili glanced at the Mercenary Town's panel. Mercenary Town LVL1, status, building and upgrading, person in charge, Justin, Wenjishan, revenue increased by 100%, completed, wooden house X3, 2-story wooden house X1, brick house X1 under construction, 2-story wooden house, 40%, 2-story brick house, 20%, 2-story wooden house, 11%, 2-story wooden house, 1%, financial expenditure, 125,796 dollars, new population, none, special bonus, resident injury rate 2%, construction speed -10%, resident starvation rate 28%, construction speed 28%, Susili blinked. The resident injury rate did not change, and Naya probably had not arrived yet. But the starvation rate, when Jishan had probably started to take action, so there was a financial expenditure. 2% was about 1,000 people, so on average, it was only a little more than $100 per person. It was not expensive, but relying on aid was not a long-term solution. They had to create more jobs. Susili frowned as he pondered. Although the elementalists' involvement in the construction had increased efficiency, they had also taken away the workers' jobs. When the 100 or so elementalist apprentices he brought over grew up, more ordinary people might lose their jobs. Therefore, the reform of the elementalist system in the local army had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. With these people, more demand and consumption could be created, and more service jobs could be created. Currently, the economic vitality of Mercenary Town was not enough. Susili was thinking about these things when suddenly, his communication device vibrated. He raised his wrist to check. Seeing the message from Vice Principal Chrissy, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, the Vice Principal was quite efficient. Thinking about what he had to do next, Susili slightly curved his lips, eager to try. Xixing, let September fly faster. He suddenly urged. Xing, who was sitting behind and hugging him, could not help but pause for a moment. Then, he let the shadow leopard increase its speed. The shadow leopard suddenly turned into a black lightning bolt, flying at high speed in the air. But strangely, even at such a high speed, Su Silly did not feel any strong wind. It was as if there was an invisible barrier in front of them, blocking all the wind pressure. He knew that this was Xing taking care of him. Just as Su Silly was feeling a little strange, he felt the man's chin resting on his shoulder, and a deep voice sounded in his ears. "Your Majesty, are we going to meet Su Lin?" Su Silly blinked and nodded. "Yes, and Wen Jishan as well. We'll first look for Wen Jishan, then look for Su Lin." Xing pursed his lips, and a hint of gloominess flashed in his eyes. He continued in a low voice, "Do you care about him?" "Ah? Care about who?" "Su Lin." Su Silly rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I do care about him." "Why?" Xing's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of gloominess, as if it seeped out from between his teeth. "This kid has black hair and black eyes, and his level has increased so quickly. He must be very talented and knows how to farm," Su Silly said truthfully. "He's very talented. I need him to help me cultivate a type of grain." Xing pursed his thin lips, and the gloominess in his eyes dissipated. "Is that all?" he asked. "What else?" Su Silly was puzzled. What else could it be? Xing did not answer this question. He thought for a moment and said, "Is it because of his wood element talent?" "Something like that." Su Silly nodded. "Wood element talent. I have it too. I can also control the growth of plants." He whispered slowly into the youth's ear. Ah, Su Silly was stunned. "This guy means, you want to help me farm?" Xing said solemnly, "If your Majesty needs it, I can do it." Su Silly imagined Xing farming. "Ah, don't mess around, you can do it, but I can't." As for why, he could not say. In any case, he would never let Xing farm. Absolutely, absolutely impossible. At the same time, he felt that Xing was too hardworking. For the sake of freedom, not only did he serve him wholeheartedly, but he also wanted to farm. Ah, no, this image was too scary. "You can't," Su Silly said resolutely. "Why?" Xing did not understand. "I have some experience in controlling the elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, thunder, and sound." He had dabbled in all 10 major elements. He was probably the only all-elementalist on Esh planet. "Anyway, you can't." Su Silly did not give him any room for negotiation. "You still have to protect me." "How can you farm?" Xing was stunned by the youth's words. Then, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and all the haze in his eyes disappeared. He closed his eyes and deeply inhaled the youth's scent. He said in a hoarse voice, "I will definitely protect your Majesty." Seeing that he did not insist, Su Silly heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, this guy still had to protect him. It would be a waste for him to farm. Nothing else happened along the way. Su Silly and Xing soon arrived above Mercenary Town. Su Silly suddenly thought of something and said, "Later, use your passerby aura. Also, before you jump down, you have to give me a heads up. Do you understand?" He was scared by the Elementalist College incident. He had to remind Xing in advance. "I understand, Your Majesty," Xing said respectfully, but there was a hint of regret in his tone. Su Silly could not help but snort. He knew that this guy would not know his place. Finally, the shadow leopard circled above Mercenary Town and finally found Wen Jishan at a construction site in the center of the town. It slowly lowered its altitude. This time, with the help of the passerby aura, almost no one noticed them. Su Silly looked down. The construction site was crowded with people. He saw that Dean Justin and another Earth Elementalist were combining bricks. They had piled up to the height of a small hill. Some ordinary workers were using these bricks to build houses on the foundations that had already been laid. This was the brick house area, while the wooden house area on the other side was much simpler. Trees without leaves were uprooted from the ground one after another. Soon, a large number of them fell down with a boom. With the help of the metal elementalists, the trees were quickly cut into the required wooden planks and stakes. At the side, there were also workers using the raw materials to quickly build houses. This scene surprised Susili. He originally thought that the elementalists could uproot the houses directly, but he did not expect that they could only quickly produce raw materials. In this case, he did not have to worry about the workers not having to work in the short term. "Your Majesty, I'm going to jump down." At this time, Xixing spoke softly. His voice was serious and low, but there was also a hint of gentleness. "Please hold me tight." Susili blinked and looked at Wen Jishan and the others below. "Alright, I'll hold him." Usually, no one would pay attention to them anyway. He held Xixing's arm tightly and moved his body with difficulty on the back of the shadow leopard. He sat sideways and hugged the man's waist with both hands. Thump, thump, Susili did not know if it was because he was going to jump, but he felt that his heart was beating a little faster. When Xixing felt the young man hugging his arm, he could not help but secretly take a deep breath and suppress the surging emotions in his heart. "Your Majesty, are you ready?" At this moment, Susili was leaning sideways in his arms. He lowered his head and his lips touched the young man's forehead. The warm and soft touch made Xixing's heart skip a beat. His body stiffened slightly, but he moved back as if nothing had happened, as if it was just an accident. He acted too naturally. Although Susili noticed it, he did not take it to heart. "Yes, I'm ready." He hugged Xixing's arm tightly and opened his eyes wide. This time, he wanted to challenge not to close his eyes. Xixing hugged him and jumped from the back of the shadow leopard to the ground. The wind whistled in their ears. Everything on the ground was quickly magnified in front of their eyes. Finally, Susili could not stand it anymore and buried his head in Xixing's chest. He did not want to see this terrifying scene anymore. Otherwise, he might scream out loud. If he did, he would be exposed. Xixing observed his reaction. In fact, he was a little surprised that the god was afraid of heights, but he also felt that it was very cute. The deity that relied on him, the deity that hugged him tightly, was simply too adorable. Xixing smiled gently. A gust of wind appeared under his feet and lifted the two of them slowly to the ground. When they stood firmly, the wind dispersed in all directions. The workers who were working felt a strong gust of wind suddenly blow over. They closed their eyes slightly and waited for the wind to stop before continuing to work. No one noticed that there were two more figures on the construction site. Susili secretly opened one of his eyes. When he saw Wen Jishan standing 2 steps away, his heart tightened. He hurriedly let go of Xixing and took 2 steps back. He patted his robe and tidied it up. When he was about to talk to Wen Jishan, he heard Xixing say, "Your Majesty, wait." "What's wrong?" Susili looked at him, only to see the man take off his right glove and reach out to him. He was slightly stunned and watched the man's slender fingers reach out. The man's fingertips gently played with his bangs and tucked the slightly messy hair behind his ears. Susili wanted to avoid it. However, he inadvertently glanced at the scars on the man's palm, deep and shallow scars and thick sword calluses, which were much more ferocious than the scars on the back of the hand. He was momentarily attracted and forgot to move away. "That's enough, Your Majesty." The man retracted his hand and lowered his eyes to look at him. There was a faint light in his gray-blue eyes. No longer cold and fierce, there was a sincere gentleness. Susili pursed his lips and lowered his eyes to look at the man's palm. "This scar won't disappear?" he suddenly asked. Xixing blinked and raised his hand to look at it. He did not expect the man to care about this. "You don't like it?" He looked at Susili with some nervousness in his eyes. Susili frowned. Was this a question of whether he liked it or not? He did find it an eyesore, but it's nothing. He shook his head. "It's fine to keep it." Xixing looked at him and was about to say something when Wen Jishan's voice rang out. "Your Majesty?" "Xixing?" Susili looked over and saw Wen Jishan staring at them with wide eyes. There was some disbelief in his eyes. Wen Jishan was really surprised. He had just finished explaining things to Justin and was about to continue working elsewhere when he inadvertently glanced over and saw 2 figures suddenly appear at the construction site. The strange thing was that the others acted as if nothing had happened, as if no one had noticed them. However, he quickly restrained his expression because he suddenly remembered that something like this had happened before. That's right, Xixing often appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He did not think too much about it at that time, but now he finally realized the problem. Could this be an elementalist's special ability? Su Sili looked at him and greeted him lightly, Chief Wen. Wen Jishan was about to bow but was stopped by him. He did not want to attract the attention of others. They left the construction site together and headed to Su Lin's farm. On the way, Su Sili could not help but ask about the doubts in his heart. Logically speaking, wood elementalists might not be able to directly synthesize wooden planks, but earth elementalists should be able to directly create stone and earth walls, right? Why did they have to synthesize bricks one by one? Wen Jishan nodded. In the beginning, this was indeed the idea, but the houses were not very stable. They were badly slanted and could not be lived in. It's possible to build the foundation, but we still need ordinary workers to build the upper structure. Even so, the speed is much faster. All the raw materials were produced and used locally. First of all, it saved a lot of time for production and transportation. There were many idle residents in the town. Most of them were willing to work as long as they were fed, saving a lot of money. Su Sili listened to his explanation and understood the problem. It seemed that he had taken things for granted before. True knowledge came from practice. These things still needed to be improved through trial and error. Xixing opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back. In fact, those elementalists could not do it because they were too weak. If he were to do it, he could completely follow the blueprint and directly build the house on the spot. But Lord God had said his duty was to protect him. Xixing smiled slightly and continued to silently follow beside Su Sili. At an angle that Su Sili did not notice, his eyes never left him. He felt that no matter how much he looked, it was not enough. Soon, under the lead of Wen Jishan, they arrived at the cultivated farmland outside the town. Su Lin's 2 acres of land is at the end of the road. I still have to work on the poverty relief, so I'll take my leave first. Su Sili nodded. Before Wen Jishan left, he sent something to him through the communication device. Wen Jishan opened the video and watched it. It was a video of the teenager giving a speech to the students in the auditorium. At first, he was a little confused, but soon understood. His eyes lit up. Your Majesty, you mean, the local garrison army? Su Sili gave him a knowing smile, and Wen Jishan also smiled. You know what to do, right? Su Sili said. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Wen Jishan pushed his glasses. I know what to do. Su Sili was satisfied and waved his hand to send him away. Wen Jishan was quite reliable. Take the residents' food and clothing rate as an example. In just one day, he increased it by 2%. He could be considered a capable minister. He walked forward in a good mood. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, how did this Wen Jishan become the chief governor? Wasn't he the owner of a dessert shop? Xixing was silent for a moment and said, I recommended him to the former emperor. Moreover, Wen Jishan in this world, he was not the owner of a dessert shop. Oh. Su Sili walked slowly on the field. He thought about Xixing's words and felt that something was strange. But when he was about to think of something, a lively and gentle song suddenly floated from afar. Su Sili was attracted by the song and looked in the direction of the song. In the lush green field, there was a figure jumping in the middle. He swung the straw in his hand and sang as if there was no one around. Su Sili couldn't help but hum along as he listened to the cheerful ballad and felt the grassy smell of the wind blowing through the wilderness. Unlike the warm and stable motherly feeling of the goodnight song, this song had a kind of vitality that made people feel cheerful and full of boundless vitality when they listened to it. When the young man finished humming the song, a blue screen slowly appeared in front of him as if a stroke of luck had struck him. Ding! Congratulations on comprehending AI Shuexing's folk song. You have gained new skill, germination, INT +2, EXP +1000. Su Sili was slightly taken aback. Although he felt something after the song was finished, he was still stunned when the screen appeared. His whole body was a little dazed. Because it was really too surprising, Previously, he had spent 3 whole days learning the complete collection of Roland's nursery rhymes and had the maids teach him how to sing Roland's folk songs. But it was all useless, even if he learned it and sang it without any problems, even if everyone said that he sang it well, it was still useless. He did not learn a single new song skill, so in the end, he had no choice but to give up the path of leveling up by learning songs. But what was the situation now? He had only heard an unfamiliar ballad and was moved by it, so he hummed along with it. How did he learn a new skill? Susili checked the message panel in front of him again. Ding! Congratulations on learning Eshtar's folk song. You have gained a new skill, Germinal, INT +2, EXP +1000. He was not wrong, and this skill was even more advanced than Roland's Goodnight Song. Susili remembered that Goodnight Song only added 1 point of INT and 500 EXP, but now it had doubled, Germinal, so the name of the song just now was Germinal? What kind of skill was this? Susili looked at the skill panel. Germinal, type, Eshtar's folk song affiliation, sound level, LV1 effect, area of effect skill. Allows the listener to immerse themselves in a breath of fresh air, to achieve a state of youthful vigor, and to stimulate growth. Susili looked at the description of the song and recalled the scene just now. He did feel that kind of atmosphere. And, was this another area of effect skill? He was overjoyed and could not wait to continue reading. Battle Effect 1. Recovers 10 HP every second until the end of the song. 2. After listening to the song for a certain number of times, the listener's elemental affinity will be increased slightly. Mana cost, 100 current proficiency, 1/100x. Susili was stunned again. Damn, it's a healing skill. Other than the healing spells of the water healing division, he had never seen any healing-related skills or potions. Although the water healing division's healing technique was powerful, it required contact with the patient's body to be effective, so it was obviously not suitable for use in combat. You can't ask your opponent to stop in the middle of a battle to heal you, right? As for Germinal, it was very practical in battle. As long as it was within the range of the song, anyone who could hear it would be affected by the skill. Furthermore, his spiritual power could even extend the transmission range of his song to even further places, allowing more people to hear his song. However, this involved a problem. This kind of AoE skill required him to have super strong control in battle. Because he wasn't a player, he didn't have the party system. In other words, his AoE skills didn't differentiate between friend and foe. Just like the last time when he was fighting against the galactic beast in the mercenary town, he used Roland's Goodnight Song. Not only was the 3-star beast controlled, but even the mercenaries who helped to resist were also controlled. Fortunately, after his spirit attribute increased, he found a solution. Within the range of his spiritual power, he could control the people affected by his song. Previously, his spiritual power could only cover a range of 5 meters, but now, Susili continued to scroll through the message panel. Ding! Experience points full, personal level increased from level 8 to level 9, all attributes +1, Omni points +10. Ding! Successfully activated the AoE skill, Germinal, proficiency +1 inch. Just half a day, he had leveled up twice. Susili was a little excited. He casually added the 20 Omni points he obtained from leveling up to Constitution and Spirit, then looked at his personal attribute panel. Snow Roland, personal level, level 9. Level up distance, 276/1000 health points, 45,000/45,000 mana points, 1650/1850 attributes, Constitution, 45, Intelligence, 37, Strength, 10, Spirit, 39, Agility, 9, Defense, 9, Elemental Affinity. Sound. Susili smiled with satisfaction, because his current health points had surpassed Janice's. Janice was level 15, and the difference between them was 6 levels. Moreover, Janice was a martial artist, so she naturally had an advantage over a spirit-type elementalist in terms of health. But now, he had 5,000 more health points than Janice. This setting that gave him 10 Omni points to allocate every time he leveled up was too awesome. Didn't that mean that players could crush NPCs? Realizing this, Susili frowned slightly. He used to be a player himself, so he knew this group of idiots very well. Even if it was a boss that was more than 100 times stronger than them, as long as they dared to show their health points, they would dare to kill it no matter how strong the opponent was. Because they could resurrect infinitely, and because this was just a game to them. It was very cruel, actually. As the ruler of an empire, Su Silly was more worried than happy about the arrival of this group of idiots. This was because they were uncontrollable, and they had amazing energy and creativity. You would never know what kind of idiotic things this group of late-stage Chinibu patients would do. Su Silly was a little solemn. Perhaps, before the game server was launched, in addition to his own strength, he had to think of ways to make his subordinates stronger as well. It would be best if even the ordinary civilians could be improved. After some research, he found out that the highest level an elementalist could reach on Esh Star was level 20, a 2-star elementalist. Of course, this was excluding the crazy Xixing. And this setting was obviously to suppress the strength of NPCs, so that the gap between the levels of NPCs and players would not be too big. Therefore, everyone must be restricted by something. Perhaps after he settled the 10 million alliance fee, he would have to spend some time to find out what was restricting the level of NPCs, and how to break through it. This matter should be related to his own improvement. As Su Silly thought about this, he suddenly realized that he was thinking too far ahead. The most important thing for him now was Germinal. Yes, how did he comprehend Germinal? This was related to his skills in the future. It was very important. However, when he came back to his senses, the bouncing figure in the field was already very far away from them. He blinked and hurriedly said, "Xixing, bring me to that kid." Although he was able to comprehend the skill, it might not have much to do with this kid. After all, Ollie and her son did not seem to be anything special. However, since he had obtained such an important skill, he had to repay the favor. He could not treat it as if nothing had happened after he owed such a big favor. Xixing, who was standing at the side, felt the sudden increase in the boy's aura. In fact, he was not surprised that the boy had improved so much in such a short time. This world was very mysterious. One could become stronger through various methods, such as killing interstellar beasts, or killing people. He originally thought that the deity would kill interstellar beasts to recover his strength. After all, the deity had killed the long-eared beasts before, but for some reason, he gave up in the end. Now, it seemed that the deity had found a better way. Xixing was thinking to himself. When he heard the boy's words, he obediently stepped forward and hugged his thin waist with his strong arms. He acted very naturally, but only Xixing knew how much he had to control himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart. As long as the deity wanted to do something, he would do his best to do it, even if it meant giving up his life. If the deity did not want to reveal his identity, he would do his best to cooperate. Because, at least this way, he would have the opportunity to be close to the deity. Su Silly did not know what Xixing was thinking. He did not resist Xixing's approach. This was because he had experienced it a few times before. He only felt his vision blur. When the familiar feeling of dizziness passed, he and Xixing were in the field in front of a child. The child was about 7 or 8 years old. He was dirty all over, wearing a tattered hat and carrying a bamboo basket on his shoulder. His palm-sized face was stained with mud, and his facial features were not very clear. Only a pair of sea-green eyes attracted Su Silly's attention the moment he saw them. It was a very special pair of eyes. They were clear and clean, and there was a child's ignorance in them, but there was no lack of vigilance. When the child saw them suddenly appear, he was obviously shocked. After taking 2 steps back, he suddenly turned around and ran. This little guy's vigilance was quite strong. Su Silly took a few steps forward, stretched out his arm, and grabbed the bamboo basket on the child's shoulder. He slowly dragged the child back. "Don't run, I have something to tell you," Su Silly said. However, the child ignored him, took off the bamboo basket, and continued to run forward. Looking at the child running headlong into the field, Su Silly sighed and could only softly hum a song. Roland's Requiem has been successfully activated. 100 magic points have been consumed. What surprised him was that his skill did not immediately take effect. The child continued to take 2 steps forward. Just when Su Silly thought that he was going to fail, the child finally slowly stopped. Then his 2 legs went soft and he sat on the grass. Since he had started singing, Su Silly did not stop immediately. He had consumed 100 magic points, so he had to at least get the proficiency. The whole song was not long, and it was over in about 4 minutes. Ding successfully activated the area of effect skill, Roland's Requiem, proficiency +1, current proficiency, 4 out of 100. When he finished singing the whole song, the child was completely lying on the grass with his eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. Su Silly looked at this scene and felt that it was a little funny. He just wanted to repay this little guy. How did it become like this? He directly hypnotized the child. No matter how he looked at it, it was a bad thing to do. Xing, don't you think that I went a little overboard? He couldn't help but look up and ask. Xing frowned, then said with certainty, you didn't do anything wrong. Su Silly looked at him and shook his head. Why was he saying this to this cruel guy? If it was him, maybe the child wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Su Silly didn't look at him anymore and continued to look at the child. He carefully approached and turned the child's small body over. In the end, he accidentally pulled off the child's hat. The silver-gray hair fell down, and it was about the length of the shoulder. Su Silly blinked. He didn't expect this to be a little girl. Through the dirty little face, he could vaguely see her beautiful facial features. She would probably be very pretty after washing. No wonder she ran away when she saw them. She probably thought that they were bad guys. He patted her face and tried to wake her up. The child was very thin, and there was not much flesh on her face. Su Silly frowned when he saw this. And after calling for a while, the child didn't wake up. Nothing bad could have happened, right? Su Silly was a little uneasy and quickly used inspect on her. Xing, identity, NPC with special abilities bloodline, human, elf level, LV1 health points, 2000/5000 magic power points, 900 elemental affinity, wood special ability, elemental attraction. No matter where you are, the concentration of elements within 10 meters will increase by 100%, of which the concentration of wood elements will increase by 150%, negative status, hunger, decrease 1 health point per minute, fatigue, increase stamina consumption rate by 10%. Su Silly looked at the little girl's attribute panel. He couldn't help but close his eyes and take a closer look. Then he found that, he didn't see wrongly, she was an elf. This little girl actually had an elf bloodline. Damn, was it the kind of elf with pointy ears that grew on the tree of life that he imagined? There were other races on Esh Star besides the human race. Su Silly was a little confused. What kind of setting was this game? A hodgepodge, but now wasn't the time to think about this. The child had obviously fainted from hunger and was still losing health points. If he didn't take into account her recovery rate, she could only live for 2,000 minutes, less than 2 days. Too bad, she was losing health points from hunger. She was going to starve to death. Su Silly carried the little girl named Xing and turned to Xing. Let's go find Su Lin. This little girl is starving to death. Xing looked at the little girl who had fainted and pursed his lips. Then, he reached out his hand and took her. Your Majesty, please take the bamboo basket. Su Silly was a little confused when he saw Xing suddenly carry the child over. But after hearing Xing's words, he suddenly understood. Oh. He picked up the bamboo basket on the ground and saw Xing carrying the little girl on his back. Then, Xing reached out his other hand and hugged Xing's waist. Su Silly obediently leaned over and waited for the familiar dizziness to come. Then, they came to the ridge at the end of the path. As far as the eye could see, the 2 acres of land in front of them were different from the other green fields that were still growing. The wind blew gently. The swaying rice stalks were full of fruits and were bent under the weight of the wind. Although Su Silly trusted Su Lin's talent, he couldn't help but feel happy and shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. This was really good. He had seen pictures of Dark Valley before. These 2 acres of land were definitely planted with Dark Valley. However, Dark Valley had been verified before and couldn't be planted on Esh Star. It was obvious that Su Lin had solved this problem in just a few days. His trust in Xing wasn't in vain. A figure was busy in the field. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something and raised his head to look in their direction. Then, the skinny figure was stunned. Then, the young man with the straw hat instantly dropped what he was doing and dashed towards them. In the middle of the run, the young man accidentally fell. However, he didn't care whether he was injured or not. He got up on all fours and continued running over. Finally, he threw himself onto the ridge. Your Majesty! Marshal! Su Lin shouted loudly. His black eyes were full of surprise. Su Silly felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at his black hair and black eyes. He nodded with a smile and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not like we can run." I'm afraid that your Majesty and Marshal will wait for too long," Su Lin smiled shyly. His face was brimming with energy. He was like a completely different person compared to that day in the dean's office. Su Silly was just exchanging pleasantries. Then, he thought of the important matter and quickly said, "Su Lin, do you have food here?" "Food?" "Yes, this child fainted from hunger." Su Silly pointed at the little girl on Xing's back. Her two small hands were placed on Xing's shoulders. She was thin and small like two hemp sticks. She looked very pitiful. Su Lin finally noticed her. He quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, there's food. Your Majesty, please wait for a moment." After that, he climbed up the ridge and quickly ran along the path to the paddy field on the other side. Then, he picked up a small package and ran back. Xing put the little girl down. Her dirty little hand brushed across his snow-white military uniform, leaving behind a dusty trace. His back was not spared either. The little girl had laid on it, so it was now stained with black dust. Su Silly noticed this and couldn't help but feel his heart twitch. Although it wasn't his, but he still felt a little distressed. He liked this set of clothes very much. He didn't know if it could be washed clean. Xing didn't seem to care too much. He bent down and handed the little girl to Su Lin. Then, he took a step back and continued to silently guard Su Silly. At this time, he sensed something and looked at him. His gray-blue eyes stared at the young man. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curved slightly, revealing a comforting smile. It was as if he was saying, "Don't worry about such a small matter." Under the blue sky and white clouds, the golden-haired man smiled slightly, looking more radiant and gentle than usual. Su Silly pursed his lips slightly and slowly moved his gaze away. Although he didn't say anything, his heart was facing Xing. His impression of him had changed. Alright, this guy was a little cruel, but he was actually quite a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the guardian of Roland. Of course, he didn't know that if when Jishan was here, his jaw would probably drop because only he knew how much Xing treasured this military uniform. Su Lin carried little Ash and first fed her some water. Then, he broke off a small piece of biscuit and soaked it in water until it was soft. Then, he fed it to her. Little Ash was obviously starving. Her eyes were still closed, but her mouth instinctively swallowed. After a few mouthfuls, she opened her eyes. She didn't care about anything else and continued to wolf down the biscuit. Su Lin looked at her dirty little face and secretly glanced at Her Majesty beside him. He hesitated for a moment and took out a handkerchief from his pocket. He wet it with water and was about to wipe the little girl's face to avoid offending Her Majesty, but the little girl vigilantly avoided him. She picked up the biscuit, got up from Su Lin's arms, and ran to the side. "What are you doing?" The little girl's tender voice was crisp and clear. "Xing doesn't want to wash my face." Su Silly looked at her with interest. Seeing that she was alive and kicking, he was relieved. He squatted down and looked at the little girl. "You fainted from hunger just now. We saved you, and this is how you repay us?" Little Ash blinked her eyes. Her sea-green eyes were indeed as beautiful as a fairy. "Then, thank you, big brother and little brother," she said softly. She said softly, then looked up at Xing. "Thank you, uncle." Xing was speechless, but Su Silly burst out laughing. Su Lin raised his hand and scratched his head. He didn't understand why Her Majesty was laughing, and he didn't know whether he should laugh or not. Little Ash also looked at Su Silly, her big eyes full of confusion. "Did she say anything funny just now?" Su Silly laughed for a while, then pointed at Xing and said, "Although he looks a little anxious, you should still call him brother. Call him uncle, then wouldn't he be a generation younger than Xing for no reason? That wouldn't do." Moreover, Xing wasn't very old, but he always had a serious face. His temperament was dignified and cold, and he looked much more mature. Actually, he was only 25 years old, 2 years younger than Li Jiu. Little Ash looked at Silly, then at Xing, and readily said, "Thank you, big brother." Xing pursed his lips and nodded indifferently. However, in his heart, he was thinking about the young man's words. Did he look anxious? For the first time in his life, Xing cared about his appearance. Xing is very obedient. Silly didn't rush to approach the little girl. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Then tell big brother, where do you live? Let's send you back." Hearing his words, Xing suddenly pursed her lips. "Home is gone. It was trampled by a monster, so I can't live there anymore." Silly was slightly startled. "You live in the mercenary town too?" Little Ash nodded. Silly was silent. It seemed like she was the victim of the disaster caused by the 3-star beast. "What about your family?" The little girl shook her head and said, "Xing has no family." "Didn't you have a home before?" "Then who lives with you?" "Huang. Xing lives with Huang." Silly heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "What about Huang? Where is he?" Little Ash didn't answer him. Instead, she made a trumpet with her hands and shouted in the direction of the field. "Huang, Huang," as she shouted, Silly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, not long after, a yellow figure dashed over from the field and arrived at the little girl's side. Then, it lay on the ground and wagged its tail with all its might. Little Ash reached out and gently patted its head. Then, she looked at Silly and said seriously, "It's Huang." Silly looked at the big yellow dog on the ground. Oh, it should be a dog, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that this little girl was a vagabond with elf blood. He thought for a while and said to her, "Follow us first. When we reach the town, I'll have someone arrange a place for you to live." "Are you going to sell me?" Little Ash looked at Silly and suddenly asked. Silly smiled. "You don't know me, but don't you know him?" He pointed at Xing. There shouldn't be anyone in the Roland Empire who didn't know Xing, right? As expected, Little Ash nodded. "I know him. He's the guardian." "But, what does that have to do with you kidnapping me?" Silly was stumped. This little girl was young, but she was quite smart. He thought that she didn't recognize them, so he turned around and ran away. He didn't expect that she would recognize them. It seemed that Xing's face couldn't be used everywhere. "We're not kidnapping you to sell, no, wait." Silly suddenly realized a problem. He glanced at the little girl's attribute panel. Other than her elf blood, the most special thing about her should be her special ability. He looked at the description again. Elemental attraction. No matter where you are, the concentration of elemental elements within 10 meters will increase by 100%, and the concentration of wood elemental elements will increase by 150%. The concentration of elemental elements in the environment was especially important for low-level elementalists. This was because when the concentration of elemental elements increased, just the cultivation speed alone would increase by a lot. He didn't have anything here, but he had a lot of low-level elementalist apprentices. There were more than 100, almost 200, and they were already on their way. Silly was worried about how to quickly increase their strength, but he didn't expect to meet this little girl, Xing. Fortunately, he chased after her and stopped her. Otherwise, this special person would have run away. Thinking of this, the young man couldn't help but grin brightly. Xing looked at him. She wasn't bewitched by his handsome smile. Instead, she quietly moved towards Huang. This little big brother suddenly became so scary. A gentle breeze blew across the field. The green rice sprouts swayed in the wind, and the other field, which was only separated by a ridge, was a field of golden light. It seemed to be somewhat out of place with the surroundings. Beside this fruitful field, the dirty little Ash sat on the ridge. She was holding a biscuit in her hand. She was nibbling on it while swinging her legs. Beside her, the yellow dog turned over and basked in the sun comfortably. Little Ash ate the biscuit and looked to the side. Two very tall figures were standing there, talking to the older brother who gave her the biscuit. Her gaze first fell on the golden-haired one, then lingered on his clothes. This older brother's clothes were beautiful, more beautiful than the most exquisite clothes she had ever seen. But, they were dirted by her. She was not completely unconscious when she was brought here, so she knew this older brother carried her here. Although he looked fierce, he was not angry when his clothes were dirted by her. He should be a good person. Little Ash took another bite of the biscuit. She followed the older brother's line of sight and looked at the silver-haired older brother. He was also very good-looking. He was the one who said he would bring her here and give her something to eat. This older brother called His Majesty was also a good person. Thinking of this, Little Ash frowned in distress. Cha-mo said that one must return the favor. But, they seemed to be important people from the inner city. How should she repay them? She was so poor that she could not even fill her own stomach. Little Ash looked at the big yellow dog beside her. It closed its eyes and turned over. It seemed to be sleeping very comfortably without any worries. Little Ash curled her lips and continued to nibble on the biscuit. On the other side, a conversation could be faintly heard. Your Majesty, this is the Dark Valley. Su Lin opened the golden rice shell and showed the black grains inside to Su Silly. They just ripened today. I was preparing to harvest them when you came. Su Silly nodded and praised, you've done well. Previously, the Dark Valley didn't seem to have a way to plant on a snow star, but you've come up with a solution in just a few days. Su Lin scratched his head and smiled shyly. That's nothing. A powerful wood elementalist can make plants grow even in the desert. I'm still far from that. Looking at the field in front of him, Su Lin continued. If it's just to mature one plant, I'll need 2 hours. I felt that the efficiency was too slow, so I followed the dean to Mercenary Town and borrowed 2 acres of land from the consul. What His Majesty gave me, as well as the seeds I obtained from the ripening of the individual plants, have all been planted. On the farm side, there's a forest right next to it. There's plenty of wood element support there, so it's much easier to mobilize. Once the wood element in the field is concentrated and I use my magic to stimulate it, the growth of the plants will greatly increase. Of course, this is not as fast as the speed of a single plant's ripening. When Su Lin talked about planting, his whole person exuded a certain kind of confidence. He spoke frankly with assurance, completely without the inferiority feeling he had before. It'll take more than 3 days to fully ripen these 2 acres of rice. Although it'll take longer, I've thought about it. What His Majesty needs is not the Dark Valley, but the mutated plants produced by the Dark Valley. The mutation is uncontrollable, so it's better to expand the sample size and use the quantity to increase the probability. Of course, this is a very stupid method. The efficiency is not high, but I'm too weak to control the mutation of the plants. If I don't do this, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete the task His Majesty gave me. Su Lin lowered his head in shame. His eyes no longer shone with radiance. He was used to being a bad student and used to denying himself. Transferring to another department was perhaps the boldest and most insistent thing he had ever done. Su Silly glanced at him and said lightly, if you're not strong enough now, it doesn't mean you'll be strong in the future. You were able to rise 3 levels in a short few days and reach the strength of half a star. This has already proven your potential. There's no need to belittle yourself. He finally understood how Su Lin could rise 1 level in 3 days. Manipulating the elements required magic power and mental strength. This was also a kind of cultivation for an elementalist. Looking at the 2 acres of rice in front of him, this was the result of Su Lin's 3 days of hard work. It was easy to imagine how many times he had depleted his mental strength and mana in the past few days, and how many times he had replenished them. In addition to talent, this also required extraordinary perseverance. To be honest, I admire you very much. Su Silly looked at the 2 acres of Dark Valley and praised. When everyone accepted the test arrangement and embarked on the path of the warrior department, only you discovered that something was wrong and fought and worked hard for it. This kind of wisdom and courage is very rare. To be able to discover where the real problem was, to not blindly follow the crowd when the mainstream was dominated by the same ideology, but to fight for one's own destiny and future. Just this point alone made Su Lin much more outstanding than his peers and even many adults. So, in the future, don't talk about being weak. Su Silly said with a trembling voice, Su Lin, just do your best. With my support, isn't it enough to give you confidence? Su Lin stared blankly at the young emperor in front of him. He had never thought that there would be a day when a lowly person like him would be able to speak so closely to such an honorable emperor. Furthermore, he would even be able to receive such encouragement from him. He felt a little sad, but also a lot of pride. Yes, he was not inferior to others. Previously, he had only gone in the wrong direction. Now that he had regrouped and started afresh, he must prove to others that he was not wrong. All along, they were the ones who were wrong, not him. Su Lin bit his lip and took a deep breath, suppressing the tears that kept welling up. Yes, Your Majesty, I will definitely not let you down. Su Lin rubbed his eyes hard and took a deep breath. Looking at the rice field in front of him, he tried to pull his attention back to the previous topic. Your Majesty, I've seen the information about the Snow Valley. It's a type of snow-white rice that comes from the Black Valley. It's said that the food made from this grain has the effect of quickly restoring physical strength and blood. The Snow Valley is very magical. If it can be grown, it will definitely be of great use. Moreover, I've also seen in the literature that pharmacists used this Snow Valley to make a very magical medicine. Even a person on the verge of death can recover more than half of their vitality in a short time after eating this medicine. It's a very effective life-saving method. Su Silly listened to his words and his heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this blood medicine? He had not carefully read the information about the Black Valley and Snow Valley before. It was Xiao Wu who helped him organize the information, then he sent it to Li Jiu and let him bring it to Su Lin. He didn't expect that the Snow Valley was the raw material for making blood medicine. In that case, it was understandable that the information publisher was willing to buy it at the price of 100,000 yuan per kilogram and wanted as much as he could. This Snow Valley that could be used to make blood medicine should be very precious and rare in the interstellar. Actually, I've seen a similar medicine in the library before. At this time, he heard Su Lin say again. That's a record from 100 years ago. The young man looked at the field, his dark eyes shining with a little light. That was a glorious era. At that time, there were many more elementalists than there are now. They created countless wonderful things. This medicine that can restore vitality is one of them. However, the prescription has been lost, and the profession of elemental pharmacist doesn't exist now. So I'm thinking, can we develop this kind of magical medicine like the elementalists of the past? If there is such a medicine, then the casualty rate at the front line can be greatly reduced, right? Speaking of this, Su Lin suddenly looked at Su Silly, his eyes shining. Your Majesty, you cultivated the Snow Valley to develop this kind of medicine, right? Su Silly paused. The truth was, he just wanted to sell it to earn Star Alliance fees. Of course, this couldn't be said to this child, so as not to dampen his enthusiasm. He nodded and said enigmatically, this is one of the reasons. I'm very pleased that you can think so deeply. This matter is very difficult, so I hope you can do your best and race against time to complete it. It would be best to cultivate it within a month, no, 25 days. Looking at Su Lin, he said earnestly, you have to know that there are people injured and sacrificed at the front line every day. Every day this medicine comes out, their lives will be protected one day later. Su Lin's eyes reddened. The 16-year-old boy suddenly felt the heavy burden on his shoulders, but he was also full of motivation. Yes, the soldiers at the front line were waiting, they needed this medicine, although he didn't go to the front line, who said that he wasn't fighting. Even at the rear, he wasn't a worm that didn't contribute anything. Thinking of this, Su Lin felt his blood boil. That's right, what he was doing was very important. He had to cultivate the Snow Valley as soon as possible. The Snow Valley was the key to the development of the medicine. Only by cultivating the Snow Valley could the medicine be developed successfully. Your Majesty, you're right. I will do my best to cultivate the Snow Valley as soon as possible. Su Lin said solemnly. Su Silly smiled and patted the boy's thin shoulders. Very good, this is the kind of determination and spirit that you need. Moreover, you're not fighting alone, he said. This evening, if there are no accidents, Su Yu will bring close to 200 students to Mercenary Town. Like you, they are all spirit elementalists who were delayed by the test. Many of them have wood elemental talent. I remember that Su Yi is one of them. They are all your classmates. For a long time to come, they will accompany you and fight here. The young emperor looked at the golden rice field in front of him and said very seriously, "You may not understand, but I can tell you very clearly that you are creating history. You will definitely have a part to play in the future of the empire, and it will be a rich and colorful part." "Your Majesty," Su Lin clenched his fists tightly. His voice was a little choked, but his eyes were unprecedentedly resolute. Behind Su Silly, Xixing glanced at Su Lin. He thought that perhaps at this moment, even if Lord God asked this boy to die, this boy would do it without hesitation. Thinking of this, his gaze fell on the little emperor again. He stood in the afternoon sun, but he was more dazzling than the sun. At this moment, his whole body was shining like a star, and he had a different kind of charm. Xixing's gray-blue eyes flashed slightly. He looked deeply at the boy, as if he wanted to engrave him in the bottom of his eyes and imprint him in the depths of his heart. He only felt that it was good to be able to protect Lord God like this and watch him become stronger again. Su Silly felt something. He looked back and met Xixing's focused gaze. His heart skipped a beat. The two of them looked at each other, and neither of them looked away. In the end, Su Silly frowned and looked away with a strange expression. He pursed his lips and looked at Su Lin, trying to find a topic to talk about. "By the way, do you know Su Yi?" "Yes, he's my brother," Su Lin said. Su Silly blinked. No wonder he felt that the two of them looked alike. He didn't expect that they were really brothers. "Then he's here. You can relax a little," he said absent-mindedly. Su Lin smiled shyly. He had already calmed down. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Your Majesty, if there's any leftover black rice that we don't need, can we give it to the townspeople? I heard that Governor Wen is helping the townspeople who don't have enough to eat. I want to contribute a little." Su Silly praised him. "Of course, you can. But you must make sure that you don't affect the cultivation progress of Snow Valley." Su Lin hurriedly waved his hand. "Your Majesty, don't worry. I won't delay the proper business." "Well, then you can contact Wen Jishan yourself." Su Silly sent Wen Jishan's contact number to him, and then sent him to work. He watched the boy run back to the field, holding the rice and carefully identifying them one by one. He nodded with satisfaction, but soon frowned again. Su Lin seems to be only 16 years old. He's not an adult yet, but he's already 16 years old. In reality, he should be able to work, right? When he thought about it this way, that rare trace of uneasiness was thrown to the back of his mind. At most, "I'll give him a little more allowance," Su Silly smiled lightly, and turned to look at Xixing. The smile on his face faded. This guy, he always felt that the way he looked at him was a little strange. Something was very wrong. Xixing slightly curved his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but suddenly paused. Su Silly also tacitly lowered his head. Little Ash had unknowingly come to their side. She was looking up at them quietly, looking very obedient. Su Silly finally remembered this little girl. She had the blood of an elf. Not only did she have a powerful passive skill like elemental attraction, but her innate talent was also not to be underestimated. At LV1, she already had 5,000 HP and 900 MP. This meant that her physique was already at 5 points, and her intelligence was at 18 points. Her spirit attribute was probably not low either, because when he used the Requiem at night, she was not immediately controlled. She struggled to walk a few steps before collapsing. This little girl has a lot of potential. Have you finished eating the cake? Su Silly reached out and touched the top of her head. The little girl's body was dirty, but her hair was quite clean. It was a beautiful silver gray, and it seemed to glow under the sun. Yes. Little Ash looked at them with a pair of round, sea-green eyes. Even if her face was stained with dirt, it could not hide her cuteness. Are you guys leaving? She asked. Su Silly paused. It seemed that the inspection of the mercenary town was indeed completed. He looked at the communication device. There was still some time before evening. What should he do next? He lowered his eyes and looked at the dirty little girl. He suddenly smiled. Yes, do you want to come with us? Little Ash thought for a moment and nodded. Just as Su Silly was a little surprised, he heard her say seriously, "Thank you brothers for giving me food. I can go back with you and work for you as a reward." But, you can't sell me off. Su Silly blinked. He looked at the little girl, squatted down and looked at her at eye level. He asked gently, why are you so worried about being sold off? Although there were still nobles in the Roland Empire, the slavery system had been abolished after 100 years of natural disasters. Perhaps there were fish that escaped the net, but it was impossible to brazenly buy and sell people. Once they were caught, the punishment was very heavy. Little Ash played with her fingers. After a long time, she said, Your Majesty, brother is a good person. I can tell you. Xianxia said that those nobles like little girls like me. If they see my face, bad guys will catch me and sell me to the nobles. They can sell me for a lot of money. Hearing her naive tone, Su Silly smiled. He did not ask who Xianxia was. Instead, he asked, Are you not afraid of us now? Little Ash thought for a moment and nodded. You don't seem to be short of money. Su Silly was amused. He said seriously, Yes, I am the richest man in the whole empire. If you follow me, you don't have to worry about being sold to the nobles. No nobles would dare to do that. Then, are you willing to follow me? He hesitated for a moment and said, You work for me. I will give you good food, a big house, and someone will take care of you. What do you think? Little Ash pursed her lips. She was not tempted by his words. Instead, she asked carefully, Your Majesty, are you lying to me? Su Silly raised his eyebrows. He wanted to say that he never lied, but in the end, he could not say it. Sometimes, white lies were necessary. He said slowly, Lying to you? What do I get out of it? Little Ash looked at him carefully. Feeling the pure and friendly aura on him, she finally nodded. Okay, I will go back with you and work for you. Haha, good. Su Silly felt that this little girl was really interesting. He rubbed her head and said, If you perform well, I will make you a princess. Then, no one will dare to bully you in the future. You won't have to starve. Princess, Little Ash murmured. A smile appeared on her dirty little face. Okay, Ashing wants to be a princess. Looking at the expression in her eyes, Su Silly felt as if he could see her jumping in the fields, singing a song happily and cutely. She was indeed a little girl who could sing germinal. Her smile was so healing. At this time, Little Ash looked at Xing again. Su Silly was a little curious. Was this little girl not afraid of Xing? This guy was very fierce. As for little Ashing, she was indeed afraid. She twisted her fingers and looked at Xing's cold eyes. She said politely, Brother Guardian God, I am sorry for dirtying your clothes. I don't know how to wash clothes, but I can work and buy you a new one. Xing looked down at her. In the 4 years since he came to this strange world, he had diligently protected the Roland Empire. He had helped this crumbling country to this day and had become the guardian god in everyone's eyes. However, his heart was cold. No one really made him care about anyone, and no one could make him look at them. To him, the world was dark and colorless. He had lived like a zombie for 4 years. Now, God had come. Xing's eyes moved slightly. He looked at the young man who was squatting beside the little girl. He was also looking at him. There was a faint smile on his beautiful face. Xing, no friends, no companions, will you be very lonely? The words that God had once said to him rang in his ears. The Lord God's love for him was meticulous. It was not only the priceless gifts, but also the basic necessities, food, shelter, transportation, and interpersonal relationships. Every time he went to the battlefield to fight, God would always arrange teammates for him, even though he had grown to the point where he could stand alone and defeat all his enemies. He would also arrange for him to visit his neighbor's house, introduce new teammates to him, and do things that seemed strange to him, but also, very warm. Because of God, there was light in his world again. No matter if it was in the past or, now. Xing looked at the faint smile on Su Silly's face and gently curved his lips. The cold lines on his face softened. If this is what you want to see, then no matter what, I will do it for you. As long as you can always look at me, always, let me stay by your side. Su Silly was stunned. He looked at Xing's eyes and felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Then, under his gaze, Xing looked away and looked at little Ash. This is the only set of clothes I'm wearing in the world, he said softly. There won't be any substitutes. The man's expression was indifferent. He was not warm, but at least he was not as cold as before. Little Ash lowered his head and said sadly, I'm sorry. But, Xing's voice sounded again. You don't have to apologize. Little Ash looked up. She saw Brother Patron Saint's white-gloved hand gently press on the clothes that she had dirted. Then, as if he had grabbed something, he pulled it in front of him. His movements were full of rhythmic beauty. Then, she saw, the dirty gray marks turned into yellow spots of light. They fell off the clothes and dissipated in the air. The beautiful snow-white military uniform was spotless again, as if it was brand new. Little Ash widened his eyes. Brother Patron Saint knows magic. Susili was also a little surprised. Damn, can you do this? Those spots of light are earth elements, right? Xing's ability to control the elements is too awesome. Xing's expression was still indifferent, as if he had just done something insignificant. To him, this was indeed insignificant. He looked at Little Ash and said, that's good. Then, Xing reached out and pressed on the top of the child's head. Then, he lifted it into the air and pulled the same action as before. It was just as elegant and full of rhythmic beauty. Then, Susili and Little Ash had the same stunned expression. Little Ash was drowned by the yellow spots of light. Of course, this was from the perspective of spiritual power. In the eyes of ordinary people, it would be, following Xing's action, Little Ash became clean in an instant. His little angelic face finally saw the light of day again. With delicate facial features, pale skin, and a pair of special aquamarine eyes, he was indeed a beautiful little girl. However, at this moment, her eyes were wide open and her mouth was slightly open, which ruined the beauty and made her look a little silly. Of course, she was still very cute. Xing looked at her shocked expression and thought for a moment before saying, Earth elements, go into your mouth. Little Ash was shocked. She hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, looking frightened. Susili, who was originally a little surprised, was immediately amused. Did these two people have to be so funny? However, Xing's ability was very practical. His decontamination ability was super strong. He laughed for a while, then bent down to carry the little girl who had become clean. Then, he said to Xing, let's go back to the palace first. Anyway, he had time to change Xing's clothes before coming back. Although she had become clean, this little girl's clothes were still tattered and could not be looked at. He was not a person who would mistreat his subordinates, let alone such a young child. Xing looked at the smile on the young man's face, and his grayish-blue eyes were filled with gentleness. He nodded and replied, yes, your majesty. Then, he waved his hand and the space was torn again, and the shadow leopard jumped out. While Little Ash was still in shock, they carried her and jumped onto the shadow leopard's back. They flew into the sky and soon disappeared into the blue sky. In the rice field, Su Lin was focused on distinguishing the rice grains and did not notice anything. On the other hand, the big yellow dog on the ridge turned over again and sensed something. It opened its eyes and looked around in confusion, but it could no longer see the little girl's figure. They safely returned to the palace. Susili handed Little Ash to Janice, whose eyes were shining. Then, he closed the door on Xing and returned to his bedroom. He went straight to the wall, passed the identity verification, and walked into the secret room. He was going to search for more detailed information about Snow Valley on the Star Network and check the status of the songs on the Star Music Network. 3 days, he did not know what changes there would be. End of chapter 35. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.